Chapter 1, I'm sorry, my brother. I'm Jiang Ming. Lying in a shabby bungalow in the slums of Jiangbei City, I gradually woke up from the oppressive heat, my entire body aching as if it were about to fall apart. Struggling to get up, I instinctively looked around. The sparse room had cobweb-strewn ceilings, shabby tables and chairs, and an old wardrobe. The antique electric fan by the bed rattled on and on. Where is this place? Why does it feel so familiar? I shook my head, trying to gather my thoughts. Just then, a tender, sweet child's voice called out, "Brother, hug me, brother." Hearing this voice, my entire body trembled as I looked toward the source in disbelief. There, a little girl about 2 or 3 years old toddled toward me against the light, taking small, unsteady steps like a tiny angel, her arms outstretched for a hug. Her delicate face, porcelain-like yet tinged with an unhealthy pallor, tugged at the heartstrings at first glance. Ning Ning? I abruptly sat up in bed, rubbing my eyes fiercely, my first thought being that I must be dreaming. No, didn't I already die? And Ning Ning had also passed away 20 years ago. So what's happening right now? Memories gradually cleared up as I looked at the furnishings in the room and then at the little toddler. A thought flashed through my mind. I'd been reborn 20 years into the past, back when my sister was still with me. Little Ning Ning tilted her adorable head, looking at me curiously as if wondering why I wasn't hugging her today. Realizing I'd been reborn, I quickly got out of bed and practically knelt before little Ning Ning, reaching out my hands with utmost care. I'm afraid this is just a hallucination before death. I've dreamed of this scene countless times, waking to find everything was an illusion. That heart-wrenching feeling remains unforgettable to this day. When my hand lightly touched her chubby little face, the softness and real warmth convinced me this wasn't an illusion. I reached out and pulled little Ning Ning into my arms. An indescribable feeling surged through me as teardrops the size of beans fell from my eyes. Ning Ning, big brother failed you. I wasn't good enough. The young Ning Ning didn't understand what was happening, only that I was crying. Other children would be cooing in their parents' arms at 2 or 3 years old, but our father, when little Ning Ning was just 1, accidentally drove his truck into a river, forever separating us by heaven and earth. Mother couldn't bear the blow of father's passing, fell gravely ill, and ultimately left this world, abandoning Ning Ning before she even turned 2. The weight of life fell entirely on me, who had just graduated not long ago. Little Ning Ning was diagnosed with heart problems at birth, needing a large sum for surgery. The doctor said the optimal time for the operation was before she turned 3.5. Upon hearing about the massive medical fees, those relatives practically treated us like the plague, avoiding us at all costs, terrified I might ask them for loans. To avoid burdening my girlfriend of 5 years, I made the painful decision to break up. For over a year, I worked 3 jobs simultaneously. Though I lived in the slums and pinched every penny, I never let my younger sister suffer a single hardship. Just when I'd scraped together most of the surgery funds, my uncle suddenly showed up at my door. He convinced me to invest in stocks, spouting market trends and so-called insider information. Desperate to gather my sister's operation fees, I gambled everything under my silver-tongued uncle's persuasion. I handed over my entire savings, only to lose every last cent. That so-called blood relative vanished without a trace afterward. My 3-year-old sister, deprived of timely surgery, died in that hospital bed. For half my life, I lived drowning in guilt. Each memory that surfaced brought nothing but endless remorse and self-blame toward my little sister. Who would have thought Providence would grant me a second chance? Don't cry, big brother. Ning Ning hugs you too. Little Ning Ning squirmed slightly in my embrace, apparently uncomfortable from being held too tightly. I sniffled and loosened my grip. Even after 20 years in my previous life, I'd never forgotten my sister's face. It was permanently etched in my memory. Taking a deep breath, I stood up and organized my thoughts. Currently, we lived in that rented room costing 100 yuan per month, its furnishings shabby and sparse, just barely habitable after some tidying up. I patted the little one's head. The first thing I need to do now is earn money properly. Most of the surgery fees have already been saved up. With another month or 2 of hard work, my little sister's operation should be no problem. As long as we can get this crucial surgery done, Ning Ning's chances of recovery will be much higher. Just thinking about it makes my whole heart tremble with excitement. Big brother, Ning Ning is hungry. Ning Ning wants noodles. Little Ning Ning tugged at my pants leg, her soft and sweet voice brimming with coquettishness that melted my heart. My face full of doting, I ruffled her hair. Okay, big brother will make Ning Ning her favorite noodles. Just as I rolled up my sleeves, ready to carry the little one to the kitchen, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Ding! Life reversal system activated successfully. Congratulations, host. Having returned to 2020, as this is your first time binding with this system, you are now rewarded with a newcomer's gift package. Would you like to open it? Hearing this voice, I stood frozen for several seconds. A system? Back in college, I had read plenty of web novels and knew all about systems. Weren't those protagonists exactly the ones who soared to the peak of life relying on such systems? Never did I imagine this thing actually existed. But my days lasted only a brief moment before I snapped back to reality, silently thinking, open the gift package. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a breakfast shop on Danyang Street. Obtained beginner-level breakfast recipes. Acquired one special medicinal meal. The system also kindly reminded him that the profits from the shop would be converted into system points, which could be exchanged for desired items in the store. 1 yuan would convert to 1 point, and the shop could not be sublet or sold under any circumstances. Violators would bear the consequences. I pursed my lips and spent a few minutes getting the gist of it. Closing the system interface, I ruffled Ningning's little head. Right now, the most important thing is to make some food to fill the little one's belly first, then I can study the system. I carried the little one into the kitchen, taking in the messy surroundings and the strange smell lingering in the air. My brows furrowed slightly. Since it was a shared apartment, everyone used the same kitchen, leading to major hygiene issues. But it's alright, this is only temporary. I'll soon be able to rent a bigger place for Ningning. Big brother, Ningning wants another fried egg. Xiao Ningning's sweet voice called out, as she gently tugged at my sleeve, blinking her big round eyes at me. Chapter 2, Big brother, please don't cry, okay? Looking at her adorable face, my heart softened instantly. With a tender, doting tone, I said, alright, we'll have poached eggs. Big brother will make some for you right now in the shared kitchen. Everyone had their own pots, pans, and utensils, each stored in their allocated spots. I walked to the cupboard, took out the iron pan and spatula, washed them, prepared some water, then grabbed the noodles from the small fridge and dropped them into the pot as the water began to boil. Back then, for the sake of Ningning's dietary health, I gritted my teeth and specially bought this fridge just to ensure the ingredients stayed fresh. Ningning was clearly hungry, blinking her big eyes at me from time to time. She was such a sensible child, squatting quietly nearby with her little toy instead of making a fuss despite her hunger, as if she understood my hardship. I worked quickly, and soon 2 steaming, fragrant bowls of noodles were ready, along with 2 fried eggs on the side. The aroma quickly filled the entire kitchen, making anyone's appetite grow just from the smell. I placed the noodles on the table and specially took out a small bowl, serving a portion in it. Wow, it smells so good. Ningning can eat noodles now. Brother is amazing. Ningning, this is a bit hot. Make sure to blow on it before eating, okay? Got it, big brother. Little Ningning puffed out her cheeks, blowing on the food with continuous huffing sounds. I rubbed the little one's head, watching this heartwarming scene. Even after living half a lifetime, I couldn't help but feel my eyes moisten. The person I've wronged the most isn't our parents, it's Ningning. Just remembering that night when Ningning passed away in agony sends knife-like pains through my heart. Every time I wake from midnight dreams, it's always my sister's face twisted in pain. The little one seemed to notice my mood wasn't right. She paused mid-slurp of her noodles, then did something unexpected. Little Ningning reached out her tiny hand, wiping the corner of my eye as she piped up in her milky voice, Big brother, don't cry, okay? Ningning will be good. Ningning only likes Big brother. I smiled, squeezing her chubby cheek. Big brother isn't crying, eat up, Ningning. Truth was, I just felt emotional. Then Big brother eat too. Okay. Hearing my agreement, the little one buried herself in her meal again. After all, children are pure-hearted in their thoughts. I suppressed the emotions in my heart and began to eat as well. As the meal ended, night gradually fell. Ningning and I took an early bath and prepared for bed, and little Ningning fell asleep almost as soon as she touched the bed. Looking at her peaceful and adorable sleeping face, my heart utterly melted. After lying still for a while, I silently thought to open the system, and soon my consciousness entered the system interface. The first thing I checked was my rewards, a breakfast shop on Danyang Street, a beginner breakfast recipe, and special medicinal cuisine. Below these, there was also the option to claim now. I pressed the button, and almost instantly, I felt something strange appear in my mind. I figured it must be the basic breakfast recipes. Ding! The gift package has been delivered. The special medicinal cuisine has been placed in your system backpack. The property deed for the shop is on the table to your right. Just confirm it. I turned on the nightlight gently and, sure enough, found a bright red property deed and a set of keys on the table. Danyang Street was a food street, roughly 7 or 8 kilometers away, and it was somewhat famous in the vast Jiangbei area. To have a storefront of my own there, even if I didn't do business, renting it out for a year would bring in a hefty profit. My heart trembled. Was this the power of the system? Setting aside the property deed, I then inspected the special medicinal tonic. It read, strengthens the body, highly beneficial when consumed, a rare treasure. Safe for consumption by anyone over 2 years old. Wasn't this tailor-made for Ningning? But Ningning's body has always been weak. Could this tonic really work? Just as doubts crept in, the system suddenly spoke, every product from this system is of the highest quality. Please do not question my capabilities. Wow, it's not that I doubt the authenticity of the stuff, I'm just worried whether it might have any side effects on Ningning. since everyone's constitution is different. But soon I noticed that the description beneath the medicinal cuisine stated suitable for all physiques, host may use with confidence. After reading this, I glanced at the other features. The top right corner of the panel displayed personal profile and system store. I casually clicked open the profile, which read, host, Jiang Ming, gender, male, age, 24, points, 0, couldn't get any simpler than that. After exiting, I checked out the system store. Upon entering, the shelves were packed with dazzling merchandise, practically everything imaginable. The mall is divided into 3 areas: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The items in the beginner area are fairly ordinary and cheap. The cheapest can even be exchanged for just 1 point. What surprised me was that they even had electric scooters. The intermediate and advanced areas haven't been unlocked yet, so I can't view them. After fully understanding the system, I snapped out of it and muttered to myself, so in simple terms, all I have to do now is open the breakfast shop and earn money? After all, earning 1 yuan is equivalent to earning 1 point. But I still needed to clarify, system, does the profit I earn belong to me? If the profits end up being taken by the system and all I get are points, then what's the point of having this system in the first place? Host need not worry, all profits belong to you. Soon after, the system's voice came through. Hearing this, I was completely reassured. I reached out to turn off the nightlight and gradually drifted into sleep. The next morning, I woke up bright and early. After washing up, I rolled up my sleeves and headed straight to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. I cooked some millet porridge, fried 2 sunny-side-up eggs, and served them with a small dish of pickled radish that I had prepared myself. Entering the room about to wake the little one, Jiang Ming opened the door to find Xiao Ningning already sitting up in bed, rubbing her sleepy eyes, an unbearably adorable sight of drowsiness. When she saw me, she immediately stretched out her little arms, her voice sugary and tender. Big brother, carry me. My heart melted. I lifted her from the bed, ruffled her little head, and said, come on, let's freshen up and eat. Yay! 3-year-old Ningning was already remarkably independent. She could brush her teeth, wash her face, and apply moisturizer all by herself. When she couldn't reach the sink, she even knew to grab a stool to stand on. The more I think about it, the deeper my heart aches, and the more profound my guilt toward my younger sister becomes. If I hadn't been deceived by others, Ningning might have been married by now. Big brother, I'm finished. The sweet voice snapped me out of my thoughts. Though the breakfast was simple, the little one ate every last bite without wasting a single grain. The little hand put the bowl aside, and with a sweet smile, said, Big brother, I finished eating. Ningning is so good, I praised with a smile. After finishing the meal and washing the dishes, I took out a princess dress and a pair of new sandals from the wardrobe. This dress and shoes were originally meant for Ningning to wear on her birthday, but before we even reached that day, Ningning, this is a pain that will haunt me for life. The fluffy pink tulle dress had 2 layers of sheer fabric, with a third inner layer made of cloth printed with little pink pig patterns, neatly stitched at the edges. The hem was adorned with 2 rows of lace trim, and the bodice featured a large pink bow, so cute and stylish. I never got the chance to try this dress on Ningning before. When it comes to pretty things, girls simply have no resistance, little girls are no exception. As soon as she spotted the dress, little Ningning came scampering over with hurried little steps, her round eyes sparkling like stars. Wow! Brother, this dress is so beautiful. Do you like it, Ningning? Yes. The little one nodded eagerly like pounding garlic. To save money for Ningning's surgery, apart from her basic necessities, I've been extremely frugal in every other way. It's been ages since I bought her new clothes. Her current dress has long been washed faded, and some of her clothes even had holes patched up to keep wearing. After putting on the new dress, the little one kept admiring herself from every angle, clearly loving it beyond words, her chubby little face flushed with a rare hint of rosy excitement. I ruffled her hair and said with a smile, come on, big brother will take you out to play. I plan to head to Danyang Street for a look right now. Earning money for my sister's surgery was the most important thing. Without wasting another moment, I locked the door, carried Ningning, and set off on our electric scooter. This little electric scooter was something I bought secondhand for 500 yuan earlier. Back then, I was juggling 3 jobs and running around all day wasn't convenient, taking cabs was too expensive, so I gritted my teeth and bought this used one. 7 or 8 kilometers isn't exactly far, and soon enough, I arrived at Danyang Street. The place was as bustling as ever. Following the store number listed on the property deed, I checked one by one until I finally found that breakfast shop. I unlocked the rolling shutter and the glass door inside, then carried Ningning inside. I expected to find dust everywhere, but to my surprise, there wasn't a speck in the air. Every corner was spotless, and the tables and chairs were brand new, still wrapped in plastic film. The little one clung to my sleeve, wide-eyed with curiosity as she took in the unfamiliar surroundings. I stepped into the kitchen and saw a large kneading table placed to the right, with other utensils scattered around all brand new. Looking around the combined dining area and kitchen, which totaled about 40 square meters, I thought it would be more than enough to open a breakfast shop. But aside from selling baozi, what else should I sell? The thought had barely crossed my mind when images of various foods started appearing in my head: unbidden baozi, porridge, siomai, and so on. I took a closer look. There were pork buns, cabbage buns, pickled vegetable buns, pumpkin buns. Every step of the process, from preparing the filling to kneading the dough, even the precise water temperature, was vividly etched in my mind. The system truly lives up to its name. I closed the door and took Ningning for a stroll around Danyang Street. It's the weekend, bustling with activity even this early in the morning. Ningning hadn't been to such bustling places in a long time because I'd been busy with work. She's a bit introverted by nature, appearing timid yet brimming with curiosity about her surroundings, her small hand clutching mine tightly. Passers-by couldn't help but look at us siblings. Whose little girl is this? She's so pretty and adorable. If only she were my daughter, I'd spoil her rotten. So cute. As we passed by a candied hawthorn stand, Ningning's eyes were instantly drawn to it. Children generally have no resistance to such things. I smiled faintly and walked up to the stall, asking the vendor, "Boss, how much for the candied hawthorns?" The boss said 8 yuan each, so I paid and was ready to head back. Riding my electric scooter home, I thought about how Lin Granny from across the street used to look after Ningning whenever I went to work. I've always held that kindness close to my heart. In my past life, after Ningning passed away, I anonymously sent more than half of my earnings to Grandma Lin's family. At this moment, Granny Lin was sitting in the living room with her reading glasses on, trying to thread a needle. Her failing eyesight made this simple task frustratingly difficult. No matter how hard she tried, the thread just wouldn't go through. I walked in and called out, "Grandma." "Yeah, Xiaoming, you're here," she responded. Ningning was very close to Granny Lin. She let go of my hand and trotted over, hugging the elderly woman's arm and rubbing against it, calling out in her sweet, childish voice, "Granny." Granny Lin set down her needlework, patted Ningning's head, and said, "Oh, our Ningning is here again? Have you eaten breakfast? If not, Granny still has some porridge left." Granny Lin felt deep sympathy for us siblings, knowing we lost our parents early and had a tough life. She always helped whenever she could. "Ah, Granny, my brother and I already ate." Ningning nodded, then proudly pulled out the candied hawthorn skewer I'd bought for her. "Granny, this is for you to eat." She said I told her that good things should be shared with those you like, that she liked me and also liked Grandma. Grandma Lin pinched Ningning's chubby cheeks with a laugh and said, "Silly child, Grandma won't eat it. You have it." I scratched my head sheepishly and said, "Grandma, I'm afraid Ningning will have to trouble you again today." Grandma Lin waved her hand dismissively and said, "Oh, don't mention it, it's no trouble at all. I've got nothing to do anyway, just looking after a child." I clenched my fist, silently vowing never to forget Granny Lin's family. After leaving Ningning with Granny Lin, I rode my electric scooter straight to the business license office near Danyang Street. Nowadays there are self-service machines, very convenient, and I finished the process quickly. I thought I'd have to wait 3 days to get the license, but luckily, I could come pick it up this afternoon. After getting the license sorted, I headed straight to the wholesale market for vegetables and meat near Danyang Street to buy ingredients for the buns, along with flour, rice, salt, chicken bouillon, and other seasonings. This time, I bought just a small amount as a test run. The shop already had most of the necessary appliances and tools in place. Now, all that's left is to make some money. Since my electric scooter wasn't practical for deliveries, I rented a bigger tricycle to haul the goods to the breakfast shop's doorstep. After unlocking the door, I unloaded everything into the kitchen one by one. Then, I took out my phone and called the shop that makes advertising signboards. A new store opening calls for a fresh new sign. Getting the sign custom made would take 3 to 4 days. The shop added me on WeChat and sent several sample designs for me to choose from. I thought there was no need for a flashy sign. Good food and word of mouth were what really mattered. So I picked a simple font style and decided to name the shop Ningning Breakfast Shop after my younger sister, Ningning. The shop said the sign would be ready and delivered in 3 days. I left the address and paid up. In the past, I might have agonized over the cost, but now that I've been given a second chance at life, my only goal is to make more money. What's a little expense compared to that? Turning off my phone, I got to work. Looking at the fillings I'd bought, carrots, pork, pumpkin, red bean paste, and more, I decided to start with some simple fillings as a test. If they sold well, I'd consider adding more variety later. Since it was still early in a weekend, I gave the shop a quick tidy before starting to knead the dough according to the recipe in my head. Only then did I realize that every step was crucial: the water temperature for kneading, the technique of working the dough, the warmth for fermentation. The system's recipe was precise beyond measure, each detail etched into my mind so sharply that it felt instinctive. After kneading the dough and letting it rise, I began washing the vegetables, scallions, ginger, and garlic, then fed the meat into the grinder to make the filling. I also shredded the pumpkin and carrots for later use. I timed it perfectly, waiting until the dough had doubled in size and developed a honeycomb texture inside, then turned it onto the cutting board, dusted it with flour, and kneaded to release the air. I kneaded the dough and rolled it into a long strip, then cut it into small portions of almost identical size. After finishing, I covered them with plastic wrap to rest for 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, I tested the dough's softness, it felt good, and started rolling out the wrappers and folding the buns. My hands moved with practiced ease, shaping them quickly. Each bun took less than 10 seconds, and before long, 2 steamer baskets were filled and ready, about 40 buns per basket. I estimated the filling would only make a few hundred buns at most, since this was just a trial run. The steamed buns were ready quickly, about 15 minutes, and the fragrance instantly filled the air as 2 batches came out of the steamer. I left a bit of filling in the center of each bun for easy identification, a common trick used by bun sellers. I wasn't in a hurry. I picked up a meat bun from the steamer. Having not eaten enough in the morning and busy until now, I was a bit hungry, perfect time to taste it. With the first bite, the soft bun gave way, and savory meat juices burst in my mouth. My eyes lit up, and I devoured the bun in just a few bites. These buns are even tastier than any I've had before. Not only is the dough excellent, but the filling is perfectly seasoned. I also tried the carrot, pork, pumpkin, and red bean paste fillings. Today we only made 4 varieties. If they sell well, we'll add more fillings. It's already past 9 a.m. now, and Danyang Street is getting more crowded. The weekend brings a huge surge in foot traffic. My breakfast shop's location is decent, but without a proper signboard, no one would guess what's sold here unless they come right up to it. I finished the dumplings, washed my hands, and went back to kneading the remaining small dough portions to remove air pockets, then rolled them out into wrappers. In no time, I had wrapped over 100 more. Every bun I made had just the right amount of filling, not too much, not too little. After working for a while, I felt a bit tired and stopped what I was doing. Staring at the wrapped baozi, I suddenly realized I hadn't set a price yet. After careful consideration, I realized that the usual buns I buy for Ningning are priced like this. Meat and vegetable mixed fillings cost 3 yuan each, vegetable and red bean paste buns are all 2 yuan apiece, pure meat buns go for 3.5 yuan, and beef buns are priced at 4 yuan. I opened my phone's notepad and listed the prices for the buns I plan to sell, intending to create a detailed price list in the next couple of days. Carrot and pork bun for 3 yuan, pork bun for 3.5 yuan, red bean paste bun for 2 yuan, pumpkin bun for 2 yuan, chive and egg bun for 2 yuan, celery and pork filling for 3 yuan. Just as I was absorbed in writing, a woman's voice came from the shop entrance. "Boss, are you still open?" Breakfast hours had long passed, and at this time, most breakfast shops would usually be closing for the day. Seeing a customer arrive, I quickly turned off my phone and stood up, smiling as I said, "We're open." I looked up to see a woman wearing a dress, holding the hand of a little boy about 4 or 5 years old. The woman said, "Give me a few baozi." I asked, "We have meat filling, carrot and meat filling, pumpkin, red bean paste. What kind would you like?" "For with meat filling and 2 with red bean paste, to go please." "Got it, just a moment." The woman glanced around the shop curiously and asked, "Haven't seen your place before, newly opened?" She lives near Danyang Street. It's the weekend today, so she brought her child out for a stroll but ended up waking up late. By now, most breakfast shops are already closed, and the child is throwing a tantrum, crying and demanding meat buns. She took the child around asking at 2 or 3 shops, but most had already sold out, and the remaining options weren't to the child's liking. While wandering around, she unexpectedly came across my little store. No signboard, just a large steaming basket puffing with vapor, prompting her to walk over and inquire. I grinned and said, "Yes, freshly opened. Soft launch today, grand opening tomorrow." At last, I had my first customer, and a smile couldn't help but spread across my face. I was utterly confident in the buns I'd made. If nothing else, when it came to flavor, not a single shop on Danyang Street could compete. Sales were bound to be decent. The woman nodded and said, "Oh, I see." I packed the buns neatly and handed them to her with a smile. The meat buns are 3.5 each, and the red bean ones are 2 yuan. That'll be 18 yuan total. She hummed in acknowledgement and scanned the code to pay. After taking the buns, she murmured to herself as she pulled out a meat bun, blew on it gently, and handed it to her child. The child was clearly hungry. Grabbing the bun, he immediately took a bite. Chewing a few times, his eyes lit up, and in no time he finished the entire bun. Smacking his lips, he stretched out his hand and whined, "Yummy, yummy. Mom, I want more." A child's reaction never lies. If he said it was delicious, it truly was. The woman blinked, slightly surprised. Normally, this kid acted like eating was torture. Even if they bought buns, he'd never go for a second one, and no amount of forcing worked. But today was different. She didn't dwell on it too much, figuring he was just extra hungry, and handed him another meat bun. Until the child quickly finished the third meat bun and clamored for more because it tasted so good, she finally realized something was off. Was this bun really that delicious? She picked up the remaining meat bun and took a bite. Juice practically burst from the first chew. Though scalding hot, it did nothing to diminish its incredible flavor. The meat filling's saltiness was perfectly balanced, its aroma instantly flooding every taste bud, paired with the fluffy, pillowy texture of the wrapper, absolutely unbeatable. "It's so delicious." The woman's eyes lit up repeatedly. Seeing the 18 yuan deposited into my phone, I was in an excellent mood. I continued wrapping the remaining baozi, letting them proof before steaming them. While I was busy, two men in suits holding real estate flyers walked into the shop. One of them sighed and said, "Ugh, houses are getting harder to sell these days. We've been around this area for half a day and haven't even handed out 10 flyers. The market's been bad these past 2 years, nothing we can do about it. If business doesn't pick up soon, we'll starve eventually. Might as well switch jobs. Hey, let's not worry about that now. All I know is if we don't eat something soon, we're gonna starve to death here." The two sat down at the dining table, and the man with a slicked-back hairstyle called out to me, "Boss, give us 10 meat buns." I paused my work, packed up 10 buns on a plate, and served them. They glanced at me, thinking I looked quite young, probably just graduated from college, and here I was already starting my own business. Both of them were nearly in their 30s, still working for others at their age, with savings that hadn't even hit 6 digits yet. In a first-tier city like Zhangbei, they couldn't even afford to buy a bathroom. And here they were, looking at this youngster who'd already started his own venture. "Boss, is your shop new? I haven't seen it here before." "Yes, we're doing a trial run today, officially opening tomorrow." "Oh, I see. Not bad." A young man making his mark. "But starting a business isn't easy. Keep at it. Otherwise, you might end up like us, burning the candle at both ends and still barely scraping by." As he spoke, he picked up a steamed bun and took a bite. The first mouthful was normal, but by the second bite, he froze in surprise. His first thought was, "Holy crap, these baozi are insanely delicious." If we're talking breakfast shops on Danyang Street, he tried every baozi stall here. Some were mushy with zero chewiness or elasticity, like they were machine-made. Others just had poorly seasoned fillings. Most customers wouldn't even notice these details, figuring breakfast was just something quick to grab. No need to be picky as long as it's edible. That's exactly what he used to think too. But after tasting my baozi, those other ones might as well have been trash. It's so delicious, the taste is absolutely amazing. He quickly finished the first bun and went straight for the second and third one, leaving his colleague across the table dumbfounded. "Were you reincarnated from a starving ghost? Is it really that good? Damn, 3 buns in 2 minutes. Holy crap, it's amazing. Try it and you'll know. If you won't eat it, I will." As he spoke, he was already reaching for the 4th bun. His colleague didn't think much of it, assuming the guy was just extremely hungry, and picked up a bun to try as well. At first I thought it was decent, nothing too crazy, until I took the second bite. Holy shit, how did they make these baozi? They're unbelievably delicious. He blinked in astonishment. After 29 years of living, this was hands down the best baozi he'd ever tasted. The two polished off a whole plate of baozi in no time. "Boss, bring us 10 more pork baozi. Do you have any other fillings? We've got carrot pork, pumpkin, and sweet bean paste. Then give us 5 pumpkin ones too. Coming right up." I served the steamed buns, and the man with the slick back hair asked between bites, "Boss, how do you make these buns? Where did you learn the recipe? They're really delicious." With such amazing taste, it's hard not to make a fortune. He seemed to already envision me becoming a big boss in the future, thinking that starting a business at such a young age meant my prospects were limitless. He decided to come by often to eat, clinging to me like a lucky charm, figuring that getting close to me might pave the way for a smoother future. I sighed and said, "There's no special recipe or anything, just the usual way of making buns. I learned it from my grandfather, but sadly, he passed away early." "That's great to hear. We'll come by often to eat here from now on." "Absolutely. These are delicious." Even without any personal connections, these buns alone would make them return customers. As we were chatting, there was movement at the door again. I looked over to see the mother and son who had bought buns earlier returning. The woman said, all right, you little tyrant, aren't we already back here for you? Stop the noise." The child shouted, "I want more meat buns. Mom, I want them now." All right, meat buns coming right up." Kids are widely known to be food lovers. Once they find something tasty, they won't stop until they're satisfied. I'm Jiang Ming. Today, a customer came to my shop. After trying my buns, she thought they tasted fantastic, better than any she'd had before. Remembering that her lazy husband was still asleep at home, she decided to bring some back for him to try. So she said directly to me, "Boss, give me 20 meat buns, 5 red bean paste, and 5 carrot meat filling ones." She ordered 30 buns in one go. I worked quickly, promptly packing them in a plastic bag. "That'll be 95 yuan in total." After paying and taking the buns, she smiled and said she'd come often. Meanwhile, more and more people were gathering on Danyang Street, many curiously watching as she left carrying a large bag of buns. A few young girls couldn't control their infatuation when they saw me. One even declared she wanted to buy buns just because of my looks, while her friends egged her on to get my contact information for them too. The girl walked straight toward me, and I greeted her with my signature smile, asking what kind of bun she wanted. After a moment of dazed hesitation, she asked if we had vegetable buns. I told her we only had meat, pumpkin, carrot pork, and red bean paste fillings. Then, a few more girls approached, seemingly mesmerized by my looks. The first girl ended up ordering 5 pumpkin buns and 5 red bean paste ones, paid, and left. Where there are attractive guys and girls, there's foot traffic, especially when it's a girl in a Japanese-style school uniform, JK. Seeing pretty girls buying buns drew a crowd. Even though some had already eaten breakfast, after tasting the buns, their eyes lit up at how delicious they were. Soon, everyone kept coming back for more, and within no time, all 500 buns were sold out. I told everyone we were sold out today. With official operations starting tomorrow, there will be more steamed buns available, plus additional breakfast items. A few girls were disappointed they couldn't get my contact information. Truth be told, I'd set aside 20 buns, half for Ningning and half for Grandma Lin's family. After cleaning up the shop and tallying the day's earnings, excluding the reserved buns, we'd sold 260 meat buns, 100 carrot meat buns, 100 red bean paste buns, and 100 pumpkin buns, totaling 1,610 yuan in revenue. After deducting 400 yuan in costs, the net profit was 1,210 yuan. These numbers felt surreal to me. Shortly after 2 p.m., I finished packing up, locked the shop, returned the tricycle, and rode my electric scooter home. When we arrived at Grandma Lin's house, Ningning heard my voice and her little eyes instantly lit up as she came running out. I placed the buns on the table, picked her up and spun her around, kissing her cheek and asking if she missed her big brother. She nodded eagerly and planted a kiss on my face too, melting my heart. I separated the buns into 2 bags, one for Grandma Lin and one for us, with 10 buns in each. Ningning was overjoyed to see the buns and said they were her favorite. Just then, Grandma Lin came out from the kitchen and asked why I was back so early today. I made up a quick excuse, saying I passed by a new bun shop that had just opened and everyone was saying how good they were, so I bought some for her to try. Granny Lin refused, saying they should be left for Ningning to eat. Ningning seemed to understand what was happening and ran over to grab her grandmother's arm, playfully insisting she try one. Her grandmother's heart melted at her antics, finally accepting the bun while Ningning flashed a brilliantly adorable smile. Chapter 7, Buying Pork at the Wet Market. After chatting with Granny Lin a while longer about the day's work, Jiang Ming headed home with the little one in tow. The buns he brought had gone cold, but they were still fluffy. Nevertheless, Jiang Ming steamed them in the pot again, and instantly the aroma of the buns filled the entire kitchen. Since they were all meat buns, their fragrance was naturally richer than that of vegetable buns. The little one sat at the dining table, waiting eagerly to eat. Her big, round eyes blinked as she watched Jiang Ming bring over 2 plates of steaming buns. Brother, the buns smell so good. Ningning is hungry. Actually, they had just eaten at Grandma Lin's house at noon, but the aroma was so enticing that the little one's appetite was instantly whetted. A glistening strand of drool hung at the corner of her mouth. Jiang Ming felt both heartache and amusement as he watched her. When it came to meals, he had never stinted on the little one before anything she could eat, he would usually buy and make for her. The buns are a bit hot, eat them slowly. Remember to blow on them, okay? Jiang Ming placed a steamed bun on the little one's small plate, speaking to her gently. "Hm, got it, brother." The child beamed with an innocent, radiant smile and immediately started blowing on the bun. Hoo. After about 2 minutes of blowing, just as Jiang Ming was about to speak, the little one suddenly stopped. She picked up the bun and held it out toward Jiang Ming. The voice was childish and sweet. "Brother," Ningning blew on it, "it's not hot anymore. Here, you can eat it." The little one blinked up at him with wide eyes, clearly craving it herself, yet still knowing to let her elder brother have it first. Jiang Ming froze in stunned silence. He just stared dumbfounded at the small child. Unable to hold back, warm tears welled up in his eyes as a tumult of emotions swirled within him, nearly causing the tears to fall once more. He quickly wiped them away with his hand. Taking the steamed bun, he took a bite and forced out a smile. "It's delicious, really delicious. Ningning, you should eat too." Only after watching her older brother take the first bite did the little one contentedly begin eating her own. After her customary blowing ritual, the child took an enthusiastic nom bite. Her little cheeks puffed out instantly. She chewed for a while. Almost immediately, her eyes sparkled brightly, gleaming with delight. Yummy. Big brother, the meat inside this bun is so delicious, so fragrant." The little one finished the entire bun in no time. This took Jiang Ming by surprise. Ningning usually ate at a leisurely pace, which meant these buns were genuinely delicious, boosting his confidence in his own creations. Time to get to work tomorrow. A typical breakfast shop requires preparing ingredients as early as 4 a.m., with the busiest rush hours between 6 to 8 a.m., so hectic you'd barely touch the ground with your feet. He pondered whether to bring Ningning along, or continue troubling Granny Lin to look after her. It wasn't that he hadn't considered sending the little one to daycare or kindergarten, but given Ningning's fragile health and tender age, better wait until she's a bit older, otherwise he wouldn't feel at ease. After devouring 3 meat buns, the little belly instantly became round and full. Children's stomachs aren't very big, they usually get full after eating just a little. Jiang Ming was quite surprised she could finish 3. Big brother, Ning Ning is full. As she spoke, she even patted her little belly, making Jiang Ming chuckle as he gently booped her tiny nose with his finger. You're amazing. The little one ate 3 buns, while Jiang Ming devoured the remaining 7. Having skipped lunch, he was genuinely hungry by now. Steamed buns simply weren't filling enough. After the satisfying meal, Jiang Ming cleared the dishes and did the washing. Then he asked, Ning Ning, do you usually take naps at Granny Lin's house? She slept, and Grandma also told me a fairy tale, Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. The little one had a good memory, actually remembering what Granny Lin had told her. Jiang Ming smiled and patted her little head. Good, let your tummy digest the food first. Later, Big Brother will take you out to play, okay? At the mention of going out to play, the little one clapped her hands happily, overjoyed like never before. Yay, let's go out and play. Jiang Ming headed to the vegetable market to arrange the pork and produce orders in advance. With everything prepped, he could simply pick up the goods first thing the next morning, a hassle-free solution. The pork and vegetables are the freshest early in the morning. This way, the buns would taste even better. Before he knew it, the clock struck 4 in the afternoon. Jiang Ming took the little one out, heading to the vegetable market near Danyang Street. The market here stays open almost all day, so they could go straight there without worry. The little one stood in front of the electric bike, feeling the wind rushing past as stray strands of hair danced in the breeze. In that moment, everything felt perfect. Before long, they arrived at the vegetable market. Jiang Ming parked his car and led the little one toward the meat section. Perhaps the smell here wasn't pleasant. The little one wrinkled their nose tightly, though they also seemed somewhat accustomed to it. When they reached the meat vendor's stall run by a middle-aged, portly man in his 40s who looked honest and kind-hearted, the owner recognized Jiang Ming at once. Young man, it's you again. Still want pork? We're almost out of meat today, you'll have to come back tomorrow. The uncle chuckled and said. Jiang Ming glanced over and asked, Uncle, I wanted to ask how much pork you stock each day? Well, about half a pig, roughly 400 jin per whole pig. The uncle didn't think much of it and answered directly, it wasn't any secret anyway. Could you reserve 50 pounds of pork belly for me every morning? I'll pay the same price as yesterday, and I'm willing to put down a deposit. Jiang Ming planned to start with this amount. Yesterday, he had bought only 10 to 20 pounds and sold out almost immediately. It was far from enough. 50 pounds should be sufficient for now. 1 baozi weighs about 60 g, with roughly 25 g of filling, so 1 pound of pork could make around 20 baozi. 50 pounds could make close to 1,000 meat buns. The butcher was stunned. Was this a big customer coming his way? Asking outright for 50 pounds of pork in one go. Uncle, does that work for you? Jiang Ming double-checked. It took the butcher a moment to snap out of it, then he smiled amiably. Of course it's fine. What time will you come pick it up? Such a big order, who'd refuse it? Especially since the guy had mentioned paying a deposit made it even more of a sure thing. Around 4 o'clock in the morning. The uncle agreed without hesitation. Sure, no problem. Will you pick it up? Or should I deliver it to you? Could you deliver it for me? I'll leave you my address. Afterwards, the two exchanged contact information. Jiang Ming sent the detailed address of the breakfast shop to him. Seeing the deal closed, the uncle beamed brighter than a flower. Young man, since you're so honest, the price for buying this morning is 10 yuan per jin. But since you're buying in bulk this time, I'll knock off 1 yuan 9 yuan per jin. How's that sound? Chapter 8, Buying Hair Ties for the Little One. Jiang Ming naturally had no objections at all and quickly nodded. That works, thank you, uncle. I didn't expect this uncle to be quite nice. The little one beside them blinked her eyes as she watched. Too young to fully understand, she still realized her brother was having a good chat with this stout uncle and quickly echoed Jiang Ming. Thank you, uncle. Her smile was sweet as candy, her voice soft with childish innocence. Only upon hearing this voice did the uncle notice little Ning Ning standing beside Jiang Ming. The moment he saw such an adorable little darling, this devoted girl dad felt his heart instantly melt into a puddle. You're welcome, little one. The man smiled warmly and kindly, immediately fetching 2 lollipops from a nearby cardboard box for the tiny tot. Such a good kid. Here, have some lollipops. The little one's eyes visibly sparkled at the sight of the lollipops. But remembering her brother's warning about not accepting things from strangers, she hesitated again. Her gaze instinctively turned toward Jiang Ming nearby. It's alright, take it. Jiang Ming smiled and gently patted her little head. The little one finally took the lollipop. After settling on the price, Jiang Ming paid a 200 yuan deposit and left the meat section, heading toward the nearby vegetable area. 10 pounds each of pumpkin, leeks, fennel, and cabbage. Some vermicelli, carrots, and eggs were also purchased in smaller quantities. After paying the deposit, the boss agreed to deliver it to his shop early the next morning. With the bun filling issue resolved, Jiang Ming went on to order some pearl rice specifically for cooking porridge and ingredients for a treasure porridge, asking them to deliver everything to the shop later since these needed to be soaked overnight. He initially considered buying some glutinous rice and mushrooms to make siomai but decided against it, thinking it better to focus on selling buns for a few days before trying out new breakfast items. By the time everything was settled, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Checking the time, Jiang Ming picked up the little one, hopped onto his electric scooter, and headed to the business license office. The process went very smoothly. Jiang Ming picked it up right away when he arrived there, then brought it back to the shop. He framed it in a transparent display case and hung it on the most prominent spot on the wall. Tomorrow, we officially open for business. After today's soft opening, Jiang Ming could already foresee the business opportunities ahead. However, having lived through decades in his past life, he now faced everything with serenity. As long as he could successfully secure the surgery for his younger sister and restore her health, he was willing to do whatever it took. Ning, are you hungry? After an afternoon of running around, the little one seemed a bit tired, her big eyes occasionally drooping with a listless expression. Seeing this, Jiang Ming's heart ached. He reached out and gently rubbed her small head. Ning, what would you like to eat? Big brother made some money today, I'll take you out for something delicious. Jiang Ming looked out the shop door. The nearing dusk on Danyang Street was unusually lively. Being the weekend, there were especially many children, laughing and playing by their parents' sides. Jiang Ming instinctively glanced at Ning beside him. Seeing the little one show no signs of distress, even giving him a sweet smile, he felt as if something had pricked his heart. Ning was only 3 years old. So much more sensible than other kids indeed. So young in age, yet seems to understand everything. The little one tilted her head thoughtfully, saying with an adorably clueless expression, Big brother, Ning wants to eat wontons, and also ice cream. Alright, wontons and ice cream, big brother will get them for you soon. As they spoke, an electric tricycle pulled up in front of the bun shop. It was the delivery of pearl rice and ingredients for 8 treasure porridge. After having them help carry the items to the kitchen, Jiang Ming said, Thanks for your hard work. Hey, no worries, it's what we do. They delivered the items and left quickly. Jiang Ming soaked the mixed grains in water, then closed the breakfast shop's door. Picking up the little one, he headed toward the bustling street and soon blended into the crowd. At this hour, residents nearby would come out for a stroll or to wander around. On both sides of the street, vendor shouts rose one after another, some selling cotton candy, others balloons, and even hair clips and ties. The little one blinked, looking left and right curiously. As he passed by the stall selling hair clips and hair ties, Jiang Ming paused his steps. It suddenly occurred to him that to save money, his little sister hadn't bought any hair accessories in a long time. The ones at home were still from the new year. The seller was a young woman around 20 years old. Spotting such a handsome young man stopping at her stall, her eyes immediately lit up, and she eagerly greeted him with a sweet smile. Handsome, are you looking for hair clips or ties? These are all handmade, very delicate, and quite affordable. When she noticed little Ning in Jiang Ming's arms, the young lady's eyes lit up even more. Wow, what a beautiful little girl. Look at that snow-white skin and those big, captivating eyes. She's going to be stunning when she grows up. Are they siblings or father and daughter? They're both so good-looking. But she didn't dare ask. The young man looked so youthful, probably just graduated. How could he possibly have such a big daughter? They were more likely siblings. The little basket was filled with all kinds of hair clips. There were pigs, rabbits, and even little kittens. Little one, which one do you like? The young woman looked at the little girl with a warm smile as she asked. The little one kept looking around, seeming a bit dazzled by the choices. Jiang Ming smiled fondly. Apparently girls were all the same when it came to struggling with decisions. Ning likes bunnies, doesn't she? So let's get the bunny one, okay? The well-behaved little girl nodded sweetly, her smile as sugary as milk. Okay. In the end, they chose both bunny and kitten hair clips. Jiang Ming paid the money and immediately clipped the bunny hairpin onto the little one's hair. Paired with her beaming smile, the effect was unbearably adorable. The bustling crowd came and went, but such a strikingly good-looking pair of siblings was hard not to notice. Oh my goodness, this little girl is just too cute. Absolutely right. Even most child stars nowadays don't have looks this stunning. She must have gorgeous parents with looks like that. Don't you think the young man holding the little girl is quite handsome too? Now that you mention it, you're right. Oh my, I almost missed spotting that hottie. Jiang Ming paid no attention to any of this, continuing to stroll around with the little one. Danyang Street was packed with the most delicious food and drinks. Before long, he found a Qianli wonton shop. He walked inside. Of all wontons, Jiang Ming believed Qianli tasted the best. Hello, what kind of wonton would you like? As soon as he stepped inside, the shop owner's wife came over to ask for his order. Jiang Ming, 2 bowls of minced pork wontons, 1 small, 1 medium. Got it, coming right up. Jiang Ming nodded. At this moment, the wonton shop was almost full. Holding the little one, he found the only vacant seat and sat down. Meanwhile, in a corner spot by the window, several girls were sitting together chattering excitedly about some gossip. Suddenly, one of the girls became visibly agitated. Oh my god, am I seeing things? Isn't this that handsome Bowsy seller from this morning? Chapter 9. Where have you been all these years? Hearing her voice, everyone lifted their heads, suddenly alert. Where's the cute guy selling Bowsy? Where is he? The table right in front of the one next to us. Holy shit, I see it now. I can confirm you're not seeing things, it's really him. Damn, to actually run into him here, what kind of fate is this? Bullshit about fate. If anyone's got fate with him, it's me since I spotted him first. This was said by the very person who planned to ask Jiang Ming for his contact info today. Yeah right, as if. We would have noticed him sooner or later even if you didn't say anything. But, that little girl with him, is she his sister? So adorable. Not only is the big brother so handsome, but the little sister is also so pretty. Their parents must be good looking too. Isn't that stating the obvious? Hee hee, I think I'm not bad looking either. If we got married, our baby would probably be very cute. Keep dreaming your spring and autumn dreams. Meanwhile, the siblings were still waiting for their wontons to arrive. The little one kept holding on to that hair clip with the cat design, the one without the card, unwilling to put it down. You could tell just how much she adored it. Jiang Ming suddenly felt a pang of sadness in his heart. But it's alright, from now on, life would only get better and better. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the wontons were finally ready. The little one was clearly hungry. Her round eyes instantly lit up at the aroma. Usually, Jiang Ming would personally prepare food for her, as many outside snacks weren't hygienic. He insisted on doing it himself. Seeing how eagerly she craved it, Jiang Ming couldn't help but smile helplessly, grabbed 2 small plates from the sterilizer nearby, scooped a wonton with a spoon and placed it on the small plate, blew on it gently. Once it had cooled a bit, he smiled and ruffled the greedy little kitten's hair. Alright, dig in now. The little one nodded, took a big bite with an awoof, and chewed. Brother, it's delicious. The wontons are yummy. After finishing the first one, she scooped out another, blew on it gently, and handed it towards Jiang Ming with a sweet, well-behaved smile. Brother, you should eat too. This utterly adorable display melted the hearts of customers at the neighboring table. They were a family of 3, a couple with their daughter, who looked about 3 or 4 years old, gazing over at this side with evident envy. Sigh, both are daughters, so how come their daughter is so well-behaved? Just look at ours, it's all your fault for spoiling her. The woman shot her husband a dissatisfied look. How can this be my fault? Isn't a daughter meant to be spoiled? How can you call it ruining her? The man immediately retorted. And you think you're justified, don't you? How would I dare? The little one got a small bowl of wontons, but it was more than enough for her to eat. After all, a child's stomach is only so big, a few bites would fill them up. After finishing a bowl of wontons, her previously flat little belly instantly became round and full. Jiang Ming took a tissue and wiped her mouth. Time to settle the bill. Stepping out of the wonton shop, the little one clung tightly to Jiang Ming's hand, nuzzling her face against her brother's palm as she cooed sleepily. Big brother. Ning Ning's sleepy. Ning Ning wants to sleep. Little kids are all like this. The moment they're full, drowsiness takes over. Jiang Ming couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed ice cream was out of the question now. He hurried back to the shop and rode his electric scooter home. By the time they arrived home, night had completely fallen. Jiang Ming gave the little one a bath, tucked her into bed, and pulled the covers snug over her. Watching her sleep peacefully, Jiang Ming smiled faintly, feeling extraordinarily content. He sat quietly by the bedside when, as if suddenly remembering something, he silently willed the system to open in his mind. In an instant, his consciousness was pulled into the system's interface. He immediately clicked open his personal profile. Host, Jiang Ming. Gender, male. Age, 24. Points, 1,610. When Jiang Ming saw the points section, he froze for a moment. Damn, he'd thought the points were calculated based on his pure profit, excluding the costs of purchasing ingredients. Turns out the system included everything in the calculation. Not bad at all. He was quite satisfied with this. With the points earned, Jiang Ming felt confident enough to access the system's mall. He clicked open and began browsing. However, given his current access level and points, he could only enter the primary level mall. The primary section contains simpler, cheaper items, all quite common and ordinary. Jiang Ming noticed the tricycle on the page at first glance. It was quite large and cost only 200 points. What was he lacking right now? Nothing but a cargo tricycle. Without hesitation, he quickly clicked to redeem it. The moment he did, a pop-up window appeared on the system interface. The system kindly reminds, "Congratulations, host, on your successful exchange. This electric tricycle can travel up to 1,000 kilometers on a single charge." 1,000 kilometers? Jiang Ming was slightly surprised. A regular electric tricycle can run for 200 to 300 kilometers at most. This thing can actually run for 1,000 kilometers. Is this the awesome power of the system? Jiang Ming marveled, then looked further down. It stated that the tricycle would be delivered to his doorstep early the next morning, and he should keep an eye out for it. Exiting the system, Jiang Ming let out a sigh and got up to boil water, preparing to take a bath. I'll have to get up early tomorrow to work at the breakfast shop. He still needed to figure out what to do about Ningning. Just as he was thinking, his phone suddenly let out a ding. Someone had sent him a message on WeChat. "How's it going, bro? Want to grab some drinks? Joe and Gu both miss you. Why haven't you reached out to us? Like we always say, if anything's troubling you, just talk to us. Don't bottle things up." Clicking open the profile picture, Jiang Ming didn't recognize the person at first glance. After a moment's recollection, he realized it was probably his old college roommate. The name was Li Tongyu. Back then, everyone in the dorm got along quite well, but after the family crisis struck, he feared being looked down upon, so he proactively cut ties with all those good friends and close buddies. During that period, Li Tongyu reached out to him several times for drinks and heartfelt talks, but he never responded. He assumed that after so much time had passed, those friends would think he'd changed his number and stopped contacting him. Unexpectedly, they still occasionally sent him messages. In his previous life, he had continuously ignored them. Now, he suddenly hesitated. Just then, the sound of the water heater whistling outside snapped him back to reality. The water had finished boiling. After taking a shower, he finally picked up his phone to reply to Li Tongyu's message once he lay down on the bed. "Long time no see, old Li." Click to send message. That's what they used to call each other back in college. The reply came almost instantly. "Holy shit, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Old Jiang, you finally replied to me. Holy shit, holy shit." Li Tongyu seemed utterly shocked, visibly trembling with excitement. "What the hell have you been doing these past 2 years? You vanished without a word. I thought you were." Jiang Ming forced a bitter smile. "I'm really sorry about that. Some family matters came up, so..." Li Tongyu didn't ask further and immediately said, it's all right. Though we don't know what happened, we all understand you. You must have had your reasons, what matters is you're safe." Chapter 10, The breakfast shop officially opens. Old Jiang must have his reasons for not wanting to talk about it. Li Tongyu understood. He felt he should immediately share this great news with old Gu and old Zhou to make them happy too. After repeatedly failing to reach old Jiang, all three of them assumed he was already. After all, a person couldn't just vanish into thin air for no reason. After a while, Jiang Ming asked, "How are the two of them doing?" "Those two are fine, but they're both worried about you, afraid something happened to you. They went to your place looking for you, only to find you'd moved long ago, so we had no way to contact you." At this point, Li Tongyu sighed. Thinking this, he tentatively said, "Are you still in Jiangbei? If you are, let's grab drinks tomorrow night, just the brothers catching up and sharing what's in our hearts. It's been so long since we've seen each other." "All right." Jiang Ming didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. "All right then, let's not miss tomorrow night. I'll go share this good news with the other two first." "Fine." Immersive translate. Jiang Ming turned off his phone and got ready to sleep. It's around 8 o'clock in the evening. Closing his eyes, he fell asleep in no time. The next day, 4 o'clock in the morning. After 8 hours of sleep, he felt quite refreshed. Checking his phone for the time, he quickly got up to wash, change clothes, and prepared to check if Grandma Lin had woken up yet. At this moment, the little one's soft yet slightly hoarse voice drifted over. "Big brother, Ningning thirsty, want water." Jiang Ming looked over to see the little one already sitting up in bed, blinking her drowsy big eyes at him. Her hair was adorably tousled from sleep, making her look even more adorable. Jiang Ming smiled fondly and ruffled the little one's head before going to fetch some water. After drinking some water, the little one seemed to have regained energy. Sensing that her brother was about to leave, she asked considerately, "Big brother, are you leaving again?" Hearing these words, Jiang Ming felt a pang of sadness in his heart. That's right. Would Ningning like to come with Big Brother? There was a folding recliner and a blanket in the shop that he'd seen yesterday. She could rest there. It might just be a bit noisy. The little one was still quite energetic at the moment. Hearing her brother's suggestion, she nodded eagerly like pounding garlic. Ningning likes being with Big Brother. Shall we go brush our teeth together now? Good. The little one was very well behaved, getting out of bed to put on her shoes and brush her teeth by herself, and she could even dress herself. Though her movements weren't very nimble, it was adorable and endearing to watch. Jiang Ming's heart melted completely. How could he bear to watch such a lovely and sensible younger sister leave this world? No matter what, I must fight against fate. After the siblings finished tidying up, there came a sudden knock at the door. Jiang Ming went to open the door, and standing before him was a man dressed in a blue work uniform, wearing a matching cap on his head. "Hello, are you Mr. Jiang Ming? It's me. There's a package here that requires your signature." Jiang Ming looked over. It was the three-wheeled cart he had redeemed from the systems store yesterday. Who would have thought it would be delivered to his home like this? This courier is really dedicated. It's only a little past 4 in the morning. All at once, the other party handed over a delivery slip. He scanned it with the machine. Then he motioned for Jiang Ming to sign the document, and after the signature was complete, he drove away without another word. Wow, brother, this little car is so pretty. Ningning loves it. The little one spotted the car and immediately dashed toward it. Her grape-like big eyes sparkled brightly, clearly utterly smitten with the car. The bike was a pale blue overall, just a cheap tricycle, yet tricked out like a sports car, flashy and over the top. From the system's perspective, it appears rather ordinary. I never expected the color they delivered to be so flashy, but since my sister liked it, it was worth it. After locking the door, Jiang Ming set off with the little one on his bike. Riding on the new bicycle and feeling the morning breeze, the kid was now wide awake, giggling happily. Soon, they arrived at the shop. Jiang Ming parked the car in the designated parking area before heading to the shop to open its doors. At that very moment, the pork delivery uncle happened to arrive, waiting right at the entrance. A full 50 caddies of pork, all ready for Jiang Ming to receive the goods. $9 per jean means 50 jean would total 450 yuan. Since I already got a 200 deposit yesterday, just need to pay the remaining 250. After scanning the remaining payment to the uncle, Jiang Ming smiled and said, "Uncle, I might have to trouble you for all my pork needs from now on." This took the uncle by surprise. In other words, this young man would be buying 50 jean of pork from him every single day? How could such a good thing be considered a favor? He'd definitely agree without hesitation. "Sure, no problem. I can deliver it to you every day," the uncle immediately responded. The more he looked at this young man, the more favorably he regarded him. "Then it's settled." Jiang Ming nodded with a smile. After all, they had WeChat and could contact each other anytime. With those matters agreed upon, the uncle left. Soon enough, the vegetable delivery arrived. Jiang Ming started busying himself boiling porridge, kneading dough, letting it rise. This time the quantity was substantial, but he remained calm and unhurried. After completing these tasks, he hurried to wash the vegetables and pork. 50 pounds of pork were cut into chunks and ground into filling using a meat grinder, then set aside in a basin. The vegetables were thoroughly washed and similarly minced. Fillings prepared: leek and egg, minced pork, pumpkin, carrot and pork, spicy vermicelli, fennel and pork, and sweet bean paste. Add some meat to both the carrots and fennel and mix them in. Then comes the seasoning. With the system's guidance, Jiang Ming proceeded methodically, measuring everything just right. He made a little of each type of filling, and soon, the first batch of steamed buns was on the stove. About 40 pieces per basket. Jiang Ming prepared 4 baskets. After steaming, they were left to rest for about 5 minutes. The aroma of the buns wafted through the air, and the little one, who had been sitting on the table playing with a small dinosaur, immediately dropped the toy and rushed over upon smelling it. "Big brother, smells good. Ning Ning is hungry. I just hadn't eaten anything all morning." The little one couldn't help feeling hungry. Jiang Ming arranged 1 meat bun, 1 red bean paste bun, and 1 leek egg bun on the plate. Placing them on the table, he ruffled the child's hair and said, "Eat up now. But be careful, they're hot. Make sure to blow on them first." Good. The current time was 6:30 a.m., and the sky was already bright. The streets were bustling with morning commuters. Those who woke up this early usually didn't bother making their own breakfast, opting instead to grab a quick bite on the go. He had just set a plate of steamed buns on the table for the little one. At that moment, 2 customers walked into the shop, a couple, by the looks of it. Both had pronounced dark circles under their eyes, likely just off their shift. The man waved toward Jiang Ming and called out, "Boss, give us 10 meat buns." "Coming." Jiang Ming quickly delivered 10 meat buns over. The buns had just come out of the steamer, at their absolute tastiest. Without hesitation, the man grabbed one and stuffed it straight into his mouth. After pulling an all-nighter at work, I was starving. No way was I skipping a meal to make up for it. After just 2 bites, he suddenly stopped. "Holy shit, these buns." Chapter 11, after Ningning finishes eating, she'll help her brother sell buns. The woman didn't notice his expression but instead clenched her teeth and muttered to herself, "Damn it, this damn supervisor keeps making us work overtime every single day without paying overtime wages." Just thinking about it made her blood boil. Look at me, from constantly pulling all-nighters, I've aged so much. I'm only 26, but my best friend says I look like I'm in my 30s. After saying this, she sighed heavily again. This sort of complaint could only be muttered privately. With mortgage payments looming every month, he couldn't quit his job until he found the next opportunity. Otherwise, the whole family would likely be left starving. The man quickly devoured the bun in his hand and immediately reached for a second one. As for his wife's grumbling, he didn't take it to heart at all. "Jo Jun, are you even listening to me? Eat, 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 that's all you ever do." Frustrated and searching for an outlet, seeing him devour his meal so heartily only stoked her anger further. "These buns are delicious. We've been working all night, and getting upset will only make us feel worse. Here, honey, try some." Jo Jun handed her a bun, but noticing his wife's expression darken, he quickly set it down and attempted to console her. "Don't worry, as soon as we find better jobs, we'll quit that damn supervisor in a heartbeat." That's more like something a decent person would say. The woman's expression finally softened a bit. Having pulled an all-nighter at work, she was starving enough to feel her backbone through her empty stomach. She picked up a baozi and took a big bite. Instantly, the rich, savory broth from the meat bun exploded across her taste buds. The steamed bun wrapper was soft and fluffy, with a rich aroma still steaming hot. This is when the taste is absolutely perfect. Wow, honey, these buns are seriously delicious. I've never had meat buns this good before. The buns were just slightly larger than soup dumplings, almost finishable in 3 bites. Seeing they wouldn't last, Jo Jun hastily called out to Jiang Ming, "Boss, 5 more meat buns, please." "He's here, he's here." Jiang Ming quickly packed steamed buns for the other customers before immediately bringing over 5 meat-filled ones. The business was doing even better than Jiang Ming had expected. The crowd outside the shop kept growing. He had clearly underestimated the foot traffic in this area. Especially during this time slot, the customers were primarily office workers and housewives. Although there are many breakfast shops on Danyang Street, only the delicious ones win people's hearts. Right now, the 2 aunties still waiting for steamed buns at the door started chatting while they waited. "Did you also come to buy some for your kids and husband?" "Yes. Ever since my daughter-in-law brought some home yesterday, the whole family nagged me to come early today to buy more. So I came right after grocery shopping. They really are delicious." "Absolutely. My husband couldn't get enough of them. When I came yesterday, they'd already closed, so I made sure to come early this time." The person next to them chimed in. "Tell me about it." "No idea where the boss learned these skills, but I'd love to pick them up. My grandson would adore these." Jiang Ming was juggling multiple tasks, wrapping dumplings, packing orders for customers, and arranging plates, swamped with work. Fortunately, his hands moved deftly, the dumpling-making techniques ingrained so deep in his mind he could do them blindfolded, his speed astonishingly fast. For steaming baskets of buns were snatched up in no time. 4 new baskets were quickly placed in the steamer. The little one sat quietly munching on the buns, having finished 2, with 1 remaining. While waiting for the next batch to steam, Jiang Ming walked over, ruffled the little one's hair with a doting smile, and asked, "Ningning, are you full?" The little one took a big bite of the leek bun in her hand and chirped, "Just 1 more, and Ningning will be full. 2 or 3 should be enough for a child. No matter how tasty, she can't eat that much." With her chubby cheeks puffed out from eating, the little one looked unbearably adorable. Jiang Ming couldn't resist the urge to pinch them. "After Ningning finishes eating, I'll help Big Brother sell buns so he won't be so tired." The little one actually knows to feel bad for him. Watching this, the nearby customers couldn't help but feel a pang in their hearts. "Oh my, this little girl is just too thoughtful." Honestly, seeing these siblings selling buns by themselves, where on earth are their parents? How irresponsible. Just look at this little darling, how heartbreaking she is, especially for those who are already mothers. Their children are the same age, doing nothing but eating, sleeping, and making all sorts of trouble. Just look at that little girl. There's no comparison, absolutely none. Hearing the little one say this, Jiang Ming smiled and pinched her chubby little cheek. "Don't worry about it, Big Brother will handle these things." With that, he picked her up and carried her to a small partition area inside the steamed bun shop. Inside were folding chairs, blankets, and even a small electric fan. "Be good for me now, Ningning, okay? Play here for a while. Big Brother will come keep you company soon." The little one was sensible and gave Jiang Ming an obedient, sweet smile. "Okay." Jiang Ming's eyes couldn't help but well up with tears. After settling his younger sister, he hurriedly went back to work. Calculating the time, the buns still needed 5 more minutes to be ready. "There are already customers over there urging us to hurry." "Boss, is it ready?" "I'm in a hurry." "Yeah, it's taking too long." Jiang Ming said, "Sorry everyone, just wait a few more minutes and it'll be ready." A middle-aged man complained, "If you don't hurry up, we're going elsewhere." "Quit dawdling, I've got work to get to." "Same here. Can you speed it up already?" Just then, an elderly woman couldn't take it anymore. "What's with all the rushing? Can't you see the owner still has buns steaming on the stove? You want half-cooked buns served straight to customers? If you're in such a hurry, go somewhere else. Don't make the rest of us wait longer because of you." "Exactly. If you're in a hurry, go somewhere else. It's not easy for a young man to start a business alone. Can't you show some understanding?" Most people still spoke up for Jiang Ming. The elderly women present all had sons around Jiang Ming's age. "Selling steamed buns is exhausting enough, and now I have to look after my little sister too. What a tough life." Hearing the auntie's comments, those impatient customers initially looked furious and nearly turned to leave, but the delicious taste of the buns ultimately kept them rooted in place. Jiang Ming remained completely unfazed by the crowd's urging, continuing to wrap the buns with nimble and swift movements, unhurried yet efficient. In just a short while, dozens more were packed. This busy pace continued until past 9 in the morning when customers gradually started to dwindle. Since they were so delicious, many people bought dozens to take home for their families. Some neighbors, after tasting one, immediately rushed over as soon as they learned the shop's location, afraid they'd miss out if they were even a step too late. The business on this first day of operations was this wildly popular. Jiang Ming was still somewhat surprised, even finding it unexpected. It was much better than he had imagined. Especially that pot of 8 treasure porridge. It sold out in less than 2 hours, leaving the bottom of the pot visible. After working all morning, Jiang Ming hadn't eaten a bite and was starving. Just then, a tiny head suddenly peeked out from behind the small partition door. Seeing no one around outside, the little figure finally stepped out with small trots and called out in a milky voice, "Gidge, Big Brother." Chapter 12, Anything made by Big Brother is the most delicious in the world. Hearing this voice, Jiang Ming turned around and his gaze immediately softened. He beckoned to Ningning, who came running over with quick pattering footsteps. "Ningning, are you hungry?" The little one was really well behaved. After being told to play by herself in the partitioned area, she hadn't come out all morning and didn't make any fuss. Jiang Ming's heart ached again at the thought. She only had a few steamed buns in the morning, and he wasn't sure if her tummy was growling. He had purposely saved a bowl of 8 treasure porridge for Ningning, waiting until he finished work to give it to her. The little girl came over and immediately hugged Jiang Ming's leg, rubbing her face against it. She revealed a sweet smile, her dimples faintly visible. "Ningning's not hungry, Big Brother. You worked hard." Jiang Ming chuckled softly. He quickly reheated the leftover bowl of congee in the microwave, then took out a few steamed buns from the bamboo basket and placed them on the table. "Ning Ning, come taste the 8 treasure porridge your brother made, see if it's good." Before even taking a bite, the little one sniffed the aroma and declared, "Big Brother made it. Yummy." She often enjoyed the congee Jiang Ming made, believing everything cooked by her brother was delicious, the most splendid food under heaven. Ningning loves her brother the most. Jiang Ming smiled dotingly, picked up a nearby spoon, and placed it in the bowl, repeating as always, "Careful, it's hot, blow on it first." "Good." After cooling a spoonful, the little one's first thought was still to let her brother have the first taste. Watching the spoonful of 8 treasure porridge brought to his lips and his sister's hopeful, sparkling eyes, Jiang Ming opened his mouth and took the first bite. The 8 treasure porridge was prepared without sugar added, as he wanted to accommodate customers who might dislike overly sweet flavors. After all, everyone's taste buds differ. Though no sugar was added, there was an inexplicable hint of mild sweetness. It didn't taste artificially sweetened, rather, it seemed like the natural fragrance of red beans and other ingredients from the 8 treasures. "Tastes pretty good." He had been so busy selling to customers all morning that he hadn't even taken a single bite himself. Taking the first bite from his sister's hand, Jiang Ming instantly felt all the morning's exhaustion vanish. Every bit of weariness had been worth it. Big Brother took the first sip. "Can Ling Ling have the rest?" Ravenous, Jiang Ming grabbed a steamed bun from the table and began devouring it. Seeing how deliciously her brother was eating, the little one eagerly sampled the 8 treasure porridge. To her surprise, she couldn't stop after the first spoonful. Scoop after scoop disappeared until, once cooled slightly, she tipped the bowl back with an enthusiastic gulp and drank it straight down. Big Brother's 8 treasure porridge is so delicious. Taking a big gulp, her little cheeks immediately puffed up, making her look like a tiny hamster with her chubby, rosy face. Little ones can only eat so much. There was still some left in the bowl when little Ningning was already full. Rubbing her slightly rounded tummy, she got down happily with an obedient smile. "Big Brother, so tasty." Jiang Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Just as he finished the last bun on his plate, a few more people arrived at the shop entrance. Before even stepping inside, they started shouting, "Boss, got any more meat buns? I want 20. The speaker was a young man. Ever since the little rascal at home ate 2 steamed buns given by the neighbor yesterday, he'd been craving them all night and woke up clamoring to come buy some. He had to ask several people for directions before finding the place. After all, there was no signboard outside. After some thought, considering his whole family at home, he directly ordered 20. That should be about enough. He hadn't tried the buns from this new shop before, imagining they'd only be slightly better than ordinary ones. With 5 people in the family, 20 buns might even be excessive. Got it. Jiang Ming quickly did the math in his head. Of the 1,000 meat buns prepared this morning, 900 had already been sold, leaving just 100 remaining. As for the vegetable buns, roughly 2,000 had been made in total, and now only 500 were left. You can see just how popular it was on the first day. And that's not even counting the number of steamed buns with carrot pork and fennel pork fillings sold. We'll have to do a detailed tally after closing up shop. Another wave of customers kept coming, wiping out every last bun. Nothing remained, including the last mouthful of 8 treasure porridge left in the pot. Even the dredged-up dregs from the bottom were mercilessly scraped away, leaving Jiang Ming both amused and exasperated. Originally, he thought this wasn't appropriate, but he couldn't resist the persistent porridge-buying auntie. She insisted the porridge was too delicious, and her little granddaughter hadn't had her fill, so she'd specially come back for more. Scraping the pot yielded 2 extra bowls. Jiang Ming initially wanted to waive payment, but the auntie, believing young people had it hard these days, stubbornly insisted on paying, otherwise she wouldn't take the porridge. Jiang Ming had no choice but to only accept payment for 1 bowl. The little girl sat nearby playing with her small dinosaur toy. After seeing off the last customer, Jiang Ming quickly tidied up the shop. The time now was around 11 in the morning. He hadn't expected all the buns to sell out by this hour, thinking it would take until at least 1 p.m. It went much faster than he imagined. However, while the buns were all sold out, he had saved a few to bring back for Granny Lin. After all, the elderly woman had helped look after Ningning for him. If it weren't for Granny Lin, Jiang Ming really wouldn't have known what to do. In these times, child abductors were rampant, and he couldn't possibly trust anyone else with his little one. Nor did he want to drag the child around with him everywhere. Ningning, come on, it's time to go home. Jiang Ming held the steamed buns in his hand, smiling at the little one as he spoke. Hearing this, the child immediately put down the little dinosaur in her hands and ran over. Brother, you've worked hard. Oh, does Ningning know how to care for her brother now? Only Big Brother and Granny Lin are nice to Ningning. Ningning cares about brother. Ningning likes brother and Granny Lin too. The little girl revealed a sweet and well-behaved smile. Jiang Ming felt his heart melt. He scooped the little one up into his arms, poked her chubby little cheeks, and said with a laugh, "Our Ningning is so well-behaved today." As he spoke, he noticed the clothes she was wearing. The white short-sleeved shirt had turned yellowish from being washed too many times. Some torn areas had been mended with needlework, though they weren't noticeable unless closely examined. Kids being mischievous often tore their clothes. It was a common occurrence. Previously, he'd been solely focused on saving for the surgery, neglecting the little one's clothing. Many of the clothes were hand-me-downs from neighbors with children. The mending was likely done by Grandma Lin. Just thinking about it filled Jiang Ming with profound gratitude. Once he earned enough for the surgery, he vowed to repay the old man's kindness properly. Ningning, would you like some pretty new clothes? How about Big Brother takes you shopping later? Jiang Ming set little Ningning down and ruffled her hair, causing her already crooked little braids to become even more lopsided, with a few rebellious strands sticking up. Yet somehow, this only made her look all the more adorable. Are you gonna buy some too, brother? The little one tilted her head. Instead of answering Jiang Ming directly, she posed this counter-question with those big, dewy eyes blinking eloquently, as if they could speak. It was obvious she wanted to buy them together with her brother. Chapter 13, currently no plans for romance. Big Brother has plenty of clothes, no need to buy more. Jiang Ming gently pinched her nose with a warm smile. All those clothes were bought during his college years, though somewhat worn. Their abundance ensured he wouldn't need new ones for years to come. Right now, he couldn't afford to spend money frivolously. He was practically saving every penny he could. For men, clothes are just something to cover the body, but it's different for girls, especially little girls. Buying more pretty dresses and outfits means she won't be laughed at when playing with other kids. Before, when Ningning went out to play with the neighborhood children, they looked down on her for wearing old clothes and refused to play with her. Over time, this made her develop a somewhat introverted personality. Just thinking about it made Jiang Ming's heart ache. Now that he had at least earned some money, there was no way he would let this little girl suffer anymore. As the siblings were talking, a girl crept in quietly from outside. Jiang Ming said directly, "Sorry, miss, we're sold out for today. Please come back tomorrow." The girl immediately stopped in her tracks. No worries, I wasn't actually here to buy breakfast anyway." As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized she'd accidentally spilled the truth. Embarrassed, she twisted her hands together. Oh heavens, what kind of foolish brain did she have? She'd planned to use buying buns as an excuse to ask for his contact information, yet she'd gone and blurted out the truth right away. Awkward. This girl was exactly the one who had tried to get Jiang Ming's contact information yesterday. As soon as classes ended, she rushed over. She had actually made a bet with those girls to get Jiang Ming's contact info today. If she failed, she'd have to treat them to a fancy dinner. "So, what brings you here?" The girl's heart was torn with internal conflict, her subconscious urging her to retreat and find another opportunity to return later. Yet another subconscious thought protested that she couldn't just leave like this. If she came back another time to ask, it would be just as awkward. Better to take advantage of the empty shop and the absence of those women now. Lin Jiao, can't you be a little more courageous? It's just asking for contact information, isn't it? And so, the two little voices in her mind began to battle it out. This is such a hard-won opportunity. No, I must cherish it. In the end, the little guy behind one. Big Brother, can I add you on WeChat? Jiang Ming, ? I noticed you yesterday when I came by, but you seemed busy, so I didn't want to disturb you. That's why I made a point to come today. Little brother, is this okay? In this society, asking for WeChat is as common as it gets. Lin Jiao blinked her eyes, looking at Jiang Ming with visible nervousness. In all her years, this was the first time she'd ever taken the initiative to ask someone for their WeChat. Truth be told, this guy was just too handsome and so diligent too. Wasn't this exactly her ideal type? Jiang Ming seemed quite accustomed to being asked for his contact. He smiled faintly and said, "Sorry, but I'm not looking for a relationship right now." A single sentence shut the conversation down. Lin Jiao froze, not expecting Jiang Ming to refuse outright. What should we do? If she went back empty-handed, those women would laugh her to death. After a quick mental calculation, she grinned and said, "It's fine, just adding WeChat. Think of it as making a friend, I won't bother you normally." With her putting it that way, Jiang Ming had no choice but to add her. After confirming the addition, Jiang Ming bid farewell to Lin Zhao, who was filled with joy. No feelings yet? No problem, they could cultivate them slowly, taking their time. Even stone can be worn through by dripping water. Jiang Ming hadn't thought of that possibility. He locked up the breakfast shop and headed straight for a nearby children's clothing store. At this hour, most people were off having lunch, aside from a few tourists wandering Danyang Street. Everyone else had gone home to eat. At this moment, the owner of the children's clothing shop was eating takeout while scrolling through short videos, watching a handsome guy's livestream. Jiang Ming walked in with the little one, and the shop owner didn't even look up. "Feel free to look around, the fitting room is further inside." The shop wasn't too big or too small, and the clothing styles were quite nice, all trendy designs from this year. As Jiang Ming was carefully picking out clothes, the shop owner happened to glance up. It was just a casual look, but the moment she did, her whole demeanor froze in shock. Isn't that the young owner of the new breakfast shop across the street? She had actually bought a few steamed buns from his shop earlier today. After a moment's thought, she hastily got up, turned off her phone, and headed over to the siblings. "Let me help you pick some out." Jiang Ming was still carefully making his selection when he heard the voice, causing him to turn around involuntarily. He nodded and said, "Then I'll leave it to you." "No problem, it's what I should do." The shop owner smiled gently, glanced at the little one beside Jiang Ming, and asked in a soft voice, "How old is this little one this year?" 3 years old. Speaking of which, Jiang Ming remembered that the little one's third birthday would be in just 2 months. "My, what a pretty girl. Is she your daughter? Or?" The shop owner kept glancing over. This young man looked barely 20, after all. She figured it was unlikely he could already have a child this age. Besides, the child's mother isn't around. "No, it's my sister." "Oh, I see. Sorry about that." The shop owner quickly apologized. "Let me pick out some clothes for the little one first. Should I get dresses or short-sleeve tops with shorts?" Jiang Ming didn't mind and turned his attention back to the pile of clothes. "2 dresses, please, and 2 matching sets of short-sleeve tops with shorts." "Got it." The shopkeeper picked and chose carefully, quickly selecting 2 rather nice dresses. One was a light blue Cheongsam-style dress made of lace fabric, with a stylish design that incorporated modern elements, and it even came with a matching crossbody bag. Both sleeves were adorned with ruffled lace trim. It looked utterly adorable. Holding the Cheongsam up against the little one, the shopkeeper smiled and said, "This has been our bestseller this year. With the weather getting hotter, lace fabric stays breathable and comfortable, won't trap heat and cause rashes. You might want to consider it. You're such a pretty little girl, you'd look absolutely adorable in this." She wasn't lying. In all her time running the shop, she'd rarely seen such a strikingly beautiful and cute little girl. Just looking at her made the shopkeeper's heart swell with affection. If only she had such an adorable little sister herself. The child's gaze never left the dress, and Jiang Ming realized there was no need to even ask. "We'll take this." The shop owner was holding another dress in her hand, a pale purple one with a Peter Pan collar, adorned with tiny pearls around the neckline. The sleeves feature a puff sleeve design. It's also this year's trending style. It has to be said, those who sell clothes really have a unique eye for style. "Little one, do you like this one?" Seemingly able to sense Ningning's thoughts, the shopkeeper knelt down in front of her and asked with a kind smile. Ningning was still a bit shy around strangers. She instinctively tightened her grip on Jiang Ming's pants, her small hands nervously clutching the fabric. Jiang Ming gently patted the little one's back, soothing her as he said, "Ningning, don't be scared. Auntie is picking pretty clothes for you. If you like them, just nod in response, okay? It's not polite to ignore people, you know?" Chapter 14, Learning to be Grateful. The little one might be introverted, but he's sharp, quick to grasp things with just a hint of guidance. Hearing her brother say this, she slowly released the hem of his trousers and said in a sweet, childish voice to the shop owner, "Auntie, Ningning likes it." The little one blinked her big eyes at him. Though her clothes were decidedly worn, it did nothing to diminish the child's beauty. "Just look at that skin, smooth as a peeled egg. As the saying goes, beauty makes even rags look good." The shopkeeper's heart melted. After a moment's thought, she said, "Sir, there's a fitting room over there. Shall I take your sister to try on the sizes? Later, I'll get you brand new ones that fit perfectly." This time, the little girl didn't resist and directly followed the shop owner into the fitting room. She tried on 2 outfits in succession. Indeed, clothes make the man just as a saddle makes the horse. The proprietress said with a beaming smile, "If only my shop weren't so small, I'd love to hire Ningning as our model. Such a child, what a shame not to be a children's clothing model." Just then, 2 women walked in, each accompanied by a child. "1 girl, 1 boy. Feel free to browse. Ladies, the fitting room is right ahead." The little girl's mother immediately started rummaging through a pile of dresses, occasionally holding them up to her daughter for comparison. The boy's mother nearby watched this scene and sighed. I envy you so much, having a daughter to dress up beautifully. My little troublemaker here is lucky if he doesn't drive me crazy every day. Having a daughter is really better. But you shouldn't say that, the girl's mother replied. I actually envy you for having a son. My mother-in-law says if I don't give birth to a son in the next 2 years, she'll make her son marry someone else. The girl's mother sighed. Every family has a skeleton in the closet. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly noticed little Ning Ning not far away and immediately raised an eyebrow. This little cheapo is quite nice. Slim fit, and it complements her complexion. Isn't it just perfect for fair-skinned girls like her daughter? Great. Shopkeeper, do you still have this little cheongsam the girl is wearing? Yes we do. Seeing a customer, the shopkeeper hurried over to help, retrieving an identical one and handing it to the girl's mother. After confirming the dress size, Jiang Ming also had her pick out 2 sets of short-sleeved shirts and shorts. Separately, including the skirt, that makes 6 items in total. The skirts are the same price, 150 each, 2 short-sleeved shirts for 200, and 2 pairs of pants for 200. That comes to 700 yuan in total. The shopkeeper took a liking to the little one and quietly gave a 20% discount, bringing the total down to 560. Jiang Ming scanned the code to pay, then immediately left with the takeaway bag in hand, taking the little one to a nearby vegetable market to buy groceries for cooking at home. The siblings went out together. Customers in the shop started chatting. The boy's mother exclaimed, "Whose child is that? So incredibly pretty, look at that fair skin and those big, sparkling eyes." She originally thought her friend's daughter was pretty enough, with that rare cool porcelain complexion, destined to grow into a real beauty. But now seeing that little girl, her friend's daughter instantly paled in comparison, completely overshadowed. Hearing this, the girl's mother couldn't help sounding somewhat sour. What's the big deal? There are plenty of good-looking children out there. There's always someone better beyond the next mountain. The proprietress gave an awkward smile from the side, offering no comment. After buying groceries at the market, the siblings rode their tricycle home. The flashy vehicle turned heads all the way, its outrageous styling guaranteeing maximum attention. Most people had never seen such garish colors on such an ostentatious ride. It'd be one thing if it were a sports car, the world of the rich being beyond ordinary folks' understanding. But who the hell paints a tricycle like this? Downright bizarre. The traffic was smooth all the way, and we got home in no time. Jiang Ming first put Ning Ning's clothes and groceries in the bedroom before heading to Granny Lin's place with the buns. The moment she heard they were going to see Granny, Ning Ning became especially excited, her little face breaking into a bright smile. Brother, Ning Ning misses Granny. Spotting the buns in Jiang Ming's hand, she said in her childish voice, "Brother, are these for Granny?" "That's right. Granny has been so good to us, so we should bring her something tasty. We must learn to be grateful, understand?" "Thanks." Ning Ning understands. At Grandma Lin's house, the siblings could smell the aroma of food from afar. At that moment, the elderly lady was just serving rice in the living room, about to sit down for her meal when she looked up and saw the little one running towards her with quick, light steps, calling in a milky voice, "Grandma." After shouting, she immediately threw herself into her arms, nuzzling against her, and said coyly, "Grandma, Ning Ning missed you." Grandma Lin patted the little one's head and smiled dotingly. "Oh my, we haven't seen each other just for the morning, and you already missed me? Where did your older brother take you today?" The little one didn't know how to explain and thought for a long time before saying, "Brother made baozi, and the baozi were so yummy." Jiang Ming walked in holding steamed buns just in time to hear this conversation and couldn't help but laugh. "I found a part-time job making buns. The boss said I could bring Ning Ning along, so I took her with me." This explanation did sound more reasonable. Granny Lin didn't think much of it and looked at the siblings with kind eyes. "Xiao Ming, have you eaten yet? Would you like to have some food at Grandma's place?" Jiang Ming was about to answer when suddenly an unpleasant voice came from outside the door. Eat, what are you eating? You two outsiders come here every day to freeload. Was it easy for my mother to save up that little money? How shameless can you be?" Then, a middle-aged woman walked in, her hair pinned up in a handbag slung over her arm, looking every bit the affluent lady. She had long heard about this sibling pair, and knew their elderly mother often helped take care of the younger one, even frequently buying treats for her. Just the thought of it made her blood boil. They were just outsiders, after all. She couldn't fathom why her mother was so devoted to them. She never showed such affection even to her own grandchildren. "Shuzhen, what are you doing here?" Clearly, Grandma Lin had no fondness for this particular daughter. "Mom, how could you say such a thing? Of course I came to see how you're doing." Meng Shuzhen hurried forward with a beaming smile, standing before the elderly woman, her demeanor now completely transformed from its earlier spitefulness. Grandma Lin didn't believe for a moment this sudden change of heart warranted acknowledgement. She remained silent, not even lifting her head as she continued chatting with little Ning Ning in her arms. Meng Shuzhen frowned with displeasure, reaching out to yank the little one up by the arm and was about to toss them aside when Jiang Ming, quick as lightning, intercepted and caught the child. His eyes instantly turned ice cold. He sneered, having lived so many years, yet bullying a child, tsk. Seems you never learned the saying, respect the elderly and cherish the young. The little one, clearly startled, stared bewildered at Meng Shuzhen, their wide eyes instantly welling up with tears. 2 glistening teardrops hung suspended from her eyelids. The sight tugged unbearably at one's heartstrings. Chapter 15, 8 o'clock tonight, no show, no go. She didn't understand what she'd done wrong, why this auntie was being so fierce. Jiang Ming's words didn't make Meng Shuzhen feel the slightest bit ashamed. She sneered, respect the elderly and cherish the young? Ha! People like you. Before she could finish speaking, Grandma Lin cut her off directly. That's enough. Don't think I don't know why you're here today. I advise you to abandon this foolish notion. Seeing the poor little one looking so pitiful and wronged, the old woman's heart ached with pain. Her gaze toward Meng Shuzhen was filled with utter disappointment and disgust. Why? I can't understand this. I'm your own flesh and blood too, yet you've always favored eldest brother and his family. Meng Shuzhen voiced her discontent with obvious displeasure. Indeed, her purpose for coming today was anything but ordinary. All this time, she'd assumed her mother had lived in lifelong poverty with little to no savings, but just yesterday, she discovered her mother actually had a significant deposit tucked away, which was precisely why she'd hurried over today. There was no way she'd let this money fall into her siblings' hands. She must strike first to gain the upper hand. Grandma Lin ignored her and instead looked at Jiang Ming. Xiao Ming, take Ningning home first. Jiang Ming was uneasy, who knew what this crazy woman might do. After all, some people couldn't care less about family ties like parents when faced with personal gain. To them, kinship is nothing but an illusion. It's alright, child. She won't do anything to me, Grandma Lin said gently. She may be old, but she won't allow her own children to ride roughshod over her. The little one looked at Grandma Lin, wiped away his tears, appearing even more pitiful. Jiang Ming stepped forward and hugged Ningning in his arms. Then he placed the steamed buns he had brought on the dining table. Grandma, Ningning, and I will head back first. Alright, go on then. On the road. Little Ningning still couldn't understand why that auntie had been so mean. With a puzzled expression, she tilted her small face upward, blinking her eyes at Jiang Ming. Brother, is Ningning not very likable? Nothing of the sort. Our Ningning is absolutely adorable. Whoever said you're unlikable has no manners. We shouldn't pay attention to such people. Come on, big brother will take you home and cook something delicious for you. Jiang Ming gently rubbed the little one's head and said warmly. Okay. He'd encountered too many people like Meng Shuzhen, utterly unreasonable bullies who could never be reasoned with. To put it bluntly, she was just a shrewish woman who knew nothing except throwing tantrums. After some thought, he decided to visit Granny Lin's house later, afraid this woman might actually commit such an unforgivable act. Returning home, Jiang Ming headed straight to the kitchen to wash vegetables and cook. At that moment, in the shared kitchen, tenants from the neighboring shared apartment were busy cooking, the rich aroma of meat wafting through the air. Seeing Jiang Ming enter, the woman who had prepared the braised pork frowned, her eyes filled with wariness. She quickly carried the dish out, as if fearing Jiang Ming might steal a bite. They've lived here for so many years that they've got a pretty good idea of what's been happening in Jiang Ming's household. And who wouldn't be on guard? Who knows if they might steal food otherwise? After all, they're just wild children with no parents to teach them. What manners could they possibly have? As soon as she stepped out, she conveniently vacated space for Jiang Ming, who entered with an indifferent expression, vegetables in hand. Fetching a basin, he swiftly picked, washed, and chopped the vegetables in one fluid motion, planning to prepare cola chicken wings and stir-fried pork with yard-long beans. The remaining ingredients were stored in the refrigerator, saved for the next meal. In the room, the little one was still happily flipping through her new clothes and dresses, a sweet smile on her face. She imagined herself wearing these new outfits. Would others finally play with her then? It seemed the earlier rejection from the other children had left a small knot in young Ningning's heart. In the little one's heart, there was still hope to have her own friends. Soon, Jiang Ming finished cooking, and waves of fragrance wafted out from the kitchen. There was the savory aroma of pork, mixed with the delectable scent of chicken, creating an absolutely irresistible combination. The little one had been hungry for a while. Upon catching this scent, her big eyes visibly lit up with excitement. She skipped merrily toward the kitchen, asking, "Brother, can we eat now?" Jiang Ming was just about to step out with 2 plates of food in hand. He saw little Ningning running in and couldn't help but smile fondly. "It's ready, go wash your hands for dinner." "Okay." Hearing this, the little one hurried to the sink, washed her tiny hands, dried them, and then obediently sat at the table waiting. When she saw her favorite cola chicken wings, the child's big eyes sparkled with delight. She was overjoyed and cheered happily. "Wow, big brother, chicken wings." Jiang Ming pinched her chubby cheeks. "Eat as much as you like, tonight I'll take you out to play." After speaking, he took the bowl to serve rice. After careful consideration, he decided not to trouble Granny Lin. After all, she'd need to rest at night, and he couldn't possibly deprive an elderly person of sleep just to help him babysit. Not quite right. After scooping the rice, Jiang Ming reached out and placed a chicken wing on the little one's plate. Eat up. Ningning giggled and took a big bite with an nom sound. Instantly, a sweet chicken flavor bloomed in her mouth. The little one loved Coca-Cola chicken wings mostly because of their sweet flavor. That was the root of it. It's perfectly normal for kids to have a sweet tooth. With one chicken wing down, the little one had remnants of the sauce smeared on both sides of her mouth, looking utterly adorable. After taking 2 more bites of rice, Ningning puffed out her cheeks and asked in a childish voice, "Brother, where are we going to play tonight?" Over the past year, Jiang Ming had been juggling 3 jobs, rushing around every single day with barely any time to spend with little Ningning. He couldn't even remember how long it had been since he last took her out to play. Jiang Ming ruffled her little head and said with a smile, "I'll take you to meet 3 older brothers." Just as he was speaking, his phone dinged with a WeChat notification. Swiped the screen and opened WeChat. It was a message from Li Tangyu. "Old Jiang, don't forget 8 p.m. at the barbecue joint near Jiangbei University." Alright, Jiangbei University. It was also their alma mater. Filled with countless memories for him, as if recalling something, Jiang Ming's expression suddenly turned complicated. After finishing lunch, the little one hugged her round belly, wiped her tiny mouth, and sat on a small chair to digest. Soon, her eyelids began drooping, looking like she could fall asleep any moment. Simply too adorable for words. Jiang Ming felt both heartache and amusement as he carefully lifted the little girl into his arms. The moment she felt secure, her eyelids immediately drooped shut, and she drifted straight to sleep. She even started emitting tiny snores. Though faint, the sounds were clearly audible. She was sleeping so soundly. That girl. Jiang Ming shook his head helplessly, placing her on the bedroom bed, covering her with a thin blanket, and turning on the fan. The wind instantly began to blow with a whooshing sound. At this moment, everything was peaceful and wonderful. Chapter 16, She really was a good girl. Jiang Ming turned to clear the dishes from the table. He didn't throw away the leftover food, storing it directly in the fridge to keep it fresh. It'd make a handy snack when he got hungry again later tonight. After finishing the dishes, Jiang Ming sat at his desk and began calculating today's sales figures. They'd made roughly 1,000 meat buns in total. 500 fennel and pork buns, another 500 carrot and pork buns, 500 leek and egg dumplings, 500 pumpkin dumplings, 500 spicy glass noodles dumplings, and 500 red bean paste dumplings. A large pot of 8 treasure porridge, sold for 2 yuan a bowl, a total of 130 bowls. 3,500, 1,500, 1,500, 4,000, plus 8 treasure porridge, 260. The total is 10,760 yuan. After deducting approximately 1,000 yuan in costs, the total profit was 9,760. Never in his life had he seen so much money in a single day. Even with Jiang Ming's usual composure, he was stunned. He had thought the first day's earnings would be around 3 or 4,000 yuan at most. To think it reached over 9,000. I still underestimated the system's capabilities. Thinking this, I checked the system. My current total points amounted to 12,170. After exiting the system, Jiang Ming pondered whether to add some new breakfast options tomorrow, like shumai or pan-fried dumplings. Later, it occurred to him that with business booming like this, he might be a bit overwhelmed doing it all alone. Before he knew it, it was around 6:30 in the evening. In the meantime, he had gone to check on Grandma Lin's place again and only felt relieved when he saw everything was fine. Sha Ningning woke up from her nap, probably having dreamed of some delicious food, as there was still a glistening trail of drool at the corner of her mouth. Her hair was all tousled from sleep. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up on the edge of the bed. The voice was hoarse yet still carried a childlike innocence. "Big brother, Ningning's awake now." Jiang Ming brought over the little one's sandals while helping her put them on, smiling as he said, "Awake now? Go wash your face, we'll head out soon." The mention of going out immediately perked up the little girl. After putting on her shoes, she scurried to the wash basin, and soon the sound of splashing water could be heard. Jiang Ming picked out one of the relatively newer outfits. "Put this on the little one later. Big brother, I'm all washed up." After washing her face, the little one came running over delightedly, pressing her tiny face toward Jiang Ming. "Ningning wants lotion. Grandma says this makes skin nice. Ningning will grow up pretty." Hearing her say this, Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. What exactly had Granny Lin been teaching the little one? "Alright, let's apply some lotion." The so-called lotion was that ubiquitous Tabaosod cream found in every household, with its refreshing floral scent and moisturizing properties, suitable for both summer and winter use. After rubbing it on, the little one sniffed her skin and showed a pleased expression. "Brother, Lingling smells so good now." After all this dawdling, it was already past 7 o'clock. After a quick tidy-up, Jiang Ming checked the location Li Tangyu had sent him, locked the door, and hailed a taxi straight to the area near Jiangbei University. At this moment, Li Tangyu and the other 2 were already seated in the barbecue joint, watching the traffic go back and forth on the road when someone said, "Old Jiang said he's on his way." Old Joe sighed softly. Time flies, doesn't it? In the blink of an eye, we've already been out of school for 2 years. Since we lost touch, who knows what old Jiang has been through this past year. I'll make sure to ask thoroughly later. If old Jiang doesn't bring it up later, you two had better not mention the unmentionable, or I'll be pissed at whoever does. Li Tanyu took a sip of water and said, narrowing his eyes. Got it. After a year apart, the 4 brothers from their dorm were gathered together again, experiencing a whole different set of emotions. The other 3 met frequently, so it wasn't a big deal for them, but Jiang Ming was the main one. He hadn't contacted them for over a year. Although everyone gets busy sometimes, this guy seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. No replies to messages, and not a single post on social media. The 3 of them even began to suspect Jiang Ming might already be. Old Li, has Jiu been in touch with you lately? At that moment, old Joe seemed to recall something and quickly asked. Li Tanyu sighed. She contacted me once a couple of days ago. That really was a good girl. What a shame. All 3 of them sighed simultaneously. On the other side, Jiang Ming's residence was about 10 kilometers from Jiangbei University, roughly half an hour by taxi. The window was open in the car. The little one stared intently out the car window. By now, the sun had already set, and the sky was gradually darkening. Across the river, the city lights began to glow. The entire city seemed shrouded in a dreamlike atmosphere, breathtakingly beautiful. Passing by a small park with flashy kiddie rides, little Ningning's eyes sparkled with excitement, practically itching to leap out of the car window to play on them. However, no matter how thrilled she was, she never spoke up, as if instinctively understanding how hard her big brother worked to earn their living. It was all to treat her own illness. Jiang Ming witnessed everything. He patted the little one's head and asked gently, "Want to go play, Ningning? Big brother will take you later when we come back." Today's sales had hit a new high, and with time to spare, it would be nice to make the little girl happy. Usually, he was too busy with work, neglecting far too many things. Hearing this, the little one blinked her big eyes at Jiang Ming, both delighted and surprised, her face breaking into an obedient, sweet smile. Big brother, really? Of course it's true. When has your brother ever lied to our dear Ningning? Jiang Ming chuckled as he pinched her chubby little cheek. His eyes brimmed with tenderness. As the siblings chatted, they soon arrived at their destination, pulling up right in front of the barbecue shop. Jiang Ming got out of the car and reached out to carry the little one down, but unexpectedly, the little girl gently pushed his hand away and giggled, "Brother, Ningning can do it myself." As she spoke, she held onto the car door, gave a little kick with her short legs, and hopped out. Li Tanyu and the other 2 were sitting not far from the entrance. They spotted Jiang Ming at a glance. Though it had been over a year since they last met, they recognized him instantly. Joke, a handsome lad like old Jiang is rare. If I couldn't recognize him, I'd have wasted all these years being his best friend and sworn brother. Old Jiang, we're over here. Old Joe shouted with his family-inherited booming voice, unable to conceal his excitement. Jiang Ming would have had to try hard not to notice. After seating themselves, the 3 of them exchanged glances as they looked at the 2 figures opposite them, one tall, one small. They'd never seen this little girl before, nor had Jiang Ming ever mentioned her. Could it be? Had old Jiang secretly fathered a child this big without telling them? The little girl looked to be only about 2 or 3 years old. Wait, that can't be right. If she were 3, old Jiang hadn't graduated yet and was still dating his girlfriend back then. What's going on? No wonder they were suspicious. The 2 really did resemble each other. An awkward silence hung between them for a moment. Jiang Ming broke the silence with a question. What's up with you 3? You called me out here and now you're not saying a word. I've got things to do. If you're not talking, I'm leaving. Li Tanyu snapped out of his daze and waved his hand. Hey, don't be so impatient, youngster. It's been over a year since we last saw you. Can't we take a good look at you? Chapter 17, Opening Old Jiang's Old Wounds. Jiang Ming got goosebumps under their gaze and shrugged. Don't look at me like that. I've got no interest in men. Li Tanyu nearly choked on his words, the corner of his mouth twitching. This guy really hadn't changed a bit, ahem, the way you say that. If you actually took an interest in us, that'd be the real problem. Old Goo's gaze had been fixed on little Ningning beside Jiang Ming. It had to be said, this little girl was truly beautiful, with those big, sparkling eyes like pools of clear water. The key point is, she looks quite similar to old Jiang. Could she really be his daughter? Oh my, having such a grown-up daughter would be absolutely sensational news. If Jiu found out, wouldn't she cry for days and nights? The brothers had all seen how deeply she felt about Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming rubbed the little one's head beside him and said with a smile, Ningning, call them big brothers. The little girl peeked at the 3 people opposite her, still somewhat shy around strangers. But remembering they were her brother's friends, she obediently called out, hello, big brothers. Her little face was rosy, with big eyes blinking cutely, utterly adorable. These 3 were absolute daddy's girls fans through and through. Even though they were all currently single, that didn't stop them from adoring daughters, especially one so cute and pretty. They'd never get tired of having more, as long as they could afford to raise them. Look at that little face, those tiny pigtails, simply unbearably cute. That sweet, childish voice calling him big brother melted Lee Tanya's heart completely. With a beaming smile, he quickly responded, "Hello there." As he spoke, he began to grumble. "You should have told me earlier you were bringing your child. Now I didn't have time to prepare a red envelope. I'll send you one later so the little one can get some treats." Old Gu and Old Joe chimed in eagerly, "Me too. Count me in." "Wait a minute, if they're calling us uncle, then that means, Old Jiang, this isn't your daughter, is it?" Jiang Ming was somewhat speechless. What exactly were these people thinking? "What daughter? This is my sister, my biological younger sister. Her name is Ningning." Whoa, so that's how it is. The three of them had a sudden realization. So she was his sister. They had thought Old Jiang had a daughter this grown up, especially since they look so alike. Ah, if she's his sister, that makes perfect sense then. But I've never heard him mention having a younger sister before. "Boss." Old Joe raised his voice towards the kitchen. "Here he comes." Soon the owner came over with a menu and notepad, smiling as he asked, "What would you like to order, folks? Today's my treat, order whatever you want." Lee Tanya declared with generous bravado, having just closed a major deal yesterday that earned him hefty commission, plus he'd reconnected with Old Jiang. Double happiness. Treating everyone is a must. How could Jiang Ming possibly let them pay? What happened a year ago was already his own lack of integrity. This meal absolutely had to be his treat. Old Joe smiled and said, "Well then, we won't stand on ceremony." Soon after, they ordered a whole spread. Thinking it wouldn't be good for the little one to eat something as greasy and unhygienic as barbecue, Lee Tanya specially went to the KFC across the street to buy a kid's meal and some yogurt. Kids shouldn't be pigging out like us adults. It wouldn't be good if they ended up with an upset stomach later. "Tonight, guys, we're drinking till we drop." Old Joe called out to the owner, "Boss, bring us 2 more crates of beer." "Coming right up." The owner cheerfully carried over 2 crates of alcohol with speedy steps. These were big customers who deserved good service. Lee Tanya placed the kid's meal in front of the little one, ruffling her hair with a smile. "Ningning, big brother got this for you. Eating barbecue isn't good for kids, you'll get a tummy ache later. I'm not sure what Xiaoning likes to eat, but this should be fine, right?" Lee Tanya looked at Jiang Ming with an inquiring gaze. "It's fine. Ningning has a good stomach and isn't picky." Lee Tanya breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good." When the barbecue was served, they began eating. Old Joe seemed to remember something and asked, "Old Jiang, over the past year, have you been doing all right?" Jiang Ming knew what they wanted to ask. As for the misfortunes that had befallen his family, he had long since come to terms with them during the decades of his previous life. His only goal now was to cure Ningning's illness, to let her grow into a normal child and live out the rest of her days in peace. That would be enough for him. He sought nothing else, only that the little one could live a safe and sound life. Lee Tanya took a sip of wine and spoke up as well. "So, you said there was some trouble at home. What kind of trouble? Is it okay to talk about? If not, you can tell us later. We get it. Or if you need any help, the 3 of us would go through fire and water for you." Jiang Ming moved his lips, hesitating, unsure how to explain the upheaval in his family to them. Lee Tanya, however, took his silence as reluctance to share and patted his shoulder reassuringly. "It's fine if you can't talk about it. We understand." Then, all 3 of them nodded knowingly, their expressions saying it all. They were convinced Old Jiang's family must have gone through something serious, something so difficult he couldn't even speak of it, especially since it had reached the point of breaking up with his girlfriend. It must be really serious. Old Gu took a bite of lamb skewer and casually asked, "By the way, how are your uncle and aunt doing lately?" "My parents, they've already passed away," Jiang Ming said after a moment of silence. At those words, the barbecue in all 3 of their hands fell onto the table at once, and in that instant, even the air seemed to freeze. What's going on? Lee Tanya couldn't believe it. Were uncle and auntie not perfectly fine before? During summer break in freshman year, they had even visited Old John's place together, and he still remembered praising auntie's excellent cooking skills. He knew full well that something like this couldn't possibly be a joke. His expression involuntarily darkened significantly. Old Gu and Old Joe reacted the same way. They simply couldn't believe that uncle and aunt had already. We're so sorry, Lao Jiang. We didn't know." Jiang Ming had long made peace with it. "It's fine. Living well in the present is what matters." Now, all 3 of them looked at Jiang Ming with complicated expressions. So this was what had happened to Old Jiang's family. Lee Tanya wanted to slap himself twice. He just told Old Joe and Old Gu not to bring up painful topics. Now here he was, the one stirring the pot. He'd gone and ripped open Old Jiang's old wound just like that. He finally understood why Old Jiang had suddenly gone completely silent. With such a major incident happening at home, they probably would have done the same if it were them. His uncle and aunt had passed away. They hadn't received even the slightest bit of news. What kind of brothers did that make them? All 3 of them were filled with self-reproach. The atmosphere was so heavy that Jiang Ming poured himself a glass of wine and said with relief, "It's fine. What's done is done, I've long since let it go. Now, all I need to do is take good care of my little sister." Chapter 18, But you promised to marry me. The little one beside them had no idea what her brothers were talking about. She just kept sucking on the straw, drinking the yogurt from the bottle with gusto, her eyes sparkling with delight at having something tasty to eat. The sour taste made her eyebrows scrunch up into tiny caterpillars now and then, absolutely adorable. The children's meal came with a mini beef burger, fries, chicken wings, and more. All these are the little princess's favorite treats. Li Tongyu felt that the most pitiful one was little Ningning, so young, yet already deprived of paternal and maternal love. No matter how well old Jiang treated his little sister, it could never compare to the love parents could give. Just thinking about it, even as an outsider, his heart ached unbearably. "So, are you taking care of little Ningning all by yourself now?" It was supposed to be a joyous occasion, gathering together after so long, but with the heavy atmosphere hanging over them, even the barbecue lost its appeal for everyone. "Yes, it is. Brother, accept our condolences, don't grieve too hard. From today onward, Ningning was your sister, but now she's our sister too. If there's anything we can do to help, whether it's money or anything else, you can count on us," Li Tongyu declared earnestly, pounding his chest for emphasis. Jiang Ming didn't want the mood to stay weighed down by sadness. He broke the heavy atmosphere with a laugh. "You might be willing now, but who knows if your future wives will be when you're married with kids. What's there to be unwilling about? Is it wrong for me to take care of my own sister? If she objects, I just won't marry her, there are plenty of good women out there." "Exactly. Just don't marry then." Hearing these words, Jiang Ming felt genuinely moved. At least, he hadn't made the wrong friends. "Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's drink and eat barbecue. Old Jiang is right, what's past is past. Cheers, bottoms up." After several rounds of drinks, all three were a bit drunk. Jiang Ming held his liquor better and drank less since he still had to take care of his sister and couldn't afford to drink too much. Old Zhou downed the last of his drink, slumped over the table heavily drunk, making groaning noises as he pointed at Jiang Ming and said, "Old Jiang, we're good brothers, there's something, I'm not sure if I should say it or not." The guy was clearly wasted. If he chose to bring it up now, it must be something important. Jiang Ming asked, "What is it? Spit it out." Li Tongyu and Old Gu were also completely hammered, barely processing a word Old Zhou had said. They joined in the commotion. "Yeah, out with it. What's between us bros that needs hiding? Unless, you sly dog, you secretly got yourself a girlfriend?" Old Zhou let out a burp. Well, Jiyu, the girl, do you still remember her?" Hearing those four words, Jiang Ming froze slightly. "Xia Jiyu, that ex-girlfriend who broke up with me nearly a year and a half ago." Of course, he remembered. It had been so long since he'd last heard that name. His thoughts drifted back to several years ago, during his freshman year. Back then, she was the university belle of Jiangbei University, stunningly beautiful, exceptionally talented, with admirers who could have circled the entire campus. Such an outstanding person is hardly disliked by anyone. Their meeting occurred off-campus. While strolling through the park at night, he incidentally saw some drunken hooligans taking advantage of the deserted surroundings to harass her, a girl all alone. Back then, being young, it was inevitable to harbor a hero-saving beauty mentality. He almost got into a fight with a few troublemakers back then. Seeing him pick up a brick with a fierce expression, looking ready to strike, the group finally backed off, uttering curses as they left. After all, those with nothing to lose fear no one. Xia Jiyu turned to Jiang Ming, her large eyes sparkling like stars. Thank you for saving me." "You're welcome, it was nothing." Unlike those old perverts like Li Tongyu, Jiang Ming rarely paid attention to beautiful women and naturally didn't know Xia Jiyu. He felt he still had a decent amount of self-awareness. But admittedly, this girl was truly beautiful. A face of breathtaking beauty without the slightest flaw, her vivid eyes so expressive they seemed to speak. Under the streetlights, two figures stood together, a picture-perfect match. And so, they exchanged contact information. Only then did they discover they actually attended the same school. There would be plenty of chances to meet like this. Xia Jiyu almost found excuses daily to visit him, chatting and shooting the breeze. Later, it turned into her delivering breakfast to him every single day, astonishing all the onlookers, especially Li Tongyu and the other two, who were practically green with envy. This was the campus belle, the newly crowned campus belle after all. She actually took the initiative to pursue Jiang Ming. Almost everyone was speculating about the nature of their relationship. And so, after many back-and-forth encounters, they eventually started dating under the envious, jealous gazes of everyone around them. Over the years, they experienced one beautiful moment after another together. They even went traveling together. Under the silvery moonlight, her eyes were filled with him as she whispered romantic words, a sight he could never forget in this lifetime. Her exact words at the time were, "Jiang Ming, I really do love you so much. After graduation, you must marry me, okay? Otherwise, I'll be heartbroken." Back then, he replied with a single word, okay? Not long after graduating one day, a sudden tragedy struck his family. His father passed away in a car accident. To prevent her and his friends from worrying, he kept this to himself and didn't tell anyone. Yet, to his shock, just a few months later, more devastating news arrived. His mother also passed away, leaving behind his ailing younger sister. The double blow left him struggling to breathe. Not wanting to burden the one he loved most, shortly after his mother's passing, he painfully ended their relationship. Staying with him would only bring her suffering. He would remember it forever. The girl's sparkling eyes revealed profound hurt, then visibly dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Why? Jiang Ming, we were perfectly fine yesterday. Why do you want to break up? You promised to marry me, remember? Why? Did I do something wrong? I can change, really. Can you please not leave me? Xia Zhiyu's eyes welled with mist, transforming into scalding tears that streamed down her face. It seemed impossible to believe what he had just heard. Didn't we agree to get married 2 years after graduation? Why is this happening? I don't love you anymore. Let go. You'll find someone better than me. Jiang Ming suppressed his heartache and forced a cold expression as he spoke. No, I don't want to. The girl burst into tears, collapsing to the ground in an instant. Jiang Ming didn't extend a hand to help. He was afraid that he might soften and relent. Just like that, he uttered a torrent of heartless words. He turned and walked away. Then he blocked all her contact information. From that moment on, they lost all contact. Recalling those past scenes, Jiang Mingxin couldn't help but feel the pain again. He let out a deep sigh. Perhaps this was just fate. Chapter 19, Sister, will you be my friend? He remembered it vividly. Later, his sister passed away, and he gradually grew older as well. Xia Ziyu came to see him once, only to be coldly rejected again. The girl then gave up on him completely. In his past life, decades had passed, and he never knew how she was doing, whether she had married or not. Across from him, old Zhou was still hugging the liquor bottle and burping, muttering to himself. With all the gibberish coming from his mouth, Jiang Ming only managed to catch 3 distinct words. Drink, let's drink. These 3 men drank just like before, utterly unrestrained, downing every last drop they could get their hands on. Old Jiang, seriously, are you even listening to me? We just want to know why you broke up with Zhiyu back then. You two were the golden couple, the ones we all rooted for. I thought for sure you'd end up walking down the aisle together ****. After speaking, old Zhou let out another drunken belch. A strong aroma of liquor wafted through the air. Old Gu nearby chimed in, slurring, yeah, hick she's so, into you, and so damn pretty, why the hell? Was it really, because of your parents? Immersive translate. The drunken men continued their boozy conversation while the little milk bun finished her meal set and took a sip of yogurt, causing her tiny tummy to puff out. Turning her face toward her brother, she flashed a sweet smile. Gidge, Ningning wants to play downstairs for a while, K? With that, her bright eyes turned to gaze at a little girl not far away. She appeared to be about the same age as Ningning. She looked like the barbecue shop owner's daughter, squatting there playing with a doll, dressing it and brushing its hair while Ningning watched with envy and longing. She'd never had a doll of her own before. She's really so beautiful. The young proprietress at the checkout counter was observant and quickly noticed Ningning staring longingly at her own daughter playing with dolls, instantly overwhelmed by maternal instinct. What a beautiful child. With fair, delicate skin and such a pleasantly plump little face, adorable beyond words. Who wouldn't love her at first sight? With this thought, she promptly called her daughter over, cradling her while whispering, Honey, do you see that little friend over there? Should we go play with her? Great. Kids are simple-minded and always eager to make new friends upon hearing their mother's words. The little one immediately scurried over with hurried yet bouncy steps. Seeing this, how could Jiang Ming refuse? He patted the little one's head and smiled. All right, go play. Stay close though, don't run too far. Got it, big brother. The little one's eyes crinkled into crescent moons from smiling so wide. With a push of her little legs, she hopped down from the chair. Big sister, will you be my friend? The child asked bluntly. She already liked this older sister. Okay. With children her own age, Xiaoningning showed no trace of shyness. In no time at all, the two kids had become fast friends, progressing from introduction to joyful play within less than 10 minutes, a sight that even surprised Jiang Ming. The little girl's name was Bebe, and she was the picture of adorable charm, especially when she smiled, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. With 2 tiny pigtails bouncing on her head, every time she called out Jie, big sister, her voice melted hearts like candy. Ningning Jie, do you like dolls? Here, you can play with mine. Bebe handed over the doll like offering a flower, convinced that sister Ningning would surely love it. Ningning's big eyes lit up noticeably. She wiped her little hands on her clothes and carefully took the doll, her eyes brimming with joy, a clear sign of genuine delight. Seeing the two children getting along so well, Jiang Ming felt reassured. He withdrew his gaze and turned his attention back to the 3 drunkards across from them. Old Joe and Old Goo were already wasted, yet still going strong with their drinking. Everything proper or improper kept spilling out of their mouths non-stop. Li Tangyu was the only one still somewhat lucid. He promptly slapped Old Joe and Old Goo upside the head. What the hell are you two blabbering about? Why bring this up for no reason? Old Joe, dazed from the hit, stammered, Old Li, didn't you say Jiu came asking about Old Jiang? Now that Old Jiang's right here, you can tell her. Otherwise, she'll just keep hurting. They just felt that this girl was too infatuated, too pitiful. Over a year after the breakup, she still hadn't moved on, occasionally asking them about Jiang Ming's whereabouts. But as for Jiang Ming's feelings, no one knew what he truly thought, and they weren't in a position to comment. After all, everyone's situation is different. Jiang Ming's emotions grew even more complicated for a moment. These few men were thoroughly drunk, and it was unlikely any useful information could be obtained from them now. He'd have to wait until they sobered up tomorrow. Before he knew it, it was already 11 p.m. All three men had passed out on the table without any response, soon beginning to snore. Jiang Ming asked the proprietress to prepare several bowls of hangover soup and left them there for when they woke up. He then went to settle the bill. He needed to get home quickly to rest. He could tough it out, but Ningning's health couldn't. After some thought, he said to the shop owner, "Boss, could my younger sister stay here for a bit? I need to book a room for my friend at the inn across the street. It wouldn't do to just leave them here." The shop owner understood perfectly and smiled, saying, "Go ahead. I'll keep an eye on them. The two kids are still watching cartoons over there." Thank you." Jiang Ming nodded and hurried towards the hotel across the street, registered, and checked into a twin room. Then, one by one, he helped all three men inside. Old Joe and Old Goo were relatively thin, so Jiang Ming arranged them to share one bed, while Li Tangyu, who was bulkier, got a bed to himself. By the time he finished, it was nearly midnight. Little Ningning, despite finding everything so entertaining, couldn't help feeling drowsy while sitting there watching TV. Her eyelids kept drooping heavily. She was utterly sleepy. Such an adorable little darling. The shop owner sighed with emotion. "Your sister is really well behaved, much better than our Bebe. She must be about 3 years old? Her third birthday is in 2 more months." Jiang Ming nodded with a polite smile. "She's 1 month older than our Bebe." Immersive translate. After chatting for a while, Jiang Ming carried the little milk bun in his arms and bid farewell to the shop owner. Having drunk both yogurt and milk, the little one was enveloped in a rich milky fragrance. As soon as she nestled into her brother's embrace, the sense of security washed over her, and she fell asleep instantly. Fell asleep in seconds. Jiang Min curled the corner of his mouth, his eyes brimming with tender affection. After arriving home, after giving the little milk dumpling a bath and just about to put her to bed, she suddenly opened her eyes and asked in her sweet, childish voice, "Big brother, are we home now?" The little one was still a bit dazed, looking around curiously. Upon realizing they were indeed home, she blinked her big eyes and whispered, "Big brother, can I still play with Bebe's sister later?" Chapter 20, Special Medicinal Soup, Fragrant Chicken Broth That Smells Divine. Of course you can. Our Ningning finally made a new friend, how could we say no? But it's so far away. When will I get to play with Bebe again? The light in the little one's eyes dimmed. Though young, she wasn't foolish. Places you needed to take a taxi to were always distant. "Don't worry, if Big Brother has time, we can go visit often." "Really? Please?" "Really, if Bebe is attending school, then we shouldn't disturb her. At this age, most children are already sent to kindergarten." "Alright, time to sleep now. Be good." "Brother, I'm hungry." Jiang Ming was taken aback. Didn't this little one just eat a full meal at 8 o'clock? He remembered it being quite a sizable portion. But if his younger sister was hungry and wanted to eat, there was nothing he could do. He smiled and ruffled her small head. "Play here for a bit while I make you something delicious, alright?" The little one nodded, picking up the small dinosaur on the bedside table, but she couldn't help thinking about Bebe's doll. She was still green with envy. Her eyes shone with longing. In the kitchen, Jiang Ming walked inside, pondering what to make for the little one. A minute later, his eyes suddenly lit up. Right, how could he have forgotten about that? Didn't the system reward him with a special medicinal meal just the other day? Wouldn't it be perfect to give it to Ningning? With a thought, he summoned the system, and in no time, a portion of the medicinal meal appeared on the table in front of him. When seeing that black disposable lunchbox, Jiang Ming's mouth twitched. The system's packaging was way too careless. Touching it, it was cold. Opening it, a peculiar medicinal aroma wafted out. Normally, few would like such a smell, yet it oddly stimulated one's appetite. Jiang Ming looked inside. It was a brimming bowl of chicken soup. Just an ordinary bowl of chicken soup, really. Apart from chicken meat, there were only some goji berries and red dates sprinkled on top, not a single piece of medicinal herb in sight. Is this really supposed to be some special medicinal cuisine? Jiang Ming couldn't help but start to doubt. Is this even reliable? Unexpectedly, the moment this thought occurred to him, the system wouldn't allow it. Friendly reminder, host, please do not question the medicinal cuisine produced by this system. If you don't want it, I can take it back. Jiang Ming's mouth twitched slightly, feeling utterly speechless. Did her temper always have to be this explosive? The system remained silent. Jiang Ming reheated the medicinal broth and took a tentative sip. The moment it touched his tongue, it was rich, sweet, and even velvety, with none of the greasiness or the medicinal bitterness such tonics usually had. It tasted hundreds of times better than ordinary chicken soup. Jiang Ming wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but after taking just one bite, he felt an indescribable comfort spreading through his entire body, a pleasant warmth filling his stomach that felt extraordinarily soothing. What a pity, there's only this one portion left. Jiang Ming was simmering chicken soup late at night, and the aroma gradually filled the entire kitchen, wafting through every corner of the shared apartment. Next door lived a married couple. Just as I was putting down my phone and preparing to sleep, I caught a whiff of this rich chicken soup aroma. All my drowsiness instantly vanished. The woman rubbed her eyes, sniffed the air vigorously, and nudged the man already lying beside her. Kuan, do you smell that fragrance? How strange, who's cooking at this hour of the night? The man sat up and sniffed carefully. He really did smell it. Instantly, an aroma wafted into his nose. He hadn't been hungry at all, but suddenly this smell awakened his appetite. Who knows? It's the middle of the night, can't even let a man sleep in peace. Why don't you go check who it is? The smell's reached us already, it's really messing with people's sleep. Percent. The woman couldn't help but swallow hard. She was the same woman who had taken the braised pork away from Jiang Ming during the day. She'd always looked down on those two siblings. Normally, she wouldn't even give them the time of day. Oh, come on, I'm not going. Let's just sleep. If we're asleep, we won't smell it. Isn't it just someone having a midnight snack? Why make such a big deal out of it? The man turned over and went back to sleep. The woman could barely restrain herself from punching him twice. A suffocating wave of frustration washed over her. And yet, there was nothing she could do. On the other side, in the room, the little one sat there waiting, her tiny legs swinging back and forth at the edge of the bed. Jiang Ming walked in carrying a bowl of chicken soup. The aroma wafted through the air. Little Ningning's eyes visibly lit up. Brother, what's this? It smells so good. This is chicken soup. Here, have a taste. The little one took a tentative spoonful, and her big eyes shone even brighter than before, as if filled with stars. Wow. Brother, this is so yummy. Ningning wants more. In just a moment, the bowl was completely emptied in one go. Not a single piece of chicken remained. After finishing, the little one grabbed a tissue to wipe her mouth, let out a tiny burp, and said in a sweet, childish voice, "Full now, big brother, Ningning wants to sleep." The little girl's eyelids closed as soon as she finished speaking, slipping instantly into sleep. No hesitation. He was genuinely exhausted. Jiang Ming kissed her forehead before going to clean up. It was too late now. He had to get up at 4 for the breakfast shop, so taking Ningning along was out of the question. She'd have to stay home and sleep. After lying in bed, Jiang Ming entered the system marketplace with his consciousness. In the beginner's marketplace, most of the available items were ordinary stuff, tricycles, electric scooters, and the like. As Jiang Ming scrolled down, he even found seasoning for making baozi. The label indicates this is a special seasoning powder specifically for steamed buns. Added to the filling, it can make the buns even more delicious. 10 points can be exchanged for one batch. One batch is 500 grams. This piqued Jiang Ming's interest. What's the most important thing for a food shop, after all? Reputation. Flavor. If it's not tasty, who'd come back for a second visit after trying it once? Jiang Ming bought 10 portions in one go. That's about 10 pounds. Enough to last a long time. After redeeming it, drowsiness washed over him. He exited the system, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Early the next morning, he got up and rushed to the market to stock up. Then he smoothly received the pork delivered by the uncle at the shop. This time he ordered 10 extra pounds. Afraid it wouldn't be enough. Today's business was indeed, as he had anticipated, unprecedentedly booming. Not a single person who has tasted his steamed buns ever forgets them. They all became regulars at the breakfast shop. Jiang Ming was so busy all morning that his feet barely touched the ground, sweat pouring down his face. He simply hung a damp towel around his neck to wipe away the sweat. The crowd, seeing him exhausted from overwork, unanimously advised him to hire help. This can't go on, it's absolutely unsustainable. Jiang Ming actually had the same thought, but finding reliable help isn't something that can be done quickly. The busy rush lasted until past 10 o'clock before things finally settled down somewhat. Jiang Ming took a moment to prepare to give Grandma Lin a call. Instead, he received a call from the shop making the store sign. "Hello, is this Mr. Jian? The customized sign you ordered is ready. When would be a good time for me to deliver it to you?" Chapter 21, Buying a doll to give the little one a surprise. Please deliver it in the afternoon, around 5 o'clock. Thank you. By that time, there would be no more customers. Perfect timing. Sure. The person on the other end readily agreed. After hanging up, Jiang Ming then called Grandma Lin. The elderly woman seemed to know what he was about to ask and said with a laugh, Ning Ning is doing just fine. What? Are you worried I'd sell her off or something? No, Grandma, that's not what I meant. Grandma understands, don't be nervous, I was just teasing you. Granny Lin seemed to be in a good mood. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she asked, Xiaoming, where did you buy those buns you've been bringing me these past few days? Her memory wasn't what it used to be. She'd meant to ask sooner but kept forgetting. They were really delicious. In all her decades of life, she'd never tasted buns that good. She even shared some with the old lady next door, who immediately came over to ask where the buns were bought. Now seems like the perfect time to ask. Jiang Ming grinned. Not bought, I made them myself. What? You made them? That part-time bun-making job you mentioned yesterday. Could these be? Granny Lin had already guessed. Who would have thought this kid could make such delicious buns? That's right, Granny. If you'd like, I'll bring you some more today, as many as you want. My Ning Ning, we've really troubled you so much this whole time. Jiang Ming said. Hearing this, the old lady instantly looked displeased. I don't like what you're saying. What do you mean by trouble? Having a granddaughter to keep me company makes me happier than anything. Oh, and bring extras. Mrs. Lee next door wants some too. Charge us the regular price when the time comes. Pay for them? Jiang Ming would never allow that. Just a few buns could never begin to repay Granny Lin's kindness to him and his sister. However, if he outright refused, Grandma might not even take the steamed buns. The only choice was to agree for now and firmly refuse payment when the time came. Got it, Grandma. After saying so, the phone call ended. Jiang Ming kept busy as another wave of customers stepped into the shop. Today he added some new breakfast items, like siomai, pan-fried buns, and custard buns. Especially the custard buns, which are quite popular with kids and selling quite well. 2 p.m. Nearly all the breakfast buns were cleared out, along with a large pot of 8 treasure porridge and another pot of century egg and lean pork congee. Everything sold out clean to the last scrap. You can see how popular this business is. The other breakfast shops on Danyang Street were extremely annoyed and bewildered as this newly emerged breakfast stall almost snatched all their business away. What was its secret? How could it attract such a roaring trade right from the start? How many buns must they be selling in a single day? How much money are they making? The new store opened, and they thought business would only be slightly better since promotions usually attract customers. But it turned out the owner didn't offer any discounts at all, selling at full price, yet the place was still packed. At this moment, at a certain breakfast shop on Danyang Street, a middle-aged man sat at the entrance of the shop, staring in a particular direction. The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Was the steamed buns from across the street really that delicious? Back when he first opened his shop, even during promotional events, he never had half as many customers as the competition. Could it really be that his buns weren't as tasty as theirs? He'd sampled buns from practically every breakfast joint on this street. They all tasted about the same to him, nothing special, just ordinary fare with no standout flavors. Yet this particular shop had been praised to the skies by those customers. Just as he was thinking this, just then, a young man walked over, frowned, and said indignantly, Dad, that place is going too far, they've stolen all our business. Before, we used to make 2,000 or 3,000 a day, but today it's not even 1,500. Mentioning this only worsened the middle-aged man's mood, his expression darkening. Ajia, go over there tomorrow and buy a few of their buns. I want to see if they're really that good. Ajia froze for a moment, then nodded. Got it, Dad. I doubt it's that amazing, probably just marketing. Even if they do taste good, who knows what shady stuff they're putting in the filling. That's probably why so many people are flocking there. People are creatures that follow the crowd. Whichever shop has good business and attracts more customers will naturally draw others to buy too. The middle-aged man frowned and gave him a smack on the head, saying sternly, You can't just say whatever you want, who knows, they might slap you with a libel charge and throw you in jail. As these words were spoken, Jie shuddered and quickly shut his mouth. Anyway, you better obediently go buy those buns first thing tomorrow morning. Understood, Dad. On the other side, after finishing up, Jiang Ming tidied up and got ready to head home with the buns he'd prepared for Granny Lin and the others. A rough estimate showed today's sales far exceeded yesterday's. Jiang Ming couldn't help feeling a little excited. He found himself humming a cheerful tune. Though it's tiring, the money makes it all worthwhile. My sister's surgery can finally be scheduled. Just the thought of it made Jiang Ming thrilled. His original savings were 200,000 yuan, and with the earnings from the past 2 days, over 10,000 from yesterday and the day before, plus another estimated 10,000 today. Riding past a toy store, Jiang Ming parked the car. Walking inside, the thought of the little one looking enviously at the doll earlier made Jiang Ming's heart ache sharply, as if pricked by a needle. Hello, how may I help you? As soon as he entered, the clerk greeted him with a smile. Do you have any dolls for little girls? Jiang Ming asked. Yes, we do. Please come with me. The clerk nodded and led Jiang Ming inside, finally stopping in front of a shelf. The shelves were filled with dolls of all sizes. This is the place. Take your time looking around. Just call me if you need anything. The salesgirl flashed a professional smile. Jiang Ming nodded in acknowledgement. From the tallest to the shortest, they were neatly arranged in order. It must be said that modern dolls are exquisitely crafted, astonishingly lifelike in every detail. No longer just the stereotypical blonde, curly-haired, blue-eyed foreign designs. There are even dolls dressed in traditional hanfu and qipao. Just standing there makes you look stunning. Finally understands why some female classmates loved collecting these dolls back in school days, buying them pretty dresses and changing outfits daily, treating them like precious treasures. If he were a girl, he'd probably have the urge to buy a few to play with too. After some thought, he chose a large size, a medium size, and a small one. The large one was about the size of a newborn baby. The medium was slightly smaller, while the small matched the size they'd seen at the barbecue shop yesterday. After paying, the attendant directly brought over 3 unopened boxes, each containing several spare garments and other accessories. After buying the doll, Jiang Ming headed straight home. First, he placed the doll in the bedroom, then grabbed the steamed buns and went to Granny Lin's house to pick up the little one. Just a little surprise for her. Chapter 22, Could you close your eyes first? At this moment, the little one was squatting in Granny Lin's yard playing with ants when he looked up and spotted Jiang Ming approaching. The little girl sprang to her feet with a whoosh, brushing off a tiny ant crawling on her hand before scampering toward Jiang Ming with quick, patter-filled steps. As she ran, she called out joyfully, "Brother, you're back." Jiang Ming smoothly picked up the little girl in his arms. Whether it was his imagination or not, she seemed slightly heavier now, her small face glowing with much better color, rosy cheek like a monkey's bottom. Was Ningning a good girl today? The little one nodded like pounding garlic, grinning as she said, MHM. Big brother, today grandma fed me lots of yummy treats. Oh, what did you eat? Marshmallows, cookies, apples, and the little one counted on their fingers. Jiang Ming picked up the little one and walked toward the house while gently pinching her chubby cheeks, smiling as he asked, "Where's Grandma?" "Grandma is talking to Granny Zhang." Granny Zhang was the old lady next door who got along quite well with Granny Lin. They often visited each other to chat and gossip about daily life. This area might be called a slum, but it wasn't entirely inhabited by the poor as depicted in novels. Most residents were workers who rented here to save money. The couple next to Jiang Ming were the ones. In the vast expanse of Jiangbei City, $100 a month is dirt cheap. Like Granny Lin and Granny Zhang, they both live in their own houses without renting them out. Compared to the bustle of the city center, the elderly here seemed to live more comfortably. Jiang Ming remembered clearly, in just a few years, this entire area would undergo demolition and relocation, and the compensation alone would amount to a massive sum of money. No one seemed to expect that a forgotten place could suddenly rise to prosperity. But all of that was yet to come. In the main hall, the two elderly women sat together chatting about daily affairs when Granny Lin spoke up. Talking about Xiaoming, it's this late already, how come the lad still hasn't come home? Probably busy, what with working every day, must be exhausting, Granny Zhang said. Young folks these days, there aren't many as hardworking as Xiaoming. After losing his parents so early, raising such a young sister all by himself, just thinking about it breaks my heart. Her eldest grandson is about this age. Even after graduating from college and starting a job, he spent every day just playing around, with no ambition at all, still relying on his parents to send him money every month. As they were talking, Jiang Ming walked in. "Good morning, both grandmas." After greeting them, Jiang Ming placed the buns on the table and smiled. "Grandma Zhang, Grandma Lin, these steamed buns are for you both. There are 20 in total. They come with all kinds of fillings. Xiaoming, how much is the total?" "Grandma will pay you," said Grandma Zhang as she reached into her pouch for money. Elderly folks, you see, don't use WeChat Pay and habitually carry cash with them. Grandma Lin stood up and went straight to the room to fetch the money. Jiang Ming quickly responded, "Grandma, as long as you two like it, I can't possibly take the money. I'll take Ningning home now." With that, he tightened his grip on the little one and dashed away without a trace. "Hey, why are you running so fast? You can't just eat without paying." Grandma Lin sighed helplessly. After arriving home, the bedroom door was slightly ajar. Jiang Ming suddenly stopped in his tracks, playfully covering the little one's eyes with an air of mystery, whispering in her ear, "Ningning, do you want a surprise?" The little one didn't yet understand what a surprise was, looking up at Jiang Ming with adorable confusion. "Big brother, what's a surprise?" "Oh." Jiang Ming chuckled, "A surprise is, how about you close your eyes first? And no peeking, okay? Good." As he spoke, he let go of his grip, and sure enough, the little one obediently closed her eyes, her face brimming with anticipation. Jiang Ming gently pushed the door open, carried the little one to the bedside, and said with a smile, "All right, Ningning, open your eyes now." Little Ningning curiously opened her eyes, and there before her were 3 beautiful dolls. The little girl froze for several seconds before reacting, then nearly jumped with excitement. "Dolls! Brother, it's dolls!" The little one's eyes sparkled as if lit up with joy. She was absolutely thrilled. So pretty, everything is so pretty. Big brother, Ning Ning likes them, Ning Ning really likes them. The dolls. That one is so big and so beautiful. Big brother is the best, Ning Ning loves big brother most. Jiang Ming was crouched down when the little one grabbed his well-defined face and planted a big kiss. Mwah. The corners of his lips lifted slightly, as long as Ning Ning likes it. Here, the siblings shared a warm moment. Meanwhile, on the other side, the three drunkards had just barely woken up. Li Tanyu thought back to last night's events and wished he could slap himself twice, grumbling, I should have known not to drink so much yesterday. After such a long time apart, I promised it'd be my treat, yet old Jiang ended up paying and even booked us a room, carrying us back to the hotel. So damn embarrassing. Weren't we all just having a good time? No helping it if we drank too much. I'm sure old Jiang won't hold it against you. Just make it up to him next time. Li Tanyu sighed slightly when, as if remembering something, he suddenly punched Lao Zhou's shoulder. Lao Zhou winced in pain, looking at him in utter confusion. You damn brat, have you forgotten what we talked about yesterday? I told you not to mention Jiyu in front of old Jiang. Just think about what you blurted out yesterday. Li Tanyu said exasperatedly. Lao Zhou? I knew you couldn't keep that big mouth of yours shut, always stirring up trouble. Now look what's happened. Old Jiang must know everything by now, including about Jiyu's sister coming to see me. Li Tanyu had been intending to find the right moment to discuss this matter with Jiang Ming and see how he planned to handle it. But hell, this guy had already spilled everything himself. I had too much to drink back then, just spouting nonsense. So what do we do now? What else can we do? It depends on whether old Jiang wants to find Jiyu. If he does, he'll come asking us himself. Li Tanyu waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, let's head back first. Otherwise, my mom's gonna start nagging me again. Immersive translate. 5 p.m. Jiang Ming busied himself with hanging the shop sign at the store. The shop owner supplying the sign happened to operate nearby and was a regular customer of the breakfast shop. Helping to personally mount the plaque gave him a small sense of accomplishment. If not for being a regular customer, the sign wouldn't have been finished so quickly. Mr. Jiang, starting your own business at such a young age, your future prospects are truly limitless. Speaking of this, the shop owner couldn't help but feel both envious and admiring. Marrying a beautiful rich girl and reaching the pinnacle of life would be nothing for you. Oh no, just running a small business is all. I'm truly honored by everyone's support. Why so modest? Your buns are genuinely delicious. Oh my, you wouldn't believe how picky my son is, but ever since I gave him your steamed buns and shumai the day before yesterday, he won't stop pestering me to buy more. Chapter 23, Uncle comes to borrow money, gifting counterfeit goods? Soon, the store sign was installed, instantly giving the breakfast shop a much more upscale appearance, finally looking like a proper establishment. After Jiang Ming paid the final installment, the shopkeeper couldn't resist chatting with him for a while before leaving. For someone so young to achieve such entrepreneurial success, it was definitely worth befriending him early and clinging to this influential connection. Who knows when it might come in handy? When it comes to relationships, he was always cautious. After all these years in business, his judgment was still razor-sharp. Looking at this young man, he was surely destined for great accomplishments in the future. Jiang Ming stood at the door staring for a long while when suddenly, as if remembering something, he hurriedly rode his bike to a nearby print shop to print out a job posting. Now working alone really feels a bit overwhelming, especially now that business is booming more than ever during peak hours. The crowd nearly gets jammed together. No matter how fast he moves, it still feels like the work exceeds his capacity. After all, he's just an ordinary person, not some supernatural being. After posting the job notice at the entrance, Jiang Ming immediately headed home, thinking about future plans along the way. Once the little one's surgery was done, he would rent a bigger place and send Ning Ning to kindergarten. Then there'd be no need to trouble Granny Lin anymore. Absorbed in these thoughts, the tricycle soon arrived near his doorstep. Before he could even get close, Jiang Ming noticed a beat-up Wuling Hongguang minivan parked at the entrance. Jiang Ming frowned, his expression instantly darkening. If there was anything else he might not recognize, this car. Its body, its license plate number, they were practically seared into his memory. Wasn't this the very same uncle who had swindled him out of all his money in his previous life? I'd anticipated his visit these past few days, but didn't expect him to come so soon today of all days. After parking his tricycle, he pretended nothing was wrong as he entered the house. What greeted his eyes was the sight of his blood uncle Chen-Shi playing happily with little Ning Ning in his arms. Had Jiang Ming not witnessed what this man did in his previous life, he might have thought him a wonderful uncle. That gentle smile now looked absolutely sickening. Just thinking how his younger sister had died miserably at home because this man swindled their money away. Jiang Ming's heart brimmed with nothing but hatred. No matter what, he could never forgive someone like that. Never, not in this lifetime. With a trembling heart, he deliberately ignored Chen-Shi and called out to the little one instead, Ning Ning, big brother's home. Seeing her brother come home, the little girl immediately wriggled out of Chen-Shi's arms and scampered towards Jiang Ming, Her little cheeks flushed from running. In her sweet, childish voice, she said, "Brother, uncle came to visit us." Though the little one didn't have a deep impression of Qinshi, she still knew he was her uncle. She kept calling him uncle repeatedly, her voice dripping with sweetness. Qinshi walked over to Jiang Ming and patted him on the shoulder gently, asking in a warm tone, "Xiao Ming, done for the day? Were you tired today?" Putting on a fake smile, Jiang Ming replied with a hollow chuckle, "Uncle, what brings you here today? Do you need something from me? Look at what you're saying, can't your uncle come visit you folks without a reason? Ah, with your parents gone so early, leaving his siblings all alone in this world, isn't it only right that your uncle comes to check on his nephew from time to time?" As he spoke, Qinshi let out a theatrical sigh. Jiang Ming patted the little one's head gently and said with a smile, "Ningning, why don't you go play with your doll first? Your brother needs to have a little chat with uncle here." "Okay, let me grab my bag." Too young to understand grown-up conversations, the little girl obediently scurried off to her room to play with her new toy. "Thank you so much, uncle. Please have a seat while I get you some water." "No need for water. I just dropped by today to check on you too." Qinshi then took out several high-end gift boxes of various sizes from a bag nearby. "These are just little gifts from your uncle. Since I haven't visited for months, consider them my apology," Qinshi said with a smile as he carefully unwrapped each package. "There's a learning tablet, a fountain pen, and even a pair of brand-name sneakers." Jiang Ming glanced at them. These boxes looked high-end, but upon closer inspection, one could tell they were all counterfeit goods. Someone like Qinshi would never splurge on authentic brands. Just take those shoes for example, the real deal costs 7 or 8,000. "These are too valuable, I can't accept them. You should save them for my cousins instead." Qinshi immediately protested, "That won't do. This is uncle's thoughtful gift, you." Jiang Ming reached out and closed all those lids, then spoke with an air of nonchalance. "Uncle, just say what's on your mind directly. I don't like beating around the bush." Qinshi was somewhat taken aback. This kid has really grown up. With things having come to this point, if Qinshi kept beating around the bush any longer, it would seem fake. He coughed and put on a deeply troubled expression. "Ah, Xiaoming, you really understand your uncle. If I weren't forced into it, I wouldn't have come to you like this." Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow, signaling for him to continue. "You know your uncle's been doing business lately, but it's been too tough, completely at a loss, and the funds just couldn't keep up. I had no choice, so I borrowed a huge sum from the bank to barely patch up the hole. Then with the little leftover funds, I bought some stocks. Surprisingly, the momentum wasn't bad, made a small profit, but then the company ran into more issues. Again, I had no choice but to divert the money to plug the gaps. Recently, I got some insider stock market news, invest a bit, and if it rises, we could make a killing. But the problem is, your uncle's got no spare cash left." His meaning was clear without further elaboration. Qinshi knew about Xianing's illness and was aware that this nephew had been working hard to save money, likely accumulating a considerable sum by now. If that money could be invested in stocks and yields arise, wouldn't they hit the jackpot? That was precisely his plan for today. Hence, he'd brought all these gifts along. He was certain that his eldest nephew would agree after seeing this, both out of emotion and reason. In fact, he had already prepared his pitch for when Jiang Ming refused. A businessman's skill lay in his silver tongue, honed over years of practice. In his mind, his eldest nephew was still just a naive child, simple in thought. Having lived in poverty for so long without ever touching luxury goods, she definitely wouldn't recognize that what I gave her was a counterfeit. Seeing Jiang Ming remain silent, he continued, "So, Ming my boy, could you lend your uncle some money? When the stock market rises, I'll repay you with interest, we'll split the profit 70 to 30. How does that sound? How much do you need?" Jiang Ming's smile turned noticeably colder. Qinshi showed no sign of it at all, instead countering with a question, "Then how much savings do you have over there? Do you even have 200,000? Chapter 24, I can lend you money, but only if you mortgage your house to me. His tone was light and airy, as if 200,000 was mere pocket change to him, completely disregarding that this money represented Jiang Ming's blood, sweat, and tears earned through backbreaking labor. This was life-saving money for his little niece. As for repaying the debt, it had never crossed his mind because he believed why should he return what he had borrowed through his own skills. He didn't believe this nephew could stir up any trouble. "I just won't pay back. What can you do about it?" Jiang Ming's eyes darkened slightly. In his previous life, he had roughly 200,000 yuan in savings only to be deceived by Qinshi, who had promised a foolproof investment opportunity. Trusting Qinshi as his own uncle, and desperate to gather funds for his sister's surgery, Jiang Ming had fallen for the scam. In the end, all 200,000 yuan went down the drain. Qinshi also vanished without a trace. Jiang Ming deliberately put on a troubled expression and said, "But I don't understand stock trading. What if I lose everything? I still need to raise money for Ningning's treatment." "Ah, that's nothing to worry about. Once we invest the money, the returns will come much faster than working odd jobs, swift as the wind. You'll soon have enough for Ningning's surgery. This is a surefire deal, and opportunities like this don't come knocking twice. Chen Shi had already prepared his pitch, armed with all kinds of persuasive arguments. Any normal person would likely be successfully swayed and tempted. After all, humans are inherently greedy creatures who wouldn't want to earn a little extra money, especially someone like Jiang Ming, who was in desperate need of cash. Chen Shi had precisely targeted this weakness. Jiang Ming maintained a neutral expression, suppressing the urge to kick the man out, and said calmly, "I've heard the stock market has been unstable with high risks. There's no such thing as insider information. If I lose money, won't my Ningning be left waiting to die? I can't gamble with my sister's life. Aya, Xiaoming, I'm your own uncle, your mother's younger brother. Don't you trust what I say?" Chen Shi was growing impatient. Why was this stubborn kid so dense? No matter what, he had to get his hands on that 200,000 today. Seeing Jiang Ming fall silent, Chen Shi was baffled. He had thought Jiang Ming would surely lend him the money after a few smooth words, but reality had turned out completely different from his expectations. After some thought, he added, "If you really don't trust your uncle here, I can write you an IOU. How about that?" But Jiang Ming didn't believe in IOUs. Even with an IOU, if someone simply claimed they had no money, you'd still be left powerless. "I'll probably never see a single penny of it in this lifetime." "No need for an IOU, uncle. You know perfectly well how important this money is to me. I can lend it to you, but..." Hearing Jiang Ming relent, Chen Shi instantly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly asked, "But what? Name any condition you want, as long as your uncle can do it." Jiang Ming's eyes flashed with derision. He knew full well that this guy owned multiple properties in Jiangbei City and even ran a small company. Money was the last thing he lacked. You could easily take it to speculate in stocks or use it as working capital. Just selling one of those properties would solve everything. "My condition is this: don't you own several properties in Jiangbei? Mortgage one to me, and I'll lend you the money. Once you repay me, the property deed will naturally be returned to you." As soon as Jiang Ming made this statement, Chen Shi sprang to his feet in an instant. What? Mortgaging the property? This was completely beyond his plans. Just borrowing some money, was mortgaging the property really necessary? Chen Shi's eyes flickered with barely suppressed anger. Who would have thought this kid had such ambition? Still, he held back his temper and forced a smile, saying, "Look at what you're saying. Your uncle just wants to borrow a little money. It's not like he won't pay it back. We're family, why talk about mortgages? Mortgaging the house to this kid? No way in hell. He never intended to repay the money in the first place." Jiang Ming shrugged, "Then there's nothing to be done. I've got my sister's life to consider." Chen Shi gritted his teeth. "Damn it, looks like I won't be borrowing anything today. No point pretending to be polite anymore, then." So I dropped the act and showed my true colors, turning hostile. "If you never planned on lending it to me, why waste my time with all that talk? Pissing me off for nothing." Chen Shi fumed with anger. After making him talk for so long, it turned out to be completely useless. Jiang Ming smiled, but his eyes remained cold. "Wasn't it you, uncle, who kept talking all this time? I was merely answering your questions." Chen Shi was instantly left speechless. "You'll live to regret this." With these angry words, he rose to his feet and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Before leaving, he made sure to take all the counterfeit items he'd brought. No matter how worthless the fakes were, he wouldn't let this ungrateful wretch benefit from them. Once the man was gone, the trademark smile instantly vanished from Jiang Ming's face, replaced by an expression of absolute indifference. Outside, the sky gradually darkened. Jiang Ming walked into the room, where the little one was still changing clothes for her doll, reluctant to put it down, a clear sign of how much she adored it. Watching her play there, Jiang Ming closed the door behind him and headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Tonight's meal was simple: one dish and a soup, stir-fried twice-cooked pork and tomato egg soup. The aroma filled the entire kitchen and living room, and the little one could clearly smell it from the bedroom. Pattering footsteps hurried to the kitchen. "Brother, it smells so good. Ningning is hungry." "All right, food's almost ready. Go wash your hands quickly." "Good." Today's dishes were especially fragrant because Jiang Ming suddenly remembered that universal dumpling filling seasoning and decided to try adding some to the dishes. "Just as I thought. Products from the system are truly exceptional. The taste is absolutely amazing. Not just the people in this room, the aroma even drifted through the windows, spreading outside. Those neighbors who hadn't started cooking yet couldn't help but drool when they caught a whiff of this scent. Good heavens, which household is cooking? How could it smell so incredibly delicious? When the woman next door to Jiang Ming realized the aroma was coming from their kitchen, her face immediately darkened. What's going on? She couldn't believe that such fragrant food was actually made by that good-for-nothing boy she despised the most. Just a few days ago, she'd been guarding her braised pork against Jiang Ming stealing it. In her mind, these siblings had lost their parents young and had only each other to rely on. Living in such a dump, they must be dirt poor, probably drowning in debt outside too. How could anyone afford meat every single day? No wonder this little girl's so scrawny. From what she's observed, they've been eating meat almost every meal lately. That chicken soup yesterday evening, she'd bet money it came from their place. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he became. Had that kid gone stealing? How else could he suddenly become so generous? He must have stolen it. Just wonder whose house he robbed. After all, in a place like this, stealing is all too common, especially for a parentless wild child like this one. The odds of them pilfering stuff are pretty high. Chapter 25, This red envelope is for Ningning, not you. After washing her hands, the little one scampered over to the table and plopped down eagerly to wait for food. After setting down the dishes and serving the rice, Jiang Ming rubbed her little head with a smile. Go ahead and eat. Before taking a bite, the little toddler glanced curiously at the door and asked, Huh? Big brother, where did Uncle go? Isn't he coming to eat with us? Uncle had something to do at home and told us to eat first. Not understanding the conflict between adults, the little one gave a no before burying her head in her meal. At the first bite, her eyes instantly lit up as she repeatedly nodded. Yummy, big brother, the meat is so tasty. This was the most delicious meat she had ever tasted. Jiang Ming also took a bite and found the taste truly excellent. The twice-cooked pork was made with pork belly, yet the fatty parts weren't the slightest bit greasy. It was fragrant and savory upon entering the mouth, with a satisfying crispness to it. A few minutes later, the little one had already finished her first bowl of rice. Grabbing her bowl, she pushed off with her feet, hopping to the ground and scampering off to scoop herself a second serving. This was the fastest Xiao Ningning had ever eaten a meal. But after all, she's still a child with a small stomach. She could only finish half of the second bowl before her little belly became round and full. Rubbing her tummy, the little one let out a satisfied burp. Big brother, I'm full. Having said that, she ran outside to stroll around and help her digestion. Jiang Ming had also finished eating and was about to clean up the dishes when his phone suddenly buzzed with a WeChat notification. He glanced at it. It's a message from Li Tongyu. To be precise, it's a transfer notification. Bro, I almost forgot, I missed giving little Ningning a welcome red packet last night. Is it still okay if I make it up now? 1,000 yuan transfer. As for the meeting gift money, it was indeed a bit too much for ordinary folks like them. Jiang Ming, no need to give this much to a child. He was about to return it. Li Tongyu quickly replied, What do you mean no need? This red envelope is for Ningning, not for you. You don't get to decide. Jiang Ming was momentarily at a loss for words. Alright, he had a point. But unexpectedly, old Zhou and old Guich sent him a transfer message afterward, both for 1,000 yuan. Jiang Ming wanted to say it really wasn't necessary. Thinking about it later, I figured it probably wouldn't help to say anything, so I just let it go. I'll just wait until they have kids someday, then return the favor several times over. That's the only way. Li Tongyu sent a sighing emoji. Old Jiang, didn't we agree yesterday that I treat? How could I let you pay? And you even got us a room to sleep in. The three of us are thoroughly ashamed. How much was it? I'll transfer you. Raising a younger sister already required money. Old Jiang must be really short on cash. He truly felt terrible about it. No need, it's just a meal, no big deal. Jiang Ming avoided mentioning Xia Jiyu altogether. He felt that things weren't completely stable yet. His sister's surgery still hadn't been performed. The timing isn't right. I'm still incapable of giving Xia Ziyu happiness, let alone dragging her down. On the day of his rebirth, his first thought was that once his sister's affairs were settled and everything stabilized, he would go find her and bring her back. If she had found her happiness back then, he would have let her go and wished her well. If not, that would be even better. He would certainly make up for what he owed her and the regrets of his previous life. Seeing that he didn't mention Xia Ziyu's matter, Li Tongyu tactfully avoided the topic as well. Everyone has things they'd rather not bring up. It's completely normal. He understood. That works too. Next time it'll be my turn to treat you, Li Tongyu said. Jiang Ming sent an okay hand sign. Soon after, their conversation came to an end. In the evening, after putting the little one to sleep, Jiang Ming began calculating the steamed buns sales and today's revenue. Approximately 1,200 meat buns sold. A total of 1,000 buns with carrot pork and fennel pork fillings were sold. Pumpkin, red bean paste, vermicelli, and other varieties totaled 2,700 sold. 500 custard buns. 130 bowls of A-treasure rice porridge, 130 bowls of lean pork and preserved egg congee, 300 steamed xiaomai dumplings, priced at 2 yuan each. Today's total revenue is 14,850 yuan, after deducting approximately 2,000 yuan in costs. A pure profit of 12,850 yuan. Watching the balance in his bank account grow steadily, Jiang Ming felt unusually cheerful. Tomorrow he'd check on the hiring situation. Once he got more staff, he could slightly increase the workload. His current goal was to earn enough money for his sister's surgery. The next day followed the same busy routine. The breakfast shop from yesterday actually came to Jiang Ming's place to buy steamed buns. AJ stood in line among the crowd, watching the bustling business here, feeling utterly envious and resentful. He had only heard about the massive crowds before. Now that he's witnessing it firsthand, he finally understands what a sea of people truly means. He had never seen so many customers at his family's breakfast shop in his entire life. I refuse to believe it's genuinely this delicious, there must be some shady additives in there. Ajia remained convinced there had to be a catch. As he muttered these complaints to himself, an older man nearby chimed in, "Young man, are you in the same line of work? Their baozi have always been tasty." Accusing people of adding undisclosed ingredients is serious business, careful or the owner might sue you for slander. Ajia scowled. "None of your damn business. Who asked you to meddle?" This domineering attitude. The uncle gave him a sidelong glance. Then he sighed and shook his head, paying him no more attention. People like this, what's the use trying to reason with them? And here he is actually working in the service industry? Aren't you afraid of bankrupting your business? No wonder there aren't any customers. Serves you right. After waiting in line for half the day just to buy a few steamed buns, Ajay was filled with resentment. He then grabbed the buns and headed home. Compared to that breakfast shop, his own place was desolately empty, with only a few scattered customers sitting there eating. "Dad, I've already bought them back." Ajay casually tossed the steamed buns onto the table. Seeing this, the middle-aged man picked one up to taste. The first bite was decent, but by the second and third bites, he finally understood why their business was so good. These buns were genuinely delicious. It wasn't about boosting others' morale at his own expense, they were simply far superior to his and the other shop's offerings. Not even in the same league. Just look at how these are made, the dough is soft yet chewy, and especially this filling, the flavor balance is absolutely perfect. Incredible. He's been making steamed buns for over 20 years. No matter what he tries, he can't achieve this level of flavor. His always turn out just average, maybe slightly better than others at best. There's a reason their business is booming. "Dad, why aren't you saying anything? Is there really something wrong with these buns? Tomorrow we'll report them to the Food Regulatory Bureau." He thought since his old man had been making buns for so many years, he'd seen everything, there must be something wrong with these buns. Just as I suspected. This kind of person only profits from ill-gotten gains. By the time the middle-aged man regained his senses, he had already finished eating his steamed bun. He waved his hand and said, "There's nothing wrong with the bun, it's genuinely delicious. No wonder the business is so good." AGF froze for a moment, hardly able to believe what he had just heard. "Dad, what did you say?" Chapter 26. How could he pretend not to know her? If this were really the case, with all the business being stolen by him, how could they continue operating on Danyang Street in the future? Wouldn't going out of business just be a matter of time? They were long-established shops, without their regular customers who frequently visited. They truly couldn't keep running, especially with those sky-high rent prices. If this continues, we won't be able to afford next month's rent. I mean, there's nothing wrong with these buns, and they do taste quite good. If you don't believe me, why don't you and your mother each try one? The middle-aged man's expression darkened. Holding onto his skepticism, Ajia picked up a bun and reluctantly took a bite with evident disdain. The more he ate, the worse his expression grew. These buns are indeed infinitely more delicious than the ones from their shop. To be honest, in over 20 years of life, he'd never tasted buns this exquisite. As much as he hated to admit it, the truth remained undeniable. No matter how unwilling Jia was to acknowledge it, he could clearly discern the reality of the situation now. With a troubled expression, he looked at the middle-aged man. "Dad, what should we do now? Should we keep running our business?" The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, "Let's wait and see. I believe some of our regular customers will still support us. We'll decide what to do later. Although business is booming there right now, it's mostly because they just opened. Given time, when everything settles down, their business should improve somewhat. At least they won't starve. Even the most delicious food eventually loses its novelty when eaten too often. After all, those who come for breakfast are mostly the same regulars." Immersive translate. At Jiang Ming's side, they remained swamped with work. The job posting pasted on the left wall seemed to draw no attention. Everyone's focus was solely on the steamed buns. Among the crowd, a young girl stood in line. She held a phone in her hand and wore a pair of Bluetooth earbuds in her ears, talking to someone on video call, complaining non-stop. "Look at this, the crowd is insane. I don't know what got into my parents, they insisted I finish my morning jog and come stand in line for this shop's steamed buns. It's absolutely packed. Which shop is it? This one right here." The girl switched the camera angle. The person on the other end of the video visibly started when they saw the shop's entrance. Then they exclaimed, "Oh, it's this place. I tried their breakfast yesterday, absolutely divine. I forgot to tell you, but it's seriously delicious. Especially their meat buns, so succulent and flavorful. I could eat them forever. It's just a shame they don't offer delivery. Otherwise, I'd order takeout every day and never leave my apartment." Hearing her best friend praise it like this, the girl was somewhat surprised. Was it really that delicious? Actually, whether it's delicious or not isn't the point. The main thing is, the owner of this shop is insanely handsome, exactly my type. If I were even half as pretty as you, I'd go ask for his WeChat. The girl didn't seem the least bit interested in talk about handsome guys. She scoffed, pathetic. Alright, it's my turn now. Gotta go. Alright, buy some more. I'll come over to your place for breakfast later. The girl hung up the video call as the queue reached her turn. Miss, what filling would you like? Hearing Jiang Ming speak, the girl suddenly froze, her face beneath the baseball cap visibly changing. Why did this voice sound so familiar? Distant memories abruptly surged to the surface as she mechanically lifted her head to look at the person across from her. Some part of her still instinctively believed it might just be coincidence. After all, there were plenty of people in this world with similar voices. Jiang Ming continued numbly wrapping dumplings, completely unaware of the girl's strange reaction across from him. Seeing that his question went unanswered, he instinctively looked toward the girl. Suddenly, he met a pair of clear, pristine eyes. Their eyes met. The girl was utterly stunned. She panicked, never expecting to encounter him, Jiang Ming, her ex-boyfriend who had broken up with her a year and a half ago, under such circumstances. Yes, this person was Xia Ziyu. Both of them were stunned, unable to snap out of it for a long time. It wasn't until an impatient elderly lady in line behind them urged, Miss, are you going to buy it or not? If not, please don't block the way. My grandson is waiting at home. Jiang Ming hadn't expected it either. Their reunion actually happened this way. After just a brief moment of hesitation, he quickly snapped out of it and spoke as if he didn't recognize her. Miss, what filling would you like? 2 of each kind, please. Jiang Ming packed them and handed them to her. A perfectly normal scan and pay transaction followed. Holding the baozi as she stepped away from the crowd, Xia Ziyu couldn't believe it. Her eyes stung slightly. Did Jiang Ming really not remember her? That look in his eyes just now had been like staring at a stranger he'd never met before. How could he pretend not to know her? Did he really hate her that much? From the day they parted, not a single moment passed when Jiang Ming wasn't on her mind. They had once been so deeply in love, so perfectly matched. After their breakup, she couldn't help but seek news of him everywhere. Friends all advised her to move on and start a new romance. But she truly couldn't do it. She fantasized that one day Jiang Ming would tell her it had all been a misunderstanding, that he'd had no choice but to break up with her. She kept waiting for the day they'd reconcile. Yet just now, that look in Jiang Ming's eyes pierced her shattered heart once more. The morning's business had come to an end. Jiang Ming was still thinking about what had just happened, feeling somewhat unsettled yet also secretly delighted. He had thought they wouldn't meet again so soon, never expecting fate to intervene so unexpectedly. Perhaps this was what people called destined connection? He had been planning to wait until after settling his sister's troubles and becoming financially stable before seeking her out. Only then could he truly offer her happiness and security. Though maybe it sounds a bit selfish. After returning home, Xia Ziyu felt increasingly distressed. She shut herself in her room, pacing back and forth. Her initially calmed heart began racing again. She kept hesitating about whether to seek out Jiang Ming. Would he pretend not to recognize her again? Thinking it over, she still decided to go take a look. The breakfast rush was over, so there shouldn't be many people now, the perfect timing. But unexpectedly, by the time she hurried over, Jiang Ming had already closed up shop and gone home. Ah, why is it closed already? Xia Ziyu was so frustrated she could have banged her head against tofu and died. Damn it, it was all because of her hesitation. Now the place must have closed for the day. Just as she was gloomily about to leave, she accidentally spotted a job posting on the left wall of the shop. Hiring one person, salary, 6,000, contact, 189. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as if she'd thought of something brilliant. Hiring, she could totally conduct interviews. Perfect timing during her job search. This way, she could naturally spend every day with Jiang Ming under the guise of this opportunity. What a happy coincidence. Chapter 27. I'm very diligent and exceptionally capable. Doesn't this mean that even heaven is helping her? Thinking this, she quickly tore down the job posting from the wall and tucked it into her bag. Better not let anyone else see it. What if Jiang Ming got multiple options and decided not to choose her? That simply wouldn't do. Completely unaware of Xia Ziyu's actions, Jiang Ming was still puzzled. How could it be that after posting the recruitment notice for half a day, not a single phone call came in to inquire? Little did he know, that single recruitment notice had already been pocketed by someone. Lost in thought, his phone suddenly pinged with a notification. It was a text message from someone. Excuse me, is this Mr. Jian? I'm contacting you after seeing your recruitment notice. Jiang Ming instinctively glanced at the unfamiliar phone number across the screen. Without thinking much, he replied, this is Jiang Ming. May I know when you'd be available? You can come to the shop for an interview. Ah, I'm available anytime. It really depends on your schedule. Then let's make it 5 p.m. Come to my shop, and I'll explain the work process in detail. Got it. It's settled then, no backing out, came the sudden playful reply. Yes, this person was precisely Xia Ziyu. Seeing Jiang Ming agree, the corners of her lips curled upwards in happiness, her mood noticeably lifting. After all, she'd succeeded in the first step. Now she just had to wait until 5 p.m. for the interview. After finishing lunch, Jiang Ming took a short nap with the little one before heading to the market to stock up on ingredients. Today's batch had sold out faster than expected, so he needed to buy more. The moment the little girl heard they were going out for a ride, her drowsiness from nap time vanished instantly. Standing at the front of the tricycle, she blinked her big eyes and asked in a sweet, childish voice, "Brother, where are we going?" "Big brother needs to buy groceries first. Afterwards, I'll take you to play bumper cars, okay?" The mention of bumper cars immediately piqued her interest, but soon, a hint of hesitation flickered across her face. "But, big brother works so hard every day to earn money for Ningning's treatment. Ningning, can skip playing this time?" Hearing the little one say that, Jiang Ming's eyes turned moist. She actually knew to feel sorry for him. He reached out and gently rubbed her little head, saying softly, "It's alright. Big brother has earned some money now, and can take Ningning out to play." As the siblings chatted, they soon arrived at the entrance of the vegetable market. Jiang Ming decided to increase the quantity of ingredients beyond the original plan. Yesterday's order of 60 catties of pork hadn't been enough to meet demand, so today he directly requested about 80 catties. "It looks quite exaggerated, startling even the pork seller. Damn, does a bun shop really need this much pork? He usually sells only 200 catties of meat per day, and now nearly half of it is bought in one go. Kid, are you sure about this?" Just to be safe, the uncle confirmed again, better not have any last-minute regrets, though he knew Jiang Ming wouldn't back out. "Definitely, just deliver it at the same time tomorrow," Jiang Ming said as he straightforwardly paid a 500 yuan deposit. With the deposit secured, the uncle felt a weight lifted off his chest. He thought to himself, why worry when they've already paid the deposit? As long as I'm making money, who cares what they need all that pork for anyway? Got it. Having sorted out the pork issue, he went on to check other supplies, vegetables, flour, scallions, ginger, garlic, seasonings, and the like. Everything needed to be stocked up in larger quantities. By the time all the shopping was done, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. With the clock nearing 5, Jiang Ming hurried to the breakfast shop with the little one in tow. If the applicant was hired, he needed to get them trained up quickly so they could divide the workload. That way, he could ease his own burden and at least free up some time. Before long, they arrived at the shop. On the other side, Xia Jiyu sat in a milk tea shop not far from Danyang Street, sipping on her bubble tea while glancing through the window in the direction of Ningning breakfast shop. She checked her digital watch again, just 10 more minutes until 5 o'clock sharp. Why hasn't he opened yet? Could he have forgotten? No way, she had been sitting in this milk tea shop for over an hour straight. After some thought, he was just about to send a message to ask. To his surprise, when he looked up, the rolling shutter of the breakfast shop was already open, with a garishly colored tricycle parked at the entrance. Without a moment's hesitation, she set down her milk tea and sprang to her feet, heading straight for the breakfast shop as if afraid Jiang Ming might slip away. This was a hard-won opportunity, she absolutely couldn't let it escape her grasp again. Seated in his chair, Jiang Ming had already picked up his phone to call Xia Jiyu, the sender of the message, when suddenly a slender figure rushed into the shop like a gust of wind, like a fleeting breeze. I'm here, no need to call." Xia Jiyu gasped for breath, clearly exhausted, beads of sweat streaming down her delicate face. Hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Ming suddenly had a bad premonition. His gaze shifted toward the person opposite him, and he instantly froze, speechless. The air abruptly fell silent. Xia Ziyu clearly knew what he was thinking. Playfully sticking out her tongue, she said, "Didn't expect it to be me, did you? Don't you dare pretend you don't know me." "No, even if you pretend not to know me today, I'll still apply to work here. I'm very diligent and capable. I can definitely take a lot off your plate." Jiang Ming. Seeing Jiang Ming remain silent, Xia Ziyu put on a pitiful expression again, her eyes already misty with tears, looking utterly forlorn. "Are you going to push me away like you did over a year ago? Do you have any idea how long I've been searching for you? For a whole year, I've been asking about you everywhere, looking for you whenever I could. Do you know how hard it's been for me?" Sob. Seeing the girl cry, Jiang Ming felt as though his heart had been clenched tightly by something. He could barely breathe. At this moment, he found he couldn't bring himself to say the words to reject her. But yet, this job is too exhausting. Having to wake up so early every day really doesn't suit a night owl like her who loves sleeping in and staying up late. "I wouldn't recommend you come work here." Jiang Ming didn't respond. Instead, he immediately shifted to work matters. Hearing this, Xia Jiyu's face instantly fell, her expression so pitiful it resembled a wronged kitten. Did this mean he didn't approve of her coming? No way, absolutely not. This is her only chance to be with Jiang Ming every single day. Ha, why not? Why wouldn't you recommend me? I can endure hardship really well. First, the job requires arriving at the shop punctually at 5 a.m. You're a night owl. By the time you show up, my shop would practically be closing for the day. Second, you're completely unsuited for this job. Mostly, he just didn't want this girl to overexert herself. Besides, now wasn't the right time for any of this. If he could persuade her to quit, then he should. But unexpectedly, Xia Jiyu snorted stubbornly. "No, I don't want to. Who says I can't do it? I definitely can. Isn't there a probationary period? 3 days. If I don't meet the standards, then I'll accept it if you kick me out. Chapter 28. What kind of fate-destined encounter is this? Besides, how would you know I can't do it if we don't try? Didn't you know you should never tell a woman she can't do something so easily? Jiang Ming. Damn, he actually couldn't refute that. After not seeing her for over a year, this little lass had really sharpened her tongue. There's no probation period here, you either take the job straight or not. I'm the boss, and if I say you're not a good fit, then you're not a good fit. Jiang Ming's expression remained indifferent. Xia Zhiyu frustratedly clenched her fists, so infuriating. Indeed, he's the boss, so naturally he calls the shots. But how could she bear to just go back like this? She had finally found Jiang Ming, the one who had lingered in her thoughts, the one she could never forget. After standing there pondering for nearly a minute, her eyes suddenly lit up with an idea, and she plopped herself down on a dining chair nearby, clearly demonstrating she wasn't leaving. I don't care what you say. I was your ex-girlfriend after all. Now I can't find a job and I'm literally starving to death. You wouldn't just stand by and watch me starve right in front of you, would you? If you don't take me in today, I'm not leaving. 3 days, just 3 days probation, won't you even give me that chance? Whoa whoa, sobbing noises. Jiang Ming knew if he kept refusing, this stubborn girl wouldn't listen to reason anyway. With no other option, he reluctantly agreed. Alright then, 3 days probation. But if it doesn't work out, that's it, no exceptions. Seeing Jiang Ming agree, Xia Zhiyu blinked in surprise. As if she hadn't expected him to consent so readily, she'd assumed it would take much more persuasion. Woof woof, she finally agreed. Really? You don't want to? It's not too late to back out now. No, I agree. Who said I didn't agree? I approve with both hands and feet. Xia Zhiyu was so excited she didn't even know what to say. Her eyes darted around before suddenly noticing the little girl standing near Jiang Ming. Curious, she asked, huh? Is this little girl your sister? She remembered Jiang Ming mentioning he had a younger sister. Jiang Ming gently patted the little one's head and said warmly, Ningning, say hello to sister. The little one had noticed Xia Zhiyu for a while now, secretly stealing glances. Children's minds are simple, he just thought this sister looked really pretty. After all, who doesn't like beautiful things or people? This applies to children too. Hearing his brother speak, the little one looked at Xia Zhiyu and called out in a voice sweet as milk. Hello, sister. Hello there. Wow, you're so pretty and adorable. Xia Zhiyu's eyes lit up as she walked forward with familiarity to greet Ningning. She genuinely adored this little sister, both beautiful and so polite. She's quite the match for her younger self. Praise from her made the little one blush, her cheeks turning as pink as a ripe peach. Xia Zhiyu poked her chubby cheek and asked with a smile, little sister, what's your name? Surprisingly, Ningning didn't seem timid around Xia Zhiyu. Perhaps Jiang Ming's efforts these past few days had paid off. With a sweet smile, she answered, big sister, I'm Ningning. Look at this adorable little face. Xia Zhiyu genuinely adored her. Even if it weren't for Jiang Ming, she'd stay at this job for the sake of this little sister. That settled it. She'd shamelessly dig in her heels right here. Ning, what a lovely name. Oh, by the way, from now on you can call me Sister Zhiyu, alright? The little one nodded with partial understanding, chirping in a milky voice, Zhiyu Jijia. Good girl, so well behaved. As she spoke, Xia Zhiyu rummaged through her shoulder bag, wanting to find some cash to give little Ningning a welcome red envelope. Unfortunately, after searching for a while, she couldn't find a single bill, but instead accidentally dropped the recruitment notice she had tucked in her bag onto the ground. Jiang Ming's gaze fell upon it, and he instantly recognized what it was. He immediately raised an eyebrow. He'd been wondering where the job posting at the entrance went, thought someone had torn it down maliciously. Turned out it was this girl. Xia Zhiyu only realized what she'd done a beat later. Her face flushed crimson as she hastily picked up the job notice, crumpled it into a ball, and clenched it in her palm. Putting on an innocent smile as if nothing had happened, she turned to little Ningning. Ningning, I didn't bring a gift today, I'll make it up to you tomorrow, okay? Okay, thank you, Zhiyu's sister. The little one clearly liked Xia Zhiyu too, thanking her with a giggle. Glancing at her brother beside her, seeing no objections, it must be alright then. Jiang Ming suddenly felt a bit puzzled. Hadn't the two girls just met for the first time? The way they were exchanging glances made it seem like they knew each other long ago. You're welcome. Having finally secured the job with Jiang Ming's approval, Xia Zhiyu's mood was extraordinarily cheerful. She was practically humming a tune on the spot. Does this mean she's taken another step closer to success? Great. It's getting late. I should head back now. I'll definitely be here on time for work tomorrow. Xia Zhiyu blinked, then suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, don't forget to take me off your blacklist, so we can stay in touch. With that, he excitedly dashed out of the breakfast shop. On the way, she put away her smile, her heart beating faster and faster, as if it were about to leap out of her chest. Maine. It all happened so suddenly that she barely had time to react, feeling as if she were in a dream. Just yesterday, I was still thinking about how to find Jiang Ming. Today we met by sheer coincidence. Not only that, but like magic, I'd become his employee. What kind of heaven-ordained fate is this? Not making up would be a sin against the luck the heavens had blessed her with. After she left, Jiang Ming also closed up the shop and rode home with the little one. On the way, the little one was still thinking about Xia Zhiyu's matter. Her face flushed without hiding her admiration as she said, "Brother, Sister Zhiyu is so pretty. Ningning really likes this big sister." "Oh, does Ningning like her sister that much?" "Yeah, exactly. Do you like it too, brother? Then can you marry Zhiyu as my sister-in-law?" Asterisk cough, cough, asterisk. Jiang Ming almost choked on his own saliva. Where on earth did this little rascal learn that? However, children's words carry no malice, so he didn't take it too seriously. He just curiously asked, "Ningning, where did you learn this from?" I heard it on TV at Granny Lin's house. The people inside said if you like someone, you should marry her and make her your wife." Jiang Ming wasn't sure what to say, torn between laughter and tears. What kind of nonsense was she watching? In his mind, Xia Zhiyu's stunningly beautiful and pure face involuntarily surfaced, along with her shameless persistence to stay. Unconsciously, the corners of his lips lifted slightly, and a trace of inexplicable tenderness crept into his eyes. Driving the three-wheeler. Passing by a square with children's rides, as dusk approached, the rides had already lit up with colorful lights, flickering brilliantly, utterly beautiful. Xiao Ningning's gaze was immediately captivated. Jiang Ming didn't hesitate for a moment. After parking the car, he grabbed the little one's hand and headed straight for the kiddie ride ticket booth. "Woo-woo, it's a bit chilly. Would you mind giving this chapter a like after reading, dear readers?" Chapter 29, Let's Have Hot Pot Together. The square was quite crowded at this evening hour, filled with parents taking their children out for strolls and fresh air. Colorfully lit kiddie cars shuttled back and forth across the plaza, with children's joyful laughter ringing out intermittently. At the ticket booth, Jiang Ming bought one child ticket and one adult ticket, then was escorted by staff to one of the children's rides featuring Peppa Pig and George. The ride was quite spacious, roomy enough to comfortably seat two adults. Wow, big brother, it's Peppa Pig. Cartoon characters always held irresistible charm for children. Jiang Ming lifted the little one into the seat and climbed in himself. As the ride started moving, colorful lights flickered on, accompanied by cheerful children's music. The child's eyes sparkled with delight as they settled into the seat. Jiang Ming maneuvered the steering wheel, weaving through the square. Little Ningning pressed her face excitedly against the window, gazing left and right. "Brother, look over there. There's a mushroom, such a big mushroom, and it's glowing." The little guy's sudden outburst caught Jiang Ming's curious gaze. Right in the center of the square, there was indeed a large mushroom placed. It was called a mushroom, but in reality, it was just a small plastic mushroom-shaped hut, about the height of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Strings of colorful lights adorned its perimeter, twinkling beautifully. Many parents were taking their kids to take photos there. Jiang Ming found himself rather uninterested, but he couldn't resist his little one's enthusiasm. So when the car ride time ended, he took her over to snap some pictures. By now, the sky had completely darkened. Jiang Ming was still using that same old phone he'd had for years to take photos. Whether shooting horizontally or vertically, the images came out blurry, with terrible glare that made his little girl's face unrecognizable or simply unflattering in every shot. "Brother, are you done yet?" Ningning's arms are getting sore, the little one called out from over there. "It's almost done, don't move around." Okay. Jiang Ming tried adjusting the brightness, but it still didn't work well. Just as he was considering whether to change phones, a gentle and melodious voice sounded by his ear. "Why do you still take photos from such a straight guy angle? No wonder they never turn out nice." Xia Zhiyu's face was full of disapproval. This plaza was near her home, and she had come out for a stroll after dinner. Who would have thought she'd run into Jiang Ming so coincidentally? Truly, fate works in mysterious ways. At first, she thought she had mistaken him until she spotted the little one. Ever since their university days, Jiang Ming's photography skills had been the subject of her relentless teasing, those typical straight male camera angles. If not for her naturally photogenic looks, who knows how many unflattering shots he would have taken of her. "Jiang Ming, what's she doing here?" "Sister Zhiyu." The little one spotted Xia Zhiyu and instantly got excited, releasing her scissor hand pose as she tried to run over. Xia Zhiyu smiled and said, "Ningning, stay still, Sister Zhiyu will take your picture and make you look extra pretty." Got it." The little one flashed the ubiquitous peace sign, prompting Xia Zhiyu to chuckle and reach into her shoulder bag for a tiny camera. After finding the perfect angle, snap, he snapped several photos in quick succession. Then he had the little one change into a few more poses, snapping another round of photos. There was no helping it. Who could resist little Ningning's adorable and beautiful charm? Xia Ziyu's inner photographer was instantly awakened. Back in her university days, one of her hobbies had been photography and taking pictures. Excellent, the photos turned out really well. Flipping through her work, Xia Ziyu couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. As expected of her, the angles she'd chosen were simply perfect. "Ziyu big sis, let me peek, I wanna peek too." The little one came running over with quick, pattering footsteps. On the public bench by the square, two girls, one big, one small, sat looking at photos, leaving Jiang Ming sidelined with no chance to get a word in. Little Ningning, look pretty? Which ones do you like? Sister will save them for you. Having flipped through them all, Xia Ziyu thought every single one was lovely and couldn't bear to delete any. The little one asked in a tiny voice, can Ningning have them all? Of course I'll send everything to your brother's phone later, and you can take your time looking at it. Great. Ningning nodded eagerly like a little pecking chick. Jiang Ming chimed in at the right moment. Alright, it's getting late. Let's call it a day here. I still need to take Ningning for dinner. Having run into them, Xia Ziyu naturally wouldn't let the siblings leave so easily. Even if their feelings had faded, they could still be rekindled. Pondering this, her eyes suddenly lit up as she noticed the words on a nearby mall billboard. Shu Daxia Hot Pot. My eyes instantly lit up. Haven't you had dinner yet? What a coincidence, neither have I. How about joining me? There's a Shu Daxia right here in this mall. Don't worry, Ning Ning can't handle spicy food, we can order a split pot or children's set. Xiaoji playfully blinked her large, sparkling eyes. Blinking her eyes at Jiang Ming, afraid he might refuse, she put on an utterly pitiful little expression, the kind no one could possibly turn down. She was beautiful, delicate, and adorable. Few men could withstand such devastating charm. Jiang Ming looked at her, the corners of his lips lifting imperceptibly. Xia Ziyu tilted her little face up, wondering how to respond when Jiang Ming inevitably refused her, when suddenly she heard him say, alright then. What? He agreed? He actually agreed so readily. Really? That's wonderful. Xia Ziyu's heart swelled with joy in an instant. She quickly walked over and spontaneously took the little one's hand, beaming as she said, Ningning, shall we go eat hot pot together? Just because of her one word of agreement, Xia Ziyu became as happy as a child. For some reason, Jiang Ming also found his spirits lifting along with hers. The little one blinked her eyes curiously and asked, Sister Ziyu, what is hot pot? She hasn't eaten it before. Xia Ziyu thought for a moment, unsure how to explain. How should I put it? Hot pot is just a big pot of boiling water where we can cook our own food. Then Ningning wants hot pot too. As she spoke, she tugged at Jiang Ming beside her. Brother, can we go eat hot pot? Jiang Ming. This time it seemed he couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. Alright, hot pot it is. Before long, the trio arrived on the 5th floor of the mall. Stepping out of the elevator, they were greeted by the glaring neon sign of Shu Daxia. The rich aroma of hot pot wafted through the air from inside the restaurant. The aroma alone makes one's mouth water. Xia Ziyu had actually already eaten dinner, but temptation remained temptation. Following the waiter inside and taking her seat, her phone in the bag suddenly rang right at that moment. Who could it be, ruining the mood at a time like this? She walked to the side to answer the call. Oh my goodness, where are you? I've been looking for you forever. You're not replying to my messages or answering my video calls. I thought something happened to you. On the other end of the line came a woman's voice, frantic with worry. It was none other than her best friend, Tang Xian. Originally, the two had gone out for a walk together, but in the time it took Tang Xian to buy some milk tea and come back, the other woman had vanished without a trace. Chapter 30, I'll scoop one for you later. After searching for ages without finding him and being unable to reach him, she was frantic with worry, fearing something terrible had happened. Xia Ziyu glanced in Jiang Ming's direction, cleared her throat, and said to Tang Xian, Xian, something suddenly came up today. Why don't you head back first? As she spoke, she deliberately held the phone slightly farther from her ear. As expected. What? Going back first? Xia Ziyu, you were the one who begged and coaxed me to come out, saying you had something important to tell me. Now you disappear without a word after a minor disagreement, and you're unreachable? What's your problem? Since when is anyone more important than your bestie? You actually ditched me for this, you. Tang Xian unleashed a torrent of complaints at Xia Ziyu without pause. How infuriating. I'm sorry, but this is about my lifelong happiness, so I'll have to stand you up this time. I'll treat you to a big meal another day, please forgive me. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian widened her eyes in shock. Lifelong happiness? Do you have someone you like now? Wow, girl, you finally moved on from that damned ex-boyfriend. I'm so relieved. No worries, what's done is done. I don't blame you at all. Now go take care of your business. Tang Xian was beyond happy and was about to hang up the phone. Xia Ziyu? How desperate is this woman to get her married off and settled down? Aren't you even curious about who that person is? Oh come on, whoever it is, how bad could Xia Ziyu's taste possibly be? The only time you ever went blind was with that ex-boyfriend of yours. Tang Xian clenched her teeth. Back when her best friend went through a breakup, it was only with her daily comfort that her friend gradually got through it. Who would have thought that after all this time, she still hadn't gotten over that scumbag? Now hearing that she has someone new she likes, how could Tang Xian not be overjoyed? After giving a few reminders, she quickly hung up the phone so as not to disturb her best friend's romantic moment. Xia Ziyu. Putting her phone back in her bag and returning to the table, she noticed the siblings sitting perfectly still. Curious, she asked, have you two ordered yet? Not yet, Sister Jiyu. Brother said we'd wait for you to arrive before ordering, the little one replied with a sweet smile. Jiang Ming took out his phone to scan the QR code for ordering, then handed it to Xia Jiyu. You go first. Xia Jiyu took the phone and started ordering. The first step was choosing the soup base. She knew Jiang Ming's taste quite well, he wasn't great with spicy food. After some thought, she said, how about we order a dual-flavor hot pot with spicy beef tallow and bone broth? What do you think? The bone broth would be suitable for kids too. Sure. Jiang Ming gave an affirming hum. The little one sat beside Xia Jiyu, curiously leaning over to look. When she noticed one of the darker-colored dishes, she asked with interest, Sister Jiyu, what's this? This is beef tripe, a cow's stomach. You just dip it in the hot pot for a moment, and it's ready to eat. It's really tasty. It's my favorite, Xia Jiyu explained patiently, growing fonder of this little sister by the minute. Little Ningning's face scrunched up in distaste. A cow's tummy? That's edible? Of course. How about I cook a piece for you to try later? Xia Jiyu couldn't help but laugh. Kids these days, you buy some lobsters to bring home, boil them in a pot, and they cry their hearts out in sadness. But once the dish is cooked, they'll eat 3 big bowls of rice with tears still in their eyes. Your stomach isn't great either. Eat less spicy food so you don't end up with stomachaches again when you get home. At that moment, Jiang Ming suddenly spoke up while looking at Xia Jiyu. Upon hearing this, Xia Jiyu froze momentarily. Jiang Ming still remembered she couldn't eat spicy food because of her stomach? Sob, this makes me cry. He's still attentive to details just like before. She refused to believe Jiang Ming would leave her without reason. There must be some hidden hardship. There must be. This only proves one thing more clearly. She absolutely must not give up. Before long, the hot pot base and dishes arrived. Xia Jiyu quickly picked up several pieces of tripe and dropped them into the spicy beef fat broth. After boiling for about 3 minutes, she fished them out and placed them on a plate. She then ladled a small bowl of bone broth. Picking up one of the now thoroughly cooked small tripe pieces, dipped it in the bone broth for a quick boil. That'll make it less spicy. The little one beside them kept staring intently at that tripe, sniffing the fragrant aroma as drool kept pooling in her mouth. It smelled so good and looked absolutely delicious. Xia Jiyu patiently placed the blanched tripe into the bowl before the child, gently ruffling her little head with a smile as she said, Ningning, try the tripe quickly, it's not hot anymore. Thank you, sis. If you can't finish, it's okay. I also ordered a kiddie meal for you, take your time eating. Okay. Jiang Ming scooped some beef rolls, basa fish, and fresh shrimp from the bone broth hot pot beside him. These were all Ningning's favorite foods. The little one's cheeks were puffed up adorably as she munched. From time to time, she'd feed him bites too, piping up in her sweet, milky voice, hot pot yummy. Brother eat too. Jiang Ming felt his heart melting completely. When he'd nearly finished eating, he went to the nearby fruit buffet to get some watermelon and cantaloupe. Freshly cut, quite tasty. Then he stood up again and said, I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back soon. You and Ningning keep eating. Okay, go ahead. I'll take care of Ningning. Xia Jiyu adored this little one. She was utterly adorable, melting her heart into a puddle. Oh my, how could any child be this precious? Not to mention she was the younger sister of the very person Jiyu admired. After descending the stairs, Jiang Ming headed straight to a nearby pharmacy to purchase some stomach medicine and digestive tablets. Xia Jiyu had suffered from stomach problems since college, yet she stubbornly craved intensely flavored foods. Every time she indulged, she'd be writhing in stomach pain that same night, yet she never learned her lesson, often sneaking out with her girlfriends for these forbidden treats. Because of this, he always kept these items prepared. After buying the medicine and slipping it into his pocket, he calmly returned to the hot pot restaurant as if nothing had happened. Seeing their meal was nearly finished, he went to the counter to settle the bill. The little one had quite an appetite today. Not a single grain of rice remained in the bowl of pineapple fried rice from the kid's meal. Her little belly visibly rounded slightly. Big brother, Sister Jiyu, I'm full. It was so yummy. Ningning's face beamed with satisfaction. Xia Jiyu was stuffed too. Looking at her bowl of dipping sauce, which was almost entirely chili peppers, Jiang Ming felt his scalp tingle. He then placed the medicine he'd bought on the table. Don't forget to take these when you get home. Seeing the medicine, Xia Jiyu froze in shock, staring at Jiang Ming in disbelief. Had he gone out earlier just to buy stomach medicine for her? Countless thoughts raced through Xia Jiyu's mind, her expression turning complicated. Had he really changed? She couldn't believe Jiang Ming had truly transformed. If he hadn't changed, would he have remembered to buy these things for her? As she thought these thoughts, a thin mist inexplicably welled up in her eyes, making her look pitiful and wronged. Jiang Ming, how could you? She wiped away her tears with a tissue, trying her best not to let others see that she was crying. Sniff, that awful Jiang Ming. He knew perfectly well how easily she cried. Still playing these games. Wah wah, heartbreaking. Please update soon. Chapter 31, Tears in My Eyes, finally got pulled out of the blacklist. Don't overthink it, just suddenly remembered you've got stomach issues, and it's getting late anyway. You should head back. The little one was still sipping yogurt, completely unaware of what was happening. Seeing Xia Ziyu crying, she immediately asked, Sister Ziyu, why are you crying? Xia Ziyu hugged the little one, sniffled, and said, Big sister is fine, I'm just really happy. Little Ningning didn't fully understand the adult world, but she nodded with a semblance of comprehension. Stepping out of the hot pot restaurant, Xia Ziyu said softly, Thank you for the medicine. I'll head back now, I'll be on time for work tomorrow. Jiang Ming nodded and gave an affirmative After leaving the mall, they each headed home. Watching the siblings ride away on their bikes, Xia Ziyu couldn't help but take out the medicine Jiang Ming had bought for her. A slow-burning happiness nearly overflowed from her chest, yet it all felt so dreamlike. How wonderful! Did this mean Jiang Ming still had feelings for her? Does this mean they still have a chance? The more Xia Ziyu thought about it, the lighter her mood became. Just then, her phone pinged with a notification. When she opened WeChat, she nearly jumped for joy. Jiang Ming had finally taken her out of his blacklist. Woo-woo, sobs. God knows how long she had been waiting for this moment. Returning home and seeing her exceptionally cheerful mood, Xiao's mother Su Xian raised an eyebrow. Won the lottery? You're in quite a good mood. In the morning, she had looked so worried, but by evening, her demeanor had completely changed. Oh, how shallow. This is far more exciting than winning the lottery. Oomph, I'm off to wash up and sleep. Xia Zhiyu's eyes and brows were brimming with joy, her grin stretching from ear to ear. Su Xian was quite surprised, her gossipy instincts flaring up. Oh, the night owl's sleeping early today? What's got you so happy that you won't even share it with your dear old mom? Nothing much, just that I found a job and I'm happy. Starting officially tomorrow. That's why I'm going to bed early today. A job? What kind of job? Just a good one, anyway. I'll tell you all about it after I finish showering. Xia Ziyu smiled mysteriously, hung up her bag, and headed straight to the bathroom. On the other side of the sofa, Xia Weiguo, Xiao's father, was scrolling through the popular short video app Douyin. Su Xian walked over and gently nudged him. Honey, don't you think our daughter is acting a bit odd today? Odd? Isn't it normal to be happy after finally landing a job? You're just overthinking it. Su Xian rolled her eyes. This is called concern, not overthinking. I wonder what kind of job this girl found. I'll ask her later. Immersive translate. On the other side, Jiang Ming was still riding his bike on the way home. It was getting late, and the little one was nodding off. Typical behavior after a full meal, get sleepy right away. Once home, he hurried to boil water, gave the little one a bath, and put her to bed. Almost as soon as she touched the bed, she fell into a deep sleep, and soon the sound of steady breathing could be heard. At this moment, everything was peaceful and comfortable. By the time everything was settled, it was already past 9 in the evening. Jiang Ming lay on the bed and mentally activated the system. He glanced at the points section in his personal profile. 42,860. After deducting the costs, he had already earned over 30,000 yuan, and this was just in 3 or 4 days. Previously, he wouldn't have dared to imagine this. Though it was tiring, everything was worth it. He searched through the system store to see if there was anything he needed. Most of the items at the beginning were ordinary, so I scrolled down with a curious heart. Upon closer inspection, I made an unexpected discovery. It was the special medicinal cuisine rewarded by the system. It actually appeared in the beginner's mall. What's going on? Next to the exchange button, there were actually options, not just chicken soup, but also spare rib soup, beef brisket soup, black chicken soup, pork stomach and chicken soup, and more. The variety was so extensive it dazzled the eyes. Another glance at the price, 100 points per serving. Jiang Ming. Well, at least the price was acceptable. After some thought, he figured there'd be no harm in redeeming it whenever he decided to eat it someday. He then browsed through other options and ultimately exchanged for an all-purpose recipe collection. It included health-preserving recipes, slimming recipes, baking recipes, and all kinds of culinary delights. It required 500 points to redeem. Jiang Ming didn't feel the pinch after all. The money he earned daily could easily recoup the cost. The exchange completed, and he immediately felt something magical appear in his mind. After exiting the mall, Jiang Ming stared at the system interface for a while longer. He couldn't help wondering, aside from recording points and hosting the system mall, did this system have nothing else to offer? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a white pop-up suddenly appeared on the screen. On it was written, System-friendly reminder. Hello, once you reach 100,000 points, you can activate the lucky draw wheel. Stay tuned. Lucky draw wheel? This certainly piqued Jiang Ming's interest. Earning 100,000 points isn't too far off now. Satisfied, Jiang Ming exited the system and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next day, he woke up early as usual. To his surprise, the little one was also up quite early and seemed to be in good spirits, smiling sweetly and obediently. Brother, can Ningning go with you today too? Ningning can help you. She knew Sister Jiyu would be going too. After washing up, Jiang Ming couldn't help but chuckle as if he couldn't see through her little schemes. Since the little one was already awake, how could he refuse? Alright, Big Brother will take you there. Yay! I just knew Big Brother is the best to Ningning. Jiang Ming smiled helplessly and reached out to pinch her chubby little cheek. He couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but the little one's complexion looked much better than a few days ago. Rosy and round, like a little apple, utterly adorable. After getting ready, Jiang Ming carried the little one out the door. Just as they arrived at Danyang Street, they spotted a slender figure standing by the entrance from afar, idly playing around on the steps, quite charming. This girl actually got up this early? Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Xia Jiyu turned her face and immediately noticed this flashy electric scooter, recognizing it instantly. She'd never seen anyone but Jiang Ming ride this particular model. Thinking this, she quickly jumped up and waved her hands excitedly, absolutely thrilled. Brother, it's Sister Jiyu. The little one also spotted her and said cheerfully in a babyish voice. The car stopped at the entrance. Xia Jiyu glanced at the little one and asked curiously, why did you bring Ningning too? At this early hour, shouldn't you let her sleep more? Children need their rest to grow properly. As she finished speaking, she couldn't help but yawn. Jiang Ming frowned, clearly noticing the dark circles under her eyes that made her look like a little panda. It was almost immediately obvious. This girl had definitely pulled an all-nighter. No, not just stayed up late, but stayed up the entire night. I think you're the one who needs more sleep. Didn't you stay awake all last night? Jiang Ming studied her as he spoke in a calm, measured tone. Chapter 32, Getting your future wife to help out. Not a bad idea, young man. You noticed? It's nothing, just gotta work, you know how I am. My sleep schedule's always been like this, pulling all-nighters is pretty normal for me. Might as well take this chance to fix my sleep routine. Xia Ziyu gave a sweet smile. Jiang Ming was utterly helpless with her. Was adjusting sleep supposed to be done like this? Did you take your medicine yesterday? Xia Ziyu nodded her head. Don't worry, I've eaten. Thanks for the medicine. After Jiang Ming parked the car, he lifted the rolling shutter door of the shop, stepped inside, tidied up the store, and waited for the ingredients to be delivered from the market later. As soon as Xia Ziyu arrived, little Ningning clung to her persistently. When their conversation turned to yesterday's photos, she suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to send them to Jiang Ming. She had already imported the photos into her phone album last night, but considering Jiang Ming would need rest since he had to wake up early the next day, she didn't dare disturb him so late. This came at just the right time for him. Not a single photo from yesterday was deleted, they were all sent to Jiang Ming's phone. Xia Ziyu gently rubbed the little one's head and said, when we get back, you can look at them together with your brother. Okay. As the two were talking, a motorized tricycle pulled up in front of the breakfast shop. It was the pork delivery uncle arriving. There he was, lugging an even larger woven plastic sack than yesterday on his shoulder. Inside were precisely the 80 pounds of pork Jiang Ming had requested. The pork inside is all freshly slaughtered, you can check it. The middle-aged man grinned honestly and said. Jiang Ming waved his hand. It's fine, I trust you, uncle. That won't do. It's not about trust or distrust, we still have to follow procedure. Otherwise, if problems arise, I'll have to make an extra trip, and it'll waste your time too, the uncle immediately replied, genuinely touched by Jiang Ming's show of trust. Alright then. Jiang Ming smiled faintly, carefully opened the burlap sack to examine its contents. The pork was indeed freshly slaughtered and of excellent quality. Satisfied, he nodded and said, the pork is fine. No problem then. You ordered 80 pounds today at $9 a pound, totaling $720. You paid a $500 deposit yesterday, so just settle the remaining $220. Okay. As they conversed, Xia Ziyu's gaze towards Jiang Ming suddenly shifted without her realizing it. How had she never noticed before? Jiang Ming, who always seemed so careless, actually had a knack for business and surprisingly, a rather decent one at that. The pork arrived, and soon after, the rest of the ingredients followed in quick succession, swiftly filling the entire rear kitchen to bursting. Wow, this much? Xia Ziyu's face was painted with astonishment. Her grandmother had run a breakfast shop in the past, and even 1/10 of these ingredients would have been considered impressive back then. But soon, she recalled the crowd queuing outside the breakfast shop yesterday to buy steamed buns. It didn't seem strange at all when you thought about it. Business was so good that using a lot of ingredients every day was only natural. Jiang Ming swiftly set to work, kneading the dough to let it rise before turning his attention to the pork and vegetables. Noticing his busy hands, Xia Ziyu hurried over to lend a hand. To Jiang Ming's surprise, despite her delicate appearance as if she'd never done a day's hard work in her life, the girl was actually quite nimble, her movements skilled and efficient, as if she did chores like this all the time. A pile of vegetables was quickly cleaned and prepped. Seeing Jiang Ming's expression, Xia Ziyu flashed a smug smile and said, didn't expect that, did you? I grew up at my grandma's place when I was little. She used to run a breakfast shop too, and I learned a lot from her. I didn't move to Jiangbei with my parents until high school. This was something Jiang Ming truly hadn't anticipated. Who would have thought this girl was actually experienced? However, this also saved him a lot of trouble. The little one, seeing Xia Ziyu helping out, also jumped into the fray, happily busy alongside her, with bursts of laughter from the two girls, one big, one small, filling the air now and then. Amidst this harmonious atmosphere, Jiang Ming found himself smiling unconsciously. A portion of pork and vegetables were minced, and Jiang Ming began seasoning the filling. The key to delicious buns lies in the filling, with the outer layer of dough being secondary. Everything proceeded normally. By the time the first batch was wrapped and ready to be steamed, it was already 5:50 in the morning. After a moment's thought, Jiang Ming said to Xia Ziyu, "If you can't tell what filling the buns have later, just follow the pointed marks to identify them." Xia Ziyu glanced at the steamer and nodded. "I know, my grandma used to do it this way too. Don't worry, I'll definitely handle this little task perfectly for you." Jiang Ming, since his instructions had been unnecessary. At the table in the hall, knowing she couldn't be of help, the little one obediently sat there playing with the small toy she'd brought from home instead of causing trouble. So well behaved it makes your heart ache. Xia Ziyu walked over, patted her little head, and suddenly smiled mysteriously. "Ningning, do you remember what Ziyu Jiejie told you yesterday?" Little Ningning tilted her head and thought for a while before scratching her head. "Ziyu Jiejie, Ningning doesn't remember." The little one pondered hard. She and her sister didn't seem to have any little secrets. Xia Ziyu looked at her chubby little face, unbearably adorable, feeling her heart melt, and couldn't resist the urge to plant a big kiss on it. "It's okay if you don't remember. But didn't your sister tell you yesterday that she'd make up for the missed meeting gift today? Well, she's brought it with her now." Xia Ziyu's smile was radiant. This instantly piqued little Mengya's curiosity. "Alright, but I'm really busy right now. Sister has to go and work soon. How about I bring it to you when things slow down, okay?" Xia Ziyu glanced at the entrance, where customers were already starting to arrive. The little one was very sensible and nodded, saying, Okay. Immersive translate. 7:30 a.m. This was peak business hours for the breakfast shop, with a dense crowd gathered at the entrance. Everyone maintained reasonable order, standing patiently in line as they waited to buy steamed buns. Xia Ziyu had truly never seen a steamed bun shop attract so many people in the morning. Her face was full of shock. Even during her grandmother's peak business days, there had never been such a crowd. She had thought the crowd was already large enough when she came yesterday. Little did I know, it was nothing compared to today. How terrifying. The sudden appearance of such a pretty girl at this breakfast shop had everyone curious, especially the single young men who were practically craning their necks to get a look. Damn, this girl is seriously beautiful. Not only is she gorgeous, but her figure is absolutely killer. People in the crowd have already started discussing. An elderly woman remarked, "This girl is so lovely, she must be the boss's girlfriend?" Bringing his future wife here to help, that young man has quite the clever idea. These two make such a handsome pair, truly well matched. Being in a relationship with this young fellow wouldn't be a hardship at all. He's got a bright future ahead. Absolutely, if possible, I'd love to introduce my own daughter to this young man. He's genuinely a fine catch. Chapter 33 Holy shit, Jiyu actually came to sell steamed buns. The aunties all praised Jiang Ming unanimously. In their words, he was the ideal son-in-law candidate, but judging by the current situation, this young man probably already had someone in his life. What a pity, what a damned pity. Completely unaware of their gossip, Xia Ziyu deftly packed the steamed buns with practiced hands, smiling as she handed them to each customer. "Thank you, please come again." The girl's voice was sweet and melodious, making the male customers' hearts itch inexplicably, and they ended up buying several more buns as if spellbound. Xia Ziyu methodically packed orders and handled payments at the front, while Jiang Ming busied himself making buns in the kitchen. The saying "men and women working together don't get tired" truly applied here. Word quickly spread that Ningning Breakfast Shop had hired such a beautiful girl, drawing even more customers to the store. The entrance to the breakfast shop was almost completely packed. Despite Xia Ziyu's experience, she was still shocked. From 6 a.m. until now, her packing movements had barely stopped. The business is too good, which made her even more curious. Is it really that delicious? To the extent that these people are basically buying more than 10 at a time to take home. Yesterday, after buying the buns and feeling frustrated in her room for a while, she didn't get to eat even one. Good grief, I finally woke up early this morning, only to come a step too late again? Tang Xian stared at the sea of people not far away, feeling thoroughly annoyed. On such a scorching hot day, is it really worth it for these people to go so far just for some steamed buns? That's what she thought, but the next second, her feet still seemed to move on their own toward the line. Who could resist such delicious buns? And let's not forget how ridiculously good-looking the owner is. After waiting in line for half an hour, it was finally her turn. But when she noticed Xia Ziyu behind the counter, her voice involuntarily shot up. Holy crap, Ziyu, is that really you? Oh my god, this girl actually came to sell buns. No, she must be seeing things, she must be. You're not mistaken, it's really me. What kind of buns do you want? Hurry up, there are quite a few people in line behind you, Xia Ziyu admitted, then urged her again. Only after hearing her speak did Tang Xian dare to confirm it. That person is really Xia Ziyu. Give me 5 meat buns. Tang Xian finished speaking, quickly scanned the code to pay, and left the queue area. The more she thought about it, the stranger it seemed. What could have happened to this girl? Yesterday she said she was about to be single no more, and today she's working at this breakfast shop. What's going on? Tang Xian couldn't make heads or tails of it. Forget it. I'd better ask her properly after work to find out what actually happened. The busy situation didn't ease up until around 11 o'clock at noon. Finally got a chance to catch my breath. Xia Ziyu hurriedly drank the warm water Jiang Ming had prepared for her, the girl's entire forehead glistening with sweat. Jiang Ming spoke up, "Let me handle this, you go over there and take a rest." Thinking that this girl probably hadn't eaten anything since coming over in the morning, he took a few steamed buns from the basket and brought them over. Have something to eat first to fill your stomach. Xia Ziyu had been so busy she was dizzy from rushing about. Only when Jiang Ming mentioned it did she realize she was feeling a bit hungry, so she picked up a meat bun and started eating. At the first bite, her eyes suddenly lit up. Wow, these buns are absolutely delicious. No wonder your business is doing so well. It only took a few bites before he completely devoured one bun. Just too delicious. Who would have thought Jiang Ming had such great culinary skills? The 4 steamed buns on the table were quickly devoured by her. Then, in a rather unladylike manner, she let out a satisfied burp. After all, they had known each other for so many years, there was no need to worry about appearances anymore. If you're still hungry, there's more. I'll get some for you. No, I'm stuffed. By the way, where did you learn to cook like this? I had no idea you had such a talent before. Xia Ziyu asked with genuine curiosity. Jiang Ming casually replied, I taught myself. Xia Ziyu completely believed his words. After all, Jiang Ming had always been a quick learner back in school, so it wasn't surprising that he could teach himself how to make buns. Giggle, how did I do today? See how hardworking I am? Just skip the trial period and hire me already. If you hire someone new, you'd have to train them for days. Xia Ziyu blinked playfully. Suppressing a smile, Jiang Ming looked at her solemnly and said, let's see how you do over the next 2 days. Indeed, she was actually quite a good helper. Hearing this, Xia Ziyu wished she could turn into a little kitten, leaping onto him and giving him a good scratch. How infuriating. But after a short while, she deflated again. Whimper fine, 2 days it is. After all, he's the boss. Alright, I'm going to find Ningning. You go ahead with your work, Xia Ziyu said, grumbling as she headed towards the partition room. Before going in, she quietly retrieved the gift she had brought for the little one from her morning bag, hiding it behind her back before tiptoeing inside. Little Ningning was sitting at the small table, busy with a puzzle, seemingly stuck on a difficult part. Her tiny brows were furrowed like little caterpillars. Seeing Xia Ziyu enter, she flashed a sweet, milky smile. Sister Ziyu. Watching her behave so well, Xia Ziyu felt genuinely touched. This child was truly too obedient. Kids of the same age from her relatives' families acted completely unruly every day. Looking at Ningning again, what an absolute angel. Come to think of it, the uncle and aunt must be extremely busy with work to entrust their little sister to her brother's care. Ningning, big sister has already brought your gift for you, now close your eyes. Xia Ziyu gently patted her little head with a tender smile. The little one obediently closed her eyes. Ta-da! Open your eyes, see what big sister brought you. Xiao Ningning opened her eyes to see an exquisitely wrapped pink gift box with a large bow at its center. Xia Ziyu helped tear open the packaging. At last, the true form of the gift was revealed. It's a white bunny plush toy, but the bunny's face is a black display screen. The little one didn't know what it was and touched it curiously, asking, Sister Ziyu, what is this? This is an intelligent early education robot. For a child like you, it's quite beneficial, you can learn knowledge from it, Xia Ziyu explained patiently. Unsure what would make a good gift for a child, she had carefully selected this toy after much consideration. As she spoke, she pressed the switch on the bunny's ear. The screen lit up. After connecting to the internet, Xia Ziyu spoke to the robot. Bunny, we'd like to listen to nursery rhymes. Can you play one for us? Of course. So, the song Two Little Tigers began to play. The little one's eyes sparkled with amazement. How magical that the bunny could sing too. Do you like it, Ningning? Xia Ziyu asked with a smile. Of course, the little one loved it and nodded eagerly like pounding garlic. Like it. Thank you, Sister Ziyu. Ningning loves it. She spoke while scooping up the squatting Xia Ziyu into an embrace, planting a light kiss on her cheek. Chapter 34, My craft is one of a kind, no apprenticeships, no franchises. Receiving the little one's kiss, Xia Ziyu couldn't help but feel flattered, her mood instantly lifting. She genuinely adored this child. Even without Jiang Ming's connection, she would have loved her all the same. Tell me, who wouldn't love such a delightful and adorable younger sister? When she grows up, who knows which lucky guy will end up with her? Ning, if you want to listen to any songs or ancient poems, just say little bunny, and it will tell you, Xia Ziyu patiently instructed. The bunny's ears here are the switch. The little one was clever and caught on quickly. Little bunny, could you sing me Twinkle Twinkle Little Star? Of course you can, here comes Little Star. While they were having fun over there, Jiang Ming remained completely unaware, still busy serving steamed buns to customers. By this time, the crowd had gradually thinned out. Among them, a middle-aged couple kept glancing at his shop. The man finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, "Young man, where did you learn to make these buns? Could you point me in the right direction? Just look at how good the business is every day." It almost made him want to rent a shop and open his own breakfast place. Imagine how much money one could make in just one morning. Of course, he also knew that the most crucial factor was the boss's skill in making baozi. On the entire Danyang Street, it was practically one of a kind, the taste was beyond reproach. Now he was extremely curious about where the boss had learned it. With such a skill, no matter how much it cost to learn, he would be willing to pay. Didn't that amount to a 100-fold return on investment? After all, in the business world, asking such questions was the height of taboo. Anyone could tell at a glance. This guy was clearly taking advantage of the fact that the shop owner was young. Wasn't it obvious that he wanted to steal their recipe and sabotage their business? What a despicable person. Beside him, a young man around 30 years old said indignantly, "The boss's craftsmanship is one of a kind. Some people really have the nerve, who do they think they are, expecting the boss to just hand over the secret? This young man is just trying to start a business, and now someone wants to swoop in and steal it?" Yes, he simply couldn't stand the sight of it. "What are you talking about? How is it stealing when everyone's just competing by skill in business? My husband was merely asking. Isn't it the owner's right to say yes or no? Who are you to meddle in others' affairs?" The woman beside the middle-aged man frowned as she spoke. Just as an argument was about to break out, Jiang Ming interrupted. "Sorry everyone, this skill was taught to me by my late grandfather. It's unique, no official training exists, and currently, only I know how to do it. I don't teach classes or offer franchise opportunities." A single sentence dashed all the couple's hopes. It also shattered the dreams of many present. The one and only. He alone could achieve this. What else could they possibly do? Kidnap Jiang Ming and force him to reveal the recipe? Obviously not realistic. Until 1 o'clock in the afternoon, all the buns and other breakfast items were completely sold out. Jiang Ming cleaned up the shop, while Xia Jiyu hurried over to help. She was most skilled at household chores, after all, that's what made a proper employee. Though she had never been this exhausted before. Yet at least this life felt extraordinarily fulfilling. As long as she was with Jiang Ming, the weariness felt like happiness and security. "Let me handle these. You should go back and get some sleep." Seeing the dark circles under her eyes again, Jiang Ming felt a pang in his heart. This girl, does she even care about her life? No way. If I go to sleep now, I'll just end up staying up again tonight. That'll completely mess up my sleep schedule. I can tough it out now and sleep later, it's like adjusting my rhythm. Hearing this, Jiang Ming was left speechless. "Alright, I'm fine, I actually feel super energized right now. Even if you made me sleep, I couldn't." Remembering Jiang Ming's concern for her, Xia Ziyu felt a rush of happiness and mentally patted herself on the back. This is one step closer to success. Just as she finished speaking, her phone suddenly vibrated in her pocket. She picked it up and saw a message from her best friend Tang Xian. "Done with work yet? Aren't you going to explain what happened today? Oh, and about yesterday when you stood me up." Xia Ziyu hesitated, unsure whether to tell her about this, that she was getting back together with her ex-boyfriend. This girl would absolutely be the first to disagree. Working at the bun shop could still be somewhat explained away. Before she could reply, Tang Xian bombarded her with a flurry of messages. "So you're working at that steamed bun shop, could it be you're attracted to the owner's looks? Damn, you're even more shallow than I am. Not pining for your ex-boyfriend anymore? But honestly, this is good for you. Moving on from that past relationship means you won't waste your life pining over that man anymore." Tang Xian was genuinely happy for her. At least he had moved on from that past relationship, though these feelings came about a bit too quickly. At this moment, Xia Jiyu had no idea how to explain to her that the owner of that steamed bun shop she mentioned was none other than her ex-boyfriend. And to make matters worse, she was still working for this ex-boyfriend. If she said it out loud, her best friend would probably tease her nonstop for 3 whole days and nights, right? She could practically see Tang Xian's disgusted expression already upon hearing this. "How could someone like me, Tang Xian, have such a hopeless best friend like you? Ugh, pathetic." Just the thought of it made Xia Jiyu's face twist into a bitter expression. Forget it, better not say anything for now. There'd be time to bring it up later. After thinking it over carefully, she finally replied, I suddenly understand now, what's past is past. People really should keep moving forward." Hearing her say that, Tang Xian genuinely thought she had moved on from her previous relationship. Inside the cubicle, Jiang Ming walked in to find the little one happily playing with the robot bunny, learning to dance one moment and singing along the next. Seeing him enter, the little rascal scurried over eagerly to show off. "Big brother, come quick. Look, it's the little bunny sister Ziyu gave me, it's so much fun. She truly loved it more than words could say. Aside from her brother and Grandma Lin, she likes sister Ziyu the most. Jiang Ming turned his gaze towards Xia Ziyu beside him. Don't look at me like that. Since Ningning isn't in kindergarten yet, these can be used to give her a head start. Just think of it as playtime. Don't worry, the price isn't high. Xia Ziyu feared he might think it was expensive and quickly explained. Jiang Ming's emotions were complex at that moment. After hesitating, countless words condensed into a single phrase, thank you, Xia Ziyu. Oh, since Ningning is now my little sister too, isn't it totally normal for me to buy my own sister a small toy? No need to be so polite about it. If you really want to thank me, then, how about canceling my 3-day probation period? That doesn't seem like too much to ask, right? This girl is really persistent, isn't she? With a slight curl of his lips, Jiang Ming cleared his throat and said, that won't do. Pick another condition. Xia Ziyu wore an awkward expression, racking her brain but unable to come up with a better alternative condition. A few minutes later, her eyes suddenly lit up with inspiration. How about, I come to your place for lunch instead? What do you think? Xia Ziyu blinked her large, expectant eyes. That shouldn't be too much to ask, right? If Auntie asks, just say I'm your friend. Chapter 35. Taking the little one for a hospital checkup. This was the perfect opportunity to see where Jiang Ming lived and find out how he'd been doing lately. Xia Ziyu couldn't help but admire her own cleverness. This was truly brilliant. If Jiang Ming refused, then her chances of canceling the 3-day trial period would be much higher. Mentioning going to his home for lunch, Jiang Ming paused slightly. His expression suddenly turned complicated. Don't get the wrong idea, Xia Ziyu met his gaze. I'm just simply going to your place for lunch, nothing more. Besides, she added, I've never visited your parents before, so why not take this opportunity? The little one didn't understand much, only knowing that Ziyu's sister was coming to their house for dinner. He hastily said, is Sister Ziyu coming to our place for dinner? Yay, yay. Jiang Ming didn't know how to explain what had happened at home to her. If he told her the truth now, given her temperament, she'd probably wallow in guilt for ages. No need, just skip the 3-day probation. From now on, come to work as usual, Jiang Ming said. But don't stay up late anymore, it's bad for your health. Alright, it's off-duty time. You can go back and rest first, or I can treat you to lunch before you leave. Though she knew he would refuse, she didn't expect him to reject her so decisively. Xia Ziyu couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. But upon reflection, they were now ex-partners. What right did she have to hope for so much? Actually, canceling the probation period wasn't so bad, at least she could stay by his side. That was enough. Xia Ziyu said, don't worry, I live just nearby. I'll head home for lunch. You and Ningning should go back early too, you must be tired after working all morning. Seeing her slightly disappointed expression, Jiang Ming felt as if someone had gripped his heart tightly, making it hard to breathe. Alright then, be careful on your way back. Alright then, I'll head off. Xia Ziyu quickly flashed her usual cheerful smile again, crouching down to pinch the little one's chubby cheeks. Ningning, Sister Ziyu is going home now, see you tomorrow, bye-bye. The little one could only wave her hand. Bye-bye sister. After Xia Ziyu left, little Ningning pouted as she looked at her brother. Brother, why didn't you let Sister Ziyu stay for dinner? She thought her brother's cooking was really delicious. Because we ran out of vegetables at home. Next time when Big Brother buys lots of delicious ingredients, we'll invite Ziyu's sister to join us for a meal again. Jiang Ming chuckled, ruffling her little head affectionately. Alright, it's time for us to head home. The Xia residence. Having returned home, Xia Ziyu showered swiftly before darting straight to her bedroom. Tossing and turning in bed, her heart and mind brimmed with thoughts of Jiang Ming. For some inexplicable reason, she couldn't shake off the feeling that everything about this encounter felt oddly peculiar. Along with Jiang Ming's inexplicable reaction, she wondered what exactly Jiang Ming had gone through during that past year. After pondering for a long time, she still couldn't figure it out. Whatever. Perhaps she was overthinking things. They had already broken up, it was only natural for Jiang Ming to act this way. At the very least, he still cared for her, whether through words or actions, he remained as considerate as before. Thinking this way, Xia Ziyu's heart once again swelled with sweetness. Her gaze involuntarily drifted to the box of stomach medicine that Jiang Ming had bought for her, sitting on the bedside table. On the other side, after the siblings finished lunch, Jiang Ming deliberately tallied up the day's revenue and was still mildly surprised by the amount. Today we added more ingredients, and the total sales actually exceeded 20,000 yuan. The exact amount was 21,087. Not only did we sell everything, but we also closed early. Just shows how popular the business is. Looking at Danyang Street, whether it's breakfast shops or other eateries, they're all enviable beyond measure. Just see that morning queue, counting the money must be cramping their hands by now. How enviable. Most importantly, since the shop was already closed, quite a few people who came seeking its famed buns only to find them sold out lingered around, eagerly anticipating the chance to taste them the next day. The internet era. Jiang Ming's breakfast chop quickly gained some popularity on short video platforms. Out-of-towners who saw it were merely curious, thinking it probably wasn't as amazing as the hype suggested. In this appearance-focused era, they were more interested in the handsome owner Jiang Ming himself. I heard this place just opened, probably just a marketing gimmick. Hiring a bunch of food bloggers to generate hype. I've fallen for that trick several times already. Same here. They talk it up so well, but when you go, it's never what they promised. Some expressed skepticism, while others had genuinely tried them. Let me state up front, I'm not a paid shill. Their steamed buns are truly phenomenal. Even the famous Gubuli buns pale in comparison. Online discussions were heating up. Jiang Ming was still checking the remaining balance in his bank card. The little one's surgery couldn't be delayed any longer. He remembered that in his past life, his sister hadn't made it to her third birthday before leaving this world. The doctor had said she wouldn't survive past 3.5, but it was just an estimate after all. Now there were only 2 months left until her third birthday. After some thought, he felt it was necessary to take the little one for a medical checkup now. Once the surgery funds were fully gathered in the coming days, they could proceed with the preparations. Ningning, would you like to go to kindergarten and play with other children? Jiang Ming gently patted her head and suddenly asked this question. Hearing this, the little one immediately nodded, her face full of longing. Yes, Ningning wants to make lots and lots of friends. I want to play games and hide and seek with them. Here, they don't play with Ningning. Looking at this innocent little face filled with anticipation, Jiang Ming couldn't help but feel his eyes moisten. It's okay, we'll get there soon. Once we've treated Ningning's illness, you'll be able to go to school and make friends. Okay, Ningning will be good. The more sensible the little one behaved, the more Jiang Ming's heart ached, hating himself for not having the means to get Ningning the immediate surgery she needed to end all the suffering caused by her illness. Will Ningning go to the hospital with Big Brother later? Okay, sure. The little one didn't resist going to the hospital. She understood her brother was doing what's best for her. 3:30 in the afternoon. Jiang Ming tidied up the little one and hailed a taxi, heading straight to Jiangbei People's Hospital. It was here that Ningning was born, and it was also here that her heart condition was diagnosed. Today's visit was simply for a routine checkup to see if her condition had worsened, just to set their minds at ease. The attending physician was a young man in his 30s, whom everyone called Dr. Liu. He adjusted his glasses and glanced at Ningning's medical records on the computer, seeming to recall something, then said, "Haven't you considered surgery for the child yet? Although the latest possible age is before 3.5 years old, this type of operation is naturally better done sooner. The chances of full recovery would be even greater." Seeing Jiang Ming remain silent, he sighed and continued, let's run some tests first. If her condition has worsened, we can't afford any delays. When the series of test results came in, the displayed findings left them staring at the page. Dr. Liu was stunned for a moment. He quickly took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes, thinking he must be seeing things from exhaustion. Chapter 36. What daughter? That's his biological sister. If the medical report hadn't come from the hospital with the correct name, he would have thought it belonged to someone else's child. You see, the previous test results from Jiang Ning and these latest ones made him wonder if they could possibly belong to the same person. Watching Dr. Liu's shifting expressions, Jiang Mingxin instantly felt his heart leap into his throat. Unable to suppress his concern, he asked, "Doctor, how is my sister's condition?" Clearing his throat with a cough, Dr. Liu replied, "According to these test results, your sister's illness hasn't worsened. On the contrary, there seems to be a slight sign of improvement." With undisguised astonishment on his face. Of course, this doesn't constitute a full recovery, but rather an improvement in her condition. That's precisely what I find puzzling. Under normal circumstances, without surgical intervention, merely maintaining stability without deterioration would already be considered quite fortunate. The strange thing is, her current physical condition is remarkably good, with the surgery success rate now reaching nearly over 90%. At this point, Dr. Liu's expression grew increasingly peculiar. He began questioning his life's work. Could all his previous judgments have been wrong? If that were truly the case, it would be a medical malpractice incident. If Jiang Ming decided to make an issue of it, he'd probably never work as a doctor again in his lifetime. However, as a physician, he couldn't possibly lie to a patient's family just to protect his own career prospects. The truth must be faced as it is. The current test results do indeed show signs of improvement. Jiang Ming's knuckles turned white from tension, but when he heard that Ningning's condition hadn't worsened and the surgery success rate was over 90%, he was momentarily stunned. Though this was good news, he still feared the doctor might have misjudged. Medical misdiagnoses were hardly uncommon. After all, Ningning's very life hung in the balance. He had to keep a close eye on things. "Sir, please don't look at me like that. The hospital doesn't make diagnostic errors. The name on the report is Jiang Ning's, and there are genuine signs of improvement. I still recommend proceeding with surgery as soon as possible. Please consider it. I'll help schedule the procedure at the earliest convenience. Dr. Lu set down the medical report and adjusted his glasses as he spoke. Okay, thank you, doctor. Jiang Ming held the medical report and carried the little one back to the bench outside the consultation room, sitting down. The little one blinked her big, dewy eyes, her small face nuzzling against Jiang Ming's arm as she asked in a milky voice, "Brother, will Lingling soon be like the other kids too?" Jiang Ming gently pinched her chubby cheeks and smiled. "Yes, Lingling will get better soon. Then you'll have a healthy body like all the other children." "Yay, that's so great." The little one grinned so hard her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. After sitting outside for a while, Jiang Ming confirmed the time and walked back into the consultation room. Eventually, the surgery was scheduled for 1 week later. Jiang Ming felt somewhat relieved, at least the timing was settled. Leaving the hospital, instead of taking the little one straight home, he first stopped by the grocery market. I bought some fish and chicken breast, then picked out some fresh vegetables. After making several trips back and forth, many vendors at the vegetable market had grown familiar with him and greeted him warmly. After all, Jiang Ming was the only one who purchased such large quantities of vegetables and pork every day. Moreover, being so close to Danyang Street, many elderly vegetable vendors had frequented the breakfast shop and remembered the young man clearly. Handsome as he was, it was hard to forget him. And so, everyone began to discuss it. An elderly man said, "This young man is truly remarkable. Starting his own business at such a young age, his future is limitless. My eldest grandson is the same age, yet all he does every day is play games at home instead of working. It's enough to drive me to my grave with frustration." By the end of his speech, the old man's tone was full of exasperation. "If only he could be like this fine young man, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams." "Absolutely," chimed in another. "My grandson is the same. He supposedly earns a salary, yet his mother still has to send him living expenses every month. It just goes to show, some people are simply incomparable." The lively marketplace instantly turned into a roast session. Of course, there were also those gossiping about other matters. Come to think of it, is that little girl his daughter? He's always bringing her along. If she is, then what a shame. I was thinking of introducing her to my nephew who just graduated. They do look alike. Maybe she is. Pfft, what daughter? That's his real sister. Oh, I see. I was wondering how someone so young could have such a grown daughter. Well then, it seems my niece still has a chance. Don't celebrate too soon. When I went to buy steamed buns today, I saw an exceptionally beautiful girl at his shop, gorgeous as a fairy. Might be his girlfriend? Don't go making introductions blindly. The speaker directly deflated her hopes. After buying groceries, Jiang Ming didn't linger at the market any longer. He drove straight back to the rental house. Having missed his nap, the little one fell asleep with closed eyelids halfway through the journey. Jiang Ming deliberately slowed the car down to avoid waking the child, leisurely making his way home. Along the way, he kept remembering what the doctor had said today. The little one was showing signs of improvement, and their physical condition had gotten much better. After much deliberation, he concluded it was probably 8/10 related to drinking that special medicinal concoction. I just didn't expect the effect to be so immediate. Truly worthy of being system-produced goods. Shortly after arriving home, he carefully carried the little one to bed and tucked her in. Then, taking the groceries to the kitchen, he stored them one by one in the fridge to keep them fresh, planning to make something delicious for the little milk bun when she woke up. Perfect timing to try out the universal recipe he exchanged yesterday. Having nothing better to do, he opened a rental app to browse, intending to move to a new environment after his younger sister's surgery and discharge. Nothing too fancy, just somewhere cleaner would suffice. He zoomed in on neighborhoods near Danyang Street. Because of their proximity to Danyang Street, property prices had been rising year after year, with the most expensive rentals now costing 7,000 to 8,000, even up to 10,000 yuan per month. Most are around 2,000 to 5,000. 3,000 to 4,000 would be somewhat better. As he browsed, Jiang Ming took a liking to a property in a neighborhood next to Danyang Street. Jiangnan Misty Rain Garden. The kindergarten is right on the left side of the residential area. The rent is about 3,500 a month, fully furnished and ready to move in. According to the pictures posted by the agent, it looks decent. Jiang Ming plans to find some time to check it out. If it's suitable, he'll settle on it right away, clean up, move in, and then the little one can go straight there after being discharged from the hospital. While he's browsing properties, over at the Xia household, Xia Ziyu was engrossed in a melodramatic TV series, weeping uncontrollably from the emotional scenes. Why can't people who love each other stay together till the end? The screenwriter is so cruel. They could have just resolved the misunderstanding. Why torture them like this? As she cried, she recalled all her own misfortunes, and her tears flowed even more freely. Chapter 37. I'm so heartbroken right now. My heart aches for you. She felt her experience was just like a plot from a TV drama, except there was no so-called misunderstanding, only pure torment. When the episode ended, she had gone through half a roll of tissues. Su Xian came to clean up and, seeing the scattered tissues all over the floor, twitched her eyebrows, crying like a mess over a TV show. If someone didn't know better, they'd think your dad and I had died. Xia Ziyu sniffled, grabbed another tissue to wipe her tear-streaked face, and muttered, Mom, didn't you cry even harder watching Hearts of the World before? Su Xian, is there a daughter who undermines her parents like this? What do you know about touching TV dramas as a little kid? Alright, if you want to cry, go to your own room and cry slowly. Just like that, Xia Ziyu was directly chased away from the living room. Bedroom balcony. Xia Ziyu sat cross-legged barefoot on the swing chair, swaying for a while when something suddenly occurred to her. Back when Jiang Ming broke up with her, he severed all possible contact between them. At that time, she had even sought out several of Jiang Ming's roommates, worried that something might happen to Jiang Ming. To her surprise, he had even stopped responding to his closest friends. He vanished from the face of the earth without a trace. Throughout this past year, she had never given up searching for Jiang Ming, inquiring wherever she could and maintaining contact with Li Tanyu and the others. Yet no good news ever came. Who would have thought that buying some steamed buns would lead to an unexpected reunion? Is this what they call fate? As long as fate remains unbroken, even if one is in the south and the other in the north, they'll eventually find their way together. At first, she thought he had completely left Jiangbei, but unexpectedly, he hadn't. Thinking about it now, Li Tanyu and the others probably still hadn't heard any news about Jiang Ming. A few days ago, she'd specifically asked around, and they all said they hadn't been able to contact him yet. This thought crossed her mind. He quickly took out his phone and swiftly sent Li Tanyu a WeChat message. Brother Tanyu, I've already found Jiang Ming. At this moment, Li Tanyu happened to be on his way home from work. Seeing this message, his heart skipped a beat. No way, Jiyu, you've already found old Jiang? Could it be those two, old Zhou and old Gu, who spilled the beans? The other day while drinking, old Jiang implied he still wasn't ready to contact Jiyu. They respected his decision and didn't tell Xia Jiyu. Anyway, as long as he's safe, that's all that matters. How did Jiyu find out? Li Tanyu said with an unnatural tone. Really? He was also afraid that Xia Jiyu might have mistaken someone else due to longing. People deeply in love are prone to making such mistakes. Really, how could it be fake? And doesn't he also have a sister? Since Xia Jiyu said so, Li Tanyu took a deep breath. There was no mistaking it. He couldn't help but wonder, how on earth had these two crossed paths? Could it be that the saying is truly coming to pass? Two people meant to be will always find their way back to each other, no matter how winding the path may be. This kind of fate, if these two don't end up together, even the heavens wouldn't stand for it. While feeling emotional, Li Tanyu let out a deep sigh. Since they've reunited, Jiyu must already know everything, including what happened in old Zheng's family. Back then, this was probably the main reason they broke up. Listen, Jiyu, don't blame old Zheng. He had no choice. I figure he didn't want to drag you down. After all, having to care for a baby sister who was barely 2 years old, what's the difference from being a divorced man with kids? Most girls' parents would object to that. Xia Ziyu? Difficult circumstances, not wanting to burden her? She absolutely believes Jiang Ming had reasons for the breakup, but what kind of excuses not wanting to burden her? Could something have happened? No wonder she sensed Jiang Ming had become like a different person. She quickly said, I know he has his reasons, but how is this a burden? I'm his girlfriend, and also his future wife. Whatever happens, shouldn't we face it together? This matter is hard to explain. The one who passed away was his closest relative. Ordinary people can't withstand such a blow. If it were me, I would have made the same choice as him. As these words were spoken, Xia Ziyu's mind went completely blank as if struck by thunder. The phone fell straight down and landed on her smooth bare foot. Death? The closest person to me? Could it be? The more Xia Ziyu thought about it, the more terrified they became, their body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. No, surely not. Aunt and uncle are still so young, how could this happen? With trembling hands, they picked up their phone, only to see Li Tanya's messages still coming through. Miss Xiyu, I actually contacted old Zheng just a few days ago. I'm sorry I didn't inform you sooner. I can't believe it either. How could uncle and aunt have passed away so young? At this moment, Xia Jiyu's mind buzzed in turmoil. Unable to process a single word of Li Tanya's messages, she powered off her phone without hesitation. So that's why Jiang Ming left her. He had severed their relationship despite the agony, simply because he feared dragging her down. And he had broken up with her in that state of utter agony after losing both parents. How did he endure that double suffering? No wonder he became the withdrawn man he is today. Ah, Jiang Ming, why are you so foolish? Why didn't you tell me about such a big thing happening? Instead, you bore it all alone in silence. Xia Jiyu's barely restrained tears once again fell like broken strings of pearls. In no time at all, her face was streaked with tears. She sobbed uncontrollably, her whole body trembling with each ragged breath. I picked up my phone and couldn't resist sending Jiang Ming a voice message. Jiang Ming, why did you act so foolishly? Keeping everything to yourself, not telling me about such a big thing, even breaking up with me, woo-woo. I'm so sad right now, it breaks my heart to see you like this. Before, I was angry with you for breaking up with me. Now, I just want to be by your side immediately. While her heart ached for Jiang Ming, it also ached for Ningning. Ningning was still so young, yet she had already lost her mother's love. The more Xia Ziyu thought about it, the more distressed she felt, crying so hard she could barely catch her breath. Jiang Ming was still looking at houses when he saw the series of WeChat voice messages Xia Ziyu had sent. Almost reflexively, he clicked to listen. Hearing the girl crying uncontrollably through the phone recordings, his brows furrowed slightly. Had she already found out? Throughout the voice message, Xia Ziyu's every word brimmed with heartfelt concern for him. Jiang Ming was deeply moved, yet also helpless. This old Li really had no discretion. Receiving no reply after a long pause, Xia Ziyu couldn't resist sending another message. Whoa, why won't you respond to me? You must be feeling terrible, right? Can I come see you? I want to keep you company, woo-woo. Jiang Ming, I'm fine. This matter is already behind me. Can you stop crying, please? Xia Ziyu sniffled slightly. Can I come over to keep you company? And also spend some time with Ningning? Please don't turn me away, alright? I'll just stay for a little while, then I'll go. Listening to her intermittent sobs, Jiang Ming felt as though his heart were being tightly clenched by an invisible force, leaving him nearly breathless. Chapter 38, Will you come over yourself or shall I fetch you? For him, decades had passed since his parents' departure, and that grief had long since faded with time. Now, he only wanted to live well in the present. He had expected this kind of reaction from the girl once she found out, but he never imagined it would be this intense. Jiang Ming, please say yes, alright? Just 1 hour, I'll only stay at your place for 1 hour, then I'll go straight home. I won't stay a minute longer, alright? I know you're not in a good mood. If it's really inconvenient for you, then I won't bother you anymore. Xia Ziyu's voice had grown hoarse from crying, sounding utterly pitiful. Jiang Ming felt both heartbroken and helpless. Given the current situation, could he really refuse? After a moment's thought, his fingers tapped on the screen. Should you come over yourself, or should I pick you up? Xia Ziyu thought Jiang Ming disagreed and was still mumbling in discomfort. The next second, she suddenly saw the message he sent, complete with a precise location pin. Her crying stopped abruptly. She widened her eyes in disbelief, then rubbed them again. Was she seeing this right? So Jiang Ming agreed after all? Jiang Ming, you actually agreed? Xia Ziyu stammered in shock, scarcely able to believe what she was seeing. If you want to back out, now's your last chance. No way. I'm not backing out. Wait for me, I'll be right there. Xia Ziyu, fearing Jiang Ming might change his mind, immediately jumped off the swing chair and rushed barefoot to the wardrobe to grab a dress. After a quick change, she dashed out the door in a frenzy. This scene left Su Xian utterly bewildered. What in the world is going on? All she got in response was Xia Ziyu's hurried, receding figure. In the DD car, Xia Ziyu stared at the location Jiang Ming had sent her. Her heart ached with sorrow, twisting painfully. She never imagined he had been so close to her all this time, yet she hadn't had the slightest clue. At such a close distance, only now do we meet. If not for Mom and Dad sending her to buy breakfast, perhaps we'd have missed each other completely. Jiang Ming, oh Jiang Ming, why must you always be like this? The departure of Uncle and Aunt wasn't something you wished for either. You know, no matter what happens, I'll never leave you, nor will I ever think you're a burden. Do you think any of this is fair to me? Half an hour later, the taxi arrived at its destination, and Xia Ziyu stepped out, looking around. Just as she was about to call Jiang Ming, a tall figure appeared before her. Instinctively, she lifted her gaze to meet him. Seeing that familiar face, Xia Ziyu froze for a moment, then her vision instantly blurred as tears she could no longer control fell like unstrung pearls. Whoa, Jiang Ming. Without another thought, Xia Ziyu threw herself into Jiang Ming's arms, weeping uncontrollably. She didn't care about appearances anymore. Jiang Ming gazed at the girl in his arms, his heart aching painfully. He reached out, gently stroking her silky hair, breathing in her unique fragrance. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he'd held her like this. Jiang Ming, how could you be so foolish, trying to bear all this pain alone? You know perfectly well I've never once thought you were a burden to me. When something like this happens, how could you push me away without hesitation? That's not fair to me at all. No one knew how long they remained embraced until gradually, Xia Ziyu's sobs subsided. Breaking free from Jiang Ming's embrace, her clothes were already soaked through with tears. Looking at her swollen, walnut-like eyes, Jiang Ming felt both heartache and amusement, utterly at a loss for words. Noticing the fading daylight, he realized dusk was slowly settling in. He said in a composed tone, "There are too many mosquitoes here, let's go home first." Xia Ziyu hadn't paid much attention earlier, but now she noticed the surrounding environment and buildings, with a strange smell lingering in the air, combined with the address shown on her location. Isn't this exactly what Dad called the slums? Had Jiang Ming been living here for a whole year? Realizing this, Xia Zhiyu's heart ached even more. In the rental room, the little one had already woken up. Noticing her brother was gone, she reached out her small hand to turn on the bedside lamp. Sitting obediently on the bed, she played with her bunny robot without wandering around. In no time, there was movement outside. The little one scrambled out of bed and ran toward the door, calling out sweetly, "Brother, is that you coming home?" But when she saw who walked into the room, she froze for several seconds, as if trying to confirm whether she'd mistaken the person. Xia Zhiyu's heart melted at the sight of her adorable demeanor. She crouched down in front of the little one and gently pinched her chubby cheeks, saying, "Ning Ning, we meet again." Only then did the little girl confirm. She wasn't mistaken. She was so excited she nearly jumped for joy, waving her arms animatedly. "It's Sister Zhiyu. What brings you here?" "Zhiyu Jia, I came to see you and your brother. Are you happy?" Happy, super happy. When children say they're happy, they truly mean it, joyful beyond measure. Seeing the two of them chatting so merrily warmed Jiang Ming's heart, his lips curving upward without conscious thought. "I'll go make dinner, you two play." Hearing this, Xia Ziyu immediately stood up and said, "Well, I'll go help with the vegetables." She hadn't eaten dinner yet and was just in time to mooch a meal here. Since she was mooching, helping out was only right. In their 5 years together, she had never tasted Jiang Ming's cooking. The little one kept saying how delicious it was, she'd been craving it since yesterday. "If Sister Zhiyu's going, then I'll go help too." The little one, seeing this, also wanted to help, acting just like a miniature adult. Jiang Ming thought about the swarm of flies and strange odors. Knowing the girl had a slight case of mysophobia, she'd definitely be unable to handle it, and furrowed his brow. "I'll go. The kitchen isn't very hygienic. You two just stay here and play. If it's dirty, I can help you clean up." "No big deal," Xia Jiyu said unexpectedly. Despite her slight aversion to filth, when it came to someone she cared about, she could tolerate pretty much anything. Seeing that he couldn't dissuade her, Jiang Ming had no choice but to agree. Entering the kitchen, Xia Ziyu glanced around and realized it wasn't as bad as she'd imagined, certainly bearable. Seeing nothing unusual about her reaction, Jiang Ming opened the refrigerator and retrieved the groceries he'd bought that day. Chicken breast and fish. Planning to make kung pao chicken, steamed fish, and shredded potato with spicy and sour sauce. Finish it off with some seaweed egg drop soup. "I'll peel the potatoes, you handle the fish, just leave all these vegetables to me." Raw fish was too fishy, she couldn't stand the smell, there was simply no way around it. Good. The two worked together efficiently and quickly, and seeing she couldn't help, the little one didn't interfere. Instead, she obediently returned to her room to wait for dinner. After washing the vegetables, Xia Ziyu quickly moved on to shredding the potatoes. Her knife skills were swift, the blade rhythmically tapping against the cutting board with a rapid tack-tack-tack. Before long, a plate of perfectly shredded potatoes was ready. Chapter 39, If one cooks, the other must do the dishes. From Jiang Ming's perspective, he could take in Xia Jiyu's flawless profile at a glance. Dressed in a white dress, her cool and distant demeanor seemed strikingly out of place in the homely kitchen. Her flowing black hair was casually tied into a messy bun, exuding a careless yet charming grace. Her focused expression while chopping vegetables made her all the more captivating. After watching for a while, Jiang Ming averted his gaze nonchalantly, though Xia Ziyu's knife skills unexpectedly impressed him. Just how many hidden talents did this girl possess that he was unaware of? In no time, the shredded potatoes and ingredients for kung pao chicken were all chopped and plated. Xia Ziyu beamed brightly. "I'm all done here." Then she added with a hint of pride. He, didn't expect that, did you? I told you I'm quite capable, but you wouldn't believe me. Though I can't cook, helping you with preparations is no problem at all." As they spoke, Jiang Ming noticed her swollen eyes again. With a resigned sigh, he set aside what he was doing, washed his hands, retrieved several ice cubes from the freezer, wrapped them up, and handed them to her. "Let's deal with reducing the swelling in your eyes first. I can handle things here." Afraid she might refuse to leave, Jiang Ming said casually, "Do you want dinner tonight or not?" Xia Ziyu pouted but obediently walked out. Looking at the ice cubes in her hand, her heart suddenly felt warmly sweet. At the same time, she decided to avoid mentioning the matter of his uncle and aunt as much as possible, not wanting to cause him further distress. Thinking back to the pain he had endured during that time made her ache with heartache all over again. Put yourself in their shoes for a moment. If she were in Jiang Ming's shoes, she would probably make the same choice. Loving someone means not becoming a burden to them. As soon as this thought occurred to Xia Ziyu, she suddenly realized something and struck her head in frustration. "Pa, how could this be called a burden?" Not long after returning to the bedroom, wave after wave of stir-fry aromas wafted from the kitchen. Xia Ziyu had only eaten a few buns and a cup of beef-flavored instant noodles since noon. She had been starving for ages. The enticing smells made her appetite soar. Before long, an embarrassing growling sound emerged from his stomach. If this aroma could tempt Xia Ziyu and her friends, the married couple living next door certainly weren't spared either. Despite having just finished dinner, the irresistible smell made their mouths water uncontrollably. "Damn! What the hell is that kid cooking? Smells so good. The man, who'd been scrolling through videos of pretty girls, found himself repeatedly glancing toward the doorway, half wishing he could crash the meal. Hearing this, his wife scowled. None of your damn business. Keep watching your videos. Half an hour later, Jiang Ming finished cooking, turned off the stove, and brought the dishes to the table one by one. Time for dinner. You two go wash your hands now. Brother, sister Ziyu, and I already washed our hands. We smell nice. Kung Pao chicken, steamed fish, shredded potatoes with hot and sour sauce, and seaweed egg drop soup were arranged with 3 dishes at the center. Just ordinary home-cooked meals. Yet, Xia Ziyu detected the aroma of a 5-star hotel. No, even 5-star hotels probably couldn't match this level of deliciousness. Xia Ziyu couldn't help but have stars in her eyes. She couldn't resist the temptation any longer. Once she started eating, Xia Ziyu first tasted the gongbao chicken placed right in front. With the first bite, her eyes instantly lit up with delight. Delicious. The diced chicken offers a subtle spicy kick upon first bite. Further savoring reveals remarkably tender meat, perfectly complemented by the crisp texture of peanuts and cucumbers. Absolutely phenomenal. Xia Ziyu couldn't resist taking several more bites. This Kung Pao chicken was genuinely the most delicious version she'd ever tasted in her life. No wonder the little one said Jiang Ming's cooking was delicious. It truly is delicious. As she ate, she also sampled the shredded potatoes and steamed fish, each with its own distinctive flavor profile. The shredded potatoes were tangy and spicy with a refreshing crunch. The steamed fish was tender and juicy, with none of the usual fishy taste. I wonder what method he used to prepare it. She normally hated the smell of fish and avoided eating it, but today's dish was exceptionally delicious and went perfectly with her rice. As she ate, she didn't forget to serve portions to little Ningning sitting beside her. Sister Ziyu, Ningning can serve herself. Big brother said we should focus on eating when it's mealtime and not be distracted, or else Ningning won't grow tall, the little one declared earnestly. Xia Ziyu looked at little Ningning, who was acting like a little adult, and couldn't help but laugh, pinching the little one's chubby cheeks. Alright, big sister gets it. Now hurry up and eat your meal. This meal, Xia Ziyu ended up devouring 2 whole bowls of rice. The dishes on the table were practically wiped clean, leaving only half a bowl of seaweed and egg soup. She let out a contented burp. It was truly delicious. If only there were more dishes left, she really wanted to have another bowl. No way, she'd definitely come back for another meal when she gets the chance next time. After finishing the meal, Jiang Ming was just about to gather the dishes to wash them when a pair of delicate hands stopped him. Let me handle this. I might not be able to cook, but washing dishes is something I can do. 2 people together. If one cooks, the other should wash the dishes. This must count as getting an early taste of their future life together. Seeing her stubborn expression, Jiang Ming knew arguing was futile, so he let her have her way. The girl tinkered around in the kitchen. And just like that, half an hour slipped by. Jiang Ming curiously went over to take a look. The kitchen area where he had been cooking, previously somewhat messy and dirty, suddenly appeared clean and tidy, with all the utensils neatly arranged. Xia Ziyu clapped her hands together and said, "Phew, that feels much better now." After drying her hands and turning to leave, she noticed Jiang Ming standing at the doorway. Jiang Ming spoke in a steady tone, hesitating for a moment before saying, "We need to talk." Xia Ziyu was utterly baffled by his words, her heart sinking instantly. Oh no, were Jiang Ming's words hinting that she should never come back again? Woo, please don't. Fine, from now on, I promise I won't step foot in the kitchen again. It is. With lingering unease, she followed behind Jiang Ming, only to see him walk to the side of the house entrance and sit down. Then, he patted the space to his right. The unspoken invitation was clear. Let her sit there too. Xia Ziyu's heart was in turmoil as she obediently went and sat there. I was just tidying up a bit. You're not going to stop me from coming here from now on, are you? Sniffles, I was wrong. Don't be like this. Jiang Ming. He hadn't even said anything yet. No, I just wanted to talk with you. I'm not saying you can't come. Phew, that's a relief. Xia Ziyu's heart instantly settled, but soon tensed up again. With Jiang Ming wearing such a grave expression, could it be something major again? I just wanted to tell you that I'm truly sorry about what happened back then. Jiang Ming's voice was slightly hoarse. Would you be willing to hear what I have to say next? His sudden apology and these words struck Xia Ziyu like a bolt of lightning, leaving her frozen in place. Never had she imagined he would take the initiative to confront and bring up this matter. Chapter 40, Will you still want me if I get wrinkles? Xia Ziyu froze for a long while before barely snapping out of it. She immediately nodded and said, yes, of course I'm willing, but I don't want to force you. If you'd rather not talk about it, that's perfectly fine. Jiang Ming taking the initiative to share with her was something she'd be overjoyed about. How could she possibly refuse to listen? Jiang Ming turned his gaze toward her, his eyes brimming with tenderness. 2 seconds later, he quickly averted his eyes again, quietly recalling the series of events that had occurred after his parents passed away. The air remained silent for so long that Xia Ziyu almost thought Jiang Ming had fallen asleep, until she finally heard his deep voice. My dad passed away in a truck accident just 1 month after I graduated. At that time, Ningning had just turned 1. Jiang Ming's tone was so calm it showed no trace of fluctuation. My mom had always been in poor health. When she heard the devastating news, she couldn't bear the shock and fainted on the spot. She stayed in the hospital for 3 days before regaining consciousness. After waking up, she cried every day. But because of this incident, she fell seriously ill and passed away half a year later, leaving me and Ningning forever. She didn't even leave behind a single last word. Xia Ziyu listened, tears already welling up uncontrollably in her eyes. Sniffling, she said, such a major thing happened. Why didn't you tell me? Why choose to bear it alone? Is this really fair to me? I'm your girlfriend, destined to become family. How could you just push me away like this? Didn't we promise each other before? No matter what happens, we'd stick together through thick and thin. To the girl before him, Jiang Ming's heart brimmed with guilt. This debt to her seemed impossible to repay in a lifetime. He tilted his head back, gazing emptily at the sky. Jiang Ming continued speaking slowly. Actually, Ningning has a severe heart condition. Those words hung heavily in the air. Xia Ziyu's eyes widened in shock, utterly dumbfounded and completely unable to believe what she had just heard. What? But Ningning looks perfectly healthy, doesn't she? How could she possibly have heart problems? The problem was discovered right after she was born. It was very serious back then, and we had to rely on medication and regular checkups to stabilize her condition. By the time she turned 2, she finally started looking like a normal child. The doctor recommended performing a major surgery on Ningning before she reaches 3.5 years old, as the chances of a full recovery would be higher. At this point, Xia Ziyu would have to be a complete fool not to understand what was going on. So the main reason Jiang Ming left her back then was because his younger sister had fallen ill and needed a large sum for her surgery. To avoid burdening her, he broke up with her. Without his parents, his personal income was simply insufficient to cover the surgery fees, yet he didn't want to burden those around him. So he distanced himself from them, one by one. Thinking of this, Xia Ziyu's face was already streaked with tears. How could this person be so foolish, never once considering himself? He swallowed all the bitterness alone. We could actually figure out the surgery expenses together. Though her family wasn't well off either, young people had hands and feet to work with. If they endured hardships together, couldn't they earn those few $100,000? Now, all she felt for Jiang Ming was overwhelming heartache. After recounting the past, Jiang Ming felt as if a weight had been lifted off his chest. With a faint smile, he stood up. That's all for today. It's getting late, so let me walk you back. Seeing his reluctance to continue, Xia Ziyu didn't press further. Back inside, the girl kept scratching her left arm. Jiang Ming's gaze followed her movements, spotting a large red bump on her otherwise smooth skin. Clearly, she'd been bitten by one of the outdoor mosquitoes. He quickly grabbed a bottle of Lucian floral water from the bedside table, an old-fashioned glass bottle that worked best for this purpose. Dipping his finger in the floral water, he dabbed it on the mosquito bite. As she felt the gentle friction of his fingertip, a tingling electric current instantly spread throughout Xia Ziyu's body. Though unexpected, this sensation was actually quite pleasant. This man is as attentive to details as ever. Love it, love it. Don't scratch after applying the mosquito repellent, the itching will pass soon, Jiang Ming reminded. Mei-cham, got it. As they were talking, the little one sitting on the bed suddenly blinked her big eyes and piped up in a sweet, childish voice, Big brother, do you like Jiyu's sister a lot? The auntie on TV says if you like someone, you should marry them and make them your wife. This was the second time the little one had said this. Jiang Ming paused briefly in his movements but quickly returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Xia Ziyu instinctively glanced at Jiang Ming upon hearing this, curious to see his reaction. There wasn't the slightest expression visible on his face. Oof, how could he be so calm about it? Let me take you back first. It's fine, you stay with Ningning. I can get back by myself. Xia Ziyu shook her phone. I've already called a ride. That works too, let me know when you get home. Fine. Jiang Ming saw Xia Ziyu to the previous drop-off point, watched her get into the car, and then headed back. Half an hour later, the girl sent a WeChat message saying she had arrived home. Jiang Ming, go to bed early tonight, don't stay up all night. It's bad for your health and ages you faster. Be careful or you'll end up covered in wrinkles. This girl must not have slept a wink since pulling an all-nighter last night, those dark circles under her eyes say it all. Ah, will you still want me when I get wrinkles? Jiang Ming suppressed a laugh and teased her, all men like them young and pretty. What do you think about wrinkles? You're my ex now, after all. Xia Ziyu sent a crying emoji over. Ugh, how could you do this, after all my sincerity towards you? So, is there still hope for me? All I know is, if you don't go to sleep soon, there won't be any hope left. Xia Ziyu, okay, I'll go to bed now then. After sending this message, the girl didn't reply anymore. Jiang Ming's lips curled slightly as he turned off his phone. He boiled water to give the little one a bath. By the time he finished tidying up, it was already past 10 at night. Exhausted from the day's work, Jiang Ming fell asleep almost instantly. 4 o'clock the next morning. Jiang Ming opened his eyes. The sky was just beginning to lighten, but the room remained pitch black due to the drawn curtains. He reached out and turned on the bedside lamp. The warm yellow light instantly illuminated the entire room. The scene looked cozy and beautiful. The little one was still fast asleep, sleeping quite soundly while occasionally smacking her lips. Who knows what delicious treats she was dreaming about. After finishing his morning routine, Jiang Ming was heading to the kitchen to exchange some medicinal cuisine from the system store for breakfast. As he passed by the doorway, he saw the little one standing there sleepily, wearing adorable tiny slippers, with her hair slightly tousled, just looking at him. Jiang Ming's heart melted at the sight. He stepped forward and gently ruffled her little head. "Ning, why are you up so early? Are you still sleepy?" Fresh out of bed, the child responded in a slightly hoarse voice. "Ning, not sleepy. Ning wants to go with Big Brother today." Chapter 41, Then can I just come over to your place to mooch off you? Jiang Ming chuckled lightly, utterly helpless against her. Alright, we'll go together. Big Brother will get you something to eat. Go brush your teeth now. What else could he do when his little sister acted like this? He'd just have to spoil her. The little one hummed in agreement and scampered off on tiny feet straight to the sink to brush her teeth and wash her face. Jiang Ming quickly reheated 2 bowls of medicinal porridge. Noticing the little one hadn't arrived yet, he grew somewhat concerned and hurried toward the wash basin area. Before even reaching the doorway, he saw the tiny bundle holding a comb, earnestly styling her own hair while studying her reflection left and right in the mirror, practically preening with vanity. Jiang Ming couldn't help but laugh. There truly was wisdom in the saying, vanity knows no age limits. Whether young or old, all females share this trait. The little creature remained completely oblivious to Jiang Ming's approach. Usually it was her brother who braided her hair, but today she wanted to try doing it herself. The teacher on TV said you should try doing things on your own, that's what makes a good child. After combing her hair smooth, the little one began attempting to braid her own pigtails. Her movements were clumsy, resulting in crooked twists. She had just finished the left side when she realized she hadn't brought the hair ties over. Her tiny face scrunched up in frustration, her eyebrows furrowing like caterpillars. She reluctantly let go, climbing down from the chair to fetch the hair ties from her room only to spot Jiang Ming by the bathroom door. Jiang Ming ruffled her hair and chuckled. Oh, has our Ning learned to braid her own hair now? What a good girl. The little one instantly became embarrassed. His small face flushed red. At the dining table, Jiang Ming still chose the special medicinal chicken soup, its fragrant aroma filling the entire room and making mouths water. He had even deliberately added some noodles to help fill the stomach. The noodles were served in a golden-hued broth, flanked by 2 blanched lettuce leaves and a perfectly fried sunny-side-up egg. A scattering of chopped green onions completed the presentation with flawless perfection. The aromatic steam wafting from the bowl instantly whetted the appetite with its inviting appearance. The little one recognized this familiar fragrance instantly, her big eyes lighting up with sudden excitement. Jiang Ming couldn't help but laugh. "Eat your noodles first, I'll braid your hair later," he said. Okay. Faced with delicious food, the little one immediately abandoned the idea of doing it herself, completely forgetting the teacher's words from the television in an instant. Jiang Ming moved with gentle care. "I braided 2 pigtails for the little one." After securing the hair tie, he carefully examined whether it was crooked. Seeing it was straight, he went to the room drawer and fetched 2 bow hair clips, attaching them to the braids. Our Ning has become even prettier. The little one munched on noodles, her small mouth glistening with oil, while remembering to respond to Jiang Ming. "Brother is pretty too." Plop. Brother is a boy. Pretty isn't used to describe boys, only girls can be called pretty, understand? The little milk bun seemed to understand, blinking her big eyes and asking in a toddler's adorable voice, "Does one have to be like Sister Jiu to be called pretty?" "That's right. Ning understands now." After finishing his noodles, Jiang Ming seemed to remember something and went back into the kitchen, soon emerging with a thermal flask. By this time, the little one had also nearly finished eating. He let out a very satisfied burp. Today's noodles were the most delicious she'd ever eaten. Jiang Ming tidied up the dining table and did basic cleaning. After locking the door, carrying a thermal flask in one hand and holding the little one in the other, they set off for Danyang Street. At the entrance of the breakfast shop, Xia Jiu continued her antics from yesterday, hopping up and down the steps with childlike delight. Apparently dressing for practicality today, she wore a casual outfit with her hair tied in a fluffy bun, her fair complexion completely makeup-free. Bare-faced beauty. Yet even so, she outshines most women who wear makeup. Born with naturally flawless features, no wonder she was voted the most beautiful campus belle at Zhongbei University. Spotting Jiang Ming, Xia Ziyu's face lit up with an incomparably radiant smile. "Good morning, Ziyu sis." The little one happily scrambled down from the tricycle and pattered over to Xia Ziyu, clinging tightly to her leg. Xia Ziyu crouched down and planted a kiss on the child's cheek. Jiang Ming instinctively glanced at the area beneath her eyes. Noticing the dark circles had noticeably faded, he finally averted his gaze. Looks like the girl slept quite well last night. Rolling up the shuttered door, Jiang Ming glanced at the wall clock. It was already 5. The ordered vegetables and pork still hadn't arrived. Just as he was about to check WeChat, movement came from the shop entrance. Before long, all the ingredients were delivered in full. Jiang Ming turned around and went out, parked the tricycle, then carried the thermal flask back into the shop. Seeing this, Xia Ziyu curiously asked, "What's this? Did you eat anything this morning? If not, have this first to fill your stomach." Jiang Ming placed the thermal flask on the table. Then he went off to busily wash vegetables and meat. Xia Ziyu froze momentarily. It took her a long moment to react. She could hardly believe it. Was this specially prepared for her? Xia Ziyu's heart instantly soared, filling with a sweet, bubbling joy. Overflowing with happiness, she carefully sat down and opened the thermos with trembling, expectant hands immediately engulfed by the rich aroma of chicken soup. Xia Ziyu's eyes widened like saucers, barely stopping herself from drooling on the spot. Good heavens! This flavor is absolutely incredible. Whoa, Jiang Ming is really so thoughtful. She feels so fortunate that she persisted in loving him and didn't give up easily, otherwise he would have been taken by some other woman in the future. The little milk dumpling sat across from her, chin in hands, grinning as she said, "Jiyu Jijia, this is the chicken noodle soup Big Brother made. It's so delicious." Ning Ning already ate a whole big bowl of it. That impressive? Want some more? Let big sister share some with you. The little one shook her head. No more, Ning Ning is already full. Big sis, you eat it. Okay. Before long, Xia Ziyu had polished off the entire thermos of noodles and still seemed unsatisfied. This is seriously delicious, the best noodles I've ever had. Jiang Ming, how did you make these? Could you teach me? She thought to herself, just this chicken soup noodles alone. Jiang Ming would definitely have a booming business if he opened a noodle shop like this. Hearing this, the corners of Jiang Ming's lips curled slightly, and he couldn't resist teasing her. This is a secret recipe, can't be casually disclosed. There'd be serious consequences otherwise. Serious consequences? Did you sign a contract or something? Never mind then, I won't learn it. Xia Ziyu actually fell for his bluff. With a playful grin, she added, "The next time I crave it, can I just drop by your place for a free meal?" She's really clever indeed. This way she'd have an excuse to visit his place often. She could stroll around with him and enjoy delicious meals. Sweet. Jiang Ming nearly burst out laughing. This girl really knows how to take advantage of opportunities. If you don't mind the trouble of coming all this way, you can drop by. Xia Ziyu's eyes widened in surprise. Really? She even suspected Jiang Ming might have been possessed by someone else, wondering why he was being so unusually accommodating today. Not only did he specially bring her noodles. Still, Chapter 42, Sob. Is it still not too late if I take the initiative now? He even agreed to let her drop by his place for free meals anytime she wanted. Good heavens, could she still be dreaming, not fully awake yet? Happiness came so suddenly. Seeing her reaction, Jiang Ming shrugged nonchalantly. Well, if you think it's fake, just pretend I never said it. Upon hearing this, Xia Ziyu immediately grew anxious, and no, that's not what I meant at all. You inviting me to your place for meals, I couldn't be happier. Damn Jiang Ming, clearly aware of the little schemes in her heart, yet deliberately speaking like this. After finishing the noodles, Xia Ziyu tidied up the thermal flask, washed it carefully by the sink, and gingerly placed it in the cabinet. Then she hurried over to help wash the vegetables. With her joining in, Jiang Ming suddenly felt much more at ease. Xia Ziyu had expected today's business to be about the same as yesterday, but to her surprise, it was even more bustling. The lemon breakfast shop was nearly packed to the brim, with crowds coming wave after wave. The line had stretched so far you couldn't even see where it ended. Some of the customers were even tourists visiting from out of town. Attracted by its growing reputation, they came to see for themselves if the food was truly as delicious as everyone claimed. When I arrived at the breakfast shop and saw the sea of people before me, I couldn't help but feel my scalp tingle with apprehension, and my curiosity grew stronger. Under normal circumstances, with so many people, they would have turned around and left, waiting to come back when there was no crowd. But judging by the current situation, it seemed unlikely the crowd would thin out anytime soon. Since I was already here, no matter what, I had to give it a try. Xia Ziyu wore a transparent plastic mask, so busy she wished she could split herself into 3. All morning she maintained the same motions without pause, not even finding a moment to drink a sip of water. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming, having finished his tasks in the kitchen, came out to help sell and pack the buns. Seeing the girl drenched in sweat from the heat, he quickly poured her some warm water and said solemnly, "I'll take over here. Go rest for a while." Xia Ziyu's lips had turned pale from exhaustion. She nodded, took the warm water, and went to sit on a small stool nearby to rest. The customer who'd just reached the front of the line found themselves inexplicably fed a mouthful of dog food, couple's affection. Xia Ziyu drank some water to recover, feeling somewhat curious. In such hot weather with the scorching sun beating down, how could these people be so patient? Just to eat some steamed buns. Such dedication. Although these buns were indeed exceptionally delicious. At 9 a.m., the ingredients in the kitchen were almost completely depleted and wouldn't last much longer, yet the queue of people showed no signs of diminishing. Jiang Ming had no choice but to call the market to order more vegetables and meat, and they needed to be delivered as soon as possible. The most astonished was the pork vendor. Dear Lord, he'd just delivered 80 pounds of meat that morning, and it was already all sold out? You should know, this wasn't 8 gene. It was a full 80 gene, all sold out in just a few hours. And that's not even counting the other vegetarian fillings. Xia Ziyu finished her water, rested for a while, then plunged back into the battlefield, working like a well-oiled machine. With her exquisitely beautiful features and an enviable figure, most of the male customers present had come after hearing yesterday's news about a stunning young woman working at the breakfast shop. And so, they flocked today to witness her charm firsthand. After all, men will always indulge in these little pleasures. They truly didn't disappoint us. This girl is absolutely stunning. Even without makeup, her natural beauty easily outshines most women. Having such a pretty girl selling buns is such a waste. Girls shouldn't be doing this kind of manual labor, low pay and backbreaking work. She should come work as my secretary at my company. I'll give her 8,000 yuan a month. 8,000? That's nothing. My family owns a men's clothing store. If you come work for us, sis, I'll have my dad pay you 10,000, plus commission. Ah, so it's your dad who owns it. Don't make me laugh. The crowd buzzed with discussion. At the center of the line stood several girls in short skirts, their gazes occasionally drifting toward the busy Xia Ziyu. Lin Jiao, haven't you reached out to him even once since adding him that day? The girl in the blue dress turned to Lin Jiao and asked. These were the same JK-clad young women who had visited Jiang Ming's soft opening day. When Lin Jiao finally got his contact information, they were utterly astonished because Jiang Ming was incredibly handsome, an entrepreneur striking out on his own. Such a rare catch of a young man was naturally irresistible. Lin Jiao getting his WeChat was tantamount to the beginning of a romance. The other girls had been envious for quite some time. Only today did they learn that the two hadn't exchanged a single word. Lin Jiao lowered her head in discomfort. He's busy every day, and I didn't want to disturb him, so I never took the initiative to chat with him. Truth be told, she'd actually been waiting for Jiang Ming to reach out first. Yet who could have imagined so many days would pass like this? Not a single message came through. It completely sank like a stone, adding to nothing but emptiness. The girl in the blue dress slapped her shoulder in frustration, exasperated beyond words. I don't even know what to say about you. Have you ever seen someone who wants to chase after someone else, adds them on WeChat, and then doesn't make a single sound? If you keep this up, forget about chasing them, you'll be lucky if they remember you even exist. Whoa, I regret it so much. What should I do now? Is it still worth trying to be proactive? The girl in the purple dress glanced at Xia Ziyu nearby and gave Lin Jiao a sympathetic look. Probably too late now. He already has a girlfriend, and she seems quite pretty too. The girl in the blue dress shot her a glare. Way to state the obvious. Pouting, the purple-dressed girl felt wronged. She didn't think she'd said anything incorrect, though she wasn't entirely sure if that was really his girlfriend. The chances were pretty high. Not necessarily his girlfriend. Maybe she's a relative? Jiao, don't be upset just yet. Hearing this only made Lin Jiao feel worse. Since Jiang Ming hadn't contacted her, and she happened to have no classes today, she came with a few girlfriends to buy buns, though truthfully, she just wanted to see Jiang Ming. This visit turned out to be a mistake. From a distance, I spotted a girl working alongside Jiang Ming. They looked like such a perfect match. What struck me most was how exceptionally beautiful this girl was, and I always thought I was quite good-looking myself. But standing before Xia Ziyu, she was instantly overshadowed. Not even 1/10 as good as the other. This thought made her even more miserable. Whoa, why was she so unlucky? She'd finally mustered the courage to ask for someone's WeChat, only to face such a cruel outcome. Not falling in love? That's all just lies. Nothing but excuses to reject someone. Before they knew it, the line had reached them. The girl in the blue dress stepped forward toward her. From afar, she had only glanced at Xia Ziyu, but seeing her up close now made her freeze for a moment. She couldn't believe it at all. There really are such beautiful girls in this world. The thought struck me instantly. It's perfectly normal for Jiang Ming to choose her. Chapter 43, if all else fails, I'll go borrow money for you. After all, which man doesn't like beauty? Oh, her poor sister, her love withered before it even had a chance to bloom. While Xia Ziyu was busy packing the buns, he stole a few more glances at her. Damn, her skin, how was it so flawless? No matter how meticulously women usually care for their skin, there's always some minor flawed dullness here, unevenness there, requiring makeup to even out their complexion. And Xia Ziyu, not a trace of makeup could be seen on her face, she was completely barefaced. Yet her skin was flawlessly fair and pure. far more pleasing to the eye than if she'd worn makeup. Soon, Xia Jiyu handed her the packaged order with a gentle smile. Welcome to come again. Alright, thanks. After the group had moved away from the line, Lin Jiao's heart had already sunk halfway. She felt there was little chance left for her. Don't worry, sis, it's just one guy. You'll meet someone better. Right, there are plenty of good-looking guys out there. If it gets really bad, I can introduce you to my brother. He's got 8-pack abs, currently single and no girlfriend. Everyone came over to comfort her. Lin Jiao's heart felt slightly better after that. The back kitchen of the breakfast shop. After the market delivered the ingredients, Jiang Ming was busy again in a flurry of work. This continued until 3 p.m. in the afternoon. Only after all the buns and food were completely sold out could he finally catch his breath. Xia Jiyu sat there fanning herself with her hand, gasping for breath as she said, "Your business is even more booming than yesterday. I'm exhausted." Of course, she also hoped the business would keep improving, so they could earn more money each day. Then there would be enough for Ningning's surgery. She wouldn't even mind working without pay. Seeing Xia Jiyu drenched in sweat from exhaustion, Jiang Ming would be lying if he said he wasn't distressed. He even regretted letting her pass the probation period. There was virtually no downtime here. Most people wouldn't be able to handle this workload, let alone a novice like her who'd just started. After some thought, he suggested, maybe I should hire someone else instead. This is too exhausting. It's not suitable for you. Upon hearing this, Xia Jiyu froze in confusion. What the hell? Hiring someone else? That won't do. Didn't you already agree to pass my probation period? How can you go back on your word now? She carefully combed through her memories, but couldn't recall doing anything that might have upset Jiang Ming. How is it not suitable for me? I think it suits me fine. I even have some experience in this area. Can you give me a proper reason? As he spoke, Xia Jiyu's tone suddenly turned pitiful and pleading. Tears gradually welled up in her lively eyes as she looked pitifully at Jiang Ming. Having worked hard all morning, she initially felt fine, but hearing Jiang Ming's words caused all her emotions to burst forth. She was on the verge of breaking down from grievance. This completely caught Jiang Ming off guard. Having been together for years, he knew this girl well. Despite her outwardly carefree, lively, and adorable demeanor, she was secretly quite the crybaby. When facing grievances, she always appears composed in public, but the moment she's with her boyfriend, the tears flow freely as if they cost nothing. He felt both heartache and helplessness. He opened his mouth. Ultimately, he couldn't bring himself to speak harshly to her, softening his tone considerably. I'm just worried you're overworking yourself. Look, no other girl does such rough labor. What's this about rough work? It's all about making money. No job is beneath dignity. Besides, I'm willing to work harder if it means being with you. Then her tone softened again as she pleaded, could you please not send me away? She genuinely felt it was fine. Anything was better than sitting around at home like a useless good-for-nothing every day. After such a busy day, there was a genuine sense of fulfillment. Jiang Ming couldn't bear seeing her like this the most, his heart softening once again. If you feel too tired, just tell me. Don't push yourself too hard, understand? Yeah, I know. Xia Ziyu knew Jiang Ming was showing concern for her, and her heart warmed with sweetness. Actually, she knew this job was exhausting, but she was willing to do it. Being with someone you like makes even factory work joyful. The dishes on the tables haven't been cleared yet. Let me tidy them up, then I'll take you all out to eat, Jiang Ming said, glancing at the dining tables as he changed the subject. I want to help too. The cubicle. The little one knew both her brother and Ziyu were very busy. Except when she needed water, she hardly came out all morning, behaving so well. Xia Jiyu's heart ached as she washed dishes, sighing, Ningning is really such a good girl. If it were any other child, they would have been howling and fussing all morning, caring little whether the adults were busy or not. As she spoke, Xia Jiyu suddenly remembered something, her expression turning slightly grave. Has Lingling even turned 3 yet? Just yesterday, Jiang Ming mentioned Lingling needed surgery before she was 3.5. Jiang Ming, strictly speaking, there's just over a month left until her 3rd birthday. Xia Jiyu hesitated before asking, when are you planning to take Ningning for her surgery? After pausing briefly, she continued, if money's an issue, I have some savings, not much, but at least it could cover a small portion. If it really comes down to it, I could borrow money for you. Whatever it takes. Ningning's surgery is what truly matters. Borrowing money for treatment is nothing to be ashamed of, you can always earn it back later to repay them. These words from Xia Ziyu almost made Jiang Ming, a grown man, lose his composure. His heart was a whirlwind of emotions, and his guilt toward her grew even deeper. She was actually willing to borrow money from others for his sake. How could Jiang Ming not be moved? What a silly girl. Jiang Ming smiled faintly. It's alright. After all, I've worked hard for over a year. At the very least, I've got the money for the surgery covered. Don't worry. Don't push yourself trying to impress me. If it's not enough, you must tell me. Xia Jiyu's sincere, bright eyes met his gaze. For a moment, their eyes locked. Sparks of affection ignited between them. Jiang Ming's heartbeat skipped a beat. He looked away and cleared his throat softly. Alright. Seeing his reaction, Xia Jiyu chuckled with evident satisfaction. It seemed Jiang Ming truly hadn't lied to her. But then again, with his breakfast shop doing booming business every day, why would he possibly need her modest savings? Soon, all the bowls in the sink were washed clean. Xia Ziyu neatly arranged everything and finished cleaning, then slightly furrowed her brows and asked again, "Hey, you still haven't told me when Ningning's surgery is. Has it been scheduled yet?" Jiang Ming gave an affirmative and said, "I already made the appointment with the hospital yesterday. It's set for this Sunday." "Good, that's great." Xia Ziyu thought for a moment and continued, "Have you found a caregiver yet? The breakfast shop is so busy every day, and you still have to take care of Ningning. Running back and forth like this must be exhausting." "Not yet. I'll look for one when the time comes." Xia Ziyu suddenly grinned, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. "I don't think there's any need to look." Jiang Ming, ? Chapter 44. It's simple, I love you. Seeing Jiang Ming remain silent, Xia Ziyu playfully stuck out her tongue. Hiring a caregiver would cost money, wouldn't it? Might as well find a free one, the kind that's both attentive and puts your mind at ease. Oh, where might one find such a caregiver? Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. Where else could it be? Naturally, it's something far beyond reach yet right before your eyes. Xia Ziyu blinked her eyes. No one was more suitable than her to be Ningning's caregiver. The hired caregivers were all strangers. How could they possibly take care of everything meticulously? Jiang Ming suppressed a laugh but replied with a straight face, "Better not. I've heard free ones tend to be violent. I think paying for one is more reassuring." The woman? What the heck? She used violence? Upon hearing this, Xia Ziyu immediately sat bolt upright, grumbling indignantly, "How can you say I used violence? After being together for so many years, don't you know me at all?" Jiang Ming smirked slightly. You didn't mention the caregiver was you just now." Xia Ziyu retorted irritably, "Far on the horizon, yet right before your eyes, can't you see something so obvious? And you still accuse me of using violence." She suspects Jiang Ming is deliberately trying to provoke her. How infuriating. "We can just hire a nurse when the time comes. Have the nurse take care of her in the mornings, and I'll free up my afternoons to visit. It'll work out the same," Jiang Ming said earnestly. He didn't want this girl to exhaust herself. "Oh please, don't reject me, let me go." Xia Ziyu's voice was soft and pleading. "I'll definitely take good care of Ningning. Besides, those professional caregivers are complete strangers, they wouldn't know how to coax a child properly. Ningning and I are already so close, and she likes me. Or, you could ask Ningning herself and see whether she chooses me or some unfamiliar auntie." Jiang Ming could tell the girl was about to escalate her coquettish pleading. He was completely powerless against her, though she did have a point. Hired helpers would all be strangers, and Ningning would be left there alone without anyone to talk or play with. His breakfast shop stays busy until afternoon every day before closing. After some thought, he finally acquiesced, "Alright then." As soon as the words left his mouth, a complicated look filled his eyes before he sighed. Why must you always? The more she behaved like this, the more unbearable his guilt became. Xia Ziyu was momentarily stunned by his question, then broke into a grin and shrugged. Simple, because I love you. For the person she loved. She was willing to do anything without expecting anything in return, just hoping he would be well. That'll do. The words "I love you" froze Jiang Ming instantly, stirring his heart like a boulder crashing into a calm lake, sending up towering splashes. Jiang Ming struggled to suppress his emotions, resisting the urge to pull her into a fierce embrace. Instead, he offered a gentle smile. "Okay." Coming out of the kitchen, Xia Ziyu, her face flushed crimson, hurried into the adjoining room. Those few words she had just spoken might have seemed light-hearted and composed, but heaven knew how much courage it had taken her to muster them. Though she and Jiang Ming had been together for many years, they had never traded flowery sweet nothings for overly elaborate romantic confessions. True love lies hidden in the details. A single glance is enough to understand what's on each other's minds. This, she believed, was what real love meant. At this moment, inside the compartment, the little bunny robot was playing Boonie Bears, and the little one sat there watching with great interest, occasionally bursting into giggles, adorable and well-behaved. "Ning Ning, it's time to go out for lunch." Xia Ziyu walked over and gently pinched her chubby little cheek, her eyes filled with tenderness. If Jiang Ming hadn't told her that Ning Ning was ill, she would have always believed the child was perfectly healthy. No matter how you look at her, she doesn't seem seriously ill at all. Thinking back on how Jiang Ming had been left to fend for himself over the past year, single-handedly caring for his little sister while working hard every day to earn money, Xia Ziyu felt both heartache and sorrow. Good. At the mention of food, the little one immediately scrambled off the lounge chair, turned off the cartoon with a flourish, and beamed with delight, her eyes crinkling into crescents. Hand in hand, the older and younger girls stepped out of the cubicle. Jiang Ming glanced over, his gaze softening noticeably. "What would you both like to eat?" "Xia Ziyu, I'm fine with anything," though she'd prefer Jiang Ming's cooking. But at this hour, waiting for him to cook would likely mean dinner time. They'd only had some noodles and steamed buns since morning, hardly enough to keep them full, especially after being busy all day. Everything had long since been digested. Whatever Ziyu's sister eats, Ningning will eat too. The little one held Xia Ziyu's hand tightly, sticking to her like glue. Jiang Ming glanced at Xia Ziyu, as if remembering something, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. How about some crayfish? He recalled that back in their school days, this girl had a particular fondness for them. Aside from spicy hot pot, crayfish were her weakness. She could polish off an entire big bowl every time. Sure enough, Xia Ziyu perked up at the mention. Crayfish? Yes, yes. I want 3 pounds of the spicy kind. Jiang Ming. It really didn't disappoint. 3 pounds won't do. Hearing this, Xia Ziyu's little face immediately drooped despondently. If it's not 3 pounds, what's the point then? Might as well go home and wait for you to cook for me. Compared to crayfish, she preferred the meals Jiang Ming prepared. Jiang Ming said impassively, your stomach's not good. Garlic and 5 spice are fine, but forget about 3 pounds of spicy. This girl always forgot the pain once the wound healed. Can I get 2 pounds then? 1 pound, mildly spicy. Xia Ziyu, alright then. Compromising for second best, well, it's better than nothing. There's a lobster restaurant right on Danyang Street. After tidying up the shop, Jiang Ming took the 2 eager foodies, one big, one small, straight to their destination. Lobster restaurant. At this hour, the place wasn't crowded. The moment the trio stepped in, the owner noticed them immediately and greeted them with a beaming smile. What would you 3 like to order? After seating themselves, Xia Ziyu couldn't help but salivate as she eyed the spicy lobster on the menu. But then she heard Jiang Ming speak up, boss, we'll take half a kilo each, mild spicy, garlic butter, and 5 spice flavors. The proprietress chuckled, alright then. By the way handsome, they've recently introduced a durian-flavored crayfish, tastes pretty good. Would you folks like to try it? Durian flavor? Xia Ziyu's eyes lit up with a spark of interest. Seeing her reaction, Jiang Ming nodded, I'll take a pound as well. Sure, please wait a moment. After the proprietress left, the little one sitting beside Xia Ziyu asked adorably, Big brother, what's this durian fruit? The little one had never tasted durian before. A bit curious. Before Jiang Ming could explain, Xia Ziyu beside him said with a smile, durian is a very delicious fruit, sweet and creamy. If Ling Ling likes it, sister will take you to buy one at the fruit shop later. Chapter 45 Identical Looks of Disgust. Hearing that it was sweet and a fruit, the little one immediately nodded enthusiastically, yes. She has a sweet tooth. If Sister Ziyu says it's delicious, then it must be really good. At this moment in the lobster restaurant, the place was empty except for their table, so the food came out unusually fast, ready in no time. The garlic butter and 5 spice flavors arrived at the table first. Then came the spicy one. The proprietress placed the spicy dish on the table and kindly reminded, the lobster is a bit hot, be careful, the durian flavor will be here soon. The little one looked at the table full of crayfish, their aroma wafting through the air, their big eyes sparkling bright, everything looked so delicious. After they started eating, Jiang Ming put on disposable gloves, took a garlic-flavored one, peeled it, and placed it in the little one's bowl. At the same time, Xia Ziyu's 5 spice-flavored one, which she had peeled, happened to land in the bowl as well. The two couldn't help but glance at each other. Xia Ziyu withdrew her gaze, her heart feeling even sweeter than if she had eaten honey. She could sense it. Jiang Ming's heart was slowly drawing closer to hers again, at least not as distant as before. This is a good thing. The little one imitated him, picking up a spiced lobster to try peeling it himself. Soon, oil smeared both corners of his mouth, making him look utterly adorable. Jiang Ming felt his heart melting and couldn't help but laugh. Bite the tail, not the head. The head's inedible, you have to throw it away, he said. Hearing this, the little one realized he'd been gnawing on the lobster's head and quickly let go, his face the picture of pitiful dismay. Plop! Xia Ziyu smiled and gently rubbed the little one's head, putting on a fresh pair of gloves. It's okay if you don't know how to eat it, Sister Ziyu will peel it for you. Be good. Hearing this, the little one immediately sat up straight. She stared at Xia Ziyu with eager eyes. In a milky, childlike voice, she asked, Ziyu sister, when will the durian flavor be ready? Ningning wants some. Compared to these savory ones, she preferred the sweet flavors. Eat some yourself too, don't just peel them for Ningning. At this moment, Jiang Ming chimed in appropriately. Hearing this, Xia Ziyu casually glanced over. Suddenly, she realized her bowl was already half filled with peeled shrimp. When had Jiang Ming peeled this many for her? For a moment, Xia Ziyu didn't know what to say. Touched and happy, all sorts of emotions swirled within her. Woo-woo, finally got to eat shrimp peeled by Jiang Ming himself again. Thought there wouldn't be another chance in this lifetime. Just as she was thinking this, the shop owner's voice suddenly rang out. Durian flavor coming right up. Instantly, an intense durian aroma wafted out. Even Jiang Ming, who generally disliked strong flavors, couldn't help but wrinkle his nose at the smell. He couldn't understand why most women enjoyed eating this particular fruit. When the durian lobster dish was served, The little one had initially thought durian would be sweet and sticky, surely carrying a wonderfully fragrant scent. I've been looking forward to this for quite a while. Covering her nose at the smell, brother, Jiu sis, what is this? It smells so bad. This is durian lobster, very sweet and delicious. Xiao Jiu took one out, inhaled its aroma, and showed an expression of pure enjoyment. The little one tilted her tiny head, eyes brimming with big question marks. Is this the durian sister Jiu mentioned? How come it's nothing like what she imagined? Xiao Jiu peeled one open and held it to the child's lips. Here, try a piece. The little milk dumpling's face was full of oddness and resistance as she turned her head away. Big sister, you should eat it, I'm not hungry. Plop. The proprietress sitting at the cash register almost burst out laughing at this scene. The little girl was simply too adorable. Just moments ago she was eager to eat, and now suddenly she's not hungry anymore. How could she be this cute? Ha ha ha. Even Jiang Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, not everyone enjoys eating durian. Seeing the little one refusing to eat, Xiao Jiu had no choice but to eat it herself. Sweet and quite tasty, she couldn't understand why these siblings disliked it so much. Even their expressions of disgust were identical. Fine, if you won't eat it, I will. Jiang Ming continued calmly peeling shrimp for the little one. Soon, all 4 plates of lobster on the table were polished off. Paired with rice, all 3 of them ate until they were full. After Jiang Ming paid the bill, the proprietress smiled cheerfully. If you enjoyed the food, you're welcome to come again next time. They stepped out of the lobster restaurant. Jiang Ming was ready to take the little one home. Turning his gaze to Xiao Jiu, he said, let me take you back, it's on the way. Xiao Jiu nodded cheerfully. Just as she was about to reply happily, her phone suddenly buzzed in her bag. Frowning slightly, she pulled it out to check. It was none other than her luckless best friend, Tang Xian. Tang Xian, Jiu, are you off work yet? I'm at a milk tea shop on Danyang Street right now. Want to come over for a drink? We can chat about you and that shop owner. Xiao Jiu. Of all times, she had to message now, just when Jiang Ming was about to drive her home. How infuriating. I already stood him up last time, so it's not appropriate to refuse again now. At this point, I could only tactfully decline Jiang Ming. Hey, Jiang Ming, my best friend is here asking me to join her for tea. Jiang Ming didn't think too much about it and nodded. Alright, go ahead. Then I'll be off. Xiao Jiu still reminded them, be careful on your way back, see you tomorrow. The little one waved reluctantly with her small hand. Bye-bye, Jiu sister. Bye. After parting ways, Xiao Jiu asked for the milk tea shop's address and headed there with a sullen expression. At a certain milk tea shop, Tang Xian sat gracefully by the glass wall, sipping her milk tea while casually tapping on her phone screen to reply to various messages. She appeared on Danyang Street purely by chance. While sipping her milk tea, she suddenly remembered her best friend worked nearby and casually sent her a message. If she was free, they could chat about those little secrets girls share. Mostly, she was curious about how far Xiao Jiu's relationship with the bun shop owner had progressed. Could she really give up on her ex-boyfriend? How could she, as a best friend, not be happy about it? She was practically itching to set off firecrackers in celebration. As she was lost in thought, Xiao Jiu had already stepped into the milk tea shop and immediately spotted Tang Xian sitting in the corner. This was because she had just eaten that durian lobster earlier. Xiao Jiu was now completely enveloped in the pungent aroma of durian. Tang Xian scrunched her face in disgust. Did you just crawl out of a durian den? It reeks. Clearly, she wasn't fond of durian either. Anyone can see you've got no taste. How could something as delicious as durian possibly stink? If this is what you call enjoyment, I'd rather not have it. Tang Xian snorted. Speaking of which, how's your love life going? I just can't believe you'd actually forget about that damned ex-boyfriend of yours. It's been over a year of clinging to him. And just because that steamed bun shop owner is handsome, you forget about someone you've liked for so long in just a few days? That's just too shallow. Of course, she wasn't speaking up for that bastard. It was a good thing Xiao Jiu could forget him. She was just afraid her best friend might get deceived by someone. Chapter 46, The Little One's Surgery Approaches. Things were already bad enough. If she got scammed on top of that, wouldn't she completely break down and sink into depression? Tang Xian didn't dare imagine it. In this day and age, there are just too many scammers, exploiting every possible opportunity. Xiao Jiu had long anticipated her nosy questioning, but now felt utterly lost about how to respond. If she didn't tell the truth, one lie would require countless more to cover it up. If Tang Xian found out later, she'd probably be so furious she'd sever their relationship completely. Just confess honestly, what's going on? The day you stood me up, I already sensed something was off. How could you have someone you liked without dropping even the slightest hint? After knowing you for so many years, I simply don't believe you're that shallow. If looks were all you cared about, you'd have moved on and found someone new soon after the breakup. Why would you still be hung up on that scumbag? Tang Xian stared intently at Xiao Jiu, as if trying to discern something from her expression. She's not a fool. How could someone you've loved for years be completely forgotten just because of someone slightly more attractive? she was even beginning to suspect. Could this Baozi shop owner be that scumbag ex-boyfriend of Xiaojiyu's? The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. What frustrated her was that she and Xiaojiyu hadn't attended the same university, so she'd never seen that bastard in person, otherwise she would have recognized him at a glance. Xiaojiyu suddenly felt a bit guilty under her gaze, like a child who'd done something wrong but didn't dare confess, her eyes darting about evasively. As her longtime best friend, Tang Xian knew Xiaojiyu far too well, this girl absolutely couldn't lie. When she looked like this, she was almost certainly hiding something or not telling the whole truth. Tang Xian pressed on, "Tell me honestly, is this shop owner that scumbag ex of yours?" Jiang Ming isn't a scumbag. There were reasons back then. After holding back for a long time, Xiaojiyu managed to squeeze out just this sentence. Her face flushed crimson. In the end, she decided to tell the truth. Xiaojiyu strongly disagreed with Tang Xian repeatedly calling him a scumbag. It even made her somewhat uncomfortable to hear. Jiang Ming was absolutely not a scumbag. Never was. Tang Xian had only been speculating, but seeing Xiaojiyu actually admit it outright caught her off guard. When she finally processed it, with a whoosh, she shot to her feet, scarcely able to believe her ears. "Holy shit, what did you say? That guy is really your ex-boyfriend?" Xiaojiyu nodded somewhat glumly. Tang Xian was completely dumbfounded. After calming down, "Didn't you hear a single word I said earlier? You even lied to me, claiming you'd moved on from the past. Is this what you call moving on?" Tang Xian glared at her with exasperation. "Can't you have a bit more self-respect? Have you forgotten how ruthlessly he ended things back then? Have you forgotten how you managed to survive that pain? I knew it. How could someone fall out of love so abruptly? Turns out the feelings are new, but the person is still the same old one." Tang Xian was so angry she didn't know what to say. She crossed her arms and turned her gaze pointedly out the window. What kind of useless best friend is she stuck with? Calling it devotion sounds nice, but to put it bluntly, he's just a simp. I don't understand what's so great about that jerk. Wasn't it just because he was somewhat good-looking? Xiaojiyu still maintained her stance. Anyway, he's not a jerk. There were reasons for breaking up with me back then. Pfft. Who doesn't know how to sweet-talk and make excuses for themselves? The mouth is his, of course he can say whatever he wants. Tang Xian didn't buy it. It was all just excuses for changing his heart. Xiaojiyu couldn't bear to see Jiang Ming misunderstood like this. After hesitating for a moment, she said with a sorrowful expression, "At that time, Jiang Ming's parents passed away. He didn't want to burden me, that's why he broke up with me." Xiaojiyu briefly explained the whole story. Unbeknownst to herself, her eyes welled up with tears again. "I always suspected there must have been a reason when he suddenly mentioned breaking up back then. I really, truly feel heartbroken for him. Even though we haven't gotten back together yet, just being able to stay by his side every day and do whatever I can for him makes me incredibly happy." Tang Xian. So, had she misunderstood Jiang Ming all along? To lose both parents at such a young age, while also caring for a sick younger sister. This is really kind of tragic. His mouth opened and closed as he swallowed the words he meant to say, then spoke with sincere remorse. "Sorry Jiyu, I didn't know." Recalling how freely he'd been throwing around accusations of scumbag, Tang Xian's face was filled with regret. "I never expected the reason to be this tragic." She didn't doubt the truth of this matter in the slightest. No matter how outrageous someone might be, they'd never joke about their own parents. Over here, the atmosphere was heavy. On the other side, Jiang Ming had already arrived home. While the little one was taking an afternoon nap, he began tallying up today's earnings. Combining the past few days up through yesterday and today, the total revenue came to exactly 100,600 yuan, after deducting approximately 14,700 yuan in costs. In just these few days, he'd made a clean profit of 86,000 yuan. Seeing the string of digits in his phone balance, Jiang Mingxin felt strangely calm, without any fluctuation in his emotions. Entering the system. Looking at the points section, the total had genuinely surpassed 100,000 initially, but he had spent some points on purchasing items through the system these past few days. Now, the remaining total points were approximately 99,400. Just 600 more to activate the grand prize wheel. Looking at it this way, Jiang Ming couldn't help but feel anticipation. Time flies by. Before anyone realized it, 4 days slipped by quietly. It was Friday now, drawing ever closer to the little one's surgery date. While Jiang Ming remained calm, Xiaojiyu grew increasingly nervous, worrying herself sick over it. After all, this is major surgery, involving heart conditions. Any surgery carries significant risks, let alone for such a young child. She had long regarded Ningning as her own younger sister. She doted on the girl immensely. "I really don't want anything to go wrong during the surgery." Lost in these thoughts, Xiaojiyu remained absent-minded throughout the entire morning, nearly making several mistakes. Seizing a quiet moment, Jiang Ming led her aside, pressed her shoulders down onto a chair, and said in a deep voice, "You're too exhausted. Rest for a while and stop overthinking things." Xiaojiyu looked up and met Jiang Ming's star-like eyes, which seemed to possess some magical power. For some reason, suddenly, her heart grew calm. Jiang Ming reached out and gently ruffled her hair. Believe in Ningning, she'll definitely be fine. Xia Jiyu nodded, okay. After all the food was sold out, Jiang Ming tidied up the shop as usual. Noticing Xia Jiyu still sitting there in a daze, he asked, do you want to come over to my place for lunch today? At the mention of food, Xia Jiyu nodded eagerly without hesitation. I'll go. Since Jiang Ming took the initiative to invite her, how could she possibly refuse? Chapter 47, just friends for now, soon to be girlfriend. Whoa, finally getting to eat Jiang Ming's cooking again. Although he had promised her last time that she could drop by for meals whenever she wanted, she didn't have the cheek to show up there every day. Ever since that last meal they shared, several days had passed without her visiting again. So when Jiang Ming took the initiative to invite her, it came as a surprise, instantly sweeping away all her gloomy thoughts to the far corners of her mind. Only sweetness remains. After closing the shop, Jiang Ming suddenly remembered there wasn't much food left at home. With no choice, he took the two little gluttons to the market, planning to cook a proper meal today. Then he'd invite Granny Lin over to join them for dinner. Jiang Ming, what are we having today? On the tricycle, Xia Ziyu felt the wind blowing against her face and asked with a cheerful smile, what do you guys want to eat? He didn't matter, what mattered were these two little foodies beside her. Hearing this, the little one next to her quickly raised a tiny hand and said in a sweet, childish voice, brother, Ningning wants shrimp. Xia Ziyu thought for a moment, feeling a bit torn. Honestly, she wasn't sure what to choose because everything Jiang Ming made was delicious. Even dishes she didn't like could be made exceptionally delicious. I'm fine with anything. I'll eat whatever you make. Upon arriving at the vegetable market, Jiang Ming first went to the shrimp stall and bought some light leg shrimp. I was planning to make soy-braised prawns. Originally thought about stir-frying them, but considering the little one can't handle anything too strong-flavored before surgery, I switched to braising instead. Then I bought some chicken wing middles, clams, tender tofu, beef balls, and so on. The beef ball vendor obviously knew Jiang Ming. Glancing at Xia Jiyu beside him, he said with some surprise, oh, young man, bringing your girlfriend along for grocery shopping? After a closer look, he added, not bad at all, this girl, fresh-faced and lovely. Had only heard folks say she was pretty, but seeing her in person, more than just pretty, she's like a fairy straight out of heaven. You've got good taste, young man. Jiang Ming didn't deny it and nodded, yes, that's right. Great. When's the wedding? I'd love to attend the celebration. The shop owner beamed with a smile. In the eyes of most elders, dating generally means marriage isn't far behind. Xia Ziyu listened quietly to their conversation from the side. Her little face flushed slightly, her heart brimming with sweetness. When the boss mentioned the term girlfriend, she thought Jiang Ming would deny it, never expecting him to actually acknowledge it. Then suddenly, the conversation leaped straight to the word marriage. The pace was so fast that Xia Ziyu almost couldn't keep up, her heart pounding wildly as if about to leap right out of her chest. She was a little curious. How would Jiang Ming reply to this boss? Facing the boss's question, Jiang Ming answered calmly, it should be soon. I'll notify you when the time comes. Great. The boss nodded with a smile, offering his genuine blessings. After buying groceries and leaving the market, all the way home, Xia Ziyu's cheeks remained flushed. Just seeing Jiang Ming made her heartbeat quicken. What exactly had she just heard? Did Jiang Ming say they'd be getting married soon? This. Jiang Ming parked the car and returned, looking at the girl's rosy cheeks that resembled a ripe peach, couldn't help but let a slight smile tug at the corner of his lips. Afraid she might become even more bashful, he refrained from mentioning what had just happened and instead said, I'll go cook now. Braised river prawns, stir-fried clams with chile, mapo tofu, cola chicken wings, and beef ball soup. Today's menu would consist of 4 dishes and 1 soup. With that, Jiang Ming turned and headed to the kitchen to start his work. Xia Ziyu touched her flushed face, which still felt burning hot. The little kid beside her noticed and blinked, asking in a milky voice, Sister Ziyu, why is your face so red? Are you sick? And no, it's just the weather. It's too hot, Xia Ziyu stammered, glancing at the electric fan nearby before turning it directly toward her face to cool down. Several minutes passed. It didn't feel as scorching anymore. The little one didn't understand and really thought Xia Ziyu was too hot, so she scooted over to make some room. Sister, sit here where it's breezy and cool. Xia Ziyu stood up and ruffled her little head. I'm going to help your brother now, okay? You play here by yourself. Okay. The little one nodded obediently. In the kitchen, Jiang Ming had almost finished washing the vegetables. Only the clams and chicken wing midsections remained. Just as he was about to wash them, a delicate hand reached over and took the washing basin from him. Let me handle these. You go take care of your other tasks. Without another word, she immediately got to work. Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow. This girl is adjusting pretty quickly. Taking advantage of the time Xia Ziyu was washing vegetables, Jiang Ming turned on the stove, ready to stir fry. First dish, braised shrimp. As the hot oil met the river prawns in the wok, a rich aroma instantly filled the air. The tantalizing scent immediately set one's taste buds tingling with craving. Xia Zhiyu's stomach betrayed her with a loud, undeniable growl. An hour and a half later, 4 dishes and 1 soup all laid out on the table. While Xia Zhiyu was getting the bowls and chopsticks, Jiang Ming suddenly spoke up. Bring 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Xia Zhiyu? Jiang Ming said, there's an elderly lady across the street who's been really kind to me and Ningning. Since we're moving in a few days, I should properly thank her. Hearing this, Xia Zhiyu understood immediately. So that's what it was. Go ahead. Ningning and I will wait for you here. As soon as Jiang Ming left, Xia Zhiyu quickly set 4 pairs of bowls and chopsticks on the table. Before long, Jiang Ming returned, supporting the elderly woman by the arm. The little one caught sight of Granny Lin and instantly scooted off the chair, racing toward her with glee and calling out in a sweet, childish voice, Granny. Granny Lin felt her heart melt at the sound of that address. Haven't seen little Ningning for several days. I miss her so much. Granny Lin responded with a beaming smile. Looking at the fair and chubby little one before her, Granny Lin said with some puzzlement, After just a few days, why do I feel this child has gotten a bit plumper, with such round, chubby little cheeks? She suspected she might be getting old and seeing things. She's gained weight, eating more than before. It'd be strange if she didn't. Jiang Ming chuckled beside her. The elderly woman smiled kindly. Eating well is a blessing. It's fine, let her eat more. A plump little girl is adorable. As she spoke, she finally noticed Xia Zhiyu standing nearby. The girl stood there properly with a sweet smile on her face, looking utterly delightful. Who is this lass? The old man stared at Xia Zhiyu for quite a while, utterly astonished. Good heavens, this girl is truly beautiful. Those big eyes, with fair and delicate skin, she looks like a celestial maiden descended to earth. Hello, Grandma. Xia Zhiyu took the initiative to greet her. My name is Xia Zhiyu, and I'm Jiang Ming's friend. But soon enough, I'll be his girlfriend. Her words left the elderly woman utterly bewildered. At her age, such talk was a bit hard to follow. Friends now, but soon to be girlfriend? What does that even mean? What does this mean? Chapter 48, Once Missed, It's a Lifetime. Is she a girlfriend or just a friend? The old man pondered for a moment in his mind. Soon to be girlfriend, meaning these 2 kids are probably about to get together? That makes much more sense when you think about it this way. Jiang Ming, who was standing nearby, pulled out a chair and said with a smile, Grandma, let's sit down and eat first. The food will get cold if we wait any longer. After Grandma Lin took her seat, the little one also happily scampered back to his own chair and sat down properly, his eyes crinkling with laughter, looking both adorable and well-behaved. The aroma wafting from the dishes was utterly enticing. Granny Lin's appetite was instantly awakened, her aged eyes brimming with astonishment. Xiaoming dear, did you make all these dishes? Or was it Xiaoyu? She'd eaten this child's cooking before, delicious indeed, but merely ordinary home-style fare. At her advanced age, most foods tasted blandly similar to her, yet today this spread had her mouth watering just from the fragrance alone. She'd assumed Xiaoyu must have prepared it. Ah yes, Xia Zhiyu had successfully earned the endearing nickname Xiaoyu from the elderly woman. Xia Zhiyu's heart blossomed with joy when Grandma Lin called out to her like that. She chuckled and said, Grandma, this was all made by Jiang Ming, not me. I wish I had such great cooking skills. Grandma Lin smiled warmly and kindly. Not bad, not bad. Nowadays, men with cooking skills find it much easier to get married. As she spoke, her gaze subtly drifted towards Xia Zhiyu beside her, her meaning clear as day. Anyway, she was quite satisfied with this young girl. He looks like a good kid from his appearance. Xia Zhiyu was instantly made to feel embarrassed. However, she did indeed like men who could cook, the kind who could make all sorts of delicious food for her. Though, of course, that man could only be Jiang Ming. The old lady picked up her chopsticks, plucked a piece of mapo tofu, and tasted it. As I've grown older, my teeth aren't what they used to be. The tofu is numbing spicy with rich aroma, its texture silky and tender. It practically melts in your mouth. After this bite, a faint glimmer lights up the old man's clouded eyes. Not bad, delicious. Seeing Granny Lin's reaction, Jiang Ming picked up his chopsticks and placed a braised prawn in her bowl with a smile. Granny, try this prawn too and see how it tastes, he said. Oh child, no need to serve me. It would be better to give Xiaoyu some more dishes. The more she observed Xia Zhiyu, the more she grew to adore her. Xia Zhiyu didn't really mind whether Jiang Ming served her food or not. With elders present, she felt too embarrassed to make a fuss, so she kept her head down and ate quietly without saying a word, occasionally peeling shrimp for the little one. The little milk dumpling had sauce from the braised shrimp smeared around her mouth, looking utterly adorable. With her tiny hands, she peeled a shrimp and proudly offered it to Xia Zhiyu's lips, her eyes crinkling into crescents as she said, Sister Zhiyu, Ningning peeled this for you too. Xia Zhiyu was taken aback by the child's gesture, both surprised and delighted. She opened her mouth and accepted the offered shrimp. Reaching out, she gently ruffled the little one's head, her gaze tender. It's delicious, thank you, Ning Ning. Watching the interaction between the older and younger child, Grandma Lin smiled warmly. These two seemed to be getting along quite well. Having cared for Ning Ning for quite some time, the elderly woman understood her shy, reserved personality somewhat. It was unexpected that she'd bond so well with Xiaoyu. This proves Xiaoyu is genuinely good-hearted. Children's reactions are always the most authentic. Unbeknownst to him, half an hour had passed. While eating, Jiang Ming recalled the purpose of inviting his grandmother over today. After organizing his thoughts slightly, he spoke slowly, Grandma, tomorrow I plan to take Ning Ning for her surgery. Upon hearing this, Grandma Lin's eating movements paused. Then she gently set down her bowl and chopsticks, asking her first question, have you gathered enough for the surgery fee? For over a year, she had witnessed the child's relentless efforts firsthand. If it's not enough, take some from Grandma. This old woman still has some savings left. At my age anyway, the money would just sit idle here. The savings weren't much, but helping this child however she could was worthwhile. Though they shared no blood relation, she had long since come to cherish these two children as her own grandchildren. Jiang Ming's heart was filled with both gratitude and a touch of sorrow. Sometimes so-called blood ties aren't even as strong as bonds with complete strangers. This kindness was something he would remember forever. After some thought, Jiang Ming spoke up, don't worry, Grandma, I've already raised the surgery fees. The doctors say Ning Ning has over a 90% success rate, there's great hope for full recovery. Good, wonderful. Grandma Lin immediately beamed from ear to ear upon hearing the high chances of recovery, utterly delighted. Beside them, Xia Jiyu was also deeply moved in her heart. She finally understood why Jiang Ming had said the old woman had done him a great kindness. And what a tremendous kindness it was. Someone with no blood relation to you, yet still willing to cover part of your medical expenses. Grandma, there's something else I'd like to talk to you about, Jiang Ming continued. Ning Ning and I, were planning to move out. Grandma Lin seemed to have anticipated this day would come, though not so soon. Her eyes filled with deep reluctance as she said, so soon? I was hoping to see Ning Ning recover and start kindergarten, to hear her stories about making friends there. The atmosphere suddenly turned melancholic. Ah well, moving might be for the best. This environment was never really suitable for such a young child to begin with. Granny Lin waved her hand dismissively, once Ning Ning's discharged from the hospital, we should be able to send her to kindergarten in the second half of the year. Jiang Ming reassured her, don't worry, Granny. Whenever I have time, I'll often bring Ning Ning to visit you. It's not far anyway. Another half hour passed, and the meal was nearly finished. The atmosphere was heavy and melancholic, yet not a single dish on the table remained, all were completely devoured. Xia Ziyu polished off 2 whole bowls of rice by herself. The little one also managed to eat about a bowlful. Even Grandma Lin, who normally could only manage half a bowl, couldn't resist and ended up finishing a full portion. While Jiang Ming was washing dishes, Grandma Lin turned to Xia Ziyu sitting there and instantly became curious like a child, asking, Xiaoyu, how did you and Xiao Ming meet? Upon hearing this, Xia Ziyu wasn't quite sure how to describe the situation. After a moment's thought, she replied, we met right after starting university. Right after university? That must have been several years ago. Goodness, so these two kids have known each other for years already. How strange, after all these years, why haven't they gotten together yet? The elderly really can't quite understand the way young people think. Yes, we've known each other, for over 6 years, actually. We dated before, but separated for some time due to certain reasons. Xia Ziyu let out a slight sigh. Separated? Granny Lin frowned slightly between her brows and suddenly sighed, saying, my child, this old woman can see you truly care for Xiaoming. I know this boy well, he's never had a wicked bone in his body. Whatever reason separated you two initially, now that you've met again, you should cherish each other properly. Once you miss your chance, it's gone for a lifetime. Chapter 49, who made her love Jiang Ming to the point of deathly devotion. Granny Lin stared fixedly out the window, as if recalling some memories of her own. Her tone was brimming with regret. Xia Ziyu picked up on it and asked curiously, Grandma, did you experience something similar when you were young? Ah, let's not talk about the past. With 1 foot already in the grave, I just want to live well what remains of my days. Anyway, you must cherish hard-won feelings and not let them become regrets. Xia Ziyu obediently nodded. At first, she had assumed Grandma Lin was just an ordinary elderly woman, but unexpectedly, she turned out to be so knowledgeable. She must have read many books in her youth, Xia Ziyu thought with admiration. As the saying goes, elegance stems from a belly full of poetry and literature. This was precisely the impression she got the moment she first laid eyes on Grandma Lin. Alright, I'd better head back to rest. These old bones are exhausted after just a little while outside. Grandma Lin sighed as she rose to her feet, and Xia Ziyu hurried over to support her. At that moment, Jiang Ming had just finished his work. I'll take Grandma home. Xia Ziyu hummed in agreement. Okay. The little one nearby waved reluctantly, bye-bye, Grandma. Alright, bye-bye, Ningning. Be good, okay? Listen to your brother from now on, got it? The little one, too young to understand the meaning of those words, nodded and said, "Hm, Ningning understands." After the elderly woman left, Xia Ziyu thought about tomorrow's surgery again, tenderly stroking the little one's head as she silently prayed, hoping everything would go smoothly. Soon, Jiang Ming returned from Grandma Lin's house. Checking the time, he prepared to leave for the hospital. First, complete the admission procedures and undergo the preoperative exams. Before leaving, he specifically boiled water to give Ningning a bath and changed her into clean clothes, then took a taxi. Half an hour later, they arrived at Zhongbei People's Hospital. While handling the admission procedures, Jiang Ming originally wanted to arrange a single room for some peace and quiet, but not only were there no single rooms available, even the VIP wards were fully booked. Only twin rooms and triple rooms were left. In the end, we had to choose a twin room. Fortunately, there was a family caregiver bed, so staying overnight wouldn't be a problem. The ward conditions were quite decent in all aspects. After arranging the hospitalization, the next step was to undergo various tests: electrocardiogram, echocardiogram, X-ray, and so on. Holding the awaited report, Jiang Ming met again with the attending physician of the little one, Dr. Liu. After the incident last time, Dr. Liu had always harbored some doubts about the results of that report. Naturally, when the new report came out, he couldn't wait to take a look. The outcome, however, left him even more astonished. What's going on? The child's heart condition is actually gradually improving, albeit very slowly, but it can't escape the watchful eyes of the medical equipment. He wasn't exaggerating at all. Dr. Liu, what's the situation? Dr. Liu put down the report and smiled slightly, saying, "The condition is stable, nothing major to worry about. Now we just need to let the child undergo the surgery peacefully." Of course, he couldn't guarantee 100% success either. Although the success rate is over 90%, there's still that slim chance of a few percent where things could go wrong. Okay, thank you for your trouble. You're welcome, it's my pleasure. Leaving the examination room, Jiang Ming returned to the ward. This double room also housed another little girl, who appeared slightly older than his little one, with a cast on her left arm and gauze wrapped around her head. It looks like a fall. The tiny figure lay on the hospital bed, looking utterly pitiful. What appeared to be her mother sat beside her, continuously wiping away tears. Seeing Jiang Ming return, Xia Ziyu hurried over to ask, "What did the doctor say?" The doctor said Ningning's condition is stable and there shouldn't be any major problems. Xia Ziyu felt some of the weight lift from her anxious heart. The little one seemed to understand what was about to happen and didn't cry incessantly like other children. After changing into the hospital gown, she obediently climbed onto the bed herself, lay down, and tucked herself in. Her sensible was heartbreaking. By now, the sky had darkened. Jiang Ming looked at Xia Ziyu and asked, "Why don't you go home and rest for a bit? I can handle things here." Xia Ziyu thought for a moment and said, "You'll be busy with business tomorrow, so you should be the one going back to rest first. Otherwise, if you go to the breakfast shop early in the morning, I won't be able to catch up, and then what about Ningning?" Listening to this, Jiang Ming felt she had a point. Moreover, this way, Xia Ziyu could get some extra rest too. Alright then, I'll head back in a bit. On the hospital bed, the little one blinked softly and said in a sweet, delicate voice, "Are you leaving, brother?" The little dumpling had long grown accustomed to sleeping with her brother at night. Suddenly parting ways, it's hard not to feel somewhat unsettled. "Big brother will come again tomorrow and bring you delicious treats, okay?" Jiang Ming affectionately ruffled her little head. "Besides, Ziyu's sister will stay with you tonight." Hearing that Xia Ziyu would also stay, the little toddler felt slightly better, though still somewhat disappointed. Clearly more attached to her brother. Even so, she remained well behaved without crying or making a fuss. Okay, big brother, you should go back and rest." About an hour later, the little one was so sleepy her eyelids drooped shut, and she had already fallen asleep. Listening to her steady breathing, Jiang Ming finally prepared to leave. Suddenly, Xia Ziyu called out to him, "Jiang Ming, wait a moment." "Jiang Ming, what's wrong?" There's something I want to tell you." This seemed like just the right moment. She'd been wanting to ask since afternoon, but hadn't found the right opportunity until now. On the bench in the corridor, the two of them sat together. Xia Ziyu nervously twisted her hands, unsure where to begin. At this moment, she utterly despised herself. Why was she so nervous and timid? She was really hopeless. After all, they'd known each other for so many years. Seeing her nervous expression, Jiang Ming suppressed a laugh and raised an eyebrow. "What did you want to tell me? Go ahead." After wrestling with herself for a while, Xia Ziyu decided she might as well just go for it. It wasn't like she'd lose a piece of flesh anyway. "I wanted to ask you, were you serious about what you said this afternoon?" "Jiang Ming, what did I say?" Xia Ziyu's face flushed slightly. "What you told that market vendor, when you admitted I was your girlfriend and said we were getting married soon. Were you being serious?" She admitted she was being a bit childish. To think she actually believed all that. Knowing full well Jiang Ming was probably just humoring his boss. whimper, who made her fall for Jiang Ming so hopelessly anyway? There's no helping it. She believed every word he said. A faint smile curled at the corners of Jiang Ming's lips as he gazed at Xia Ziyu, his eyes shimmering with barely concealed adoration. He desperately wanted to say it. Silly girl, of course it's true. However, on the surface, he remained perfectly calm, raising an eyebrow slightly before suddenly leaning his handsome face closer to hers. So you really want to know that badly? P.S. After writing up to this point, it's finally time for the debut. Please, fellow readers, if you've made it here, click that urge update button. Yes, that sulfur yellow one. Also, begging for 5-star ratings. The numbers are too dismal. Please. Chapter 50 Dreaming of Marrying Her Home. At such close distance, Xia Ziyu could even feel the palpable wave of masculine pheromones washing over her. Her recently calmed heart began pounding wildly again, her face flushing several shades redder than before. Damn the Jiang Ming and his irresistible charm. Trying hard to calm herself down, she muttered softly, "Isn't that obvious? This concerns my future happiness, of course I need to ask clearly." Jiang Ming leaned back in his seat, wanting to tease her, and said, "I won't tell you." "Xia Ziyu? You're despicable. You're just taking advantage of my feelings for you to do whatever you want. It's true what they say, those who are loved always feel secure in their arrogance." Xia Ziyu clenched her fists, looking indignant. "Humph, whatever. Asking you is useless anyway. I might as well go keep Ningning company. At least she keeps calling me beloved Ziyu sister. Alright, it's getting late. You should hurry back." Jiang Ming nodded. "Then I'll come again tomorrow. Get some rest early tonight and don't overwork yourself." Got it. Be careful on your way back." "Fine." He walked to the hospital entrance. Jiang Ming took a deep breath, trying to suppress his stirred emotions, as Xia Jiyu's stunning face involuntarily surfaced in his mind. How could he not want to restore their past relationship as soon as possible? He even dreamed of marrying her someday. But not now, not yet. All he wanted was to provide her with stability. Even if Xia Ziyu were willing, they still had to pass the test of her parents. After all, every parent hoped their daughter would marry well, not follow someone as unsettled as him. He wanted his uncle and aunt to be completely at ease when marrying their daughter to him. In the hospital room, Xia Ziyu sat by the hospital bed, holding her phone in a daze. Nearly an hour had passed without her realizing it, but her mind kept grumbling about Jiang Ming. How infuriating. Honestly, what would it have cost him to tell her? Did he really have to leave her hanging like this, itching with curiosity? So infuriating. Just as she was stewing over this, the hospital room door suddenly swung open. A man around 30 years old walked in, his gaze quickly locking onto the mother and daughter by the neighboring bed. His face was dark with anger. Xia Ziyu glanced at him but didn't think much of it. He was probably the father of the little girl in the next bed. Sure enough, when the woman saw him, she immediately stood up and cried out tearfully, "And June!" But unexpectedly, without saying a word, the man called in June reached out and slapped the woman across the face. The loud noise startled Xia Ziyu, who had been feeling drowsy, jolting her fully awake. The man yelled furiously, "I feed you and house you, yet you can't even keep an eye on a child. What good are you? Look how badly Xiao fell, she's just a baby." "And June, let me explain," the woman pleaded through tears. "I was cooking at the time, I didn't know Xiao would open the door to the stairwell, Her tearful explanation trailed off. When a child develops such problems, it's the mother who suffers the most guilt and anguish. Xia Ziyu furrowed her brows. Without knowing the full context of the situation, it wasn't her place to judge as a bystander, but resorting to violence was unequivocally wrong. Couldn't this have been discussed calmly? What's the meaning of causing such a scene in the hospital room? Before anyone could intervene, the altercation between the two escalated further. "That's enough. If anything happens to my daughter, our family will make you pay for it." "In June, The woman reached out, trying to grasp the man's arm. The man's face twisted with disgust as if looking at a plague carrier, shoving her away violently. "Get lost." The woman slammed straight into the nightstand, sending everything crashing to the floor in an instant. The noise was so loud that not only did it wake up the little girl in the next bed, but even Ningning, who had just fallen asleep about an hour ago, opened her eyes. Xia Ziyu didn't want to meddle in other couples' affairs, after all, it was their personal business, but waking up her sister was something she couldn't ignore. Her tone instantly turned sharp as she angrily said, "What's wrong with you two? Can't you at least consider the surroundings before arguing? Don't you see this is a hospital room? There are other patients trying to rest here. I don't care about your family matters. Take your arguments outside if you want to quarrel." The little one, unaware of what was happening, blinked her big eyes at Xia Ziyu and asked in a soft, milky voice, "Sister, what's wrong?" She didn't throw a tantrum despite being suddenly awakened. Xia Ziyu, who had been full of fighting spirit moments before, instantly softened her gaze upon hearing the child's voice. Gently stroking the little girl's head, she said, "It's nothing, Ningning. Don't be scared, go back to sleep." The man named in June, already seething with anger, couldn't tolerate Xia Jiyu's words. "None of your damn business. If you don't like it, find another ward." Why should we move? You're the one disturbing others yet acting entitled? Xia Ziyu sneered coldly. Actually, no, men who beat their wives certainly do have a sense of entitlement. As these words were spoken, as if stepping on the man's sore spot, he stormed forward menacingly and abruptly raised his hand to shove Xia Ziyu. Perfect timing. At that moment, the ward door opened. Jiang Ming happened to witness this scene, his face darkening as he instinctively rushed forward to shield the girl he loved behind him. The man's hands landed forcefully against Jiang Ming's abdomen. Not a single inch moved. Jiang Ming's expression turned thunderous, his gaze sharp as daggers as he glared directly at the man. He had just gotten home when he realized how careless this girl was. She hadn't even brought a change of clothes, so he hurriedly brought over what she had taken during the day. Just as he opened the door, he was greeted by this scene. The man felt as if a knife were pressed against his neck under that piercing gaze. He immediately withdrew his hand and frowned. Who are you? Jiang Ming didn't answer him. Instead, his worried eyes turned to Xia Ziyu behind him, and he asked gently, Are you okay? Xia Ziyu blinked her large eyes, locking gazes with Jiang Ming as her heartbeat quickened once more. This feeling, it was as if she had returned to their very first encounter. He had asked her the same question back then, but, hadn't he gone back home? Why had he come back again? I am fine. Xia Ziyu looked puzzled. Why did you come back? Didn't I ask you to go home and rest? Jiang Ming found her reckless nature somewhat exasperating. Haven't you noticed you forgot to take something? Forgot to take something? Xia Ziyu thought carefully for a moment. There doesn't seem to be anything. Jiang Ming lifted the bag slightly in his hand, only then did Xia Ziyu realize it was her change of clothes she had prepared. Ah, how could she have forgotten about this? Hey, what's inside this? Xia Ziyu noticed another bag in Jiang Ming's hand and asked curiously. You'll find out when you open it yourself later. Their oblivious public display of affection made even a fool realize the nature of their relationship. You her boyfriend? Keep your girlfriend in check then. Stick your nose where it doesn't belong again, and don't blame me for what happens. The man's tone carried a warning. As soon as he spoke, Xia Ziyu grew furious. She hadn't expected this man not only beat his wife but also tried to lay hands on her. So she told Jiang Ming the whole story from beginning to end. Chapter 51. A lonely man and a lonely woman, alone in one room? Whoa, luckily you came just in time. If you'd been any later, your future girlfriend would have been bullied. Besides, he was the unreasonable one first, and he even woke Xiao Ningning up. Xia Ziyu's voice was soft and sweet, making even her complaint sound adorable. Her large eyes blinked repeatedly as she looked at Jiang Ming with a pitiful gaze. How could Jiang Ming withstand such a look? It hurts so much. The man remained unrepentant. What's it to you if I quarrel with my wife? If you don't like the noise, switch wards then. Just admit it if you can't afford a private room. Why should we be the ones to move? Shouldn't you be the ones to switch? Xia Ji was livid. This is a hospital, not a place for you to argue. Can't you see my sister is trying to rest? Jiang Ming had already pieced together roughly what had happened and turned his gaze towards the woman. Her eyes were red, and there was a bright red handprint on her cheek, slightly swollen, proof of how fiercely the man had struck her. Even a stranger dared to hit her so casually, as if beating women had become a habit right in front of a child, no less. Nothing disgusted him more than a man who raised his hand against a woman. He couldn't bear to imagine what Xia Ziyu might have endured if he hadn't arrived in time. A silent rage churned in his chest, his gaze at the man carrying an icy sharpness. The man couldn't help but shiver under his stare. Suddenly, Jiang Ming cracked a faint smile. It seems there's some truth to the saying, the more incompetent a man is, the more likely he is to beat his wife. Xia Ziyu by his side seemed to understand something when she heard this and immediately chimed in. Exactly. I'm really curious how someone like him even got a wife. Marrying him must be the worst luck in 8 lifetimes. If I were his wife, I'd scram immediately. Why stay with such a useless good-for-nothing? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Jiang Ming's eyes darkened, suddenly filled with jealousy, as his large hand stealthily gave someone's waist a gentle pinch. This silly girl, does she even realize what she's saying? The person finally realized they'd spoken out of turn. Ugh. I was just speaking casually, making an analogy. Anyway, you're definitely not that kind of person. Jiang Ming. Immersive translate. As the two exchanged words, the man's face grew livid with anger. The woman behind him, not wanting the situation to escalate, quickly pulled him back. And June, don't be like this. They're right, this is a hospital ward, not our home. You slut, defending others now? Traitor, he spat, raising his hand to strike again before suddenly catching himself, freezing mid-swing. Jiang Ming smiled mockingly. Nobody wants to interfere in your family matters. Under these circumstances, I think calling the police would be most appropriate. As he spoke, he took out his phone, ready to call the police. We live in a society governed by law. Violence is never justified. At this moment, he wasn't about to waste his breath arguing with such a person. It would be pure time wasting. Better to leave it to the police to handle. It's a trivial matter. You're calling the police? Seeing Jiang Ming take out his phone to make a call, the man inexplicably panicked and instinctively reached out to grab the phone. But he was a step too late. After the emergency call connected, Jiang Ming briefly described the current situation. There was a police booth near the hospital. After receiving the report, police officers arrived within minutes. With the police showing up late at night, the hospital couldn't ignore the situation. After understanding what happened, the staff universally expressed contempt for the man's behavior. Yet as he was a patient's family member, the hospital couldn't forcibly remove him. They could only offer to move Jiang Ming to a different ward. Jiang Ming agreed. The little one on the hospital bed had been awake since being disturbed earlier, watching the entire scene unfold, though being too young to fully understand the conflicts between adults. All she knew was that the speaking uncle seemed very fierce. Seeing the police officer enter, her big eyes blinked as she gently tugged Xia Jiyu's hand beside her, asking in a milky voice, "Sister, why is the police officer here?" "Don't be afraid, Ningning. The police officer is here to catch the bad guys." Xia Jiyu patted her little head. The little one asked softly, "Was that uncle the bad guy?" "Yes, it was him. Our Ningning is so clever." Jiang Ming had already coordinated with the hospital. He entered the ward to gather their belongings, saying, "All right, we can move to a different room now. Let me carry these, you just hold Ningning." Xia Jiyu quickly grabbed all the bags and bundles. The ward was changed, and now there's no one in the adjacent bed, making it instantly much quieter. Thinking about what just happened, Xia Jiyu grumbled, "I really didn't expect to meet such people in real life. What does that woman even see in him? Why isn't she divorcing him? Seriously, what kind of bizarre situations have we stumbled into?" Jiang Ming's face darkened as he said, "You should just call the hospital or police when you encounter something like this in the future. Don't confront them directly. Who knows what they might do? Just like today. If he hadn't happened to come by, wouldn't this girl have been bullied to death? Thankfully they're both alright. If they'd been frightened, he wouldn't have let it go so easily." Xia Jiyu pouted her lips slightly. "I didn't really want to get involved in the first place, but he woke up Ningning with all the noise. Of course I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. The little one was scheduled for surgery tomorrow. How can you go on without proper rest?" After changing to a new bed, the little one yawned. Having been abruptly awakened earlier, drowsiness quickly washed over her again. Clinging to her big brother's arm, she mumbled sweetly, "Hug, brother," before her eyelids drooped shut, and she slipped back into sleep. Soon after, soft snores could be heard. It melted both their hearts with cuteness. After such an incident, Jiang Ming decided not to go back and stayed to keep them company. Noticing Jiang Ming sitting by the bedside, Xia Jiyu asked quietly, Are you still going back? It's getting late. I won't be going back tonight." He still felt a bit uneasy. Hearing this, Xia Jiyu froze momentarily, her heart racing uncontrollably as a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Did this mean they'd be spending the night alone together in the same room? Though she'd been dating Jiang Ming for years, they'd never actually stayed overnight in the same room before. Not to mention anything else happening beyond holding hands and kissing. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about being more intimate. But Jiang Ming believed this was a girl's most precious possession. It should be reserved for the wedding night rather than given away while dating, in case things didn't ultimately lead to marriage. This way she could remain pure when marrying someone else, the greatest protection he could give her. If it were any other man, they'd probably be itching to get intimate with their girlfriend. This is precisely one of the reasons why she's so madly in love with Jiang Ming. Because he's truly, genuinely good, always putting her first in everything. Chapter 52. How can you eat so much even late at night? If you don't go back, what will you do tomorrow? Besides, it seems you didn't bring any change of clothes. Xia Jiyu turned to glance at the bag Jiang Ming had brought. It only contained her clothes. She wanted Jiang Ming to stay too, but she couldn't possibly let him remain soaked in a day's worth of sweat. How uncomfortable would that sticky feeling be all over his body? Jiang Ming reached out to gently tuck the little one on the hospital bed more snugly under the covers. Instead of directly responding to Xia Jiyu's remark, he simply said, "You've had a long day too, go wash up and get some rest." Xia Jiyu didn't quite understand what he meant. Does this mean he's determined to stay? Why, a man's heart is truly unfathomable. A man's heart is as deep as an ocean needle. How true this saying rings. Forget it, don't ask anymore. Xia Jiyu took the bag over. Since it contained undergarments, she was too embarrassed to take them out and simply carried the entire bag into the shower room. Every ward here had its own private bathroom and shower area, complete with shampoo and body wash, quite a considerate touch. After her shower, Xia Jiyu walked in wearing an eye-catching pink pajama set. Jiang Ming had never seen a girl in pajamas before. She usually dressed quite plainly. Who knew her sleepwear could be so adorable? The collar had two large, cute Hello Kitty faces embroidered on either side, and even the sleeve cuffs were lined with rows of kitty heads, so unbearably cute it hurt. The pajamas were loose-fitting with long sleeves and pants, not too revealing. Jiang Ming's gaze slightly darkened, inexplicably quite satisfied with her attire. Xia Jiyu's sleek, long hair cascaded down. Her hair was still dripping from being washed, and she gently dabbed it with a dry towel, leaning slightly forward, revealing delicate and perfectly shaped collarbones. Her skin was pale after the bath. as white as a peeled hard-boiled egg. My hair's too long to dry properly. Xia Ziyu looked up at Jiang Ming and said, Jiang Ming, it's inconvenient for me to do it alone. Come help me, will you? The corners of Jiang Ming's lips curled slightly as he took the towel from Xia Ziyu's hands, then placing a hand on her shoulder, he gently guided her towards the bathroom. Right in front of her, he took down a small hairdryer from a bracket above. Xia Ziyu? There's a hairdryer here? How come she didn't know? She'd been wiping with a towel all this time until her arms ached. How infuriating. But this hospital is really nice, it even provides hairdryers, just like a hotel. Jiang Ming looked at the girl's expression in the mirror, suppressing a laugh as he gently turned on the hairdryer to dry her hair. The air grew quiet, filled only with the whirring sound of the hairdryer. Yet Xia Ziyu felt there was more, not just the dryer's hum, but also the rapid thumping of her accelerating heartbeat. How long had it been since Jiang Ming last dried her hair for her? Xia Ziyu felt as if she were dreaming right now. Everything felt like a dream. Soon, her hair dried, and Jiang Ming turned off the hairdryer, speaking in a monotone voice, go to sleep now. If you stay up any longer, those dark circles under your eyes will make you look like a panda again tomorrow. Xia Ziyu huffed, you always tease me about my dark circles. After pouting, she added, by the way, how did you know there was a hairdryer here? Have you been hospitalized here before? Jiang Ming extended his slender fingers and lightly flicked her forehead. Ningning was born in this very hospital. Want to know how I knew that? Xia Ziyu clutched her forehead, shooting Jiang Ming a pitiful, resentful look. Couldn't you just tell me properly instead of flicking my head? Come to think of it, if the little one was born here, that meant Auntie must have been hospitalized at this place. No wonder Jiang Ming knew about it. Alright, time for bed. Jiang Ming urged again. I got it. Xia Ziyu grumbled under her breath as she walked to the adjacent hospital bed. Being mildly germophobic, she shook the blanket thoroughly several times, only daring to lie down after confirming there was no visible dust. Time slipped by unnoticed. Another hour passed. Tossing and turning, Xia Ziyu found herself completely unable to sleep, her mind alarmingly alert. Her gaze involuntarily drifted toward Jiang Ming's direction. Just then, she collided with those obsidian black eyes. Their eyes met. Xia Ziyu froze instantly, her face visibly flushing crimson at lightning speed. She had only meant to steal a secret glance, never expecting to get caught red-handed. Woo-woo, how embarrassing. Someone quickly buried their face under the blanket, only peeking out cautiously after calming down, asking in a soft voice, why aren't you sleeping yet? I see 2 caregiver beds over there. Could it be that Jiang Ming feels shy with her here? That can't be if she's not embarrassed. Why would a grown man be shy? Jiang Ming glanced at her and said leisurely, I'm not sleepy. Aren't you going to bed yet? I can't sleep, and I'm a little hungry too. Xia Ziyu rubbed her flat stomach, she hadn't eaten dinner yet, and her tummy kept growling softly. Hearing she was hungry, Jiang Ming frowned slightly and slowly stood up. What do you want to eat? I'll go buy something for you. Xia Ziyu froze momentarily. What had she just heard? Is Jiang Ming going to buy her late-night snacks? Woo-woo, what a blessed day today is, getting my hair dried and now late-night snacks. So blissful. I want to eat anything except the extra spicy stuff. Jiang Ming glanced at her, as if reminding her, yet also seemingly. What a domineering vibe. But she loved it. Xia Ziyu sat up in bed, carefully pondering what she wanted to eat, her expression earnest. I want stir-fried rice noodles, and those grilled eggplants and gluten from the barbecue stall, some chicken strips, plus a scallion pancake with some sweet chili sauce, and a cup of lemon tea to cut through the richness. Alright, that's all. Jiang Ming. This girl, how can she eat so much even late at night? Her stomach won't be able to handle this for long. Don't you worry about stuffing yourself so much that you can't digest it later tonight? It's fine, I often stay up late binge-watching shows, so I'm used to it. Xia Ziyu chuckled. The main thing is, I've never gone to bed this early before. If you keep this up, you'll understand the consequences when you're older. Jiang Ming figured reasoning with her normally wouldn't work, so he deliberately tried to scare her. My mom had a friend back then who was just like you in her youth, always eating late-night snacks, binge-eating at night, staying up late without sleeping, often pulling all-nighters. Then in her 40s, she got stomach cancer and died. You didn't see it, those last few days before she died. She couldn't eat anything, could only survive on 4 nutrients. Her lips were so dry and peeling because she couldn't even drink water. Truth be told, this story was entirely fabricated by him. If he didn't tell it this way, would this stubborn girl even listen? Xia Ziyu felt a chill run down her spine at his words. Initially, she had thought it was made up, but seeing Jiang Ming's serious expression, it didn't seem like a joke. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Chapter 53, The Sudden 500 Yuan from the Uncle. Could this be real? Seeing her growing panic, Jiang Ming was quite satisfied. It seemed his scare tactics had achieved some effect. He then added fuel to the fire. Imagine how heartbroken the family must be, so young, and her son is only a teenager, still in middle school. Oh, don't say anymore, don't say it anymore. I'll just have 1 hand-pulled pancake and stir-fried rice noodles, alright? But the lemon tea can't be missing. I'll go to sleep right after eating. Xia Zhiyu's expression turned pitiful as she made her request in a soft, milky voice, okay? The one thing Jiang Ming couldn't stand was that look in her eyes paired with that delicate tone. Before he knew it, his heart softened. Fine, but this is the last time. Upon hearing this, Xia Ziyu immediately nodded vigorously like pounding garlic, her smiling eyes crinkling into brilliant crescents. Got it. Jiang Ming went out. 500 meters across from the hospital entrance lies a bustling night market street packed with food stalls. The shouts of vendors fill the air long before you get close. He stepped into the crowd. Jiang Ming scanned left and right, searching for stalls selling fried rice noodles and hand-pulled pancakes. Hey handsome, want some chilled jelly? One bite and you'll feel the cool refreshment all summer long. Handsome, want some cold skin noodles? Immersive translate. Every stall he passed greeted him with similar calls. Jiang Ming soon spotted the stuffed pancake vendor, a woman in her 30s who managed a quick glance and smile amid the bustle. Handsome, what toppings would you like? He paused to recall what the girl usually preferred. Add 2 extra servings of shredded pork floss, and make it mildly spicy, just a touch of heat. Got it. The shop owner smiled in agreement, his hands never stopping as he prepared orders for other customers. But you'll have to wait a little while, there are 5 or 6 orders ahead of you. Is that alright? Jiang Ming nodded. Alright, I'll go look at other things and come back for it later. Got it. Then, after circling around the area, he bought fried rice and lemon tea, along with a warm cup of pearl milk tea and a serving of century egg with lean pork congee. He finally came over to take the scallion pancake. Only when his hands were completely full did he walk back to the hospital. Xia Ziyu lay on the bed, her eyes fixed on the ceiling while her rosy cheeks flushed with anticipation. She quietly waited for Jiang Ming to return with her midnight snack. Her heart brimmed with overwhelming sweetness. She had even begun to fantasize about married life, how blissfully happy they would surely be, right? Just as I was thinking this, the bedroom door suddenly swung open. Jiang Ming had returned. Hearing the commotion, Xia Ziyu quickly scrambled out of bed and came running over in her slippers. Seeing Jiang Ming loaded with bags in both hands, her eyes immediately lit up as her stomach growled even louder. Jiang Ming moved the small table over from the side. He arranged the food item by item on it. The rich aroma instantly filled the entire ward, making Xia Ziyu gulp down her saliva continuously. I didn't add much spice for you, and also, Jiang Ming paused, taking out a box of digestive tablets from another bag and placing it on the table. In case of indigestion tonight, take one of these after eating. So thoughtful. Xia Ziyu took one look and was nearly moved to tears. Woo-woo, Jiang Ming, how can you be so good to me? It made her feel a bit guilty, staying up so late when he'd already been exhausted from working all day, yet still sending him out to buy midnight snacks. Go to sleep right after you finish eating. Just as he was speaking, the little one on the bed suddenly stirred, the quilt twisting into a caterpillar shape without anyone noticing, as if stretching lazily. Then, Jiang Ming heard a hoarse yet adorably sweet voice. Big brother, did you make something yummy? It smells so good. Just as expected. The little foodie had woken up. Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow. He'd guessed as much, but hadn't expected the little one to wake up so promptly. With no other choice, he got up, carried her out of bed, and helped her put on her shoes. The sight of delicious food covering the table instantly brightened the baby girl's big eyes, dispelling her drowsiness and leaving her much more awake. Xia Ziyu smiled, her eyes crinkling, as she beckoned to the little one. Ningning, come sit next to big sister. Hearing this, the little dumpling happily trotted over and plopped down beside Xia Ziyu. Jiang Ming had come prepared. He handed her the cup of bubble tea. The temperature was just right. As they ate their midnight snack, the girls' giggles occasionally drifted through the air, though they consciously kept their voices low to avoid disturbing patients next door. The atmosphere of this moment, warm and beautiful. After the late-night snack, the little one started feeling sleepy again, having slept for only a short while. Nestled in Jiang Ming's arms for a bit, they soon dozed off once more. Jiang Ming couldn't help but chuckle softly. This little glutton woke up just to grab a bite to eat. After taking the initiative to clean up the remaining trash in the room, Xia Ziyu also felt drowsy. After saying goodnight to Jiang Ming, she drifted off to sleep as well. The two gluttons, one big and one small, were fast asleep. Jiang Ming smiled faintly, his heart finally settling into relaxation. Then he lay down on the accompanying bed beside her and fell asleep. 3:30 a.m. After leaving a WeChat message for Xia Ziyu, he left the hospital and took a taxi straight home. Upon arriving home, he immediately took a shower, tidied up briefly, then rode his bike to the breakfast shop. Ningning's surgery was scheduled for around 3 p.m., so he had to close up shop early to be there. Upon arriving at the shop, the pork butcher soon delivered the meat. Though Jiang Ming had requested 50 pounds the day before, the sudden reduction to 30 pounds visibly surprised the man. However, he didn't inquire further. Now that they'd met in person, he couldn't help but curiously ask, "Young man, why did you order 50 pounds today?" With a sheepish grin, he said, "No offense meant, just asking." Jiang Ming didn't hide the truth either. "My sister's having surgery today. I want to close early to visit her at the hospital, so I took less." Hearing about surgery, the uncle's mind spun for a moment before he processed it. Was Jiang Ming's sister that tiny little marshmallow of a girl, that adorable little toddler? Without realizing it, he grew concerned too. Surgery? What's wrong with the kid? That utterly precious little girl always greeted him so politely, calling him uncle sweetly each time. He'd grown terribly fond of her. Jiang Ming could tell his concern was genuine, feeling a warmth in his heart that softened his tone. Don't worry, uncle. The doctor said it's nothing serious, and the surgery has a high success rate. Ah, that's good, that's good. The man instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, as if remembering something, he fumbled through his pockets and pulled out 500 yuan in cash, pressing it into Jiang Ming's hand. Young man, I've been too busy these days to visit the kid. When she's better, use this to buy her some treats or toys. It's not much, just a small gesture. Jiang Ming was startled by the sudden offer of 500 yuan. Uncle, what are you doing? This won't do. How can I accept your money? Chapter 54, Xia Ziyu gnashing her teeth. To know this $500. It was already equivalent to half a day's earnings for the uncle. Jiang Ming's heart swelled with warmth and emotion. Apart from his parents, no relative had ever treated him and his sister so kindly. Just thinking about it felt rather ironic. Sometimes, so-called relatives couldn't compare to complete strangers. However, there's no way I can accept these 500 yuan. Is it too little for your liking? Or do you look down on this humble sum from your uncle? Seeing Jiang Ming refuse, the older man's face immediately darkened with displeasure. Besides, this is a red envelope for buying snacks for the little one, not for you. If you don't take it, I'll truly be upset. Hearing this, Jiang Ming sighed helplessly and quickly explained, No, uncle, that's not what I meant. It's just, your business isn't easy either. 500 yuan is too much, I really can't take it. As he spoke, he tried handing the money back again. Unexpectedly, the uncle blocked his hand and said with clear displeasure, even putting on a fierce expression as he threatened, if you keep this up, I won't sell you pork anymore. Jiang Ming, is this even allowed? With that said, Jiang Ming could only reluctantly withdraw his money-filled hand with a wry smile, his heart overflowing with gratitude. Only then did the uncle look satisfied, patting Jiang Ming's shoulder as he said, Young man, take good care of the little one. This uncle still wants to see her lively and jumping around again. Alright, uncle has some things to take care of, so I'll head back first. Okay, take care on your way. After the uncle left, it wasn't long before the vegetables and other ingredients were all delivered, and Jiang Ming once again threw himself into a new wave of busyness. Perhaps it was because Xia Ziyu had been helping these past few days. And every day, the amount of buns and other breakfast items gradually increased. Business seemed to get better and better, with countless people queuing up to buy them. He didn't even pay much attention to the queuing customers, busy like a machine every day, with no other movements besides packing orders into bags and listening for payment notifications. Today, there wasn't much pork or vegetables prepared in reserve, but the quantities had already been budgeted accordingly. Close up shop immediately after selling out and hurry to the hospital. Business remains as good as ever, but everyone's curious, why isn't that pretty girl here today? Especially the men who came specifically to see Xia Ziyu. Is she sick? They could be curious all they wanted, but it would be awkward to ask, what if she was the boss's girlfriend? Of course, some of the more gossipy aunties took advantage of Xia Ziyu's absence. While Jiang Ming was busy packing buns, one of them asked, Hey, young man, where's that girl from yesterday? She had some personal matters to attend to and took a few days off. Jiang Ming replied with a faint smile as he handed over the buns. Oh, I see. I thought she quit. When everyone heard he was just taking some time off for personal matters, they all breathed a sigh of relief as long as he hadn't quit. Over the past few days, they had grown accustomed to Xia Ziyu's sweet smile and gentle voice. Each time they paid, she would cheerfully say, Welcome back next time. Some men came every day just for that smile, though admittedly, the buns were also incredibly delicious, far surpassing anything else on Danyang Street by leaps and bounds. Once they tasted Jiang Ming's buns, their palates became spoiled. Other stalls' fare, which had once seemed passable, now tasted bland and utterly unappetizing. Here they were busy with their hands full, while in the hospital ward nearby, the morning nurse came in for rounds, startling Xia Ziyu awake. She sat up, blinking groggily with bleary eyes. The nurse finished her rounds and was about to leave when she glanced at Xia Ziyu, then at the little figure on the hospital bed. She asked, Are you Jiang Ning's family? Why yes, I'm her sister. Is something wrong? Jiang Ning's surgery is scheduled for 3 p.m. She isn't allowed to eat anything after 10 a.m., so make sure to keep that in mind, the nurse reminded her. Xia Ziyu responded softly, Okay, I'll be careful. The nurse didn't say anything further and turned to leave the ward. Xia Ziyu checked the time on her phone and was startled. It was already 8 p.m. The doctor had said no food after 10 p.m., which meant she had to act now. She glanced at the little one, who was still sound asleep. Xia Ziyu ruffled her sleep-tousled hair twice before scrambling out of bed to brush her teeth and wash her face. After quickly changing clothes, she dashed out of the hospital doors straight toward the nearby breakfast shop. I bought some easily digestible congee and 2 eggs. along with a couple of steamed buns to stave off hunger, otherwise, the little one would definitely be starving by 3 p.m. After all, it's been such a long time. After finishing her shopping and heading back, she had assumed the little milk bun would still be asleep. But when she opened the hospital room door, the tiny one sat upright on the bed, blinking wide eyes at her, quiet and well-behaved without a hint of fuss. Ning, when did you wake up? Placing the breakfast on the table, Xia Ziyu sat by the hospital bed and gently stroked the little one's head. The thought of the upcoming surgery in the afternoon brought another pang of heartache. The little girl nuzzled affectionately against Xia Ziyu's arm, her voice softly sweet as she said, Ning just woke up, and didn't run around at all. Good girl, sister always knew our Ning is the most obedient. Eat up now, and when you're full, we can wait for big brother to come find us. Facing Ning, Xia Ziyu maintained her bright smile. Okay, eat food. The little one obediently got out of bed and went to brush her teeth and wash up, using the disposable toothbrush Jiang Ming had already prepared for her. Seeing the little one run to the mirror to brush her teeth by herself and even knowing how to wash her face, Xia Ziyu was astonished, but even more heartbroken. Whoa, this little one, not even 3 years old yet, is already so sensible. Can put on clothes, can brush teeth and wash face by herself. Looking at how skilled her movements are, she must have been doing this since she was very young. After finishing her morning routine, she obediently sits there eating breakfast. Halfway through her meal, the little one suddenly raised her head and asked in a milky voice, Sister Ziyu, when will big brother come find us? Xia Ziyu wiped the rice grains from the corner of her mouth and smiled. He'll come once he's done with work. It won't be long now. Okay. Only after finishing the meal and disposing of the trash did she finally have a moment to glance at her phone and suddenly noticed Jiang Ming's message, sent to her at 3 in the morning. Jiang Ming, I've gone back first. I'll try to come over as early as possible after finishing my work during the day. For breakfast, just grab something nearby to fill your stomach, or message me and I'll order you takeout. Jiang Ming, and also, thank you. Seeing these words of gratitude, Xia Ziyu immediately gritted her teeth in frustration, visibly fuming. If Jiang Ming were standing before her right now, she would absolutely bite him. Damn it, treating her like an outsider? Something that goes without saying. Why say thank you? Chapter 55, can't take it anymore, can't she just not get angry? Acting like total strangers. Xia Ziyu was furious, absolutely livid. She picked up her phone ready to reply, then suddenly remembered he was probably still busy, so she deleted the long angry message she had already typed out. Forget it, I'll ask him properly when he comes over. What did he mean by that thank you? Really? Don't say she's being petty. Well, yes, she is being petty. If Jiang Ming were here, he'd see her angrily pounding her pillow, her cheeks puffed out on both sides. A girl's anger seems to come quickly and fade just as fast. In no time at all, Xia Ziyu was already snuggled up with the little one watching anime together, bursting into laughter now and then at the hilarious scenes. The atmosphere in the hospital room was light and cheerful. The little one gazed at the round, fruit-topped food on the television screen adorned with mango and other colorful toppings, looking absolutely delicious. In her soft, tender voice, she asked, Sister Ziyu, what's that? Xia Ziyu knew the little girl was craving it again. Unable to hold back a chuckle, she replied, that's pizza, but you can't have any right now. Once you're better, I'll take you to eat as much as you want. Is the pizza good? It's delicious. There are so many flavors. Next time, big sister will take you to try the durian flavor. Just the mention of durian made the little one's face scrunch up, as if recalling that durian-flavored lobster from last time. In an instant, their tiny face became all wrinkled, looking utterly ridiculous yet adorable. Xia Ziyu almost couldn't hold back her laughter. She just wanted to tease the little one, never expecting it to actually work. Ha. Ziyu sis, can we not eat the durian flavor? The little one blinked her eyes, seemingly pleading, ugh, that smell is really awful. Xia Ziyu laughed and patted her little head. Alright, we won't eat it. Sis was just playing with you. Hearing that she didn't have to eat, the little dumpling visibly relaxed, her adorable expression making Xia Yuming's heart melt instantly. How unbearably cute is this? Ugh, why didn't she have such an adorable little sister instead of being an only child? Whatever, after she marries Jiang Ming someday, they must have a whole bunch of daughters. Daughters are their parents' warm little quilted jackets, so cute and considerate. Lost in thought, someone's mind began to wander. At this very moment, inside the breakfast shop, taking a quick break to use the restroom, Jiang Ming suddenly sneezed several times in a row, but he paid no mind to it and threw himself back into his work. Before he knew it, the morning had passed. It was 12:30 at noon. All the items had sold out early. While Jiang Ming's mind remained occupied with thoughts of the young child's impending surgery, his hands moved deftly to clean up the shop. After putting everything in order, he officially closed for the day. Then, he rushed home immediately to take a shower. At this moment, the little one was still watching anime with Xia Ziyu, growing more delighted with each scene. The endless array of delicacies featured in the show had both foodies practically drooling. What kind of heavenly anime is this? If possible, Xia Jiyu would have loved to order some fried chicken or snack on the treats Jiang Ming had bought yesterday, but remembering the toddler by her side couldn't eat any of it, she ultimately dismissed the idea. As an elder sister, how could she enjoy the feast all by herself? Just as she was engrossed in reading, the door to the hospital room suddenly swung open, and Jiang Ming strode in carrying numerous bags large and small. The little one took a glance, and her eyes instantly lit up as she sweetly called out, "Big brother's here." Seeing Jiang Ming, Xia Jiyu was reminded of that awkward thank you she just read, which instantly soured her mood. With a stubborn pout, she deliberately avoided greeting him. Her peripheral gaze secretly lingered on him. Who doesn't have a bit of tsundere in them? Jiang Ming patted the little one's head, his gaze settling on her. Have you eaten lunch yet? You've worked hard. She had originally wanted to play a little hard to get and make Jiang Ming initiate the conversation first, but true to her nature, she couldn't hold back. Pouting her lips with a sulky expression, she asked, about that message you sent me last night. What about it? Why did you suddenly say thank you at the end? I already treat Ningning as my own little sister. Isn't taking care of my sister just what I should do? Given our relationship, there's no need for such formal words between us. They create unnecessary distance. Seeing her gloomy expression, Jiang Ming paused for a moment before letting out a soft chuckle. Clearly, someone had been brooding over this all morning. Reaching out, he gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear before saying, I was just casually mentioning it, no hidden meaning. Even with my relatives, I'd say the same thing out of habit. If you don't like it, I won't say it next time. Jiang Ming gazed at her intently, his eyes carrying a faint tenderness, his mesmerizing final words nearly causing Xia Jiyu's nosebleed to skyrocket. In an instant, all her anger dissipated, utterly obliterated. Oh my god, this man, how come I never noticed how flirtatious he was before? And this gesture of tucking her hair behind her ear. Ugh, I can't take it anymore, I just can't. Can't she just stop being angry already? Seeing the girl's face flushed red as a monkey's bottom, Jiang Ming couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. Deciding not to tease her further, he asked, have you had lunch yet? Not yet. Xia Jiyu's voice grew noticeably quieter. The doctor said Ningning has surgery at 3 o'clock, and she couldn't eat anything after 10 in the morning. So, it's already past 1 o'clock, almost 2, and she still hasn't eaten? Even if Ningning can't eat, she should at least have something herself. She shouldn't go hungry like this. Thinking this, he immediately got up to buy some food from the hospital cafeteria, wanting to fill her stomach first. Wait here for me. His tone was almost domineering. It made Xia Jiyu swallow the words she had been about to say. Sister Jiyu, is Big Brother going to buy food? At the mention of food, the little one's face lit up with longing. She hadn't eaten a thing since breakfast. Xia Jiyu thought about it and still felt a bit heartbroken. When Ningning gets better, your big sister will take you out to eat all kinds of delicious food, okay? Poor kid. The little one nodded obediently. Thinking about how she could go to school and make lots of new friends to play with after she recovered, she felt incredibly happy. She completely forgot about feeling hungry. A child's happiness is just that simple. At the hospital cafeteria, Jiang Ming came and went quickly, soon returning with a boxed meal. Just your ordinary 3 dishes and a soup. Since it was so late, the food had gotten a bit cold, with only the rice still warm. Xia Jiyu was so hungry she felt like her stomach was sticking to her back. At this point, she wasn't being picky and was ready to dig in. But when she looked up and met the little one's yearning gaze, she instantly felt overwhelmed with guilt. Jiang Ming had no choice but to humor her. He stood up, placed a hand on her shoulder, gently guided her out of the ward, and sat with her on the public bench opposite. If you don't eat now, the rice will get cold, and that's bad for your stomach. If you enjoyed this chapter, dear readers, could you please click that mustard yellow button? Thank you. Love you all. Hearts to you. 3. Chapter 56. Afraid you'd think I'm a scheming woman. After speaking, Jiang Ming stood up and walked back into the ward, bringing over the seaweed and egg soup from the table and placing it on the small table attached to the public bench. It was somewhat similar to the setup in a train station waiting area, meant for passengers to place their items or eat instant noodles. Xia Jiyu was already eating. Just some boiled vegetables and rice, yet they tasted extraordinarily delicious. Despite being ravenous, she chewed slowly and carefully without making the slightest slurping sound, her cheeks puffing out slightly as she ate. She looked utterly adorable. With her head lowered, Jiang Ming could clearly see her slightly trembling eyelashes from his vantage point, long and delicate like butterfly wings. Even without makeup, her skin was flawlessly smooth, without a single blemish or even the tiniest whitehead. The longer he gazed at her, the more Jiang Ming felt his heartbeat quicken uncontrollably. This girl really is just as captivating as ever. Xia Jiyu remained completely oblivious to it all, wholly focused on eating. Only halfway through her meal did she finally lift her head, blinking her eyes at Jiang Ming across the table as she asked, have you eaten yet? Jiang Ming gave an affirming hum. I already ate at the shop earlier. You You could have brought me a couple of buns. Not having them today feels kinda weird. Xia Ziyu let out a sigh, though the hospital cafeteria food didn't taste too bad when hunger struck. At that remark, Jiang Ming cleared his throat. I blinked, and they were all sold out. Xia Ziyu. Damn these people, are they snatching the buns for meals or hoarding them to feast on for days? Oh, before you came, my mom called me, Xia Ziyu said as she finished eating, putting the disposable food box back into the plastic bag. She scolded me pretty hard for not coming home since yesterday. Jiang Ming. Didn't you say anything to your mom yesterday? After all, for a girl to stay out all night without warning, getting scolded would be considered light. She'd be lucky not to get a beating. Xia Jiyu responded pitifully, I texted my dad yesterday afternoon. I told him I was staying at my best friend's place for a few days, and he said okay. When they didn't message me last night, I figured it was fine. But just now, my mom yelled at me non-stop. It turns out she was staying at a friend's place too. When she got back and saw I wasn't home, well, you know the rest. It's my fault. I should have just told my mom directly. Her voice carried a hint of sulkiness as she spoke. Seeing Jiang Ming remain silent, she thought he was blaming himself for having her come to the hospital to take care of the little one, and quickly said, Jiang Ming, don't get me wrong, I'm not blaming you at all. Coming to take care of Ningning was entirely my own choice. It has nothing to do with you. The young girl was on the verge of tears, afraid that Jiang Ming might misunderstand her as scheming. Watching her flustered attempt to explain, the corners of Jiang Ming's lips couldn't help but tilt upward until, finally unable to hold back, he burst into laughter. Hearing his low laughter, Xia Ziyu was momentarily taken aback. Huh? What are you laughing at? She was already anxious beyond words, yet he actually had the nerve to laugh. Laughing at how silly you are. Xia Ziyu pounded Jiang Ming's chest with a pink-fisted strike, her expression adorably fierce but her voice softening as it gently tugged at his heartstrings. You jerk, you're the silly one. I was just worried you'd think I'm some scheming woman. I came to take care of Ningning voluntarily after all, you didn't force me. I was afraid you'd blame yourself. Scheming woman? Jiang Ming's eye twitched, he never expected that's what she'd been worried about. What on earth is this girl always thinking about in that little head of hers? Scheming women, any woman could be one, except Xia Jiyu. If she had any schemes, could she have quietly waited for him all this time without any news from him? She probably would have moved on long ago, and then started seeing someone else when the time came. So much so that she's still silently giving for him even now. Still saying you're not silly? I already know you came voluntarily. What are you needlessly worrying about? Jiang Ming smiled helplessly. Humph. His words instantly put Xia Jiyu at ease, though she kept making little huffing noises. The damn Jiang Ming, where was she being silly? She was perfectly normal. Thank you very much. She'd just been worried he might misunderstand her intentions. Whoa, after all, she still cared too much about his opinion. After throwing away the trash, he walked into the hospital room. Jiang Ming turned his head to look at her and asked, so, did you handle things properly with your aunt? He hoped they didn't end up arguing or anything. At the mention of this, Xia Jiyu chuckled mischievously. Don't worry about that at all. Tomorrow, I'll bring her some of your steamed buns, and she'll be fine right away. My mom, oh wait, I mean, your future mother-in-law absolutely adores the buns you make. Take about a dozen back each time. They're always completely finished by evening. Knowing she works here, every day I ask her to bring a few more home on her way back. That's right, buy them. But no matter how she paid, Jiang Ming wouldn't accept it. Every time she scanned the payment code over there, he'd immediately refund the amount back to her account. On the second attempt, he refunded 10 times the original amount. That incident gave Xia Ziyu such a fright she didn't dare try paying again, terrified Jiang Ming might return a 100-fold refund next time. She remembered Jiang Ming's words clearly. From now on, take as much as you want without asking or paying. If you keep this up, I'm going to get angry. After all, she'd be the boss's wife soon, why would she need to pay at her own shop? Although his tone was deadly serious, Xia Ziyu felt her heart warm with excitement, knowing Jiang Ming now considered her one of his own. Hearing this, especially the term mother-in-law, Jiang Ming felt inexplicably pleased, the corners of his lips curling upward. I'm glad auntie likes them. Like them? That's putting it mildly. Every time I bring a dozen home, she devours 7 or 8 herself before dad even gets a chance at the leftovers. Xia Jiyu couldn't help laughing at the memory. As they were chatting, the hospital room door suddenly swung open from the outside. The nurse walked in. She informed the little one to go for an ECG and other tests, as the surgery would begin at 3. The little girl was still hungry, her pitiful little eyes gazing at Jiang Ming and Xia Ziyu, making their hearts ache unbearably. After the nurse left, Xia Ziyu stepped forward and hugged the little milk bun, speaking gently, Ningning, you must hang in there. Once you recover, big sister will take you to eat all over Jiangbei, and even to other cities for delicious food, okay? Such a little foodie indeed. This trick actually worked a little. The little one obediently nodded their head. Okay. Soon, after completing all the necessary examinations and confirming there were no issues, the little one returned to the hospital room, waiting for the scheduled time when the medical staff would come to arrange their transfer to the operating room. Watching the child's innocent expression, Xia Ziyu felt unbearably distressed, her heart tightening once again. Lingling will be lying there all alone, surrounded by doctors she doesn't even know. Do you think she'll be scared? Chapter 57, An unexpected encounter with Li Tanyu at the hospital. Jiang Ming was equally distressed and anxious, but what could be done if it was necessary for her recovery? He stretched out his slender fingers and flicked the girl's forehead lightly. You're underestimating Ningning too much. She'll be given sedatives as soon as she enters the operating room and won't know a thing. When she opens her eyes again, she'll see us. Ah, is that so? Having never undergone surgery before, she wasn't familiar with the process. So don't you worry, Ningning will definitely pull through. The doctors said the success rate is quite high. Jiang Ming could only comfort her. Girls could be so fragile sometimes. All right. Xia Ziyu sighed, saying she wasn't worried, but how could she possibly not be? The little one seemed to understand what she was about to face. Surprisingly unafraid, she even turned around to comfort Xia Ziyu, her voice soft, sweet, and strangely soothing. Sister Ziyu, Ningning will be fine. The doctors on TV always give people medicine to sleep, so it doesn't hurt at all. That's why Ningning isn't scared. Xia Ziyu froze for a moment. She hadn't expected the little one to know so much, even knowing things like anesthesia and that it prevents pain. With a strange look at Jiang Ming, Xia Ziyu asked, what kind of shows have you been letting Ningning watch? Jiang Ming shrugged. None. When I was busy before, Ningning stayed with Grandma Lin the whole time. She probably saw them there. Xia Ziyu. No wonder. Jiang Ming walked over and picked up the little milk bun, pinching her nose and nuzzling her little face. Unconsciously, his eyes brimmed with moisture, his heart aching unbearably. His greatest regret in his past life was not being able to take Ningning for her surgery. He could even vividly recall the look of reluctance Ningning had given both him and this world before she left. Because his back was turned to Xia Ziyu, she didn't see Jiang Ming's expression and simply thought he was being affectionate with the little one. Giving it no further thought, she sighed in admiration at how close the siblings were, feeling even more envious that Jiang Ming had such an adorable younger sister. Woo-woo, why didn't she have one? Even a younger brother would do. She could bully him every day. She didn't notice, but the little milk dumpling saw the tears in her brother's eyes firsthand. Stretching out her chubby little hand, she wiped them away just as before and said in a milky voice, Brother, don't cry, Ningning will be fine. Cry? The little one's words gave Xia Ziyu quite a scare. She was just about to go check on the situation. At that moment, the ward door opened and a nurse walked in, announcing that the surgery could now proceed. The doctors were already prepared and waiting in the operating room. Outside the ward, a stretcher was wheeled in. Jiang Ming placed the little one on the stretcher and gently ruffled her hair with a smile. Be good, Ningning, he said. As the heavy ward door closed behind them, the hearts of the two outside clenched with tension. Xia Ziyu couldn't stay calm, she paced anxiously, utterly restless. Though the doctor had assured them the success rate was high, she couldn't help but worry uncontrollably. After all, this was heart surgery. It's no minor surgery. The operation will take at least 2 to 3 hours at the earliest. Try to stay calm. Seeing her frantic anxiety, Jiang Ming couldn't help but feel somewhat helpless as he spoke. Unconsciously, 2 hours slipped by. In the chairs outside the operating room, the two of them sat side by side. The air was so still you could hear a pin drop. Xia Ziyu glanced at her phone and said wearily, Jiang Ming, when do you think the doctor will finish? It's been 2 hours already. Jiang Ming didn't answer her question, instead saying, You're tired. Maybe you should go back to the ward and rest for a while. No, at the very least I need to wait until Ningning comes out. Are you hungry? It's already 5, let me get you something to eat. Just sitting here waiting like this won't solve anything. At this critical moment, Xia Ziyu couldn't possibly eat anything. She shook her head and said, No thanks, let's wait a little longer. Jiang Ming narrowed his gaze slightly, said nothing, and suddenly stood up. Xia Ziyu blinked her big eyes in confusion and asked, What's the matter? Wait here for me a moment. Ah! Before she could respond, Jiang Ming left the front of the operating room and walked straight into the fried chicken shop across from the hospital. Fried chicken shop. Jiang Ming bought a whole fried chicken, 2 cups of cola, a portion of fries, and some other snacks before preparing to return to the hospital. Just as he reached the entrance, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Old Jiang, is that you? Jiang Ming paused briefly, stopping in his tracks as he turned to look in the direction of the voice. Li Tanyu was standing not far away, waving at him while holding a white medicine bag, apparently also heading toward the ward area. It really is you. I thought I was seeing things. What are you doing at the hospital? Are you sick? Li Tanyu ran over, smiling as he gave Jiang Ming a friendly pat on the shoulder. Seeing Jiang Ming again made him genuinely happy. Jiang Ming glanced at him and replied, No, my sister's having surgery. Sister needs surgery? Upon hearing this, Li Tanyu instinctively tensed up. Surgery? What's wrong with Ningning? Why does she need surgery? Jiang Ming briefly explained the situation to him. Only then did Li Tangyu understand, though Ningning appeared healthy, she had actually been suffering from heart disease all along. No wonder Lao Jian broke up with Xia Jiyu and kept his distance from their buddies. Thinking of these things, Li Tangyu, a grown man, nearly couldn't hold back his tears. Such a good man, it's no wonder Sister Ziyu loved him beyond all reason and refused to accept anyone else. Sniff. If he were a girl, he'd definitely love Jiang Ming just as passionately, but alas, he wasn't. Alright, you go ahead with your work. I'll treat you to dinner once Ningning gets better. With that, Jiang Ming prepared to leave. Li Tangyu quickly responded, I'll go with you to wait outside the operating room. From the first moment he saw Ningning, he'd taken a liking to this adorable girl. Just the thought of her calling him brother was enough to melt his heart. Aren't you going to attend to your dad? Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow. Yes, Li Tangyu came to the hospital to accompany his father during his hospital stay. Getting older, high blood pressure tends to act up. Li Tangyu shrugged, my dad's fine, just ordinary high blood pressure. Right now, he's hitting it off with that auntie in the hospital room. If I showed up, he'd probably shoo me away. Jiang Ming, just let me go, I can wait. When Ningning comes out later, I'll see if she still remembers her big brother. Li Tangyu smiled. At the door of the operating room, Xia Ziyu was still sitting there waiting, occasionally glancing at her phone and then into the distance, feeling gloomy and unsure of where Jiang Ming had gone. Just as he was thinking this, just then, the sound of footsteps approached from not far away. As Xia Ziyu looked up, she saw Jiang Ming walking towards her, carrying several items in his hands. At the same time, she noticed the person accompanying him, too far away to recognize who it was at first glance. Only when the person came closer could I see clearly. It was actually Li Tangyu. He obviously froze for a moment too, but quickly regained his composure and greeted her with a smile. Hello, sister-in-law. P.S. Thank you all for the gifts and gentle reminders to update. If you've made it this far, please give that lovely mustard yellow button a click. Your support means the world to me. The author is feeling a bit too unnoticed lately. Also, please give me a 5-star rating. Woo woo. Chapter 58. Isn't this just bullying a single dog like him to death? Xia Jiyu's presence here didn't surprise Li Tangyu in the slightest. Considering how long these two had been acquainted, it would have been strange if they weren't stuck together like glue. Judging by the situation, they must have gotten back together, right? If they're back together, calling her sister-in-law isn't too much, is it? But these two words made Xia Ziyu freeze for a moment, a bit caught off guard. The change in address was so abrupt, straight to sister-in-law just like that? Her eyes stealthily darted toward Jiang Ming, only to find his expression calm, with no intention of correcting the term. It almost seemed like he'd silently accepted it. At the moment, a little flutter of joy rose in her heart, as if the surrounding air had turned sweet. Not bad, this Li Tangyu fellow certainly knew how to handle things, and most importantly, Jiang Ming hadn't corrected him. Out of politeness and gratitude toward Li Tangyu, Xia Jiyu asked with concern, Tangyu, what brings you to the hospital? Are you feeling unwell? For the past year, Li Tangyu had been helping her inquire about Jiang Ming's whereabouts, never stopping, almost always answering every query. Unfortunately, Jiang Ming seemed to have vanished into thin air. There was no trace of him. No matter who was asked, there was never any news about him. Time and again, it drove her to despair, yet when she recalled all those past memories, she couldn't help but keep going. She realized she truly couldn't let go of Jiang Ming. Even if a lifetime passes, she'd still cling to this obsession. Perhaps this is what they call love. Li Tangyu chuckled and waved the medicine in his hand before her, saying, Not me, it's my dad. He had a hypertension episode and was hospitalized, so I'm here to take care of him. Oh, is your father alright? It's nothing, I'm perfectly healthy. These things happen as you get older. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Tangyu sat down on a nearby chair by himself. He sighed inwardly. Indeed, two people destined to meet will always find their way back to each other, no matter how winding the path. This couple has truly gone through too much hardship. Xia Ziyu had noticed what Jiang Ming was carrying in his hand earlier, but she'd been greeting Li Tangyu and hadn't had a chance to ask about it. The bag bore the logo Jialuguji, fried chicken galore. Fried chicken? To say Xia Ziyu wasn't tempted would be a lie. She was a foodie at heart. The tantalizing aroma of fried chicken wafting from the bag instantly awakened her cravings, making her swallow hard as saliva flooded her mouth. Feeling overwhelmed with guilt, Ningning was still in the operating room undergoing surgery. Eating now would be like taking food all for herself, wouldn't it? No. She absolutely must resist the temptation. Just as he was thinking this, Jiang Ming walked over to her at a leisurely pace and said, I bought you some fried chicken. Do you want to eat it here or in the ward? Xia Ziyu glanced at the door of the operating room, her face scrunching up in embarrassment. Seeing her adorable expression, Jiang Ming immediately knew what was going through her mind. He gently flicked her forehead and said helplessly, Ningning will be fine, but you'll be the one in trouble if you starve yourself. This girl, clearly hungry but stubbornly insisting on waiting until the surgery was over. Seeing that his words were ineffective, Jiang Ming had no choice but to move closer and add fuel to the fire in a low voice. Since you won't eat it, forget it. I'll just throw it in the trash. What a waste, and here I was worried you might be hungry. Looks like I overthought it. With that, he pretended to carry the fried chicken toward a nearby trash can. He genuinely appeared ready to toss it away. Xia Zhiyu hadn't expected Jiang Ming to actually throw it out. Thinking he was angry now, her heart raced as she hurriedly said, I didn't mean it like that. Don't throw it away. It'd be such a waste to throw it away, that was money spent after all. Moreover, Jiang Ming had specially gone to buy it. She just felt it wasn't quite appropriate to eat now. But that didn't mean the little one couldn't enjoy it after the surgery. Then what do you mean by this? Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow, purely to tease her. Since Ningning is still in surgery, how could I, as her older sister, sit here eating alone? Xia Ziyu said pitifully. It's not that she didn't want to eat at all. At least wait until Ningning's surgery is over. Watching their back and forth flirting from nearby, Li Tongyu couldn't stand the sickeningly sweet lovey-dovey atmosphere anymore. Hey, you two, could you maybe consider sparing a thought for the single dog's survival? Must you publicly display your affection like that, huh? Especially when he's all alone here with no one to commiserate with, not even a buddy to suffer alongside. Isn't this just bullying a lonely singleton like him? Boo-hoo, why did he have to run his mouth and come here to suffer this kind of torment? Listening to Li Tonyu's complaints, Xia Zhiyu's cheeks flushed slightly pink. Jiang Ming ignored his complaint and handed the items to Xia Zhiyu. Seeing her pitiful expression, his tone softened. Go eat first. I'll keep an eye on Ningning. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Alright, I'll go then. Jiang Ming gave a quiet hum, his gaze gentle. After Xia Zhiyu left, the two men sat side by side in silence. The air fell silent once more. Li Tongyu was the first to break the silence, raising an eyebrow teasingly as he remarked, I really didn't expect you two to meet so soon. And under such unlikely circumstances at that. Talk about fate, even a machete couldn't sever the bond between you two. After all, as long as Jiang Ming didn't allow them to speak, how could Xia Zhiyu ever find him in a sea of people? Yet, against all odds, they still managed to cross paths. Now he truly believed in the concept of fate. But I'm really happy for you that you two got back together and your relationship is just like before. Li Tonyu's smile was genuine and hearty. When you get married, save the best man spot for me. Maybe I can find a girlfriend among the bridesmaids to pamper. Never been in a relationship for over 20 years. He never knew what it felt like to have a girlfriend. Of course, over the years, there were girls who pursued him, but he just hadn't met anyone he liked, and he wasn't one to settle. Old Zhang's love life is truly enviable, so much so it's almost infuriating. As they talked, time slipped away unnoticed. Xia Ziyu finished eating and hurried over, carrying 2 packed meals from the cafeteria in her hands. There was still some leftover cola and hamburgers. She had only eaten part of them, while the rest were packed in separate bags, still untouched and unopened. She didn't even know if they had gone cold. She just knew Jiang Ming must be starving. If she was preparing food for Jiang Ming, she couldn't possibly leave Li Tongyu out, he'd need a portion too. Seeing that Xia Zhiyu hadn't come for a long time, Jiang Ming furrowed his brows and was about to check what was going on when he looked up and saw a petite figure approaching from not far away, carrying what seemed to be packed meals. Did this girl even make a trip to the cafeteria? At this thought, the corners of Jiang Ming's lips lifted slightly, inexplicably pleased. Upon spotting Jiang Ming, the girl couldn't help but break into a smile, skipping over cheerfully while the 2 packed meals in her hand swung back and forth. Li Tongyu was surprised to see 2 meals and asked, is the other one for me? Chapter 59, the surgery was a complete success. Xia Ziyu nodded and handed him the other lunchbox. Yeah, I brought you one too. The cafeteria food is pretty bland and not very tasty, so don't mind it. Admittedly, for a single guy like him, the word too carried a bit of an emotional sting. On the surface, Li Tongyu showed no reaction, but inside, he was wailing silently. Not at all. I've been eating these for 2 days already, long since gotten used to them. How could I possibly dislike them? Thank you, Sister Zhiyu. Calling her sister-in-law every other word. Even though Xia Ziyu quite enjoyed hearing it, having Jiang Ming right there still made her feel somewhat shy. After thinking about it, she cleared her throat and said, Brother Tangyu, from now on you can just call me Zhiyu. This whole sister-in-law business sounds so strange. Li Tongyu agreed without hesitation. Men eat quickly, he practically inhaled the meal from the open lunchbox in just a few bites. The whole process took less than 10 minutes. At that moment, Li Tonyu's phone suddenly pinged with a WeChat notification. He opened it and looked inside. My dad called me over. That's strange. Wasn't the old man hitting it off with that auntie in the next bed just a moment ago? Why's he suddenly wanting him to come over? Maybe something came up. You should go check first, said Jiang Ming. Okay, got it. Be sure to let me know when Ningning comes out. Jiang Ming acknowledged with a hum. Li Tongyu quickly tucked his phone into his pocket and hurried toward the inpatient area, worried his father might have something urgent to discuss. Little did he know, just 2 minutes after he left, the light above the operating room door suddenly went dark. The door then opened from the inside. The doctors walked out wearing masks. Almost the moment the door opened, the two people on the public bench hurried over. "Doctor, how is my sister?" The lead surgeon, Dr. Liu, removed his mask, unable to hide the joy on his face. Jiang Ning's surgery was extremely successful. At the same time, he was also surprised. He had thought this surgery, despite its high success rate, would still be particularly challenging. Unexpectedly, it went surprisingly smoothly. Hearing that the surgery was successful, the two who had been on edge instantly felt their hearts settle back into place, Xia Ziyu doing her utmost to contain the emotions welling up within her. Thank heavens, the little one is finally going to recover. Woo woo, it's been truly too difficult. Then Dr. Liu added, however, although the surgery went smoothly, it is after all a heart operation. There's still a measurable risk, so we'll need to monitor him in the ICU for a day until he's completely out of danger before transferring to a general ward. Alright, then I'll trouble you, Dr. Liu. Without another word, Dr. Liu put his mask back on and left with the other doctors. There was no one else around now. Xia Ziyu finally couldn't hold back any longer and threw herself into Jiang Ming's arms. "Jiang Ming, did you hear that? The little one's surgery was a success. Once she recovers, she'll be just like any other normal child." The girl was so excited she could barely contain herself, her eyes brimming with crystalline tears. She knew Jiang Ming had endured all this for over a year. Just for this very moment, countless hardships and sacrifices made along the way. Jiang Ming couldn't help but smile as he watched her dancing with joy, her happiness seemingly contagious. After leaving this place, the two prepared to visit the little one in the intensive care unit. Following the medical staff's instructions, they underwent full-body disinfection and changed into sterile gowns before finally being permitted to enter. His gaze fell on the hospital bed not far away. On the bed, the little one lay silently, her tiny body connected to numerous tubes, particularly around the heart area wrapped in gauze. The oxygen mask covered her pale face, showing no signs of waking yet, while the steady beeping of the cardiac monitor pulsed beside her. Just looking from this distance, Jiang Ming's heart ached unbearably. Coming out of the intensive care unit and noticing Jiang Ming had been silent, Xia Ziyu thought he might be feeling down or recalling past events, so she gently patted his back and said, "Everything's getting better now, isn't it?" Once she passes the critical phase, Ningning can be transferred to a regular ward. When Ningning is discharged, let's celebrate properly, maybe even take a trip somewhere. Xia Ziyu propped her chin in her hands, her eyes sparkling. She'd already started imagining where they could go. For food lovers like them, only suitable for domestic travel. With delicious food and delightful drinks, it's absolutely blissful. Her words lightened the atmosphere considerably. Jiang Ming glanced at her and said leisurely, "Aren't you going home? After tonight, you won't have a change of clothes." As these words were spoken, Xia Zhiyu's smile froze instantly. Right, she still had to go home for a bit. Otherwise, she wouldn't have any clothes to change into tonight. The hospital doesn't have a washing machine, and even if there was a public one, she wouldn't dare to use it. Then, should I go back now while Ningning is still asleep? That way, I can return earlier. Let me take you back. Xia Ziyu? If you take me, what if Ningning needs you here? Xia Ziyu said. I'll be fine on my own, I'm a local here in Zhangbei. It's not like I'll get kidnapped or something. Jiang Ming couldn't argue with her and had to accept it. Then be careful on your way. Remember to call me if anything happens. I got it. Xia Ziyu blinked her eyes and suddenly smiled mysteriously. I'm very happy today, not just because Ningning's surgery was successful, but also for another reason. Do you know what it is? What is it? Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow. Honestly, I've noticed how much you truly care about me. Tell me the truth, over this past year, haven't you felt the same way? Did you also never forget about me? Have you been thinking of me from time to time? When they had hot pot before, he secretly bought stomach medicine to prevent her from feeling pain at night. These were all little details filled with care. Throughout all their days together, every bit of his concern for her was hidden in small, subtle gestures, and she saw each one clearly. To say Jiang Ming didn't love her anymore, or that his love had faded, was something she could never believe. Jiang Ming, this girl really knew how to ask pointed questions. You want to know? Jiang Ming's lips curled slightly as his handsome face slowly drew closer. Here he goes again with this move. Xia Ziyu wanted to step back, but found her legs, even her entire body, seemed invisibly anchored in place, completely immovable. Or perhaps, her body's instincts simply refused to move. Then, two faces drew within 2 centimeters of each other. They could even feel each other's breath. At this moment, Xia Zhiyu's heart began to beat uncontrollably, thumping wildly as if trying to leap out of her chest. The little deer in her heart had already bruised its head from all the frantic collisions. Eep, why are you standing so close? Though she really liked it, this was a hospital after all. In front of everyone. Chapter 60, the old man recalls the past. Jiang Ming's dark eyes gazed directly into hers, his voice tender and magnetic as if waiting for her response. The distance between their faces shrank from 2 centimeters to 1. close enough to see the fine pores on each other's skin. Xia Ziyu stared wide-eyed at the handsome face magnified before her mind blank in that moment, rendered speechless, or perhaps she simply didn't know what to say. Inside, she was already berating herself mercilessly. Xia Ziyu, oh Xia Ziyu, how could you be so hopeless? Just lean your face forward a little, and you could kiss Jiang Ming. How can you be so timid, so cowardly? How are you supposed to win Jiang Ming back like this? Seeing the girl's face blush so deeply it seemed about to drip blood, Jiang Ming decided not to tease her any further. He took a step back and ruffled her hair, saying, alright, it's getting late. You should head back now. To stop this foolish girl from overthinking things again. It took Xia Ziyu a long moment to regain her composure, her cheeks burning impossibly hot as her heart pounded faster than ever before. That damn Jiang Ming, how could he flirt like that? Whoa. She was getting too old for this, she really couldn't handle him flirting like this. If she died one day, it would absolutely be from excessive nosebleeds caused by Jiang Ming's flirting. Well, I should head back first. Feeling her burning hot cheeks, Xia Ziyu just wanted to flee from this place at once. How utterly mortifying. Be careful on your way. Call or message me if anything happens, alright? MHM, got it. I should go pack now. With these words, the girl fled towards the hospital ward, her heart pounding wildly. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Ming smiled with amusement, the corners of his lips curling upwards, his eyes brimming with tender indulgence. Neither of them knew that an elderly man not far away had witnessed the entire scene. Unable to resist, he sighed deeply. The old man, dressed in a hospital gown and looking quite thin, sat in his wheelchair and smiled as he spoke to the young man behind him. I remember when I was young and fell in love, it was just like this. Back then, she was just like this young girl, so shy her face would turn red as a peach, absolutely adorable. He seemed lost in reminiscence, a smile tugging unconsciously at the corners of his lips. The young man was the old man's grandson. He knew that his grandfather had a childhood sweetheart in his youth, someone he had been very close to, but for some unknown reason, they had drifted apart. He only had a vague understanding of the details, only the old man himself knew the full story. He rarely mentioned her before, as though unwilling to revisit those memories. As his grandson, I never dared to ask too much. Hearing him bring it up today came as quite a surprise. The young man thought for a moment before asking, that grandmother, she must have been very beautiful, right? For grandfather to remember her his whole life, their bond must have run extraordinarily deep. The old man fell into distant memories and, after a long while, finally spoke. She was beautiful, always wore 2 braids, and had a pair of little dimples when she smiled. After saying this, the old man fell silent, his cloudy eyes fixated on the window in the distance, gradually lost in thought. The young man, witnessing this, didn't dare disturb him. On the other side, Xia Ziyu carried the clothes home, but as she reached the doorstep, she suddenly felt nervous. She could already imagine the way her mother would scold her. He couldn't help but shrink his neck. But since he was already at the doorstep, there was no way he wouldn't go in. Taking a deep breath, he knocked on the door. Su Xian answered the door. Without a doubt, what greeted her was a torrent of scolding and complaints from her mother. You finally remember to come home? Spending the night at someone else's place without even telling me, do you even see me as your mother anymore? Su Xian huffed, hands on her hips. There are so many bad people out there, what would your father and I do if something happened to you? Xia Ziyu pouted defensively, but I told Dad yesterday afternoon. I thought you both agreed, so, how was I supposed to know you were also staying at a friend's place? So now you tell your father everything, but your mother doesn't deserve to know? Mentioning this stirred up a sour pang in Su Xian's heart. The fact that their daughter turned to her dad first still made her a little jealous. Xia Ziyu, so mom got angry because she's jealous? Just because she told dad first that she was staying overnight at Cyan's place. Help, she really didn't think much about it at the time, just figured telling dad was the same as telling mom. What should we do now? Sigh, guess I'll have to coax her. Mom, I really didn't mean it that way. Please don't be mad at me. I promise from now on, I'll absolutely tell you everything right away. Xia Ziyu clung to Su Xian's arm, rubbing her cheek against it affectionately. Okay? Please don't be angry anymore, Mom. Seeing her daughter's coquettish antics, Su Xian couldn't help but soften again. How could she stay angry under such circumstances? This girl will truly be the death of me. What are you back for now? I came to get some clean clothes. Ran out of things to wear. Cyan's washing machine broke. Xia Ziyu lied smoothly without batting an eye. The washing machine broke? Su Xian didn't dwell on it, believing it truly malfunctioned, and simply said, alright, staying there works too. Saves me from having to deal with your daily mischief. Xia Ziyu, is she really my biological mother? Immersive translate. In the hospital. Jiang Ming leaned against the chair outside the ward, about to send a WeChat message asking if Xia Ziyu had arrived, when he suddenly received a message from Li Tangyu. Li Tangyu, how's it going? Is Ningning's surgery over yet? He had originally been keeping Grandpa and the aunt in the neighboring hospital bed company while chatting, his mind constantly preoccupied with thoughts of the little one. Seeing that Jiang Ming hadn't sent any updates, he assumed the little dumpling was still in surgery and hadn't wanted to disturb them. It's been such a long time already. Still not out yet? Could something have happened? In my anxiety, I couldn't help but send Jiang Ming a message to inquire about the situation. He had long regarded the little one as his own sister, how could he not care? Receiving the message, Jiang Ming suddenly realized he'd forgotten to inform old Li. She's already out of surgery. It went very smoothly, nothing serious. Hearing the operation was successful, Li Tongyu excitedly slapped his thigh. Wonderful. Then he replied, it's good that you're okay, it's good that you're okay. My heart has been hanging all this time, but now I can finally relax. May I go see Ning Ning? His behavior. Both Father Li and the aunt in the next bed were looking at him with puzzled expressions. What's up with this kid? He hadn't said much earlier, but suddenly he was so excited now. Jiang Ming. Probably not possible. Ning Ning's still in the ICU and hasn't woken up yet. It'll have to be tomorrow. Li Tongyu, oh, is that so? Tomorrow works too, as long as everything's alright. After hanging up, Li Tongyu finally noticed his father and the neighbor aunt were both staring at him. Only then did he realize he'd gotten too excited just now and might have startled them. He awkwardly chuckled and said, it's alright, Dad. You guys keep chatting. P.S. There's more coming later. Regarding the group number you previously asked me about, since Tomato directly won't let me post it, this is the only way I can share. Luwuziwa Juki Yuling, contact code /number. Chapter 61, What's wrong? In such a hurry to move over here? Are you really okay? You look downright giddy, someone might think you won 5 million yuan, Mr. Li said gruffly. Latangia chuckled and replied, this is even more exciting than winning 5 million, Dad. All you care about is money. How shallow. Mr. Li, where are your manners? Is this really my own flesh and blood? Don't get cheeky with me, since when do you talk to your own father like that? Just wait till I'm better. I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. The auntie beside them couldn't stop laughing. Old Li, I think Xiaoyu does have a point. Father Li. Li Tongyu almost burst out laughing. It was the first time he'd seen the old man so utterly deflated. If this had happened at home, he probably would have already gotten a solid slap across the face by now. This is auntie here. Holding it in. Mustn't let auntie see his violent tendencies. Ha 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 ha. Xia Ziyu grabbed 2 sets of clothes and hurried back to the hospital. On the way, she sent a message to Jiang Ming. I'm on my way now, almost there. How's Ning Ning? Has she woken up yet? Originally, Su Xian disapproved of her going out alone so late at night, but couldn't resist her persistent pleading and coquettishness, so she had no choice but to agree. Jiang Ming was tidying up the ward when he heard the notification sound. His first thought was of Xia Ziyu, and he immediately opened WeChat on his phone. Sure enough, it was a message from her. She's still unconscious. The anesthesia hasn't worn off yet, probably won't wake until tomorrow. In the intensive care unit, you can't just visit whenever you want. Not long after, Xia Ziyu arrived at the hospital. Just as she reached the hospital entrance, she spotted Li Tongyu accompanying a middle-aged man on a walk. It should be his father. Li Tongyu obviously saw her too and came over with a smile to greet her. Hey, Ziyu, what are you? Oh, I went home to grab something and just came back. Xia Ziyu responded with a smile, then turned to Li's father with a courteous nod. Hello, uncle. The address caught Li's father off guard for a moment. Recovering, he beamed warmly. Hello, Brother Tangyu, I'm going to find Jiang Ming first. Alright, go ahead. After the girl had walked away, Father Li spoke up. Was that your friend? Not bad looking at all. Speaking of which, you're already in your 20s, when the hell are you going to bring a daughter-in-law home for me? I want grandkids. That girl seems perfect, fresh-faced, gorgeous, and tall enough. Before Father Li could finish speaking, Li Tongyu abruptly interrupted him, his face filled with horror as he nearly leaped forward to cover his father's mouth. Dad, you can't just say things like that. She's already taken, and by my best friend, no less. How could I ever do something so despicable? Stop playing matchmaker like this in the future. Set his sights on Jiyu? Was he insane or just plain stupid? Never mind whether he was even worthy, just considering Jiyu's devotion to Jiang Ming, who was also his sworn brother, made the idea unthinkable. He'd be begging for divine lightning to strike him down. He didn't want to die young. Father Li hadn't expected the girl was already taken, and whispered, I didn't know that. It's fine, my son's so handsome, he'll definitely find someone better. Sigh, what a shame. Pretty girls are all taken these days. When would this old man ever get to hold a grandchild? Li Tongyu. Handsome? It wasn't self-deprecation, he truly wasn't remotely handsome. Having even 1/10 of Lao Zhang's good looks would have been more than enough. Here, Xia Ziyu carried the shopping bags back to the hospital room, which Jiang Ming had already tidied up neatly. However, without the little one around, the space felt oddly empty. At this moment, Jiang Ming was nowhere to be seen. Just as I was about to ask where he had gone, the door swung open. Seeing him, Xia Ziyu couldn't help but recall what had just happened. her face slightly flushing as she still didn't dare meet Jiang Ming's gaze. Ah, I'm really being so useless. One could only say, this guy is just too good at teasing people, it's unbearable. Jiang Ming, did you explain things clearly to your mom when you got home? She wasn't angry with you, right? In situations like this, you'd probably get scolded 9 times out of 10 when returning home. Xia Ziyu gave an acknowledging hum, then chuckled mischievously. Getting scolded is inevitable, but no big deal. She's just a bit jealous of my dad, a little coaxing will smooth things over, no major issues. Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow slightly. Jealous? Exactly. Because yesterday I only told my dad I wasn't coming home, but didn't inform her. She got jealous, and then flew into a huff. Xia Ziyu shrugged. Jiang Ming couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, daughters take after their mothers. Auntie must have been quite an adorable girl when she was young too. Ah, I wonder when Ningning will wake up. It's only been an afternoon, and I already miss her. Xia Ziyu sighed softly, having grown accustomed to the little one calling her sister Ziyu all the time. She was just too adorable. Thinking of that little face made her heart melt. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she asked, "Oh yes, are you going back tonight? It's already 9 o'clock in the evening now." Jiang Ming responded with a faint hum and said, "I'll head back soon." "All right. Ah, looks like I won't get to be alone with Jiang Ming tonight after all." An awkward silence settled between them in the hospital room, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Xia Jiyu's mind raced as she desperately searched for conversation topics. "After Ningning recovers, are you planning to move? I think you mentioned something about that before. It's not like we can live there forever. Just stepping outside, you'd smell the stench from the underground sewage. The environment is incredibly poor. For adults it might be tolerable, but it's completely unsuitable for a child to live there. Especially for a little one who's just recovered from a serious illness." Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong? Eager to move in already?" Upon hearing this, Xia Ziyu was taken aback for a moment before her face suddenly flushed red. Oh no! How did Jiang Ming guess her thoughts? Sniff sniff, she really did want him to save a room for her, so she could stay over occasionally or something. Ahem, of course, her only purpose was to accompany the little one. Absolutely no improper thoughts intended. And no, not at all. I was just asking casually. Besides, if I go, it'd be for the little one's sake. No other intentions whatsoever. She swears it. Jiang Ming chuckled softly. Do you really think that way? Having her thoughts directly laid bare, Xia Ziyu felt completely exposed before Jiang Ming, truly as if she were standing there naked. Sob, why did he have to mercilessly expose her like this? So mean. Why yes, that's right. Still, one should stubbornly hold their ground at least once. Alright, I'll trust you this once. With that, Jiang Ming stood up and said, well, it's getting late. I should head back. Before leaving, he reiterated the same reminder, remember to rest early, and call me if anything happens, understood? Xia Ziyu nodded cutely, got it. As he reached the ward door, Jiang Ming felt reluctant to leave. Unable to help himself, he turned back for one last glance at her, his gaze impossibly tender and doting. After returning home, he took a quick shower, then lay on the bed and swiftly entered the system through mental concentration. Chapter 62, Activation, the Prize Wheel. The interface remained as starkly simple as ever. Without hesitation, Jiang Ming immediately opened his personal profile and glanced at the points section. 200k plus. After reaching 100,000 points, the system no longer calculates the exact point count in detail, though if you wish to see the specifics, there's an option to view the detailed amount beside it. This reminded him of the system notification from last time. Only 100,000 points were needed to activate the grand prize wheel. Jiang Ming wondered how the prize drawn with these 100,000 points would turn out. After all, it was his first draw. Would it disappoint? It was as if the system had heard his thoughts. The system promptly popped up a friendly reminder. Hello, host, the prize drawn depends entirely on luck. Good luck. Still unclear about some rules, Jiang Ming asked aloud, can 100,000 points only draw once, or can I draw multiple times? You can only draw once, but you might win several prize boxes at the same time. The prizes are random. It could be thank you for your patronage or something extremely rare. It all depends on your luck. The system prompted, then fell silent. In other words, how many prizes drop and whether they're rare or useful entirely depends on whether luck is on your side. Jiang Ming looked at the activated button and, without further hesitation, mentally pressed it. Then the page displayed. Points, minus 100,000. A sleek, high-tech blue roulette will appear before Jiang Ming's eyes. At this point, Jiang Ming still felt a bit nervous. Taking a deep breath, he directly pressed the button to start the draw. After waiting about 10 seconds or so, ding! Congratulations, host, you've drawn 5 prize boxes. Hurry and open them to take a look. 5? Jiang Ming's eyes brightened. Seemed like today's luck wasn't half bad. Opening one of the prize boxes, a blinding blue light flashed, forcing Jiang Ming to instinctively close his eyes. When the glow faded and he looked at the prize he had drawn, his face immediately twisted with disbelief. Better luck next time? The first prize box had nothing but a better luck next time? He wondered if the system was playing a trick on him, but then again, there were 4 more boxes left, surely not everyone would be empty, right? Until the second box was opened. 1,000 yuan in cash. Jiang Ming. As if to prevent Jiang Ming from complaining, the system said, "Host, everything depends on luck. Don't be discouraged if you don't win. There will be another chance." Jiang Ming outright ignored the prompt this time, shifting his gaze to the last 3 prize boxes. He randomly picked one and clicked it open, no longer expecting any spectacular rewards from his first draw. The blue light flashed, and upon looking again, the system prompt popped up. "Congratulations! You've won a house in Jiangbei City's Ziyanghuayuan residential complex." Seeing this, Jiang Ming was momentarily stunned. A house? Ziyang Flower Garden. If he remembered correctly, this residential complex was located right in the downtown area of Jiangbei, one of the city's most upscale neighborhoods where apartments cost several million yuan apiece, with the most expensive ones reaching tens of millions. Drawing this prize felt unexpectedly surprising to him. Not dwelling on the property any longer, he proceeded to open the 4th and 5th prize boxes. The 4th prize, a shop in the Phoenix Lake scenic area of Qinyang district. The 5th reward, premium milk tea recipe. When Jiang Ming saw these 2 prizes, he raised an eyebrow. Yet another shop. Judging by this situation, the system was clearly pushing him to open yet another store. With the milk tea recipe thrown in, the unspoken message was obvious. Open a milk tea shop. It seems that Phoenix Lake scenic area and hydrangea garden aren't too far apart, just about 2 or 3 li away. Otherwise, the houses in this residential area wouldn't be so outrageously expensive. After opening all the prize boxes, Jiang Ming clicked to exit the Lucky Draw Will page and tapped on the prizes section. At the very bottom of the prizes section, there was a standardized notice. Prizes must not be sold or rented out at will. Violators will bear the consequences. Jiang Ming shifted his gaze to the ultimate milk tea recipe and focused his intent on it. Suddenly, a beam of blue light surged into his mind. Almost instantly, he felt countless new insights flooding his consciousness. After completing the absorption, the entry for the ultimate milk tea recipe quickly turned gray. Then, he clicked on the properties at Ziyanghuayuan and Fenghuang Lake. The system pop-up appeared again. "Hello host, the property deeds for Fenghuang Lake and Ziyanghuayuan have been placed in your drawer. Please check and confirm receipt." After the pop-up disappeared, these 2 options also turned gray. Leaving the price section, he browsed around the system some more. Jiang Ming yawned, feeling rather listless, then exited the system interface. Time to sleep. Exhausted after a long day, he fell asleep the moment he closed his eyes. Immersive translate. The next day, everything was as usual. The amount of ingredients Jiang Ming ordered today was about the same as yesterday. The pork vendor arrived even earlier than his usual opening time, waiting right at the door. "Uncle, why are you so early today?" Jiang Ming parked his bike and went to roll up the shutter door, sounding surprised. The uncle had dark circles under his eyes, clearly having had a rough night. "It's nothing, just had a fight with my wife last night and couldn't sleep well. Since I was wide awake anyway, I figured I'd just come early." The uncle yawned, then immediately asked, "Young man, how did Ningning's surgery go?" Speaking of the little one, his face was filled with worry. Jiang Ming nodded and smiled. "The surgery was successful." That's good. The uncle visibly breathed a sigh of relief. He'd thought as much. How could the heavens bear to take away the life of such an adorable child? This was truly the best news of the day. The gloom from arguing with his wife vanished instantly. "Uncle, you said you quarreled with Auntie, was it because?" He suspected it might be about the 500 yuan. After all, for an ordinary person, earning 500 yuan wasn't easy. Giving such an amount to a stranger out of the blue would naturally upset the family if they found out. The uncle could easily guess what Jiang Ming was thinking. Worried about misunderstandings or overthinking, he quickly added, "Child, don't you overthink this. The quarrel has nothing to do with you. That 500 yuan was from my private savings. Your aunt doesn't know about it, so it's fine. Keep the money with peace of mind, and don't you dare return it to me, or I'll get upset. As long as the child is alright, nothing else matters." After exchanging a few more words, the uncle waved his hand and walked away. With all the ingredients ready. Before getting to work, Jiang Ming sent a quick message to Xia Ziyu, then turned off his phone and dove into a busy day. 8 a.m. sharp. Xia Ziyu had just finished breakfast when she received notification from the hospital. The little one had completed observation and was officially out of critical condition, ready to be transferred to a general ward. Immediately, she shared this wonderful news with Jiang Ming. Knowing he'd be busy at this hour, she trusted he'd see the message when checking his phone between tasks. That way he can rest easy. In the hospital room, the little one had already woken up, her tiny body lying on the hospital bed with bandages wrapped around her chest, blinking her big eyes at Xia Ziyu who sat by her side. Having just woken up, the little milk bun was still somewhat dazed, her voice soft and sticky with a hint of hoarseness. "Sister Ziyu, Chapter 63, Ningning misses her brother and sister Jiyu. Hearing the little one speak, Xia Ziyu immediately perked up her ears and listened carefully. When she realized the child was calling out to her, she was nearly moved to tears. "What's wrong, Ningning? Does it hurt?" The anesthesia had worn off, and it certainly did hurt, especially for such a young child. Xia Ziyu wished she could endure the pain herself. Poor little thing. The little one paused, then slowly shook her head. "Ningning doesn't hurt. Ningning misses big brother and Jiyu's sister." The milky little dumpling spoke very softly. Xia Ziyu strained to bring her ear closer, barely making out the words. When she heard Ningning say she missed them, she finally couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Turning away in sorrow, she wiped her tears and gently patted the little one's head. "Big brother will come as soon as he's done with his work." "All right." Ningning nodded softly in agreement. On the other side, after a wave of customers left, Jiang Ming couldn't wait to take out his phone and saw the message Xia Jiyu sent at 8 o'clock and the photo she sent at 9 o'clock. The little one had woken up and been transferred back to the general ward. Looking at Ningning lying in bed in the photo, Jiang Ming's hanging heart finally settled completely. A surge of bittersweet emotion welled up within him, his eyes filled with nothing but heartache. Finally, they had crossed this hurdle. Once they recover, they can return to normal life. When the morning business ended at noon, he quickly closed the shop and hurried to the People's Hospital. Many customers didn't understand why he'd been closing early these past 2 days. He usually operated until around 3 p.m. Lately, he'd been closing earlier each day. Was something wrong? Of course, his early closing today finally gave other breakfast shops on Danyang Street some breathing room. Whoa, at least they could scrape by with some leftovers now. Many who came specifically for the steamed buns but arrived too late, unwilling to leave empty-handed, had no choice but to pick another breakfast shop at random. Eating something was still better than going hungry. That breakfast shop from before. The father and son had just sent off a wave of customers and finally had a moment to rest. Ajay glanced in the direction of Ningning breakfast shop and said, "Dad, I heard that shop's been closing early these past couple of days. They used to be busy until 3 p.m., but now they pack up by noon. Did something happen?" People are naturally fond of gossip. Men are no exception. The middle-aged man frowned. Maybe they were just exhausted the past few days and wanted to take it easy. What's it to you? Even if they close early for a few hours, their business still runs circles around ours. Just focus on your own work instead of speculating about nonsense. Scolded by his father, Ajia still felt resentful. "Dad, our business is nowhere near as good as before. Only these past few days showed any improvement. Are you really okay with this? I bet something must have happened over there." To his surprise, what woke him was a sharp flick on the head from the middle-aged man. "Say one more word and you're going straight home." The fierce look on his face instantly silenced Ajia, who didn't dare speak another word. He could tell his father was about to lose his temper. Thinking about how she would react if he dared to provoke her further, he immediately shrank his neck back and didn't dare to continue challenging her. After arriving at the hospital, Jiang Ming went straight to the ward. Pushing open the door, he saw Xia Ziyu sitting by the bed, chatting with the little one. From his angle, he could only see the perfect profile of Xia Jiyu's face. Her gaze was gentle as she lightly rubbed the little one's head, occasionally revealing a faint smile that made her dimples appear and disappear intermittently. Softened the years. Who would have thought that the bold and carefree Xia Jiyu could have such a tender side? Perhaps absorbed in their conversation, neither the grown-up nor the little one noticed his arrival. Only when he stepped closer did Xia Jiyu realize someone stood beside them. "Big brother." The little one immediately broke into a broad smile upon seeing Jiang Ming, her pale little face lighting up with crescent moon eyes. Xia Ziyu quickly made room. "You're finally here. The little bun has been asking about you all morning." The little bun was particularly clingy to her brother. Unable to move without triggering sharp pain from her surgical wound, she blinked her big eyes and cooed in a soft, sticky sweet voice, "Gij, Ningning missed you so much. And Jiyu Jie too." Jiang Ming's heart melted instantly as he gently patted her head. "You silly girl, it's only been a day and you're already missing me?" The siblings shared an affectionate moment before Jiang Ming suddenly remembered something. He took out his phone and sent a message to Li Tangyu, and forwarded the room number as well. Li Tangyu spent almost the entire morning staring at his phone. The moment Jiang Ming's message came through, he immediately planned to deliver the baby's breath flowers he had already purchased. Father Li frowned. "Where are you going again? That darn kid, buying a bouquet earlier was already a bit odd, and now he's running out with flowers again." Li Tangyu grinned. "A friend of mine is sick and staying in this hospital too. Just taking some flowers to cheer them up." "Father Li, oh, is your friend male or female?" He seemed particularly concerned about this point. "Li Tangyu? I already said it's just a friend. Does gender really matter?" His old man must be scheming something again, isn't he? Yesterday's incident really scared him. If Jiang Ming had heard about it, he'd have torn him to pieces. "Of course it's a guy, just a good buddy from back in the day. He actually helped me out a lot before." "Come on, Dad, is sending him flowers really too much?" "Alright, go ahead then. Say hello for me when you see him." "Got it." will do. As soon as his own father agreed, Li Tanyu quickly grabbed the flowers and ran off. Following the room number Jiang Ming had sent him, he searched slowly from room to room. In the room, Jiang Ming turned off his phone and said with a smile to the little one, Ningning, a big brother is coming to see you soon. Xia Ziyu suddenly realized if Jiang Ming hadn't mentioned it, she would have completely forgotten that Li Tanyu was also in the hospital. Just as she was thinking this, suddenly, the hospital room door creaked open. Xia Ziyu stepped forward. I'll get the door. When she opened it, Li Tanyu stood outside wearing a bright smile. Most importantly, he was holding a large bouquet of colorful baby's breath flowers, absolutely beautiful. Seeing Xia Ziyu, Li Tanyu chuckled and said, Sister Ziyu. With how he looked, it was exactly like he had come to confess his feelings. Seeing this, Jiang Ming's eyes darkened imperceptibly as he subtly pulled Xia Ziyu closer to him. The man was still in a daze, having never considered this possibility. Li Tanyu scratched his head, his gaze instantly locking onto the little milk dumpling lying on the hospital bed. Her little face looked so pale. Born with a daughter-loving nature, his heart ached unbearably. Ningning, do you still remember brother Tanyu? Li Tanyu walked over with flowers, wearing a beaming smile. Ningning had such a good memory. There was no way she could have forgotten in such a short time. Her eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled, her voice sweet and childish. Brother Tanyu. Li Tanyu was instantly struck to the core by this adorable little voice. That's all for today. I didn't sleep well last night due to insomnia, so I'm not in good form today. Poor office worker XX. Chapter 64, is that Zhejiang flower garden the one I know? I felt slightly dazed, growing increasingly envious and resentful towards Jiang Ming for having such an adorable little sister. What a pity, he only had a younger brother. Since graduating from junior college, the young man had idled around every day without finding a stable job. If he didn't drive people mad with frustration, that would already be considered fortunate. If it were his biological younger sister, he'd be more than happy to support her for a lifetime. Little brother? Get lost. No money. Li Tanyu handed the bouquet of baby's breath to the little one and grinned. So, Ningning, do you like this flower? He specifically asked the florist, who said that children generally like the baby's breath flower variety, its tiny blooms, vibrant colors, and the way they looked clustered together were especially appealing. Most little kids love these colorful things the most, don't they? Just as expected, when the toddler saw this big bunch of baby's breath, her big eyes sparkled like stars. Ningning likes it. Thank you Tanyu brother. These flowers are so pretty. So many colors. She likes it. As long as you like it, tell big brother Tanyu whatever you want in the future, and I'll buy it for you. Li Tanyu grinned. He'd long treated the little one as his own baby sister, whatever she wanted, as long as he could afford it, he'd make sure to get it for her no matter what. It wasn't easy to recognize such an adorable little sister. Of course she's meant to be spoiled rotten. Even if the little dumpling already has Jiang Ming, that doesn't stop him from spoiling her. Having just undergone surgery not long ago, the little dumpling was still very weak. After chatting with them for a while, she was already quite tired, yawning repeatedly with half-closed eyes, looking like she could fall asleep at any moment. Noticing this, Xia Ziyu walked over, gently tucked in the little one's blanket, and softly patted her head, saying tenderly, Is Ningning sleepy? Go ahead and rest now. Li Tanyu placed the baby's breath flowers on the bedside table, then walked to the hospital room door with one hand in his pocket. Glancing at the little dumpling on the bed and then at Jiang Ming beside her, he said, Old Jiang, there's something I need to talk to you about. Step outside for a moment. The little milk bun is sleeping, we mustn't disturb her. Outside the hospital ward, on the public bench, Li Tanyu recalled the little one's pale face and felt another pang of heartache. After some thought, he asked, Old Jiang, when can Ningning roughly be discharged from the hospital? It should take about 7 to 10 days. Li Tanyu's lips moved slightly, as if struggling to find the right words. After a long pause, he finally asked, The surgery must have cost you a fortune, didn't it? Heart surgery like this easily runs into hundreds of thousands. Besides his own savings, old Jiang must have borrowed from relatives and friends too. Li Tanyu sighed in regret. If only he had known earlier, back then, there had been no signs the little one was ill. Otherwise, he could have helped too, even if his contribution would have been minimal. If this time it weren't for coincidentally meeting Jiang Ming at the hospital. Was this bastard planning to never tell them at all? Regarding this, Li Tanyu still felt rather angry. Did he even consider them good brothers and true friends or not? Jiang Ming replied nonchalantly, Not bad. It's actually not bad at all. After paying the surgery fees, there are still 100,000 yuan left in savings. The subsequent care for the little one, along with their living expenses, would be more than adequately covered. With the Xiang Garden apartment won from yesterday's system prize draw, there's no need to rent the Jiangnan Misty Rain Garden property I previously considered. After all, we'd only verbally agreed, no contract had been signed yet. The contract was originally supposed to be signed today. We were planning to move in a couple of days. Now there's no need for that. Seeing his calm, unbothered expression, old Jian wasn't buying it for a second. Just fine? Kid, after all these years, don't I know how stubborn you are? Your mouth is the toughest part of you. Listen, brother, my offer stands. If you ever need anything, just say the word. Even if I don't have it, I'll scrape it together for you. He never speaks falsely. Friends for many years. In a word, Jiang Ming is worth it. As for why he says this, a few years ago, when they were still sophomores in college, once when he had scored fairly well on an exam, he thought of buying some good food to celebrate with his dorm mates, but unexpectedly, while passing by a very old residential area, a large piece of glass, or more accurately, an entire window, came crashing down from above. If Jiang Ming hadn't pushed him away in time, he probably wouldn't be standing here today. It was Jiang Ming who saved his life. He would forever remember this debt of gratitude, swearing that if Jiang Ming ever faced difficulties, he'd sell the pots and pans if needed to help. Of course, even without this life-saving grace, for the sake of their friendship alone, he wouldn't stand by and do nothing. Hearing this, warmth stirred in Jiang Ming's heart. He said, "It's alright, I've saved up some money before, and recently opened a shop. Business has been decent, so the surgery costs are just about covered." Hearing this, it sounded quite reasonable. Li Tangyu nodded. "That's good then. Just let us know if anything comes up. Don't worry about bothering us or anything. We're brothers after all, helping each other out. There's no such thing as trouble." "Alright, I forgot to ask earlier, where are you living now?" Li Tangyu suddenly realized he'd missed something important. Without his home address, how would he visit the little one in the future? Jiang Ming figured since he was moving in a couple of days anyway, so he gave the new address, Zhanghuayuan. Li Tangyu felt it sounded somewhat familiar, muttering it twice under his breath before it suddenly clicked, his eyes widening in realization. Holy shit, are you talking about the Zhanghuayuan I know? He paused, considering, as far as he could recall, the entire Jiangbei region only had one Zhanghuayuan. Oh my god, is old Jiang renting there? Or did he actually buy a place? I heard the housing prices there are tens of thousands per square meter. A whole set would cost several million. It's part of Jiangbei's high-end residential community. Even if it's just for rent, it seems like it would cost over 10,000 a month. Yes. Is this rented or bought? Li Tangyu asked in a trembling voice. If it was owned property, why the hell would he be worried? With such a place, how could old Jiang possibly lack money? He wouldn't need his financial help at all, okay? Even if it's rented. With a baseline cost of 10 grand a month, what's the difference from paying a mortgage? She's actually quite wealthy, okay? Jiang Ming, it's rented. We just signed the contract and haven't moved in yet. Li Tangyu suppressed his astonishment. Since Ningning just got discharged from the hospital, moving to a better environment is good, helps with physical and mental well-being. He figured old Jiang must have finally reaped the rewards of his hard work over this past year. Finally made it through the hard times. This is really good news. Just yesterday, he thought old Jiang had spent all his savings on this surgery and then borrowed from relatives and friends, leaving them financially strained, so he figured every little bit of help would count. But it turns out he was completely overthinking it, and what a relief that was. Hey, my dad's getting discharged from the hospital tomorrow, and I should get back to work too. I'll go see Ningning when I get the chance, just send me the detailed address when the time comes. As he spoke, Li Tangyu stood up, ready to head back to the ward. Then, as if remembering something, he turned around and added, I won't mention this to old Joe or old Gu, no need to worry them. Chapter 65. Did you get scammed by a shady agent? Jiang Ming felt a stir in his heart and nodded quietly with a soft On the hospital bed, the little milk bun had already closed her eyelids and fallen asleep, her breathing quite steady, though her face remained somewhat pale, her long eyelashes lightly covering her eyes. Like a sleeping little princess. After watching the little one for a while longer, Li Tangyu finally stood up to take his leave. I should get going now. My dad is probably still waiting for me. Alright. After Li Tangyu left, Xia Ziyu went to the bathroom to fetch a basin of warm water, carefully wiping the little milk bun's body and hands with meticulous care, occasionally tenderly stroking her small face. Suddenly, she remembered something and asked, by the way, Jiang Ming, when are you moving? The sooner the better. The little one will be discharged from the hospital in a few days. There's no way we can let her keep living in that old place. The environment there is just awful. In that case, why not have her stay at my place instead? My parents absolutely adore little girls, they'd definitely agree, especially to such an adorable little dumpling like her. Jiang Ming spoke unhurriedly, probably tomorrow or the day after. Tomorrow or the day after? That fast? Just you alone? Xia Ziyu looked troubled, XX woo-woo. Since I have to stay with Ningning, I can't help you. Should I find you a moving company? Don't worry, they're super reliable. Her cousin actually runs one. Being family, they might even give a discount, or perhaps her cousin wouldn't charge at all. A discount would still be nice too, every penny saved counts. Hee, remember to send me the address later so I can visit you and Ningning, and then I'll have a legitimate excuse to come over for meals too. How delightful. I thought Jiang Ming would surely agree to helping find a moving company this time. I never expected. No problem, I've already arranged for one. Jiang Ming felt deeply touched. This girl, no matter what happens, she always thinks of helping him first. Oh, you've already found someone. I was hoping my cousin could help. He specializes in this kind of work, and I could have gotten you a discount. Every penny counts, right? Or better yet, I could have asked him to do it for free. Xia Zhiyu's face scrunched up awkwardly. Alas, she was one step too late. Oh, which neighborhood did you rent in again? Let me see how far it is from me. If it's close, I can drop by often to mooch meals off you. She'd nearly forgotten to ask. Jiang Ming's lips curled slightly as he responded, Ziyang Huayuan. Ziyang Huayuan? Xia Ziyu was instantly bewildered. Near Danyang Street, was there really a residential area by that name? She'd never heard of it. Are you sure it's around here? I've never heard of this place. As Xia Ziyu spoke, she suddenly seemed to realize something and exclaimed, Jiang Ming, don't tell me you got scammed by some shady real estate agent. Many property agents these days are so good at tricking people. It's all too common for them to disappear right after scamming tenants out of their money. Seeing how frantic she looked, Jiang Ming reached out and lightly flicked her forehead, unable to suppress a smile as he said, do you really think I could get fooled by them? Hearing this, Xia Zhiyu fell silent. Indeed, being as intelligent as Jiang Ming, how could he possibly be deceived by anyone? Hey, let me check where Ziyang Huayuan is first, or I won't feel at ease. Xia Zhiyu quickly grabbed her phone to search Baidu for Zhongbei Ziyang Huayuan, and sure enough, the results popped up. The page even showed that the residential complex had its own Baidu Baike entry. At first glance, it looked quite upscale and impressive. After glancing at the listing details above, Xia Zhiyu was dumbfounded. The property prices in this neighborhood were actually 40,000 to 50,000 yuan per square meter. Is it really this expensive? He glanced at the address once more. Xinyang District. Is this the hydrangea court you mentioned? Xia Zhiyu could hardly believe it. The rent here must cost tens of thousands, right? Jiang Ming didn't deny it. It took Xia Zhiyu a full half-hour to fully process this revelation. Actually, when she thought about it carefully, Jiang Ming now had his own thriving business. With relaxed finances and booming daily sales, how could he possibly be short on money? Thinking it through, she finally let go of her worries. With such good earnings, renting there didn't seem so bad after all. After enduring hardships for over a year, she deserved to treat herself better. The only thing was it was a bit far from her home, half an hour by car, or possibly an hour if there was traffic. Ugh, why did it have to be rented so far away? Immersive translate. Time passed unknowingly, and it was already the afternoon of the next day. Xia Zhiyu continued to take care of the toddler while Jiang Ming, after returning home from the breakfast shop, busied himself packing for the move. The house, both inside and out, contained surprisingly few belongings between the two siblings. Just some clothes, daily necessities, and kitchenware. Jiang Ming decided to simply take some clothes and daily necessities along with him. As for the kitchenware, even hauling that fridge along wouldn't be of any use, better to gift it to Granny Lin instead. He wouldn't bother taking pots, pans, or dishes at all. This kind of apartment is usually move-in ready, with everything already provided. Though the belongings seemed few, they filled 2 large crates completely. Among them were some items left by his parents, including their old photo albums and family portraits. Once packed, Jiang Ming immediately contacted the pre-booked moving company. They arrived before long. After loading the items into the truck, the driver froze for a moment when he saw their destination was Ziyang Huayuan. He then gave Jiang Ming a strange look. Someone who originally lived in such a place was actually moving to Qinyang? After all, Ziyang Huayuan was just a few miles from Phoenix Lake. In every aspect, it was far beyond what people of their financial means could afford. Is this young guy being kept by some sugar mommy? The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. These days, plenty of good-looking young men, especially those in certain circles, are basically all kept by wealthy older women. This kid is just too handsome. No way he escaped that fate. TSK, what a pity. I heard those wealthy older women have some peculiar little preferences. Hope this young man can settle in smoothly. Jiang Ming didn't realize the taxi driver had already labeled him as a kept young man living off women. After over half an hour, they successfully arrived at the underground parking lot of Hydrangea Gardens. Checking the floor number, Jiang Ming carried his belongings upstairs with the driver. Inside the elevator, the driver still couldn't suppress his regret. Young man, if you've got hands and feet, it's much steadier to earn your own money. Going down this path will lead to trouble sooner or later. Jiang Ming, ? What the heck does bound to suffer sooner or later mean? Seeing no reaction from him, the taxi driver let out a sigh. He was just offering advice after all, they were merely strangers. Whether it was heated or not was entirely up to the young man. Jiang Ming had noticed early on that the driver kept glancing at him strangely throughout the ride, looking like he had something to say but couldn't quite bring himself to speak up. He carefully reconsidered the situation, piecing it together with what the driver had just said moments ago. In an instant, it was as if everything clicked into place. A dark line of embarrassment slid down his forehead, yet at the same time he couldn't help feeling slightly amused. Judging by this, the driver probably took him for some wealthy woman's kept boy. Here you go, all caught up, exhausted and sleepy. Given how miserable I am, how about giving me a 5-star rating? And this mustard yellow button, free gifts, click it for me. The bunny thanks all you bosses in advance. Kowtow's thump, thump, thump. Chapter 66, one step later, your little cutie would have starved to death. But then again, jumping suddenly from the slums to a high-end residential area is indeed quite a leap. Coupled with his looks, any normal person would probably assume he's being kept. Being a kept man is pretty common in today's society. Ding! The elevator quickly arrived at the designated floor, the 20th. After hauling 2 large boxes out of the elevator, there were still 2 suitcases and some miscellaneous items left. The driver gave Jiang Ming a nod and dutifully headed back downstairs. He was going to bring up the remaining belongings. Jiang Ming scanned his surroundings. Apart from his unit, there were 2 others on the floor. Truthfully, aside from its exceptional location, this was just an ordinary residential complex, no better than those costing 10,000 per square meter. One could only say that Phoenix Lake was right nearby, giving it a significant geographical advantage. Without waiting specifically for the driver to come up, Jiang Ming followed the house numbers and quickly found his place, entering the password displayed by the system. With a click, the door opened directly. A faint smell of fresh renovation greeted him, revealing a spacious living room, fully furnished in a subtly minimalist style. Nearby, a massive floor-to-ceiling window stood covered by light gray curtains, dimming the harsh sunlight. The sofa, air conditioner, coffee table, television, and so on all appeared to be brand new. Walking further inside, Jiang Ming took a look around. It was roughly a 3-bedroom, 2-living room, 2-bathroom layout, with a kitchen and a study. The property deed showed the apartment's size to be around 150 square meters. At 50,000 per square meter, the total price amounts to over 7 million. As I was watching, there came a noise from outside the door. The taxi driver had already brought up the remaining items. To avoid inconveniencing other elevator users, he moved the stuff a short distance away from the elevator entrance. The task was finally completed, and I was about to head over to Jiang Ming to let him know before taking my leave. At this moment, Jiang Ming was still examining the house, its front door wide open. He successfully saw what the interiors of these so-called luxury residential units looked like. His eyes took in the spacious living room with its extravagant high-end finishes. His eyes widened slightly as he watched. Is this what rich people's lives are like? Then I think back to myself, living in a rental that costs a few $100, sending half my paycheck home every month to support my kids, saving whatever little I can scrape together, barely scraping by. Look at him. Being good-looking sure has its perks. With just a bit of connection, there are wealthy women willing to pay top dollar to keep him, and this house must cost at least several million. However, he didn't believe the house was a gift from a wealthy woman. Just giving away a property worth millions? That's way too extravagant. He figured it was probably just lent to him temporarily. The property deed still bears the rich woman's name. Truth be told, if he were 20 years younger and still this handsome, he'd probably make the same choice as Jiang Ming. Wouldn't that be the life? No need to toil and struggle just to make ends meet. The more he thought about it, the more he realized how utterly incomparable people's fortunes can be. Jiang Ming saw him and nodded, saying, "Thanks, just leave the stuff here. I'll move it in myself." "Okay, you can just confirm it in the app later." "Okay." Filled with envy as he left the hydrangea garden estate, he finally understood why some young people nowadays would choose this path. This is absolutely fucking amazing. After the driver left, Jiang Ming started moving the items inside piece by piece, organizing them properly. The best part was everything was fully equipped, with just some minor tidying up. The place would be ready to live in immediately. Apart from a few small personal items that needed purchasing, everything essential was already provided. When he pulled open the living room curtains, blinding sunlight came streaming in. From this angle, you can see Phoenix Lake and the streams of tourists at a glance, with almost all other scenery within view as well. The house isn't bad. It's worth the price. By the time everything was settled, it was already around 6 in the evening. Only after stopping did Jiang Ming realize he was feeling a bit hungry. As if struck by a thought, his heart gave a slight flutter. He left the residential compound, hailed a Didi, and headed straight for the nearby Phoenix Lake scenic area. Of course, his trip to Fenghuang Lake wasn't to see the shop awarded by the system. Rather, the snack street in the scenic area was packed with people, even in the sweltering summer heat, with countless varieties of snacks lining the bustling walkway. Spicy diced potatoes, stinky tofu, takoyaki, sea moss jelly, and more. For adventurous eaters, there were even fried locusts, soybean worms, and mealworms, commonly known as the insect banquet. Normally, few would dare to try them, but with such a large crowd here, tastes varied widely. The business was actually doing quite well. Jiang Ming squeezed through the crowd, looking left and right, before finally buying a plate of Xinjiang stir-fried rice noodles, a serving of wolf-tooth potatoes, and a piece of Tujia-style savory pancake. He searched through what he called his memories. Xia Zhiyu seemed particularly fond of these snacks, especially spicy wolf-tooth potatoes, her absolute favorite. Whenever they went out on dates and spotted some, she would always make a point to buy a portion. Afterward, he bought himself a serving of rice noodle rolls and 2 cups of lemon tea. Once they left the scenic area, they hailed a cab and headed straight for the hospital. At the hospital, Xia Zhiyu sat guarding the little one who had just drifted off to sleep. Waiting for Jiang Ming had left her drowsy, fighting back relentless yawns, her stomach growling occasionally from hunger. She knew Jiang Ming would be moving in the afternoon. Xia Zhiyu didn't message him, afraid she might disturb him. She was certain Jiang Ming would reach out once he finished his tasks. Just as she was thinking this, she heard faint knocking outside. At first, she thought it was just her longing for Jiang Ming playing tricks on her mind, but the sound persisted for a full minute. Her first thought was, Jiang Ming is back. At this realization, she immediately stood up excitedly and rushed to open the door. Sure enough, Jiang Ming was standing at the doorstep with both hands full of goods. Waves of snack aromas wafted towards her, making Xia Zhiyu's stomach growl even louder. Her eyes sparkled slightly. Jiang Ming, you're back. Jiang Ming knew her too well. He had long predicted this stubborn girl would wait for his return with sheer determination rather than eat on time. He really called it. What delicious food did you buy? It smells amazing. Xia Zhiyu pouted with a grievance, her face full of pitiful charm. I waited so long I'm starving. If you'd been any later, your dear little one would have died of hunger right here. Jiang Ming arranged the items neatly, then flicked her forehead lightly with a doting smile in his eyes. Just tell me if you're hungry. I'd have ordered you takeout, or you could have gone somewhere near the hospital to eat. Anything's better than starving. Your stomach's already weak to begin with. Xia Zhiyu pouted her lips. I wanted to eat with you. Eating alone is no fun at all. Without you here, every bite tastes bland. I can barely swallow anything. She paused, then chuckled mischievously. Are you worrying about me? Jiang Ming. Without answering her question, Jiang Ming turned around and unpacked the food. Instantly, the aroma filled the entire hospital room. The dishes were still piping hot. The texture was just perfect when eaten. The People's Hospital wasn't too far from Phoenix Lake, just about 20 minutes drive without traffic. In this scorching heat, it wouldn't cool down that easily. The small table was packed with food, making Xia Zhiyu's mouth water uncontrollably. Chapter 67. Is that other master bedroom reserved for me? And they all seemed to be her favorites too, especially the wolf-tooth potatoes and Xinjiang stir-fried rice noodles. Add some spicy kick, and the flavor becomes absolutely divine, never getting old no matter how often you eat them. Xia Zhiyu plopped down across from him and asked with a grin, Jiang Ming, where did you buy all these? They look so delicious, especially the stir-fried rice noodles. I haven't found anything like this nearby. It looks so authentic, just like what I had at that place by Phoenix Lake before. When she mentioned Phoenix Lake, Xia Zhiyu suddenly trailed off. Phoenix Lake, wasn't that located in Xinyang? And speaking of Xinyang, the Ziyang garden where Jiang Ming had just moved today was right there. After checking Baidu Encyclopedia yesterday, it seems Ziyang garden was near Phoenix Lake. So, Jiang Ming had specially gone to the snack street in the Phoenix Lake scenic area to buy it for her, and he even clearly remembered her favorite snacks. Woo woo. After realizing it, Xia Zhiyu couldn't find words to describe how she felt at that moment, only that she was deeply, deeply moved. Along with the emotion, her heart also swelled with sweetness. Having a boyfriend like this is truly wonderful. Though they haven't officially gotten back together yet, it practically makes no difference. She feels this should count as reconciliation. Jiang Ming must have silently acknowledged it in his heart. He just hasn't said it out loud. After all, they're both people who struggle with expressing their feelings. Wait, no, it should be said that Jiang Ming is the one like this. Wasn't her pursuit of him obvious enough? Jiang Ming handed her a cup of lemon tea. Yeah, bought it at Phoenix Lake. You actually remembered what I love to eat. Celery with beef, extra spicy, and these crinkle-cut potatoes, they're all my favorites. Jiang Ming, you're really too good to me, hee hee. Xia Zhiyu was so delighted her smile stretched ear to ear. Jiang Ming smiled, his eyes brimming with tenderness. This silly girl was just the same as before, easily contented with the simplest treats. Whenever she got upset or moody, all it took was buying her favorite snacks to soothe her, and she'd immediately perk right up. There's simply no such thing as holding a grudge overnight. Eat quickly, before it gets cold. Jiang Ming, uncharacteristically, reached out and patted her head. His movements were gentle, his gaze tender. Under his touch, Xia Zhiyu froze instantly, her cheeks flushing with a faint rosy hue at visible speed while her heartbeat accelerated with audible thumps. This was the first time Jiang Ming had touched her head since they reunited. Oh my, what blessed day is this today? First bringing delicious food, now giving me a head pat of doom. She instantly felt her heartstrings tugged. To prevent Jiang Ming from noticing, Xia Ziyu quickly buried her face in her food. Though Jiang Ming had asked the vendor to go easy on the chili and the stir-fried rice noodles, it was still spicy. Before long, the girl's hissing sha-sha sounds filled the air. Jiang Ming hastily passed her the lemon tea. "If it's too spicy, eat slowly, no need to rush," he said. Xia Ziyu took the lemon tea and gulped a big sip, instantly feeling somewhat relieved. But it was still spicy, her cheeks flushed crimson. Jiang Ming thought it was just from the spiciness, only the girl herself knew the real reason. It wasn't because the stir-fried noodles were too spicy, it was purely because of Jiang Ming's sudden head pat. A little spice like this wasn't enough to make her blush. /degree_. Halfway through the stir-fried rice noodles, Xia Ziyu felt her face cooling down and finally spoke to Jiang Ming. "Jiang Ming, how's the moving going? Doing it alone must be exhausting. With so much stuff, it'll probably take 2 whole days to finish." Jiang Ming had another busy morning ahead. So much hard work. Xia Ziyu's heart ached for him. She wanted to help, but between taking care of the little one and not feeling comfortable leaving the baby with a caretaker, she simply couldn't break free. Taking a leisurely bite of his Tuja-style savory pancake, Jiang Ming said, "It's all moved. We can go straight there once Ningning gets discharged from the hospital." "All moved in? That quickly?" Xia Ziyu sounded surprised. "Not much stuff, just clothes and some essentials. The rest is already there." Jiang Ming paused, then added, "The driver helped me move, so it went fast." "I see, well that's good then." Seeming to remember something, Xia Ziyu's eyes gleamed mischievously as she laughed. "So, when can I come over for a sleepover? I could share a room with Ningning." Jiang Ming's lips curled slightly. "Sharing a room with Ningning? That won't do." "Xia Ziyu?" Suddenly, as if realizing something, her eyes widened in surprise. You couldn't possibly be asking me to join you in." Of course, it's not like she couldn't do that anyway. All thoughts of modesty or restraint had long been thrown out the window. What good was modesty? Could modesty put food on the table? Obviously not. So, Jiang Ming ate, immediately spotting the crazy thoughts running through that girl's mind. He couldn't help but laugh, picking up a clean chopstick from the side and lightly tapping it on her head. "What are you thinking about?" Xia Ziyu felt pain and finally realized what was happening. She covered her head and said in a resentful tone, "I didn't. If you don't let me sleep with Ningning, where should I sleep? Am I supposed to sleep on the sofa? Settle for the second best." Sniffles. It seemed she might actually be able to accept this arrangement. Humble mode activated. Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow and said, "There are 3 bedrooms at my place, 2 master bedrooms and a children's room. Why squeeze together with Ningning?" Xia Ziyu, Omega. 3 rooms. There were actually 2 master bedrooms. Could this be anything other than tailor-made for them? Though she currently had no legitimate claim, she would eventually marry into the family anyway. How wonderful. Then, is the other master bedroom reserved for me? Xia Ziyu asked joyfully. Jiang Ming didn't answer her directly, instead saying, "Hurry up and eat, stop talking so much. We'll discuss everything after the meal." The implication was crystal clear. Xia Ziyu was overjoyed inside. For some reason, she inexplicably felt like a concubine in the imperial harem who'd finally gained recognition after prolonged suffering. "Got it. I'll eat right away." Soon, the meal was over. Xia Ziyu let out a satisfied burp. Just as Jiang Ming was about to clear the leftovers from the table, she hurriedly stepped in. "Go rest over there. I'll take care of this." He had been working non-stop for nearly an entire day without a break. How could such a little thing still be left for him to do? At this moment, she finally understood why housewives on TV would laboriously maintain the entire household inside and out every day, because men work hard all day to earn money outside. A wife should do her best to share the burden, taking care of household chores and cooking, so when the man returns from work to a clean home and delicious food, his fatigue will vanish instantly. If both have jobs, then share the housework. Give and help each other. This way, life will continue harmoniously. Xia Ziyu suddenly understood. She secretly resolved to share more burdens with Jiang Ming after marriage, at least to ease his exhaustion. After tidying up, as Xia Ziyu was about to return to the ward after throwing away the trash, her phone in her pocket suddenly pinged. "Thank you bosses for the rewards. I'm not a full-time writer, I have a day job, stay up late every night writing, and type painfully slow. It's so hard. Would also appreciate your 5-star ratings, update reminders, and free gifts. With enough gifts, I might add bonus chapters even if it kills me to write them." Chapter 68. Looks like you're just dying to snuggle with your boyfriend. It's a WeChat message. She was a bit puzzled. Who would be messaging her at this hour? Mom and Dad? That didn't seem likely. She'd already informed them earlier, and they usually wouldn't reach out to her unless something important happened. Frowning, she took out her phone and instinctively sat down on a nearby blue public bench. Opening WeChat, she immediately spotted a familiar profile picture. It was none other than her dramatic best friend Tang Xian. Her mom still thought she was staying at Tang Xian's place. She'd stayed over at her bestie's house before, which was why her mom didn't suspect anything. Otherwise, one phone call could have blown her cover. She definitely didn't believe this guy could share some psychic connection with her and help her deceive everyone. In WeChat, Tang Xian asked, "What are you up to? Haven't heard a peep from you in days. If you're not annoying me, I almost feel unaccustomed to it." Xia Ziyu? Annoying? So, earlier when she had nothing better to do than bother Tang Xian, was she annoying her? Humph. No matter. Now that she had Jiang Ming and Ningning, she would devote herself entirely to her beloved and her little sister. Forget about best friends, she wouldn't bother her anymore. Seeing Xia Ziyu send two big question marks, Tang Xian realized she'd gone too far with her words and quickly sent a grinning emoji in response. With a grin, he said, "Alright, I was just saying, how could that be annoying? Just joking with you. I'm just curious about what you've been up to lately. Ever since you started working, you barely have time to chat with me." No, actually now it's days without talking at all. If I hadn't reached out to you today, would you have even bothered to contact me? Hearing this, Xia Ziyu's expression softened slightly, just a tiny bit. Honestly, does he even know how to talk to people? I've been way too busy these days, no time at all. Tang Xian wasn't convinced. No time? Don't you close shop and finish work every afternoon? Seems to me you just want to cling to that boyfriend of yours. After all, they'd just gotten back together, of course they'd be inseparable for a while. Xia Ziyu didn't hide the truth. The little one's having surgery, I need to help with the care. Jiang Ming's so busy, where would he find the time? Tang Xian couldn't understand, if he's so busy, why not just hire a nurse to look after the child? Why do you specifically need to come take care of it? Xia Ziyu, he wanted to hire a caregiver, but I wouldn't let him. Tang Xian, huh, why not? Could any caregiver possibly be as thorough as me? What if they took the money without doing their job properly? Let me tell you, in today's society, if you hire a nanny to watch your child and the parents aren't home to supervise, the child could be beaten without anyone knowing. Some nannies are downright brazen, Xia Ziyu said earnestly. Just look at how many similar news stories there are these days. Honestly, what she said did make some sense. Not every caretaker is like that, you're just overthinking things. Xia Ziyu scoffed. Pfft, what do you know? There's always a possibility, so it's better if I take care of her. Besides, the little one is really well behaved, I quite like her. Tang Xian had no choice but to relent when she put it that way. Once this guy makes up his mind, not even 10 oxen could drag him back. Stubborn as a mule. After some thought, she asked, "Which hospital is it? I happen to be free now, maybe I'll drop by." Seeing these words, Xia Ziyu froze momentarily before coming to her senses after a long pause. "You're coming," she said, lifting her head to glance outside where the sky had completely darkened. "What's wrong? This won't do either. Afraid I'll make a move on your boyfriend?" Xia Ziyu snorted. "Of course not. Even if you wanted to, it'd be useless. His heart belongs to me alone." The sickeningly sweet stench of young love. Tang Xian could practically see that smug little look on Xia Ziyu's face already. "Alright, enough showing off. Tell me which hospital." "Zhongbei People's Hospital." "I'll be right there. But before that, I need to buy some gifts," Tang Xian said. "Since it's right after surgery, nutritional supplements wouldn't be appropriate. What do you think about buying some fruits and flowers? Maybe some toys too. They should be practically useful. Such a young child couldn't possibly consume so many nutritional supplements anyway." She also had another purpose, to take a casual look at Xia Ziyu's much-talked-about ex-boyfriend. What kind of person is this, really? I've been curious for so long, and now I finally have the chance to watch the drama and gossip a bit. Xia Ziyu pondered for a moment before replying, "No problem. Alright, let's not talk about it for now. I'm going to buy some flowers." Understood. Xia Ziyu turned off her phone and returned to the hospital room, informing Jiang Ming that Tang Xian was coming to visit the little one. "If you don't agree, I can tell her now, before she buys anything." Jiang Ming replied indifferently, "There's no need for agreement or disagreement. She's your friend, you decide." Since the visitor was coming with good intentions to see the child, he had no reason to object. After all, she wasn't coming to see him. She decides? For some reason, hearing those words inexplicably put Xia Ziyu at ease. She quickly nodded and said, "Okay, got it." An hour later, Tang Xian had already arrived at the hospital entrance. If it weren't for the traffic jam during rush hour, she would have arrived long ago. Car sickness had left her face ghastly pale. She looked like she might vomit any second. Such is the plight of those prone to motion sickness. Taking a bus is pure torture. Xia Ziyu immediately ran to the hospital entrance upon hearing Tang Xian had arrived, spotting the girl at first glance. Seeing her deathly pale face, she was instantly alarmed. "Xian, are you okay?" "I'm fine, just a bit carsick. I'll be all right after resting for a while." Xia Ziyu took the initiative to carry the gifts and flowers, steadying Tang Xian as they made their way back to the hospital room. At this moment, the little one was already awake, lying there with wide eyes fixed intently on the television nearby, which was playing that culinary anime from before. The little thing was utterly absorbed in the show. Having just undergone surgery yesterday, greasy foods were off limits for now, leaving the child to stare longingly at the screen. As a little foodie, if I can't have something to eat, can't I at least take a look? The little one seemed to understand her situation, causing no fuss and behaving remarkably well. Outside, Xia Jiyu had already brought Tang Xian to the hospital room door. Now it was Tang Xian's turn to feel nervous. What should I do? Jiyu, I'm feeling a bit nervous. Xia Ziyu had a black line running down her face. Seriously? We're already at the door, what are you nervous about? Wasn't it your idea to come? What's this girl up to now? Besides, it's just the little one and Jiang Ming inside, no outsiders. Why would there be anything to be nervous about? Could it be? As if realizing something, Xia Ziyu narrowed her eyes and immediately grew wary. You couldn't possibly be because... As these words were spoken, Tang Xian promptly cut her off, flicking her forehead with a snap while retorting irritably, what's going through that head of yours? Do you really think your best friend is such a morally bankrupt person? Chapter 69, Ning Ning can be discharged from the hospital. This silly girl, how dare she think of her like that? After knowing each other for so many years, she'd never stoop to stealing her best friend's man, no matter what. Percent. She's definitely not one of those fake girlfriends you find in jokes, all smiles to your face but knives behind your back. Besides, with how inseparable those two are every single day, she wouldn't even have a chance to meddle even if she wanted to. Who knows what this silly girl keeps thinking about all day long? With a light smack, Xia Ziyu winced in pain and gave a resentful look. Alright, I was just joking. No need to hit so hard. Humph, that was nothing. I don't have the slightest interest in your so-called boyfriend, so don't go spreading nonsense. Then why did you say before that you found him really attractive? Xia Ziyu remembered this incident clearly. She had been quite dismissive at the time. Never did she expect that person would turn out to be Jiang Ming. Humph, if she hadn't discovered it herself, would they have just missed each other like that? Tang Xian. Who knew back then that he was actually your ex-boyfriend? Had I known, I wouldn't have even glanced his way. Just beyond the door, the two of them kept chattering noisily outside the door for quite a while. It wasn't until Jiang Ming opened the door to fetch some warm water for the little one that he discovered the two women standing right outside. The moment the door opened, for a moment, the air fell silent. This was the first time Tang Xian had looked at Jiang Ming this closely. When buying steamed buns before, it had just been a hurried glance without really observing him. Now that she looked properly, she finally understood why Xia Ziyu loved him so devotedly, refusing to let go even unto death. Jiang Ming was indeed really handsome. Isn't this exactly the type of face that could charm thousands of young girls? If she were Xia Ziyu, she'd probably be head over heels for him too. But who can truly understand matters of the heart? Good looks are one thing, but poor character just won't do. I heard what Xia Ziyu said earlier. Although Jiang Ming's actions were somewhat selfish, they were indeed considerate of her, not wanting to drag her down. Unconsciously, her impression of Jiang Ming had improved quite a bit. At least he wasn't some scumbag playing with people's feelings. Jiang Ming looked at the two of them with a calm expression and said, "What are you doing here? Why aren't you going inside?" Xia Ziyu smiled brightly, her eyes curving into crescents. "Not at all. We just arrived. Xian got a little carsick, so we were a bit slow." Jiang Ming gave a nod of acknowledgement and took the initiative to greet Tang Xian. "Hello, I'm Jiang Ming." Tang Xian snapped out of her momentary daze and responded with a slight smile. "Hello, I'm Tang Xian." Polite and proper. After exchanging greetings, Jiang Ming went to fetch hot water while the two girls entered the ward. The little one curiously peeked in their direction and called out cheerfully, "Jiyu Jijie." Then, curious eyes began to examine Tang Xian beside her, this older sister. She didn't seem to have met her before. This was Tang Xian's first time seeing the little dumpling, and her eyes instantly lit up. Wow, this child is just too adorable. She's so pretty. No wonder Xia Ziyu didn't want to hire a nurse but chose to come take care of her herself. If it were her, she'd probably do the same. Sob, she's so adorable, I really like her. Xia Ziyu rubbed the little one's head and laughed. "Ning Ning, this is Sister Ziyu's friend. Quickly call her Sister Xian." The little milk bun was very sweet, blinking her big eyes twice before calling out in a soft, sticky voice, "Sister Xian." Tang Xian felt like her heart had taken a critical hit. Damn it! How unbearably adorable. "Hey there, hello." Tang Xian's car sickness instantly vanished as she cheerfully presented the gift she'd bought. "This is a meeting present from Siyu Jijie, older sister Tang Siyu. Do you like it?" Inside the box lay a pink doll. The little one nodded gently. I like it. Thank you, Sister Xian. So, I told you Ning Ning is very well behaved, and so adorable too. How could I bear to leave her with a nurse? Tang Xian actually agreed with this point. Soon, Jiang Ming came back with some hot water, and Xia Jiyu quickly poured some into a cup and handed it to Tang Xian. This girl was totally carsick just now. Stayed here for a while. Tang Xian looked at Jiang Ming, then at Xia Jiyu. These two kept making eyes at each other. At this moment, I feel like a glowing 800-watt light bulb. Seemed rather superfluous. Enough already, it's time to leave. Staying any longer would only torture her as a single dog. It's getting late, I should head home. Tang Xian stood up. Xia Zhiyu gasped, leaving so soon? Tang Xian rolled her eyes at her. How much longer do you want me to stay? It's already this late. Well, that's true. Then be careful on your way back. Let me know when you get home. Okay. Tang Xian bid farewell to the little one with a cheerful smile, saying, Goodbye, Ningning. Big sister will come visit you again soon. Meichum, bye-bye Xian sister. With that, Tang Xian left. As soon as the others left, Xia Ziyu blinked her eyes and then walked over to unpack the fruit basket brought by Tang Xiu. The basket was filled with brightly colored fruits of all kinds. They looked quite appealing. Xia Ziyu chuckled and murmured to herself, this girl sure knows how to pick them, not bad, not bad. Inside were bananas, kiwis, mangoes, oranges, and so on. Several kinds. Her gaze turned to Jiang Ming, about to ask the little one which type he could eat. Jiang Ming said directly, banana. Dip it in hot water, then it's ready to eat. Got it. Following Jiang Ming's instructions, she immediately dipped it in hot water, then brought a spoon and sat by the bed, ready to feed the little one. At that moment, a slender, well-defined hand reached over and gently took the banana from her grasp. Let me handle this. You should go grab something to eat too. Xia Zhiyu froze momentarily, then responded with an "oh" before stepping aside. The atmosphere now felt warm and serene. At last she could eat something. The little one's eyes lit up as she ate with relish, saying sweetly, Big brother, banana, yummy. Jiang Ming gazed at her tenderly, good. Once Ningning gets better, you can eat whatever you want. Then can Ningning have a lollipop? You can, but only after we leave the hospital. Immersive translate. Before I knew it, 5 or 6 days had passed. Afternoon. It was the little one's day to be discharged from the hospital and come home. Although she could leave the hospital, she still needed 2 or 3 months of recuperation at home to fully recover. She also had to avoid intense activities like running and any stimulating games during this period. Keep your diet as light as possible. This way, there generally won't be any problems. Big brother, once we get home, can we finally go see Grandma? The little dumpling was still thinking about Granny Lin. She hadn't seen her in so many days. I miss her so much. The little dumpling still hadn't realized they'd moved to a new home, thinking she could go find Grandma as soon as they got back. Jiang Ming took the opportunity to pick her up, smiling as he said, Ningning dear, we've already moved to our new home. How about we visit Grandma in a couple days? Let's go see our new place first. You even get your own room. 654459790. Updates delivered as promised. Thank you all for your support and gifts. As always, please click for updates, 5-star ratings, and free gifts if you can. Much appreciated. Love you all. The rabbit cowed out again, thud thud thud. Chapter 70, Ningning, this is our own home. The little one blinked, momentarily not understanding what her brother meant, her small face utterly confused. All she knew was she couldn't visit Grandma today, she'd have to wait a couple more days. Looking at her adorable little face, Jiang Ming gently tapped her tiny nose and chuckled. What Big Brother means is that Ningning will have her own room from now on, filled with lots and lots of dolls and toys. Sure enough, the mention of dolls and toys immediately sparked the little one's interest, their voice sweet and endearing. Are all these toys for Ningning? Jiang Ming smiled and nodded in response. That's right, they're all specifically prepared for Ningning. You'll see them when we get to the new home. Though she hadn't seen them yet, the little one could already imagine countless dolls and toys before her eyes. Her crescent-shaped eyes crinkled with delight as she grinned. Then Ningning wants to go to the new home. He felt it wasn't quite appropriate for the little one to rush over there so soon after being discharged, especially since the surgery had only been a few days ago. It would be better to wait until she'd recovered more. Going now might make the elders think he lacked consideration. Nearby, Xia Ziyu was packing things while texting Tang Xian. She just sent 2 messages when Jiang Ming put down the milk bun and walked over, saying calmly, let me handle packing these. Ha, it's fine, there's not much anyway. Xia Ziyu's heart was still racing with excitement at that moment. Finally, are we going to Jiang Ming's new house at last? I've been thinking about it for so long. In the previous place with just one bed, she couldn't bring herself to stay over. There was no way she could let Jiang Ming sleep on the floor. I've heard that sleeping on the ground floor for extended periods can easily lead to rheumatism and bone diseases, causing backaches and joint pain. In severe cases, it might even result in paralysis. After packing their belongings, Jiang Ming took the 2 of them, one big, one small, and left the hospital by taxi. After being confined to the hospital for a whole week with no chance to go anywhere, the little one couldn't stop looking out the car window, eyes darting left and right, a beaming smile lighting up their tiny face. Absolutely adorable. Soon after, a soft, milky voice suddenly piped up, Big brother, does this mean Ningning can go to kindergarten now and make lots of friends? The little dumpling stared wide-eyed at Jiang Ming without blinking. Upon hearing this, watching from the side, Xia Zhiyu's heart ached for the child. When I went to Jiang Ming's place to grab a meal earlier, I really didn't see Ningning having any friends, and there weren't many kids around there to begin with. No wonder the little one is so shy around strangers. The little one secretly whispered this to her. Her biggest wish is to have lots and lots of friends. Jiang Ming tenderly patted her little head. That's right, our Ningning will finally get to go to kindergarten soon. Yay, going to kindergarten. The entire car was filled with the little one's laughter. Over half an hour later, the car turned into the vicinity of Xianghuayuan. The surrounding buildings noticeably became more upscale, with several particularly eye-catching ancient-style structures boasting exquisite designs. Even as a native of Jiangbei, Xia Zhiyu rarely visited this area. She remembered a relative on her mother's side who had married into Qinyang district. Unless it was for good food or visiting family, she normally never had any reason to come here. Looks like I'll be coming here often from now on. How could she not, when the person she likes lives here? No matter how far it is, she's willing to make the trip. Soon, the car pulled up at the hydrangea garden's entrance. Jiang Ming was the first to get out with their belongings, while Xia Ziyu took charge of carrying the little milk bun. The extraordinarily high attractiveness of the trio instantly caught the attention of the security guards in the booth. It's truly rare to see such a good-looking family, especially the little girl being carried in the beautiful woman's arms. So incredibly adorable. He inherited all the best genes from his parents perfectly. These security guards all have children at home, and they're absolute doting fathers to their daughters. They simply adored the little one at first sight. Yes, they'd already automatically assumed the little one was Jiang Ming and Xia Jiyu's child. Watching Jiang Ming input the password to enter, the silhouette of the family of three gradually faded into the distance. A guard in his 30s in the security booth sighed and said, "Such a lovely little girl. What a shame, my wife only gave me a son, and she absolutely refuses to have a second child. Guess I'll never get to have a daughter in this lifetime. With things the way they are now, without any financial stability, who'd dare have a second child? Say, they look somewhat unfamiliar, new residents, aren't they? That must be it. Ah, another wealthy person moving in, how enviable. If I had those means, I'd already have my third child." The neighborhood's landscaping was quite well done, with a large fountain located right in the center of all the residential buildings. At the heart of the fountain stood an artistic sculpture. Like the finishing touch that brings a painting to life, it added an unmistakable touch of sophistication. The little milk bun saw such a beautiful place for the first time, blinking her big eyes. In her memory, only houses on TV looked like this. "Ningning, do you like it here?" Jiang Ming patted her little head and asked with a smile. The little milk bun immediately nodded, her big eyes sparkling brightly. I like it, Ningning likes it so much." The little one truly adored this place, wandering around wide-eyed like an inquisitive baby, peeking left and right curiously. Arrived at the building entrance, entered the lobby, and smoothly took the elevator up. Ding dong. Soon enough, reached the 20th floor. 2002. This was the new apartment number. Entering the password to open the door, Jiang Ming stepped inside first and put down the items he was carrying. Noticing Xia Ziyu and the little one still hadn't come in, he couldn't help but ask, why aren't you two coming in?" The little one, who had been bubbling with excitement just moments ago, suddenly seemed uneasy, her small face scrunching up nervously. Beside her, Xia Ziyu felt both sorrowful and sympathetic. Ningning thinks this place is too clean. She's afraid she'll dirty the floor if she walks in. She also said. Jiang Ming's heart clenched. Said what? She said when she was over there playing at an auntie's house, the place was super clean. She got scolded for dirtying the floor. Jiang Ming had no idea about this incident. The little one had never mentioned it to him before. An indescribable emotion suddenly welled up in Jiang Ming's heart. His eyes stung as he hugged the tiny bundle closer, saying tenderly, "Ningning, this is our own home. It doesn't matter if you make a mess, Big Brother will clean it up for you." At this sight, Xia Ziyu also secretly wiped away a tear. Just how difficult had life been for these siblings over the past year, to leave such psychological scars on Ningning? The more she thought about it, the more her heart ached. Fortunately, all their hardships were finally being repaid with sweetness. Jiang Ming carried the little milk bun inside, with Xia Ziyu following closely behind and casually closing the door. After changing into slippers, she finally took a proper look around the house. Holy smokes, this living room was easily twice the size of hers. Done in a minimalist style with light gray tones, it was perfectly tailored to her aesthetic tastes. She had never been fond of overly flashy decorations. This was just right. Chapter 71, I'm still your best choice. Simple yet stylish, with an air of sophistication. Oh wow, it's so beautiful. What matters most is the spaciousness, especially the living room. It could easily accommodate 2 or 3 kids without feeling cluttered. The bigger, the better. Someone's mind was already drifting into fantasies of raising children with Jiang Ming in the future. Pure bliss. The weather was too hot, so Jiang Ming turned on all the air conditioners in the house, setting them to a comfortable 26 degrees Celsius. After placing the toddler on the floor, Jiang Ming's soothing efforts quickly took effect. Gone was the earlier unease, and the child immediately began playing gleefully, freely expressing their youthful spirit. The entire living room echoed with her cheerful laughter. With so much space to explore, she wandered here and there, curiously taking everything in. Jiang Ming smiled gently and beckoned to the little milk bun. Ningning, big brother will take you to your room. Having played too enthusiastically, the little one suddenly remembered the dolls and toys her brother had mentioned earlier. With an obedient expression, she walked over, her eyes sparkling brightly, brimming with anticipation. The innermost room was the children's bedroom. At the bedroom door, Jiang Ming gently turned the doorknob and opened the door. Before his eyes lay a pink world. A child's bed, wardrobe, desk, walls, everything. It was as if he'd stepped into a sea of pink. The little girl loved pink the most. Seeing this scene, her big eyes instantly gleamed as she cooed excitedly, wow, brother, it's pink, so much pink. Dolly, Ningning loves it so much. The little one toddled inside with delighted steps, her face beaming with joy. The children's room was quite spacious. Besides the bed, a pink Hello Kitty rug was placed on the floor. It looked utterly dreamy. The little one was practically rolling around on the rug, her gaze darting from one doll to another toy, her face brimming with unrestrained joy, eyes crinkling into crescent moons. She grinned so wide her eyes disappeared behind her smile. Big brother, are all these dolls Ningning's? Jiang Ming nodded with a smile, his eyes full of tenderness. Yes, they're all yours. Wow, Ningning loves them so much. This was the first time Jiang Ming had seen the little one so overjoyed. His mood couldn't help but lift along with hers. Children were truly magical creatures that way. Seeing their happiness inevitably made yours blossom too. Stepping out of the nursery, Xia Ziyu glanced at the little dumpling playing in the pile of toys and said with a smile, looks like she won't be coming out anytime soon. By the way, did you specially decorate this room? Not bad at all. Come to think of it, something doesn't quite add up. Didn't Jiang Ming say he just signed the contract a few days ago? A few days wouldn't have been enough time for all this decoration. Jiang Ming's lips curved slightly upward as he shrugged and said, back then, I chose to rent this place precisely because the children's room looked good, perfect for Ningning. It's about time she had her own space anyway. She couldn't keep sleeping with him forever. It just wasn't proper in the long run. Xia Ziyu would be lying if she said she wasn't envious. She'd only gotten her own room at 6 or 7 years old. At 3, she'd still been crammed in with her parents. So, what about my room then? Xia Ziyu asked cautiously, her cheeks flushing pink as she seemed somewhat embarrassed to bring it up. Though their relationship was now set in stone, there was still an awkwardness between them that made this particular question feel strangely out of place. Come with me. The other master bedroom was right next to the children's room. When she eagerly opened the door, her eyes met with an extremely spacious room. To the right of the bed stood a massive floor-to-ceiling window, through which she could see a distant stretch of lake water glittering beyond. Several large boats were moving very slowly across the lake's surface. Is this Fenghuang Lake? So this house was actually near Fenghuang Lake. You could even say it's right beside the scenic area. Thinking it over carefully, considering this prime location and the enormous space, the rent must be incredibly expensive. It definitely wouldn't be less than 10,000 yuan. Is this really my room? Xia Ziyu asked uncertainly. The moment she opened the curtains, she could see Phoenix Lake. The location was exceptionally good. Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow. There's another one. Choose whichever you prefer. His words made Xia Ziyu blush, her heart pounding. Choose for myself. Is it really this good? Whoa, Jiang Ming is so considerate toward her. Love him for that. Then I'll take this one. Having a place to stay is already good enough. What's there to pick and choose? As long as she could be with Jiang Ming, she was happy to live anywhere. Even a basement would do, just as long as she had a place of her own and didn't feel as awkward as she had over there. This room was really nice, offering beautiful scenery first thing in the morning. Noticing her delighted expression, Jiang Ming's lips curled slightly as he teased, so you're not going home? Even if I let you stay here, how would you explain it to your parents? Speaking of going home, Xia Ziyu froze momentarily. He immediately put on a bitter gourd face. Yeah, she couldn't stay here forever, or sooner or later she'd raise her parents' suspicions. If they found out she was shamelessly clinging to living in a boy's house, they'd absolutely yell her to death. And they probably wouldn't allow her to visit Jiang Ming ever again. Wah, no, she absolutely didn't want that. A day apart feels like 3 years. If she couldn't come, it'd be better letting her die. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she cheerfully added, don't worry, I can stall my parents a bit longer. The main thing is, Ningning just got discharged and needs care during recovery. Hiring a nanny isn't reassuring. I'm still your best choice, you know. She genuinely adored Ningning. Being Ningning's nanny? She'd be delighted. Jiang Ming, is she addicted to taking care of the little one now? Seeing Jiang Ming's hesitant expression, Xia Ziyu blinked her eyes pitifully and said, you're not actually going to reject me, are you? Think about it, you'll be busy early in the morning. Are you really okay with leaving Lingling alone at home? She's so young, what if she gets hungry? Besides, wouldn't bringing her to the shop just make her suffer? How about this? I'll take a break from working at the breakfast shop for now and focus on taking care of Ling Ling full-time. Once she recovers a bit more, I'll go back to helping out, okay? I simply couldn't withstand her persistent pleading. Jiang Ming found himself inexplicably agreeing. Immersive translate. Evening. Both little gluttons were getting hungry, their eyes involuntarily drifting toward Jiang Ming sitting across from them. The tiny one spoke with a soft, sticky sweet voice, "Big brother, Ning Ning is hungry." Then glancing at Xia Zhiyu, she added, "Sister Zhiyu is hungry too." Jiang Ming found it amusing and asked, "What would you like to eat?" Update delivered. The bunny writer hit a serious writer's block today, so the update is late. Thanks to Chi Gumao Xian for the 5 love letter rewards. Thanks to Boss Payu for the character summon and inspiration capsule rewards. Thanks to Sunrise Kissing Moonfall for the update reminders and other rewards. Thanks to Yumo for the update reminders and more. The rabbit can't keep count anymore, kneeling here to thank all the big bosses for your gifts. As a token of gratitude, 3 loud kowtows coming your way, bang, bang, bang. Lastly, I'm begging for gifts, urging for updates, 5-star reviews. The author will consider adding more chapters based on your support, or you can just smash me with gifts, whatever works. Chapter 72, Sister Zhiyu, do you like my brother too? The little one is still in recovery, so her diet must remain light for now. All those tempting snacks from the food street? Completely off limits. Ning Ning wants to eat. The little milk bun propped her chin on tiny hands, pondering what to choose. Jiang Ming patted her small head and chuckled, "None of those street snacks outside will do." The little one pouted with a comically aggrieved expression, "Huh? Why? Ning Ning still wants chicken wings." Speaking of this matter, Jiang Ming's expression turned somewhat solemn, but not wanting to frighten the milk dumpling child, he gently explained, "These all must wait until you're better before eating." Pointing to his own chest, he added, "Otherwise this place might hurt again, and then Ning Ning couldn't go to kindergarten or make friends." At these words, the little one seemed to recall those post-surgery days when the anesthesia wore off. That kind of pain. Her little face immediately scrunched up, her brows curling into 2 fuzzy caterpillars, looking utterly pitiful yet so well-behaved it tugged at one's heartstrings. Okay, then Ning Ning won't eat it anymore. She still had kindergarten to attend and friends to make. Our Ning Ning is the best behaved. Jiang Ming smiled and gently patted her little head. Shall Big Brother make some noodles for you and Zhiyu, sister? Speaking of noodles, the little one's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Big Brother, is it that chicken soup noodle from last time? Not only did the baby milk bun remember it, even foodie Xia Zhiyu had been craving it for a long time. That aroma was so inviting it made one's mouth water. Just thinking about it made her stomach start growling loudly again. I'm really hungry. That's right, chicken noodle soup, but Big Brother still needs to go to the supermarket to buy some ingredients. Just having chicken broth isn't enough, need to get some noodles too. The new place only has tools, no cooking supplies. Then buy some foods that would be good for the little milk dumpling's health. Things like fruits and vegetables. A few days ago, because of her recent surgery, he didn't dare give the little milk bun the special medicinal tonic, fearing it might be too nourishing for her fragile body to handle. 7 days have passed, so there shouldn't be any issues now. Mentioning the supermarket made the little one perk up immediately. Her eyes sparkled as she pleaded in an adorably soft voice, "Big Brother, Ning Ning wants to go to the supermarket too." Considering the scorching heat outside, Jiang Ming frowned slightly and pinched the little milk bun's chubby cheeks gently. "I'll be back soon. Will Ning Ning wait at home with Sister Zhiyu? Be good." The little one blinked her big eyes, her face a mix of longing and anticipation as she gazed at Jiang Ming. Clearly, she wanted to go, yet she also understood her brother's concerns for her. After wrestling with hesitation for a while, she finally nodded obediently and said, "Okay, Ning Ning will stay home with Zhiyu Jie and wait for brother to come back." "You're such a good girl," Jiang Ming whispered, planting a gentle kiss on the little one's forehead before rising to leave. Before leaving, he cast a deep glance at Xia Zhiyu, then turned his gaze to the round-faced toddler staring eagerly at him, his eyes brimming with tender affection. The 2 most important people in his life were both by his side. I ask for nothing more, even if life continues like this in plain simplicity. He was content. Bye-bye, Big Brother, the little one waved her tiny hand. After Jiang Ming closed the door from outside, the sweet little dumpling obediently sat on the sofa, not at all upset. Turning her head, she grinned at Xia Zhiyu and said, "Sister Zhiyu, Ning Ning wants to watch cartoons, the one with lots of yummy food." So many delicious foods? It took Xia Zhiyu a moment to process before remembering, wasn't the little one referring to that food-themed anime they watched last time? She picked up the remote control from the coffee table, and opened the homepage of the internet TV. She easily found the anime, but it required a membership. Xia Zhiyu clenched her fists in frustration. Damn it, these people are money grubbing. $30 just to watch TV? That's practically robbery. The mobile app subscription only costs 15 yuan a month. Since her parents were the ones watching shows on the family TV, she had no idea about the pricing. Though 30 yuan isn't much, paying that just for a membership feels outrageously expensive. Wouldn't it be delightful to buy a few candied hawthorn skewers for the little milk bun? Muttering to herself, she finally subscribed to the membership and successfully played that anime. The little one found the most comfortable position, leaning against the sofa with eyes glued to the TV screen, soon completely engrossed. Xia Ziyu also watched with great relish. On the other side, Jiang Ming had already successfully located the supermarket, just a few hundred meters away from the residential area. This supermarket is fairly ordinary. On the other side of the residential area, there's a high-end supermarket selling mostly imported goods, with relatively higher prices. Entering the supermarket, Jiang Ming headed straight for the meat section, scanning the neatly arranged rows from top to bottom. All kinds of meat had already been weighed and packaged. Most people basically buy according to their needs. Jiang Ming took 2 boxes of beef and 2 freshly slaughtered pigeons. Then he went next door to get a crushing carp. He'd make some fish soup in the evening to nourish the little one. After gathering these items, he headed to the produce section and picked up some vegetables and fruits. Thinking of Xia Ziyu, that little glutton, Jiang Ming sighed in resignation before adding her favorite snacks to the cart, something to munch on when hunger struck. In less than half an hour, the entire shopping cart was packed to the brim. He deliberately bought extra noodles, worried they wouldn't be enough for those 2 greedy little kittens. After finishing his shopping, Jiang Ming carried 2 large shopping bags and headed back. The little milk bun had completely forgotten her disappointment about not going to the supermarket, watching TV with gleeful laughter. She was still thinking about that veggie and fruit pizza from earlier. Xia Ziyu found it amusing and gently ruffled her soft hair. Be good now, Ning Ning. When you're all better, big sister will get you anything you want to eat, okay? Aha, okay. The little one nodded cheerfully, then seemed to remember something and added, can Ning Ning eat instant noodles when I'm better? This unexpected request made Xia Ziyu pause before she burst into laughter. Instant noodles? Is that all the little one aspires to? Lemon, instant noodles aren't healthy, eating too much isn't good for you. No way, the little one's still so young, we've got to keep her away from this junk food. Stay away from junk food, start young. Your brother makes such delicious noodles it'd break his heart seeing you eat instant ones. Sure enough, her words turned out to be effective. The little one quickly understood and nervously said, Ning Ning doesn't want brother to be sad, so I won't eat instant noodles anymore. That's my good girl. The conversation came to a halt. After several minutes, suddenly, the little one blurted out, Sister Ziyu, do you also like my brother? The question was so sudden that Xia Ziyu couldn't help but pause for a moment. Then she nodded with a radiant smile, yes, your Ziyu sister likes your brother, the very much kind of like. Then does Ziyu's sister want to marry my brother? The TV says if you like someone you should marry them and become their wife. Xia Ziyu was stunned. Wow, this little milk dumpling knows quite a lot. When she had asked Jiang Ming earlier, she thought the little one was just saying it offhand. After all, kids imitate what they see. Now, she was being asked again. Chapter 73, Xia Ziyu's embarrassing moment of being lifted up. She now strongly suspected that the little one was their divine wingman, specially sent to boost her and Jiang Ming's relationship. This is good. It shows the little milk bun really likes her big sister. That's a wonderful thing. Just as she was about to answer I want to marry you, suddenly there was movement at the door, followed by the doorbell ringing. Xia Ziyu quickly jumped off the sofa, wondering why they'd returned in just over half an hour. She still maintained a healthy sense of caution. Peering cautiously through the peephole, her eyes instantly brightened when she saw Jiang Ming returning outside, and she immediately opened the door. You're back so soon. I thought it would take you much longer. I was worried you'd be hungry, so I hurried back. Jiang Ming walked in carrying bags and changed his shoes. Looking at these 2 large bags, one filled with meat and vegetables, and the other unexpectedly stuffed with delicious snacks. Did he buy them specially for her? Xia Ziyu's eyelid twitched. Jiang Ming didn't like eating snacks himself, and the little one couldn't eat much either. Thinking back to how she had just told the little dumpling to eat less junk food, Xia Ziyu couldn't help but blush a little. They always say to lead by example, setting a good model for children so they can learn well. Sob. She simply couldn't resist the temptation of snacks. How could this be leading by example? Seeing her brother return, the little one enthusiastically waved her tiny hand. Big bro, you're back. Having said that, she immediately turned her gaze back to the television and continued watching. Jiang Ming chuckled to himself, then carried the groceries into the kitchen. After sorting and storing them in the refrigerator, he picked out some noodles and began preparing chicken noodle soup. At that moment, Xia Ziyu walked in, rolling up her sleeves with a cheerful grin. Jiang Ming, need any help with prep work? As she spoke, her eyes wandered around the kitchen. It was easily several times larger than the one in her home, and most impressively, featured an enormous double-door refrigerator. The oven, air fryer, and everything else are all available. It must be said that renting this house is such a great deal. Jiang Ming glanced at her and said, no need, just wait in the living room. It'll be ready soon. I can help wash the scallions and peel the garlic. Seeing her so determined, Jiang Ming felt somewhat helpless as he watched the girl take green onions, spring onions, and garlic out of the fridge. After washing the onions, she separated the garlic into individual cloves. Picking up a kitchen knife, she skillfully slammed it down on the garlic with practiced ease. After smashing the garlic, she peeled away the skins and chopped them up along with the onions for later use, placed on a plate and set aside. Then she waited for Jiang Ming's next move. "Jiang Ming, aren't you going to watch TV?" "Xia Ziyu, not yet." Seeing her hesitant expression, wanting to say something but too shy to speak, Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow. "What did you want to tell me?" "It's nothing much, Jiang Ming. Could you teach me how to cook? Even if it's just letting me watch while you prepare meals would be fine," Xia Ziyu said, her voice tinged with bitterness. Though skilled with a knife, she was utterly clueless when it came to actual cooking. If she was going to take care of Ningning later, how could she manage without basic culinary skills? There was no way she'd rely on takeout every day or make Jiang Ming prepare their meals overnight. Otherwise, what would be the point of her staying here at all? Jiang Ming glanced at her with indifferent poise. "You wouldn't be able to learn it." "Ha!" Hearing this, Xia Ziyu's cheeks instantly puffed up in indignation as she protested heatedly. "I haven't even started learning yet. How could you possibly know I wouldn't be able to?" Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow. "Have you forgotten what happened in sophomore year?" "That incident during sophomore year." At this mention, Xia Ziyu's beautiful eyes widened as she suddenly remembered. So embarrassed he wished he could crawl into a hole and hide. Who would have thought Jiang Ming still remembered this embarrassing incident from years ago? Ugh, it's just too humiliating. Back when school was on break, one of our female classmates had parents away on business, so several girls from the dorm went to her house as guests. When it came time to cook and eat together, no one else knew how, so they suggested ordering takeout. Xia Ziyu, brimming with confidence, raised her hand to take charge, reasoning that even if she hadn't eaten pork, she'd at least seen pigs run. So, brimming with confidence, he stepped into the kitchen. After some chaotic cooking attempts, in the end, they almost blew up the kitchen. Considering nothing caught fire, they were lucky. After learning about this incident, Jiang Ming never dared to let Xia Ziyu enter the kitchen again. At most, he allowed her to wash or chop vegetables, but actual cooking? Absolutely out of the question. Xia Ziyu mumbled awkwardly, "That was just an accident. Why bring it up again? Besides, no one taught me back then. I just watched my mom. Now that you're teaching me, there definitely won't be any accidents." "Not possible." "Then let me just watch from the side, if that's okay." Jiang Ming didn't object to this and started preparing the chicken noodle soup. He opened the refrigerator and took out 2 bowls of chicken broth he'd previously exchanged from the system store. Xia Ziyu stood by, watching intently without blinking. The moment the chicken soup was taken out of the refrigerator, its aroma filled the entire kitchen. She, who had been feeling somewhat drowsy, instantly perked up as her stomach growled again. Appetite wide open. It smells absolutely delicious. No matter how good those outside noodles are, they can't hold a candle to chicken noodle soup, not even 1/10 as good. Delicious, rich aroma. 20 minutes later, 3 bowls of chicken noodle soup were ready, 2 large and 1 small, just in case the little glutton and the big glutton didn't have enough. There was still some left in the pot, plenty to fill them both up. After placing the noodles on the dining table, Jiang Ming picked up the toddler and placed her in the high chair next to the table. "Brother, the noodles smell so good. They're delicious." The little one's eyes sparkled at the sight of the golden chicken soup noodles, completely forgetting about the instant noodles he'd craved just moments earlier. After finishing the noodles, it was already 5 p.m. Jiang Ming was about to go wash the dishes when suddenly the phone rang. Looking down, he saw it was Li Tangyu calling. This guy practically sends him a WeChat poke every day, checking in on the little milk bun's health condition. Why the sudden phone call today? After answering, on Li Tanyu's end, it was unclear what he was doing. Sounded like he was running, panting heavily. "Old Jiang, did Ningning get discharged from the hospital today?" Jiang Ming, "Yeah, already home." After saying this, he paused briefly before raising an eyebrow and asking, "What are you up to? You're panting so hard, people might get the wrong idea." Don't get the wrong idea. I'm running, at the gym right now." Li Tangyu stepped off the treadmill and wiped his sweat, suddenly remembering the real reason for his call. Awkwardly, he added, "There's something I need to tell you." "Jiang Ming, what is it? Speak up." Today while chatting with old Gu and the others, I accidentally let slip about Ningning's situation," Li Tangyu sighed. "It was genuinely just a slip of the tongue, and now those two insist on going to see Ningning. I couldn't stop them even if I tried. They're even mad at me for not telling them sooner." He remembered promising Jiang Ming before leaving the hospital that he wouldn't tell those two about it, but in a moment of excitement, he'd inadvertently spilled the beans. Thank you, distinguished readers, for your inspiration capsules, update urgers, love letters, and more. Please accept this bow from Bunny. Bang bang bang. Don't hold back, just shower me with gifts. Also, please click for more updates, give 5-star ratings, and tap those free gifts. Even though Bunny is a working professional, I'll still try my best to update more. All I ask is that you bosses don't abandon this book, just clicking for updates and giving free gifts would make me perfectly content. Thank you. Chapter 74 just wants Changming to comfort her a little. The phone line remained quiet for a long while without any sound coming from the other side. Li Tangyu grew nervous, swallowing before stammering, hey, old Jiang, I really didn't mean to, it's just, I couldn't help blurting it out. It's nothing. They would have found out sooner or later anyway. When are they coming? So that's what it was. He thought it was something serious that required a phone call. Hearing this, Li Tangyu was momentarily stunned and somewhat dumbfounded. Huh? You're not mad that I couldn't keep my mouth shut and told them? After all, they'd agreed not to say anything earlier. He thought Jiang Ming would definitely be angry after finding out, even if not outwardly, at least privately displeased. Jiang Ming found himself both speechless and amused. If you told them, then you told them. What's there to blame? I'm just grateful you all care about Ningning, how could I possibly be upset? Li Tangyu immediately sniffled and chuckled sheepishly. Now that's what I call a real bro. Let me check when they're coming over, gotta hang up now. I'll text you on WeChat later. Fine. Jiang Ming gave an affirmative hum and ended the call. Just as he was about to continue washing the dishes, he lowered his head and noticed all the empty bowls were gone, with the sound of running water coming from the kitchen. At the sight, Jiang Min's lips curled into a faint smile. After eating and drinking her fill, Xiao Ningning started to feel drowsy sitting on the chair, her eyelids drooping bit by bit, her earlier enthusiasm for watching TV completely gone. Jiang Min chuckled and reached out to scoop the little milk dumpling into his arms. The moment she settled into her brother's embrace, the little one instantly relaxed, gently nuzzling against Jiang Min as she found a comfortable position. Within mere seconds, her eyelids shut, drifting off to sleep. There was still a bit of chicken soup clinging to the corner of her lips. With a doting smile, Jiang Ming grabbed a tissue and gently wiped the oil stains from the little dumpling's mouth. Then, with tender care, he pinched her chubby little cheek. No sooner had he done so than she smacked her lips softly in her sleep, unbearably adorable indeed. In the nursery, he settled the little dumpling onto the bed, tucked her in snugly, and adjusted the air conditioner to the perfect temperature. Jiang Ming gently closed the door and stepped out. Xia Jiyu had already come out from the kitchen. She glanced towards the children's room and whispered, Ningning's asleep? Jiang Ming nodded. Yes, she just fell asleep. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he asked, do you want to go home this afternoon? If you don't go back soon, your parents might start worrying. He did a quick calculation, the girl hadn't been home for 5 or 6 days. Xia Ziyu happily took out her phone and waved it, grinning as she said, don't worry, I've already talked to my mom, it's fine if I go back in a couple of days. No big deal. She was a little surprised by her mom's generosity. Usually, she'd be rushing her to come home by now. Just as she was speaking, another WeChat message popped up on Xia Jiyu's phone. She opened it with a smile. 10 seconds later, the originally beaming face visibly froze in place before gradually falling. On WeChat, Su Xian cheerfully said, Xiaoyu, your dad got 10 days off from work recently. We plan to take a flight and travel for a few days during this time, see some sights, enjoy good food, things like that. Take good care of yourself, okay? You know the door lock password at home. If you come back and get hungry, just order takeout. Mom will transfer you some money. She then followed up with several grinning emojis. Below the emoji was a transfer of 2,000 yuan. In other words, the so-called takeout money. Xia Ziyu. Damned mom. No wonder she was being so agreeable today. Turns out she and dad went off on a secret honeymoon trip behind my back. Humph. Angry, the kind that can't be coaxed easily. Seeing her expression, Jiang Ming curiously glanced at her phone screen, noticing the content and the money transfer. Couldn't resist. She burst out laughing. Gotta admit, the auntie is pretty adorable. Seeing Jiang Ming still laughing, Xia Ziyu gave him a light punch with her delicate fist. How awful of you to still be laughing at a time like this. Whimper, does she count as being abandoned now? Is this really my own daughter? After feeling annoyed, Xia Ziyu also breathed a sigh of relief. This way, she could spare time to accompany the little dumpling. Actually, even if her parents had wanted to take her along, she wouldn't have gone to be that glaring 800-watt third wheel shining bright between the couple. Blinding, isn't it? She'd rather stay here with Jiang Ming and the little dumpling anyway. There's food, drinks, and entertainment. What's most important is that Jiang Ming's cooking is absolutely delicious. Eating here every day never gets old. If only I could eat here for a lifetime. Whatever, forget it. I'll just go watch my anime instead. Xia Jiyu sighed and shuffled over to the couch, then lazily slumped onto it. She turned on the TV and enjoyed the cool breeze from the AC. It's so comfortable. Seeing this, Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow. Are you angry? Xia Ziyu hummed and deliberately remained silent in pretend anger, continuing to watch TV. Actually, she wasn't angry at all, quite the opposite. She was excited because she could temporarily stay here without being pestered. Could there be anything more joyous? She just wanted Jiang Ming to console her a little. That's all. Humph. Can't a girl be a little tsundere? Alright, don't be angry. I shouldn't have laughed. Jiang Ming sat down beside her, watching her cute tsundere act with puffed up cheeks that were absolutely adorable. Humph. Jiang Ming shuffled closer to her again, narrowing the gap between them. Don't be angry, I was wrong. Xia Ziyu suddenly thought this utterly resembled a boyfriend coaxing his girlfriend. Bah! They were boyfriend and girlfriend to begin with. Just as he thought, Jiang Ming moved even closer, reducing the distance between them further. Only when she caught the overwhelming scent of his masculine pheromones did Xia Ziyu snap back to reality. Wait, why is he sitting so close? As he inched nearer and nearer, he ended up pressed right against her in the end. Xia Ziyu turned her face and unexpectedly crashed into a pair of eyes that seemed to hold galaxies within them. She almost lost herself in their depths. Her heart began racing uncontrollably once again. Thump, thump, thump. His cheeks involuntarily flushed red. What are you doing? Xia Ziyu coughed and stammered out the question. Gazing at the girl's flushed cheeks, Jiang Ming's lips curved into a triumphant smile. His handsome face leaned in closer once more as he murmured in a low voice, Naturally, I wanted to apologize to you. Apologize if you must, but why are you sitting so close? We haven't even confirmed our relationship yet. Someone blushed but stubbornly retorted, not budging an inch from their spot. Not in a confirmed relationship. Hearing these words, Jiang Ming's brows furrowed slightly, an inexplicable discomfort suddenly creeping into his heart. This girl. Suddenly, as if remembering something, the corner of Jiang Ming's lips curled up. He deliberately scooted aside with an exaggerated look of disappointment on his face. So it hasn't been confirmed yet. It seems I've been overthinking things all along. Chapter 75, A Mother's Protective Instincts Towards Her Daughter. Sigh, this is truly heartbreaking. Jiang Ming sighed repeatedly, wearing an expression of utter disappointment and profound sorrow towards Xia Ziyu. Seeing this, Xia Ziyu? It seemed she hadn't anticipated Jiang Ming suddenly pulling this move at all. Her face was completely baffled. What on earth was this all about? Seeing her utterly confused expression, Jiang Ming desperately stifled his laughter while continuing with his sorrowful act. You're not saying anything. I guess what I said must be true then. Wait, what exactly are you talking about? Still not convinced? Thinking too much of yourself? At this moment, Xia Ziyu genuinely thought he was angry and immediately panicked. Jiang Ming, I didn't mean you were thinking too much of yourself. I thought you weren't ready to get back together with me yet. So that's why, sob, please don't take what I just said to heart. Someone was on the verge of tears. She never expected that Jiang Ming had long since confirmed their relationship in his heart, while she'd thought, whoa, men's hearts are truly too hard to fathom. I just wanted to act a little tsundere today. How did it turn into me being so full of myself? I clearly knew she didn't mean it like that at all. XX. Half a minute passed. Seeing Jiang Ming fall silent, Xia Ziyu blinked nervously and asked, Are you angry? Wait, wasn't she the one who was angry? How did the tables turn so quickly? She was just about to explain herself again. But she never expected that in the next second, Jiang Ming suddenly reached out and ruffled her hair. That's what I should be asking you. Will you stop being angry? Ha! Xia Ziyu was completely baffled. She felt her heart was like a roller coaster, going up and down in an instant. So, Jiang Ming wasn't angry at all? Suddenly, she felt all aggrieved. Really, why did he have to scare her like that? Xia Ziyu punched Jiang Ming's chest, her tone half angry and half pouting. I thought you were mad at me. Boo-hoo, why did you have to scare me like that? You know I can't take it. And besides, I wasn't even angry, I just wanted you to coax me a little. You're such a clueless guy, can't you see anything? You're so annoying, so annoying. Her voice sounded angry, yet soft and sweet like sticky rice. Jiang Ming felt his heart tremble at the sound. His eyes overflowing with adoration, he reached out to grasp her arm and gently pulled her into his embrace. Xia Ziyu lost her balance and fell straight into Jiang Ming's arms, their movements becoming intimately close. The air suddenly grew still. Xia Ziyu lay in Jiang Ming's embrace, her beautiful eyes locked intently with his. She felt a thunderous explosion in her mind, as if fireworks were bursting inside her head. The deer in her heart had long since crashed into a wall and died. Her barely recovered face flushed scarlet once again. This happiness came so suddenly, it's almost unbelievable. Just like that, neither of them spoke a word, simply gazing into each other's eyes for several long minutes. Before long, Xia Ziyu couldn't hold out any longer and averted her eyes. Still muttering in frustration, honestly, if you scare me like that again, I'll never talk to you again. Oh, forget it, I just can't bring myself to do it. What will you do then? Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow. Then I'll cry right in front of you. As they bantered and watched TV, evening fell upon them unnoticed. Around 8 o'clock. Jiang Ming checked the time and stood up to head to the kitchen. I'll go stew some fish soup and cook. You two can have it together when Ningning wakes up. MHM. Xia Ziyu nodded, watching Jiang Ming's retreating figure with a sweet smile, feeling utterly blissful at this moment. That honey-sweet love had finally come her way again. Happy. In the kitchen. Jiang Ming took out the crushing carp he had bought earlier, cleaned it thoroughly, and made cuts on both sides. Fried it in oil until golden brown. Once both sides were crisp and fragrant, he added scallions and ginger, poured in enough water to submerge the fish, then covered the pot and finished the process in one go. Bring the soup to a boil for 5 minutes, then reduce to a simmer and cook for about half an hour. Fish soup is nutritious and perfect for the little bun to drink during this period. It's great for her health. Following the aroma, Xiao Ziyu trotted into the kitchen. It smells so good. Jiang Ming, how do you make everything so delicious? You're amazing. Just what you'd expect from her boyfriend. Jiang Ming kept one eye on the stove while glancing at Xiao Ziyu with a smile. Take a guess? Xiao Ziyu puffed up her cheeks. How could I possibly guess? Auntie must have taught you this before, right? As these words were spoken, Xiao Ziyu froze momentarily, suddenly realizing her words had touched a sore subject. She immediately covered her mouth, her eyes filled with remorse as she apologized. Jiang Ming, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought that up. Stupid brain, why did she have to mention such a sensitive topic? Jiang Ming chuckled and ruffled her hair. Don't worry about it, they're all matters of the past. What matters is enjoying the present. Mei-chem, you're absolutely right. Seeing that he seemed unaffected, Xiao Ziyu breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried her mention might upset Jiang Ming again. As they were talking, a tiny figure in cartoon slippers sleepily wandered into the kitchen, her adorable yet slightly hoarse little voice calling out, Woj, Jiyu Jejie, Ningning wants water. The sight of her was unbearably cute, melting Xiao Ziyu's heart completely. She walked over, ruffled the little one's head, then took her chubby little hand to lead her towards the living room. Big brother is busy, let sister pour it for you. In the living room bar area, Xiao Ziyu took out a cartoon cup and poured some warm water into it. The cup had a straw, ready to drink as soon as it was handed over. The little milk bun was indeed thirsty, drinking nearly half the cup before stopping. Xiao Ziyu smiled warmly and said softly, take your time drinking, no need to rush. The sleepy little milk bun, with plump and rosy cheeks on both sides, looked like a freshly ripened tiny apple, making Xiao Ziyu unable to resist the urge to pinch them. The little girl is really adorable. This milk bun is even cuter than she was as a child. How gorgeous will she be when she grows up? She'll probably have a crowd of suitors even at a young age. Who knows which lucky brat will end up winning her affection. Thinking of this, Xiao Ziyu's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and an inexplicable maternal urge to protect bubbled up in her heart. No way, she wouldn't let just any random guy swoop in and claim her precious treasure. She'd have to keep a close watch. After all, she could afford to raise Xiaoning for a lifetime if she had to. This kid is just too adorable. I can't bear to send her to someone else's home. Jiyu sister, what is big brother doing? It smells so good. The little one woke up, twitched her nose slightly, and immediately caught the rich fragrance of fish soup. The noodles from the afternoon had long been digested. The little dumpling rubbed her tiny belly, clearly hungry. Xiao Ziyu smiled. Big brother is making dinner and even made you some delicious fish soup. Why don't we go watch TV over there while we wait? Okay. The little milk bun obediently padded over to the sofa in her tiny slippers, making soft pattering sounds. Xiao Ziyu followed, gazing at the little one's small retreating figure, unable to stop herself from falling into deep thought. For some reason, she kept feeling something was off, though she couldn't quite put her finger on what exactly it was. Today's update has arrived. Thank you all for the birthday wishes and gifts, bosses. As the saying goes, please urge for updates, gifts, and 5-star reviews. Thank you. Kowtow's thump. Chapter 76. What? They're already living together? It's probably just an illusion at most. Ningning recovered faster than usual. After all, everyone's constitution is different. With that thought, Xiao Ziyu immediately felt at ease. Kitchen. The fish soup simmered gently in the pot, its creamy white broth releasing waves of rich aroma that teased the appetite. At that moment, Jiang Ming's phone suddenly emitted a notification sound. It was a WeChat message. Before he could even check it, the phone dinged several more times in succession. Frowning slightly, Jiang Ming finally took out his phone and opened WeChat. He looked and saw that Old Li and the others had created a small group chat. They added him to it. Upon entering the group, he saw Old Zhou and Old Gu tagging him. Hey Old Jiang, do you have time tomorrow? We'd like to drop by and visit Ningning. Really now? Keeping something this big from us? If it weren't for Old Li, how long were you planning to hide it? After all these years as brothers, this isn't right. This comment made Li Tanyu blush uncontrollably while also feeling somewhat frustrated. It was all because of his slip of the tongue. Why couldn't he control that mouth of his? After some thought, he came out and said, Old Jiang didn't tell you because he didn't want you to worry. If my father hadn't coincidentally been hospitalized for high blood pressure at People's Hospital this time, even I probably wouldn't have known. Jiang Ming glanced at it, his fingers flying rapidly across the screen. Sent out. Got time tomorrow, but gotta be afternoon. Got some things to handle in the morning. Old Goose sent a grinning emoji. No problem. Just got laid off from the company, so I'm free anytime. Could even help babysit if you need. Speaking of which, Li Tangyu chuckled. Babysit? Ain't no job for a rough guy like you. Ziyu's already at old Zhang's place taking care of the little dumpling. You're out of luck there. Old Gu didn't know about this yet and was completely shocked. Holy crap, that fast? Already living together? Damn, that's intense. He remembered those two had only just gotten back together, and now they're cohabiting. Clearly, those years of history aren't just for show, must have woven some steel wire into that red string of fate. Huh? Can't be severed no matter how you hack at it. Old Zhou clicked his tongue and said, are they about to start flaunting their affection again? For 4 years of college, we endured a full 4 years of their public displays of affection. When these two start showing off their love, it's downright insane. By the way, Old Gu, now that you've been laid off, aren't you planning to look for a job recently? At this moment, Old Li suddenly asked, jobs aren't as easy to come by these days. Many positions don't even want bachelor's degree holders anymore. Master's degrees have become the bare minimum now. Either you need years of experience and skills, or you'll have to rely on connections. That's just how realistic it is. Old Gu said nonchalantly, no rush with this. I do have some savings, and no girlfriend to support anyway. I can take my time looking. That's the advantage of being single. No need to send red envelopes or buy gifts for a girlfriend when the time comes. Long live singlehood. So what about you, Lao Zhou? Are you really going to be a game account booster your whole life? At this rate, the little hair you have left will fall out soon. How are you supposed to find a girlfriend? Li Tangyu at Ed Lao Zhou again. Lao Zhou shared Old Gu's indifferent attitude. As long as I have money, why care about girlfriends? So what if I go bald? With money, I can find any girlfriend I want. As long as I have money? Seems like there's some truth to that. Watching them chat, Jiang Ming smiled slightly, put down his phone, and went back to stirring the fish soup. The aroma grew richer and richer. When the color and fragrance seemed about right, he turned off the heat. Taking out a soup bowl, he ladled the soup in, covered it to keep warm, and set it aside. He started working on other dishes, planning to prepare 3 dishes in one soup. Stir-fried loofah, shrimp with cucumber, braised chicken drumsticks. In the living room, Xia Ziyu was still watching TV with the little milk puff. Very soon, Jiang Ming finished stir-frying the dishes and was the first to bring the fish soup to the dining table. Catching a whiff of the aroma, the little one blinked her eyes and instinctively turned toward Jiang Ming, her voice sweet and tender as she asked, Big brother, is it time to eat? Jiang Ming smiled dotingly. It's time to eat. Go wash your hands. After saying this, he deliberately brought out 2 bowls and served each of them, the little milk bun and Xia Ziyu a portion of fish soup, left there to cool for a while. Every detail was meticulous. Xia Ziyu watched the scene, feeling as sweet as if she had eaten a jar of honey, as though the surrounding air had turned sugary. If only things could stay like this forever. Dinner ended. The family of 3 sat in the living room watching TV. Xia Ziyu was scrolling through WeChat on her phone when a message suddenly popped up, a video sent by her mom. Click it open. Xiaoyu, your dad and I are already on the plane, about to take off soon. This is actually my first time flying out of province, feels pretty amazing. As she spoke, she panned the camera around, showing the cabin completely packed with passengers. Watching her father sitting there with sunglasses on his face, eyes closed as if meditating, clearly trying too hard to look cool, Xia Ziyu couldn't help grinning softly. To say I'm not envious would be a lie. The couple gets to travel together, savor delicious food, and enjoy beautiful scenery. How romantic. Ugh, when will she ever get to go on a honeymoon with Jiang Ming as husband and wife? That would surely be incredibly sweet. Mom, could you please stop feeding me dog food? Humph. You two just left me behind and now you're rubbing salt in the wound. No, she's not a single dog anymore. Thinking this, she hastily deleted the sentence. Before I could call again, Suxian sent another voice message. Can't talk now, my flight's about to take off. Take good care of yourself these days, don't starve to death at home before I get back. I'll send you some scenic photos tomorrow. With that, there was complete silence again. Xia Ziyu. The next day, Jiang Ming woke up early as usual. At this hour, the subway wasn't running yet, and taking a taxi would get him to Danyang Street in about half an hour without traffic, roughly the same time it used to take him on his tricycle. Speaking of that tricycle, it's still parked at the slum district's parking area. After some thought, I decided to go over there once I finish my morning tasks to retrieve the tricycle. I'll park it near the breakfast shop for now and use it when needed. After washing up, Jiang Ming prepared to leave. Before heading out, he peeked into the nursery at the sleeping toddler. The little one was breathing evenly, clearly sleeping soundly, occasionally smacking its tiny lips as if dreaming of something delicious. Leaving the nursery, he glanced at another room and couldn't help but let a small smile curve his lips. Heading out. After taking a taxi, it took half an hour to arrive at the breakfast shop. Since Xia Ziyu's departure, Jiang Ming's workload had decreased significantly, returning to what it was before. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been able to manage. His thoughts turned to the shop he had obtained through the system's lottery. Jiang Ming planned to hire 2 helpers for the breakfast shop. No special requirements, just decent character. As for the exclusive dumpling recipe from the system, they'll definitely have to sign a confidentiality contract. Just as he was thinking this, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Chapter 77 is my boyfriend. Would it kill you to compliment me just once? Ding. Hello, host. All the kitchen tools in the breakfast shop, including the steamers, are products of this system. The key to deliciousness lies first in the steamers, and second in your filling recipes and dough kneading techniques. There's no need to worry about the risk of your bowsy methods being leaked. The same applies to other breakfast items. The system prompted him with a notification, and a pop-up window appeared in Jiang Ming's mind. Jiang Ming. In other words, part of the reason these buns taste so good actually stems from the bamboo steamer, while the kneading technique and filling ingredients come second. This is kinda slick as hell. Who would have thought that the deliciousness of steamed buns could be related to the bamboo steamer too? Just as he was thinking about it, the system chimed in again. Ding. Host, please note that steamers are available for purchase with points in the system store. Hearing this, Jiang Ming could only say one thing: this system is fucking awesome. After exiting the system, the groceries from the market were delivered shortly after. The uncle who delivered the pork took the opportunity to ask about the little one's condition. Upon hearing that the child had been discharged from the hospital and was recovering well, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. With a cheerful smile, he said, "When the little one makes a full recovery, feel free to bring them over to the market for a visit." Jiang Ming smiled and nodded. "Alright, uncle. Machem, then I'll head back first." With that, the uncle waved his hand and returned to the bustling market. The entire morning remained as hectic as ever. During his free time, he would chat with Xia Ziyu on WeChat, occasionally receiving photos. Ding dong! Another photo came through, a selfie of Xia Ziyu with the little milk bun. Jiang Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. He tapped open the selfie, revealing the sweet smiles of two figures, one big, one small, facing the camera. One has two adorable dimples, while the other has a charming single dimple. The little milk bun seems to be sitting there licking a lollipop, her chubby, fair cheeks making her smile even sweeter than the candy itself. And Xia Ziyu beside her is just the same. When they first started college, they were both 18. Several years have passed, yet she seems frozen in time, hardly changed except for becoming even more beautiful. Watching their smiles, Jiang Ming felt as if he'd been infected, his own mood involuntarily lifting in response. This feeling, not bad at all. How about it? Isn't this photo great? Took me several tries to capture this effect. Look how adorable the little dumpling turned out. Xia Ziyu sent a voice message, her tone brimming with smug satisfaction. Photography was her hobby after all, her phone selfies hadn't even begun to showcase her full skills. Not bad. Jiang Ming merely uttered these three words, neither praise nor criticism. Xia Ziyu, humph, as my boyfriend, would it kill you to compliment me just once? Unable to suppress a smile, Jiang Ming typed out, very good. Xia Ziyu, how infuriating. What to do with such a boyfriend? Can't bear to hit him, can't bear to scold him. Most importantly, saying it probably wouldn't help anyway. Indeed, those who are favored act without fear. How could they be like this? Alright, I'll go busy myself now, keep watching your show. Jiang Ming turned off his phone and went back to work. It wasn't until around 12:10 that he finished up and prepared to close the stall. After finishing cleaning up the shop, Jiang Ming closed the breakfast stall's door and hurried straight to the slums. He brought back the tricycle and parked it in the nearby parking area. Glancing at the time, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. He was just about to take the subway home. On the subway, Jiang Ming fell deep into thought, feeling it was about time to buy himself a means of transportation, otherwise, getting around would always be such a hassle. He was fine with it, he could make do no matter what. Namely the little milk bun. If you want to go play in the neighboring city, you can't possibly squeeze into high-speed trains or slow green trains. Besides, the little milk bun is in a special condition and still recovering. This isn't being fussy, I just want to give her the best care. My little sister deserves my pampering. After some thought, Jiang Ming decided to wait another half-month before buying a 100,000 yuan range commuter car. He figured he'd visit some 4S stores to browse options whenever he had time these days. Before long, after arriving home, Jiang Ming pushed open the door, but instead of the cheerful laughter he'd imagined, the house was eerily quiet. Xia Ziyu and the little one weren't sitting on the sofa watching TV as he'd expected. His subconscious tensed up, his heart pounding wildly. Treading softly towards Xia Ziyu's room, I cracked the door open a crack and peeked inside empty. Then he turned and walked toward the children's room. The door opened, revealing two sleeping figures. The little milk bun lay in bed, tucked snugly under pink blankets, sleeping peacefully with rosy cheeks like a ripe apple. Xia Ziyu sat on the carpet beside the bed, her head resting near the little milk bun. Their hands, one big, one small, clasped tightly together, painting a scene both loving and heartwarming. This shows how genuinely good their relationship is. Jiang Ming felt his heart soften at the sight. The room's air conditioner was on, yet this silly girl hadn't even draped a blanket over herself. Jiang Ming sighed helplessly before walking over and tenderly gathering her into his arms. The girl was surprisingly light in his embrace. A rough estimate would be around 80-something pounds. Being held in Jiang Ming's arms, she showed no signs of waking up, remaining fast asleep and even shifting into the most comfortable position against his chest, a faint smile seemingly lingering at the corners of her lips. Jiang Ming chuckled softly as he carried Xia Ziyu toward the adjacent master bedroom. After placing her on the bed and tucking her in, he quietly exited the room. At this moment, Xia Ziyu in her sleep was dreaming, and it was a sweet dream at that. In the sacred church, she wore a pure white wedding dress, holding her father Xiao Weiguo's hand as she walked step by step towards the figure ahead. On the platform stood Jiang Ming, dressed in a meticulously custom-tailored suit. A doting smile graced his face. Until he held her hand, their gazes met, sparking the flames of love. As the pastor's words faded, Jiang Ming's handsome face drew closer, until it was just a centimeter away from hers, on the verge of a kiss. The scene suddenly cut to black, because Xia Ziyu abruptly woke up. It took me a long time to realize this was just a damn dream. Aha! So frustrating. Xia Ziyu fiercely punched her pillow, wishing she could just bash her head against a block of tofu and end it all. Why couldn't that dream continue? Whoa, she really thought she had married Jiang Ming just now. Turns out it was just a dream after all. All that excitement for nothing. Wait, why is she in this room? Wasn't she just putting the little one to sleep? When did she come in here? Why doesn't she remember? As she pondered this, male voices, began drifting in from the living room, one after another. Xia Ziyu's heart instantly grew vigilant. Could it be? Had a stranger somehow gotten into their home? Is the little dumpling going to be okay? With this thought, Xia Ziyu immediately stood up and opened the door, ready to head to the children's room. Unexpectedly, as soon as the door opened, a tiny figure stood right in front of her, blinking large, adorable eyes as they gazed sweetly at her, eyes wide in mutual astonishment. P.S. Today's update has been delivered. Please urge for more updates, leave 5-star reviews, and send gifts. It's freezing today. Bosses, give Rabbit some update urges. If tomorrow's update urges exceed 6,000, Rabbit will add another chapter. Extra updates coming. Kowtow's thump, thump, thump. Chapter 78, Now I Should Call Her Sister-in-Law. At the doorway, the little milk dumpling was wearing cartoon slippers, clutching a fluffy Hello Kitty doll in her arms. Ning ning? Xia Ziyu was startled, crouching down to inspect the child from head to toe. After confirming she was okay, she asked, "Sweetheart, when did you wake up?" The little milk dumpling beamed with a sugary smile and said in her baby voice, "Sister Ziyu, big brother is home." Jiang Ming had returned? Hearing this, Xia Ziyu immediately let out a sigh of relief. Just now, she had thought some stranger had entered. She would have been fine herself, but she was terrified something might happen to the little milk bun. Her primary responsibility was taking care of the little one. How could she ever face Jiang Ming if anything went wrong? Wouldn't that betray the trust he'd placed in her? But, as if struck by a thought, Xia Ziyu glanced toward the nursery, then back at her own bed. Her stunning face flickered with a peculiar expression before gradually flushing with faint traces of pink. So, she was carried here by Jiang Ming? As this thought crossed Xia Ziyu's mind, an image involuntarily surfaced in her imagination, Jiang Ming holding her horizontally in his arms, the intimacy of the gesture stirring endless fantasies. But when exactly did Jiang Ming come back? How did she not feel a thing while being carried? Sigh, it's all because I stayed up too late last night, making her nap so deep that she slept like a log. Awake? Just then, a familiar, magnetic voice reached her ears. It instantly snapped Xia Ziyu back to reality. She looked up in a daze. There stood Jiang Ming, not far in front of her. Brother, hug. Seeing her brother approach, the little one immediately grabbed the ears of her Hello Kitty plushie with one hand and stretched her arms out toward Jiang Ming, her voice soft and adorable. Jiang Ming smiled dotingly, effortlessly scooping her up. His gentle gaze shifted to Xia Ziyu as he murmured, "Change your clothes before coming out." Then, he carried the little bundle of joy toward the living room. Xia Ziyu felt momentarily dazed by his tender voice, taking a while to regain her composure before finally retreating to her room and closing the door. The sounds in the living room must have been from Li Tanyu and the others coming to see the little one. No wonder, she had wondered why there were suddenly men's voices at home. After rummaging through the wardrobe, she quickly found a white short-sleeved shirt and plain light gray sweatpants, dressing swiftly before casually smoothing her long hair to let it cascade down her back. She looked breathtakingly beautiful and radiant with youth. That little face as fair as a palm, untouched by makeup, remained breathtakingly beautiful. One could say she was a peerless beauty in this world. In the living room, coming to see the little milk bun were old Gu and old Zhou, while old Li couldn't make time due to work commitments. Seeing the little one's recovery going so well, completely unlike someone who just had surgery days ago, the two men were both delighted and utterly amazed by such rapid healing. Most heart patients would need at least a month of bed rest after surgery, but Ningning here acts like she just had a fake operation. Now she's running all over the place without a care in the world. Her little face is flushed pink, showing no discomfort whatsoever. Jiang Ming picked up the little milk bun and set her down. Old Gu beckoned to her with a wave. Ningning, come here and let Brother Guchen hold you. Old Zhou, standing nearby, immediately scoffed in disgust. Seriously, could you be any cheesier? Stop before you scare the poor milk bun. TCH, what do you know? I've got way more experience taking care of kids than you, Old Gu couldn't help retorting. Back when his sister had a baby, he'd actually looked after his little nephew for a while. Changing diapers, mixing formula, piece of cake. Sure, keep bragging. See if I believe you. Old Gu couldn't be bothered to keep arguing and went back to waving at the little milk bun. The little milk bun still had some impression of them, but this being only their second meeting, she wasn't yet familiar enough and appeared rather timid. Hugging Jiang Ming's thigh tightly with her tiny hands, she clearly didn't want to go over. Blinking her large eyes, her whole face clearly stated, I'm not close with you. Seeing this situation, old Zhou stood to the side laughing with schadenfreude. Meanwhile, having finished freshening up, Xia Ziyu left the room and headed towards the living room. At first glance, I saw two people sitting on the sofa. Old Gu, Gu Qin. Old Zhou, Zhou Jiayang. There was no sign of Li Tangyu. At this moment, the little toddler beside Jiang Ming noticed Xia Ziyu and came running towards her on pudgy legs, calling out in a sweet and affectionate voice, Sister Ziyu. That call instantly drew old Zhou and old Gu's attention over. To be honest, since graduation, the number of times they'd seen Xia Ziyu could practically be counted on one hand. Later, when they lost contact with Jiang Ming, they never saw her again. That's how old Li contacted her using WeChat. Very few photos appeared in her social media feed, just some casual snaps of food, drinks, and scenic views. Meeting Xia Ziyu again, both found her just as stunning as before. She remained as beautiful and elegant as she'd always been. One could even say she looked even more beautiful than before. During their university days, Xia Ziyu was the dream goddess of most male students. Heaven knows how envious they were when they heard Jiang Ming was dating the campus belle. There was hardly a day when they weren't fed dog food, forced to witness public displays of affection. Xia Ziyu walked over holding the little one's hand, a smile on her face as she greeted them both. Hello there, we meet again. As soon as she spoke, Lao Zhou and Lao Gu snapped out of their daze. Hello there, Ziyu. Oh, no, I should call you sister-in-law now, Lao Gu said cheerfully. Since Jiang Ming was a few months older than both of them, making him the big brother of the dorm, it was only natural they'd refer to Xia Ziyu as sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, hello, Lao Zhou smiled, offering his greeting. Seems old Li was right, these two really are living together. Gotta admit, they moved at lightning speed. Ziyu sister, Ningning wants yogurt. The little milk bun clutched Xia Ziyu's arm tightly with her tiny hands, her voice soft and sweet as she cooed. Upon hearing this, Xia Ziyu glanced at the three people on the sofa, nodded, and then led the little milk bun to the bar counter. The two figures, one big and one small, walked hand in hand tightly together, creating a scene so warm and beautiful at this moment that old Gu and old Zhou were nearly green with envy for Jiang Ming. Not only was his girlfriend stunningly beautiful, but he also had such an adorable little sister. Life winner, oh no, the pinnacle of life. Old Jiang, you actually moved in with Ziyu already? Can't deny you're moving fast, man. Envy, envy. Old Gu said with undisguised admiration, then looked at himself, no younger sister, not even a younger brother in sight. Just an older sister who spent his entire childhood bullying him. Only now that she's finally married off has he escaped his fate of being bullied. Most importantly, his family valued daughters over sons. When he was bullied by his sister as a child and went to complain, regardless of who was right or wrong, he would always be the one getting scolded. At this point, old Zhou asked the most crucial question. Speaking of which, now that things have come to this, when do you two plan to get married? Chapter 79. How about letting me work at your shop? This was a very serious question. The two had gone through so many hardships along the way, it truly hadn't been easy. If not for matchmaker's steel-reinforced red thread of fate, they probably would have split up long ago. How could there be another chance like this? Old Gu also stared at Jiang Ming with curiosity on his face. At the same time, he secretly anticipated whether he could snag a spot as groomsman when the time came. Who knows, he might just end up winning over one of the bridesmaids. Though he'd never admit it and kept chanting, long live singlehood. But his heart told a different story, especially when he looked at Jiang Ming and Xia Ziyu, the young couple. Envy practically poured from his eyes. He also wanted sweet romance. I also want a girlfriend I can spoil. Jiang Ming glanced toward the bar counter and smiled slightly, saying, it won't be long now. Once I'm completely settled and can provide her with a happy, comfortable life, then it'll be about time. He needed to ensure he could give her a bright future before even considering marriage. He didn't want his girl to suffer hardships by his side. Old Gu, hearing this, patted his shoulder with admiration and said, good man, brother. This is what being a responsible man looks like. Old Jiang is a good man, and Ziyu happens to be a wonderful girl too. At least he's far better than most women. she's beautiful and devoted. Even after being dumped like that, she still went around asking about Jiang Ming, obsessed with getting back together. A year has passed. Any normal person would probably have moved on and started a new relationship by now. In today's society, such persistent people are probably nearly extinct by now. Jiang Ming seemed to recall something and turned his gaze back to old Gu once more. Old Gu, what was that Jiang mentioned yesterday about you being laid off by your current company? What's going on? Speaking of this matter, old Gu sighed slightly. The company doesn't have enough funds and needs to lay off some people. I'm one of them, but it's no big deal. That salary of 5 or 6,000 isn't much anyway. I'll just find another job. After all, I still have some savings. They can tide me over for a while, no need to rush. Jiang Ming listened, feeling a slight stir in his heart. Maybe, but this would require old Gu's willingness. If not, I'll just search on recruitment websites instead. Just as he pondered, old Gu spoke up again. Don't just talk about me. What about you? I heard from old Li that you're running a business, seems to be doing quite well. This is the famous Xiang Garden residential complex in Jiangbei City. Each square meter costs several million yuan. Jiang Ming just opened a breakfast shop, barely scraping by. Old Gu and old Zhou? Barely making ends meet? Isn't this kind of barely a bit too much? Damn humble bragging. Old Zhou asked, whereabouts is your breakfast shop? I'll see if I can find time to visit someday. Jiang Ming replied, Danyang Street. If you guys come, the steamed buns are on me. Holy shit, Danyang Street? I heard the rent's crazy expensive there, old Zhou exclaimed, clearly impressed by how much old Jiang must have made this past year. Old Gu rolled his eyes at him. All you care about is rent. I heard it's a hotspot for influencers, loads of gorgeous girls checking in there. Considering his current unemployed status and aimless situation, he joked half seriously, Jiang Ming, since I don't have a job anyway, how about hiring me at your shop? I need something to do. You still short-staffed? Jiang Ming had been wondering how to bring this up himself. To his surprise, old Gu had beaten him to the punch. Well then, alright, I happen to be short-staffed right now. When can you start? As soon as those words were spoken. Old Gu? He seemed completely unprepared for Jiang Ming's straightforward and immediate agreement. Old Jiang, you're not joking, are you? I was just messing around. Treat what I said as nonsense. Jiang Ming shrugged. I'm not joking. If you're okay with it, you can start tomorrow. Just be prepared for early mornings. As for the salary, name your price. The air fell silent for a moment. Seeing that Jiang Ming didn't seem to be joking, old Gu said, You're serious? Alright then, I'll come as usual tomorrow. As for the wages, we can discuss that in detail after going back tonight. Let's not talk about this now. After all, they had come today to see the little dumpling. Jiang Ming nodded and gave an affirmative At the bar counter, the little milk bun sat in her special toddler chair, happily drinking her milk. Worried that the yogurt might be too cold for the little one's stomach and cause diarrhea, Xia Ziyu had swapped it for instant goat milk powder that Jiang Ming specially bought from the supermarket. Add some sugar to it for her to drink. Drinking something warm is always better than something cold. The little one wasn't picky at all and actually quite liked it. After taking a big sip, a white ring of goat milk formed above her lips, making her look adorable and utterly heart-melting. Xia Ziyu couldn't help but smile as she pulled out a tissue from nearby to wipe the little one's face. Then, taking a straw from the drawer, she placed it into the child's cup. Ning ning, let's use this. Okay, the little one replied contentedly, sipping her milk. As if suddenly remembering something, she pushed the cup toward Xia Ziyu and said in her tiny, milky voice, This is so yummy, Sister Ziyu should have some too. Xia Ziyu paused briefly, touched by the gesture. Gently ruffling the child's hair, she chuckled, This is for little kids to drink. Sister Ziyu is a grown-up now, she can't have any. You drink it all right Ning Ning? The milk-loving little bundle of joy seemed to half understand. The little teeth lightly nibbled on the straw. Soon, the cup of milk was emptied, and the little dumpling snuggled contentedly against Xia Ziyu's legs, growing increasingly dependent. Xia Ziyu couldn't help but feel a surge of maternal affection. Ning Ning was truly well-behaved, so obedient and sweet. She couldn't help wishing the adorable child was her own daughter. Her parents would surely adore her too. Not to mention personalities, just the fact that the little milk dumpling was so adorably cute and beautiful, hardly any elder could resist such overwhelmingly adorable charm. The three men talked for the entire afternoon. Before they knew it, it was already 7 in the evening. Seeing how late it had gotten, old Zhou and his companion stood up and said, Old Jiang, it's getting late. We'll head back now. Next time we get the chance, we'll come see Ning Ning again. Jiang Ming said, Why not stay for dinner before you leave? Otherwise, you'll have to find somewhere else to eat afterward. That actually makes sense. The two nodded and stayed, never expecting Jiang Ming could cook. They clearly remembered during their school days, he was clumsy not just at cooking, but even chopping vegetables. He probably learned it specifically to take care of the little one. Jiang Ming didn't say anything further and stepped towards the kitchen. As he passed by the bar, Xia Ziyu asked, Do you need any help? Jiang Ming paused for a moment before smiling. it's alright, I can manage on my own. Alright then, call me if you need anything. Fine. Without Jiang Ming, the living room became quiet, and the atmosphere suddenly turned a bit awkward. Hoping to ease the mood, Lao Gu turned on the TV and then smiled at the little one. Ningning, do you want to watch TV with Brother Guchen? The little milk bun scrunched her brows into fuzzy caterpillars, turning her face stubbornly to the other side while clinging to Xia Ziyu's arm without letting go. P.S. The reminders are here, while we didn't hit 6K views/likes, so no extra update possible. Give me some momentum, treasures. Click that mustard yellow remind me button, gift button, and 5-star rating button, pretty please. Thud's forehead repeatedly bang, 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 bang. Chapter 80, The Little One Adores Pretty Big Sisters. Her tiny face turned away, with a slight pout on her little lips, clearly showing reluctance and even a hint of timidity. To her, old Gu and old Zhou were just unfamiliar brothers she'd met once, not at all close to her. No way was she going to watch TV with him. To put it bluntly, the little dumpling had a better impression of Tang Xian, whom she'd only met once, than these two guys. The little one adores pretty sisters the most. She smells nice and is so beautiful, that's exactly how Zhiyu's sister is, and she absolutely adores her. Xia Zhiyu gently rubbed the little milk bun's head, unable to suppress a smile, and whispered in her ear, Ningning, Brother Guchen is calling you. No, no. Ningning wants to stay with Zhiyu's sister and brother, the little milk bun murmured, burying her face in Xia Zhiyu's lap, her voice soft and sweet with a hint of coquetry. Xia Zhiyu couldn't help but laugh, her tone dripping with affection as she said, alright, we won't go then. How about Big Sister plays Happy Match with you instead? Happy Match. A casual puzzle game loved by everyone from senior citizens down to kindergartners. Xia Zhiyu happened to be on level 500 plus in the game. Just for the little milk bun, she specially created a new account on her tablet to start again from level 1. The little milk dumpling blinked her eyes, never having played before, finding everything quite novel, her big eyes sparkling brightly. Level 1 unlocked. Come on, let Big Sister teach you. We press this little yellow bird and swipe down. When 3 of the same line up, they'll disappear, Xia Ziyu patiently demonstrated with gestures. That's it. Yes, just like that. Ningning's doing so well. The little dumpling was very smart, picking it up almost immediately after being taught for a while, playing with sheer delight. But when it came to the frozen ones later, she started struggling a bit, her little face wrinkling up. Xia Ziyu continued teaching patiently. Before they knew it, half an hour had slipped by. In the kitchen, Jiang Ming had already finished preparing the first dish, stir-fried clams with spicy sauce. The rich aroma wafting from the kitchen was particularly enticing when one was hungry. Old Gu, who had been sitting there scrolling through TikTok videos of beautiful women, suddenly perked up at the smell and gasped, "Damn, that smells amazing. Did old Jiang really make that?" He hadn't been particularly hungry before, but now, overwhelmed by the enticing aroma, his stomach growled as though he hadn't eaten in 2 days. He couldn't help but start wondering what delicious dish old Jiang had whipped up. Is this still the old Jiang he remembers? In just over a year, how could his culinary skills have improved so remarkably? Old Zhou also gulped and said, how could it be fake? This guy, it's like he's become a completely different person. Apart from his temperament remaining largely unchanged, any differences could only be described as him having matured enormously. This must be related to the upheavals in his family life. Sigh. By the time all the dishes were served, it was already past 8 o'clock. 5 dishes in 1 soup. Jiang Ming had deliberately exchanged the herbal soup from the system store, this time swapping the chicken soup for pork bone broth. The thick, milky white broth emitted waves of fragrance, making one's appetite surge just by looking at it. The 5 dishes beside the soup were stir-fried clams, cola chicken wings, braised chicken feet, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and braised Japanese tofu. The last 2 dishes were relatively mild, making them more suitable for the little one to eat. After washing their hands and taking their seats, Old Gu and the others looked at the table full of dishes, utterly astonished inside. Old Zhang's cooking skills were even better than they had imagined. Not only did these dishes smell incredibly appetizing, but they also looked visually stunning, no different from restaurant-quality dishes. One could even say they appeared more enticing than those served in restaurants. Old Jiang, your cooking skills are quite impressive. Did you sneak off to New Oriental for some secret training? Old Zhou quipped, trying to lighten the mood. Xia Ziyu, sitting nearby, picked up her chopsticks and scooped some scrambled eggs with tomatoes into the little dumplings bowl. Upon hearing Old Zhou's remark, she piped up, "Pfft, what's so great about New Oriental? My friend graduated from there, and his cooking isn't even 1/10 as good as Jiang Ming's." That's no exaggeration, it's the absolute truth. She used to think her friend's cooking was quite good, certainly decent enough to run a decent restaurant, but after tasting Jiang Ming's dishes, her palate had been spoiled. Eating food made by others just doesn't taste right anymore, it always feels odd and off. Of course, when truly hungry, I wouldn't be picky, even plain rice would seem delicious. Xia Zhiyu's words, especially her confident expression toward Jiang Ming, left the other 2 drowning in a sea of couple sweetness, literally eating dog food. This young couple, are they even giving single people room to breathe? Let's eat first before it gets cold, Jiang Ming said, the corners of his lips curling slightly upward. The dinner was enjoyed in harmonious tranquility. The little one held a chicken wing in her tiny hands, nibbling away with sauce from the cola-glazed wing smeared around her mouth. Paired with those big glistening eyes, she was unbearably adorable. This instantly sparked in old Gu and his partner across the table the urge to grab someone and rush to get a marriage certificate. To have such an utterly adorable daughter of their own. She's just too adorable. Right now, all they wanted to ask the little milk dumpling was what color of sack she preferred. Sister Jiu, Ningning is thirsty, wanna drink water. After finishing the whole chicken wing, the little milk dumpling said in a soft, milky voice. Xia Ziyu was about to go fetch some warm water from the counter when under the table, Jiang Ming pressed his hand over hers and said unhurriedly, I'll go. You just stay here and eat properly. Feeling the warmth transmitted through his palm, Xia Ziyu blushed slightly and nodded, okay. The shared glance and conversation between the two packed enough punch to devastate any single soul. Old Gu protested, hey, you two are taking it too far. Could you at least consider the feelings of us single folks? Truly, wherever they were, they'd inevitably be spreading lovey-dovey vibes. If not for wanting to see the little milk bun, they wouldn't have come just to stuff themselves full of this lovey-dovey display. Jiang Ming got up to fetch some water, while Xia Ziyu took a tissue and carefully wiped the sauce from the little one's mouth with more care than a mother would. After dinner, the two of them fled the hydrangea garden as if escaping. A table full of dishes was ravaged like a whirlwind, leaving not a single crumb behind, and even the large bowl of pork bone soup was drained to the last drop. Jiang Ming had already anticipated this situation and deliberately cooked a large pot of rice, fearing it wouldn't be enough. The two of them walked out of Xiang Huayuan and took the subway to leave. On the subway, old Zhou turned his head toward old Gu and asked, Old Gu, have you made up your mind? Are you really going to work for old Zhong? Old Gu shrugged his shoulders. Why not? At least it's better than sitting idle at home watching my savings run dry. Having a job means steady income. I don't want to rot away like a salted fish. You're right. We're all brothers, and this works out just fine. MHM. After dinner, Jiang Ming cleaned up the dishes and sat on the sofa with Xia Ziyu and the little bundle, watching TV. After a while, the little one grew sleepy and leaned slightly against Jiang Ming, yawning repeatedly. Brother, Ningning wants to sleep. Alright, let's go to the room for bedtime, little one. Xia Ziyu suddenly remembered, wait, I think Ningning hasn't had her bath yet. Chapter 81, I wasn't joking with you. The little milk dumpling had been running around all day except when sleeping, working up quite a sweat. Sleeping like this would definitely be uncomfortable. Jiang Ming looked down at the milk dumpling. Kids really could fall asleep at the drop of a hat in such a short time. He had already dozed off, complete with little snores. Xia Ziyu was utterly charmed by this adorable sight and smiled softly. I'll go draw the bath. With that, she got up to fill the bathtub with warm water. After adjusting to the right temperature, he headed to the living room. Jiang Ming, the water's ready. Wake up Ningning first. It's not good to bathe a child while they're asleep, it might scare them. Gazing at the chubby little one sleeping soundly like a piglet, Jiang Ming scooped her up and gently pinched her plump cheeks. Ningning, wake up sweetheart, time for a bath. At this moment, the little milk dumpling's sleep wasn't very deep yet. She quickly woke up at his call, blinking her eyes and staring at her brother with a dazed expression. Seeing her eyelids drooping sleepily, Jiang Ming's heart ached with tenderness. How about we take a bath first before sleeping, okay? Okay. The little milk dumpling nodded obediently, clinging tightly to Jiang Ming's neck, her rosy little face buried against his chest. As Jiang Ming was about to carry the little one to the bathroom, Xia Ziyu followed and said, let me bathe Ningning. We're both girls, it'll be more convenient. I can take a shower too while we're at it. Although they were siblings and Ningning was still so young, children ultimately grow up. It wasn't appropriate for her brother to keep bathing her every day. When she's not here, there's no choice. But if she's present, I should help whenever possible. After all, it's more convenient between girls. I'll teach her to bathe herself when she's older. Jiang Ming thought for a moment, then nodded. Alright, be careful. Call me if you need anything. In the bathroom, Jiang Ming set the little milk bun down before stepping out and closing the door securely. Before long, the sound of laughter from both of them could be heard from the bathroom. Jiang Ming listened, the corners of his lips quirking up slightly. After returning to sit on the sofa, he opened WeChat and sent Lao Gu a message. Jiang Ming, Lao Gu, have you made up your mind yet? Though he verbally agreed, it was still better to confirm. If he didn't show up, he could at least start recruiting someone early on the job platform. The breakfast shop couldn't wait. He simply couldn't handle it all by himself. Old Gu took a few minutes before replying. Hey Jiang, I was just taking a shower and didn't see your message. I've already made up my mind, this isn't even something that requires deliberation. What time should I come tomorrow? Just be at the shop by 5:30 a.m., and I'll explain the details then. As for the salary, name your price, Jiang Ming said. Name your price. Seeing these words, old Gu chuckled. Name my price? Aren't you afraid I'd demand an exorbitant monthly salary of 20 or 30,000 right off the bat? Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow and agreed without hesitation. 20 or 30,000? Sure, as long as you're willing to accept it. I've got no problem on my end. These words completely stunned old Gu, nearly making him choke on his own saliva. What the hell? He had just casually mentioned it, never expecting old Jiang would actually agree straight away? Is this a joke, or has he gone mad? Old Gu typed rapidly on his phone. Alright, enough joking around. Let's continue discussing the salary. That talk about 20 or 30,000? I was just messing with you, don't take it seriously. Jiang Ming dropped a bombshell. I'm not joking with you. I mean it, 30,000 salary, free 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, plus a year-end bonus in a red envelope. On the other end of the phone, old Gu's eyes widened in disbelief at what he was seeing. 30,000 yuan? Was this really for hiring a junior staff member? The salary was even higher than some store managers, and it included free social insurance and housing fund. Old Jiang, are you serious about this? Old Gu's fingers trembled as he typed. Absolutely serious. Hiring a couple more helpers would significantly boost the breakfast shop's efficiency, and the earnings would far surpass what we're making now. 30,000 is just a single day's revenue, but this salary figure counts as high income for regular office workers in Jiangbei City, where most people earn around 5 or 6,000 monthly. After social insurance and housing fund deductions, there's not much left. Sounds good. I'll head over first thing tomorrow morning. Alright, let's talk in detail when the time comes. Okay, I'll go rest for now. After turning off his phone, Jiang Ming pondered and decided to hire 2 more experienced Baozi chefs. That way, once they learned the filling preparation and donating techniques, they could start working right away. Experienced hands would be better, they'd pick things up faster. The 3 of them were busy working in the shop. He could completely withdraw himself and open the milk tea shop earlier. The milk tea shop is located on Phoenix Lake Snack Street, close to Hydrangea Garden, making it convenient for him to return at any time, then hire 2 more people later. That way, he could spare some time to accompany the little dumpling and Xia Jiyu. In his eyes, business was far less important than the 2 people by his side. With this thought, he reopened his phone and logged into the recruitment website to post a job listing, offering 15,000 monthly salary for experienced breakfast chefs and steamed bun masters. Benefits include free social insurance and housing fund contributions, plus year-end bonuses and red packets. After posting, Jiang Ming tossed his phone aside and glanced toward the bathroom. In no time, thud. The door opened, revealing 2 figures wearing cartoon pajamas. Xia Ziyu was dressed in a pink bunny pajama set, while the little dumpling wore the blue Doraemon pajamas Jiang Ming had bought earlier, complete with 2 large pockets on the sides. Her 2 thin, short pigtails stuck straight up, looking utterly adorable and delightfully silly. Brother, we're done washing. Seeing Jiang Ming, the little milk dumpling ran over with a sweet smile. Jiang Ming ruffled her tiny head and glanced at Xia Ziyu over there. Her long hair was wrapped in a towel, with the exposed ends still dripping water. Soon, damp spots began appearing on her pajamas. You should dry your hair first, don't catch a cold, Jiang Ming said. Xia Jiyu chuckled lightly. Got it. In this summer heat, catching a cold isn't so easy. Even as she spoke, she was already heading to the bathroom, taking over 10 minutes to barely dry her hair. Big brother, I want to play happy match. The little dumpling sat beside Jiang Ming, speaking in a soft, adorable voice. Jiang Ming couldn't help but laugh. Oh, our Ningning knows how to play this too? MHM's sister Jiyu taught Ningning how to play. Brother, Ningning likes sister Jiyu. Can you marry her? This question again. The little dumpling had asked more than once. Jiang Ming rubbed her little head and chuckled. Do you like sister Ziyu that much? The little dumpling nodded vigorously. She did like her, she liked her so much. Children's reactions are the most straightforward and dependent. When they say they like something, they truly mean it. Big brother, do you like Jiyu sister? The little milk bun blinked her eyes, full of innocence. Xia Ziyu happened to walk out after drying her hair and saw the scene unfold before her. Her footsteps involuntarily froze in place. P.S. Today's update is served. Please urge for more updates, leave 5-star reviews, and send gifts. Kowtow to the bosses. Bao bao bao. Chapter 82. Could Big Brother sleep with Jiyu's sister too? He didn't take another step forward, but instead pricked up his ears and fixed his gaze on Jiang Ming. She too wanted to know how he would answer this question. Just thinking about it made her delicate face flush slightly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation and a hint of curiosity. Jiang Ming pinched the little bun's chubby cheek and chuckled. You sure know a lot for a little girl. Then do you like Jiyu sis or not, brother? Ningning really likes her. The little bun pouted, her voice soft and sweet like a spoiled child, determined to confirm whether Jiang Ming likes Xia Jiyu. When a child gets stubborn, not even 9 oxen could pull them back. I like her too. Just like you, I like Jiyu very much. Jiang Ming smiled and kissed her forehead. Though he was coaxing the little ball of sweetness, his tone was unusually sincere. These words spoken, Xia Jiyu's pounding heart instantly settled, then thudded even harder, her face flushing deeper than before. He likes her, he said he really likes her. Getting the answer she wanted, Xia Jiyu couldn't help but cover her mouth, her eyes instantly brimming with tears, nearly crying at this moment. Sister Jiyu. The little dumpling quickly noticed Xia Ziyu standing there and eagerly called out to her. Jiang Ming's eyes flickered slightly before quickly returning to normal. He had known she was there all along, this was his indirect way of letting her set her heart at ease. Hearing the little one call her name, Xia Ziyu wiped away the tears that hadn't yet fallen, sniffled, and walked over with a cheerful smile. Ningning, why aren't you asleep yet? Nothing unusual could be detected in her demeanor. Ningning wants to sleep with Sister Jiyu. The little one got up from the sofa and threw herself into Xia Jiyu's arms, her smile sweet. Xia Ziyu froze for a moment, surprised that the child had grown so attached as to want to sleep with her. This must be the importance of a mother's role. Ningning had lost her mom at such a young age and instinctively clung to her for comfort and security. Of course, she truly cherished this kind of dependence. Simply thinking about it filled her heart with both tenderness and pain. Alright, you'll sleep with your sister tonight. Xia Ziyu's smile was gentle. Beside them, Jiang Ming suddenly had an inexplicable intuition. The two got along so well that anyone who didn't know would truly think they were mother and daughter. For the first time, this older brother felt the pang of being ignored by his little sister. Can big brother sleep with sister too? The little dumpling blinked her eyes and asked innocently. Kids say the darndest things. Hearing this, Jiang Ming nearly choked on his water and burst into coughing. Cough, cough. This little girl, does she even realize what she's saying? Xia Ziyu didn't expect the adorable little one to suddenly blurt out such words either. The blush that had just faded from her cheeks deepened once more. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Ningning, your brother is a boy, and you and Jiyu are girls. That wouldn't be appropriate. After an awkward moment, Jiang Ming quickly regained his composure and said in an instructive tone, men and women shouldn't be too intimate. You should know that Jiyu and I can't just sleep together since we're not married, understand? The little milk bun was barely 3 years old. How could she know about such things? Seeing her brother's serious expression, even at her young age, she seemed to understand this wasn't something to joke about. Pouting her soft little lips, she murmured, brother, Ningning knows now. Men and women shouldn't be too intimate. The little guy's words were utterly ridiculous no matter how you looked at it, making Xia Ziyu burst into laughter. This girl, how can she be so amusing? She's absolutely adorable. Jiang Ming was also amused by her antics. Alright now, hurry up and go to sleep with Sister Jiyu. Okay. A big hand and a small one held each other as they headed to the master bedroom next to the children's room. Though the little bed could accommodate them both without much trouble, it certainly wouldn't be as comfortable as the sprawling 2-meter wide bed. The little milk bun could roll around freely on it without any issue. Though they went to sleep, Jiang Ming had barely turned off the TV when he heard cheerful giggles drifting from the room. They seemed to be having quite a merry time. Jiang Ming quickly got up himself to head for the bathroom, take a shower, then sleep. Another day, 5 o'clock in the morning. Old Gu indeed arrived punctually. Following the address Jiang Ming had provided, he easily located Ningning breakfast shop. Stepping inside, he immediately spotted Jiang Ming busy preparing pork and vegetables. Old Jiang, he called out and strode in that direction. When he got closer, Old Gu looked around and saw only Jiang Ming there, so he asked, are you alone here? Jiang Ming gave an affirmative hum, otherwise I wouldn't be thinking of hiring help. Can't manage it all alone. Then why did you earlier? My shop just opened less than a month ago. I wanted to handle everything myself if possible, but unexpectedly the business is doing quite well. With so many customers' demands, I had no choice but to hire more staff, Jiang Ming said with a shrug. Old Gu wore a peculiar expression on his face. Just listen to that, was that even something a normal person would say? It seemed like this guy had yet another chance to show off, but he had no proof of it. Without another word, seeing Jiang Ming processing a batch of cabbage, he crouched down to help as well. The two of them worked at a decent pace, but compared to when Xia Jiyu was around, they were nowhere near as efficient. Old Gu clearly rarely stepped into the kitchen, his vegetable prep was clumsy and unpracticed. Jiang Ming didn't expect much from him either, just don't sell the wrong steamed buns. While handling the vegetables, Old Gu still found time to talk to him. Lao Jiang, I was just joking last night. Don't worry about the 30,000 salary, taking that much would make my conscience uneasy. Besides, there were free social insurance and housing fund benefits, plus year-end bonuses. Honestly, with just the basic benefits, even a salary of 4 or 5,000 would be more than enough. When he got up, he thought about it and felt it was just too ridiculous. 30,000 was really too much. He figured if his old man found out about such an amount, he'd definitely think he'd been scammed. Jiang Ming paused his movements, then how much do you want? 5,000, how does that sound? He felt more at ease taking this amount, actually worrying that Jiang Ming might be giving him extra out of brotherly affection. How about cutting it in half, 15,000 then? Otherwise, I'd worry you're taking too big a loss. Jiang Ming didn't push him too hard. 30,000 was indeed a bit steep for old Gu at this stage, but he would soon realize that compared to the labor he'd put in, 30,000 wasn't actually excessive. Seeing no room left for negotiation, old Gu had no choice but to agree. 15,000 it is then. After the first batch of steamed buns was ready, Jiang Ming briefly taught him how to identify the different types, then had him memorize the price list to avoid charging customers incorrectly. These are the basics. Nowadays people rarely use cash as before. Most payments are made by scanning QR codes with phones, which inevitably gives bad actors opportunities to exploit. Some even take advantage of the chaos to slip away without paying. Several such incidents had occurred over the past few days, but he'd caught and stopped most of them. For those who got away undetected, there was nothing to be done except to stay vigilant. Of course, most people nowadays have high moral standards, especially in big cities. They wouldn't stoop to stealing a few cent worth steamed bun. Chapter 83, Damn, is this a donkey from the production brigade? After all, he wasn't so poor that he couldn't even afford a single steamed bun. Got it. I've pretty much memorized everything. As for the price list, I used to eat out at bun shops all the time. This is no problem at all. Don't worry, I'll definitely do a good job for you. Old Gu patted his chest with full confidence. Before I knew it, it was already 12 o'clock noon. A busy morning. At last, old Gu understood why Jiang Ming had set the wages so high. Damn it, was this even a job meant for humans? From 6 a.m. until now, he hadn't stopped making dumplings for a single moment, maintaining a single motion almost continuously, feet scarcely touching the ground, without even a moment spared to drink a sip of water. For a moment, he even doubted it himself. Damn, is this a commune's donkey or what? Nah, even a commune's donkey gets to take a breather, but this guy? Forget catching his breath, he'd be lucky not to keel over. Watching customers come in wave after wave. Business is incredibly booming. Is this bun really that delicious? I've been busy since morning and haven't had a bite to eat, but judging by the customers' responses, it seems they're quite satisfied. Whoa, what if he regrets it now? If only he had taken that 30,000 monthly salary. Sigh, the words are already out there. A real man should never stoop to the shameful act of going back on his word. Some regular customers, who hadn't seen Jiu Xia for a while, started wondering. One middle-aged woman asked, "Young man, where's that pretty girl who used to work here? Has she stopped coming?" Pretty girl? Old Gu snapped out of it. You must be talking about Jiu. He thought for a moment and said, "My sister-in-law isn't well, she's resting at home and probably won't be able to come for a while." Sister-in-law? This really shocked the crowd. Wow, so the girl from last time was really with this shop owner. Judging by what this young lad called her sister-in-law, were they actually a couple? Were they already married? Holy crap. This was absolutely devastating. The men who had been hoping Xia Jiyu would visit again instantly felt their hearts shatter into pieces with a loud thud. Gone. Completely gone was their chance. They're a sweet young couple. Not even just a couple, already husband and wife. This restoring health business, was it really just about health? How could someone perfectly fine suddenly fall ill? Probably staying home resting during pregnancy? The aunties and grannies in the crowd were all experienced folk. They figured it out with one guess. This made those young men feel even worse. Young man, are you the boss's younger brother? It was already noon, and the crowd had thinned out. The middle-aged woman couldn't resist asking again out of curiosity. After all, humans are inherently gossipy creatures. Old Gu chuckled sheepishly and replied, "You could say that. We're like brothers." Well, if you're the boss's brother, then what you said must be true. How's that young lady doing? Is she alright? The woman asked with concern. I've been through it myself. Morning sickness is completely normal during pregnancy. The vomiting usually stops by the 4th month, though I've heard some poor souls suffer it all the way through. The conversation was getting more and more off topic, until old Gu couldn't understand a word she was saying, suddenly sprouting several big question marks on his forehead. Pregnant and vomiting non-stop throughout? What the hell? No way. Do they think Jiu girl is at home resting for pregnancy? Oh my god, these aunties' imaginations are really something else. Just feeling unwell, and they immediately jump to pregnancy. Before I could even explain, another wave of customers arrived, forcing me to get back to work. The aunties offered a few symbolic words of concern before taking their breakfast and leaving. Only after selling all the steamed buns for the day did old Gu finally get a chance to stop and tell Jiang Ming about the earlier incident, worrying all the while that he might slip up and cause trouble. As the saying goes, loose lips sink ships. Some things should be said, while others are best left unsaid. Jiang Ming shrugged, unbothered by it all. In fact, he thought it was a good thing. It kept those with ill intentions at bay. At this thought, his gaze sharpened slightly. Unbidden, Xia Jiyu's radiant smiling face surfaced in his mind. After confirming everything was fine, old Gu went back to work washing pots and pans, wiping tables, preparing to close up shop soon. Thankfully it was a breakfast joint that only required half-day shifts. Working non-stop all day would be too much for anyone to handle. I really don't know how Jiyu managed to persevere back then. Could this be the power of love? Afraid that old Gu might not adapt well, Jiang Ming deliberately prepared a smaller quantity on the first day. After letting him adjust for about 2 days, he'd ramp up the workload. After tidying up the shop, Jiang Ming took out the last dozen or so steamed buns from the basket along with 2 bowls of piping hot treasure porridge, placing them on the table. Eat something to fill your stomach before heading back. Alright then. Old Gu was already starving. He grabbed a steamed bun and stuffed it into his mouth. 2 bites later, the entire bun had vanished down his throat. I also wanted to see if these buns really tasted that good. After chewing and swallowing the entire bun, the lingering aroma of the pork filling still lingered in his mouth, vanishing before he could even savor it properly. It was like eating nothing at all. No choice, I'm starving. But this enticing aroma was a sure sign that the meat buns wouldn't taste bad at all. It wasn't until the second bite that old Gu truly tasted the flavor of the baozi. His eyes suddenly lit up. Damn, these baozi are absolutely phenomenal. The fluffy yet chewy dough had an irresistible aroma, while the filling burst with such rich meaty flavors it defied description. Simply put, they were incomparably delicious, surpassing anything he'd ever tasted by magnitudes. No wonder the business is so good. If it were him, he'd line up every day to buy some too. Old Jiang is really raking it in. How much must the daily turnover be? No wonder they offered him such a high salary, yet he refused out of concern that Jiang Ming would suffer losses. Ugh, missed out on a great high-paying opportunity. After finishing the meal of steamed buns, old Gu patted his full belly contentedly and said, "Not bad at all, old Jiang. Where'd you learn this skill? It's delicious." That he could cook so well was something he had reluctantly come to accept. Who would have thought these breakfast buns would be absolutely exquisite too? Could this also be self-taught? If that's the case, old Jiang is truly a genius. Running this little breakfast stall is such a waste of talent. You want to learn? Hearing this, old Gu immediately shook his head. Forget it. I don't have the brains for that. I'll stick to selling buns. This kind of delicate work isn't for me. While they were discussing buns, over at Xianghuayuan, Xia Ziyu was still busy in the kitchen preparing food for the little milk dumpling. Though called cooking, it was more like reheating the dishes and soup Jiang Ming had specially prepared for them during yesterday's dinner, just a quick spin in the microwave. This kind of no-skill required task held no difficulty for Xia Ziyu. After heating up the vegetable dish and soup, she carried them out and called cheerfully to the little one playing with toys on the sofa. "Ning Ning, dinner's ready. Go wash your hands, alright?" "Good." The little one obediently went to wash up. As they settled at the table and were about to serve the rice, Xia Ziyu's phone suddenly rang where it lay on the table.